Chapter 277. The moment when the red sun sinks below the horizon. The glow goes out and night falls. Lights lit up all over the metropolitan port area, and as the giant cruise ship's hull shook slightly, everyone on board knew that the ship had set sail. This super luxury ship with a core capacity of more than 10,000 people is about to set sail. At this time, located in the middle cabin on the 6th floor, double room No. Nian looked out through the circular glass window and could see the scenery of the sea receding at night, and the cruise ship Dasher slowly sailing away from the metropolitan port. Master. Little Wanda came up from behind Nian, holding a red cloak in her little hands and putting it on him. Put it on. Nian shook his head and draped the red cloak around the girl's petite body. After boarding the ship, Nian always had an ominous premonition in his heart. This may be due to his own spider sense's ability to foresee and detect danger. This super cruise ship is likely to cause trouble. After all, he has a body of steel and can withstand unexpected situations, so he leaves the magic floating cloak to Wanda. Wanda naturally knew that Nian was caring about her. Her delicate, doll-like face flushed slightly, and then she untied the red scarf that bound her hair, and her smooth crimson hair spread out in the room. Master, then you put this on. Little Wanda puffed out her cheeks, showing a rare strength, and said in an unquestionable tone. Nian nodded, and Wanda tied the red scarf around her wrist and tied it into a bow. That's right, Mo Fu, take that out. Nian suddenly remembered something and said to Wanda's red cloak. As his words fell, there was obviously no wind in the cabin, but the cloak swayed autonomously, and two small storage pockets appeared out of thin air on both sides. Naturally, the magic floating cloak cannot store unlimited items like the devouring space, but it can still secretly store some important small items, such as. Nian took a step forward and put his hands into the storage bags of the magic floating cloak. Little Wanda was stunned for a moment. This close and intimate gesture was like the young master hugging her from the front, and her heart was beating like a rabbit. Without waiting for her to think too much, Nian fumbled around and took out a silver necklace from his pocket with both hands. Master, is this the special item that Teacher Gui mentioned? Wanda's clear light red eyes reflected a silver necklace that was almost the same style, but the pendant style was slightly different. Yes, I am wearing a space necklace. These two are the mind and reality. Nian held a necklace pendant in each hand, raised his hand to show it in front of the Crimson Maid, and said softly. You choose one of them as your magical weapon. Of course, in the words of Ancient One, once you make a choice, you will. It's the so-called Gem Guardian. Is it appropriate to leave such an important thing to me for safekeeping? Wanda opened her cute eyes, looking a little overwhelmed. Actually, it's not an important thing. I originally wanted to throw it all to Master Gui, but she didn't want it. Since I already have a space necklace, I can only find someone to keep the other magic weapons. Nian shrugged, looked at Wanda, and affirmed with a smile, however, you are a person recognized by Gui and I, so you are naturally qualified to keep one of the gems. Wanda, you are a magic genius, you are awesome. Believe in yourself. Master, if you praise me so much, I will be proud. Wanda lowered her head in embarrassment and muttered. It's okay to be proud, you are completely worthy of being proud. The corner of Nian's mouth raised, he stared at the crimson-haired girl in front of him, and his voice became louder. Wanda. You will definitely be one of the best women in the world from now on. I rescued you from the ruins, but I didn't take advantage of it. Big deal. Pietro once said that his sister is awesome. I chose. Wanda blushed, worried that the young master would continue talking, so she grabbed the pendant of one of the necklaces without any hesitation. Are you sure you choose this? A trace of surprise flashed in Nian's eyes. He just said that the two necklaces were soul and reality, but he didn't specify which one. I originally thought that Wanda would choose another necklace, but unexpectedly. Should we say that Wanda and the infinite gems with current attributes are more destined? Isn't this necklace good? Wanda tilted her little head and asked curiously. Can Nian put away the other necklace and put the chosen necklace on Wanda's neck? Choose the best one according to your own feeling, just keep the necklace magic weapon you chose. Finish dressing up with Wanda respectively. Driving out of the inland sea, you can barely feel the shaking in the cabin. Alice, how are you? Can you hack into the ship's network system? We are unable to communicate with the satellites and supercomputers, and the computing speed has been greatly reduced. It will take at least 6 hours to completely invade, but it will still be detected by the protection system inside the ship. Alice, who is always smart and emotionless, seemed to have a slightly heavier tone this time. The protection level of the network system in the ship is much higher than the normal level of the Earth. Are there people with advanced intelligence inside the ship? Nian thought secretly. He never believed that Alice, who came from a parallel dimension and was at the top level of technology and computing, was unsolvable in the field of intelligence. Iron Man Tony Stark was revealed to have an artificial intelligence called Jarvis several years ago. Cyborg, one of the members of the Justice League, is also half cutting-edge intelligence because his body was transformed by the mother box of Apocalypse. In this case, we can only explore it at the banquet outside. Nian gestured to Wanda, got up and walked towards the door. It's meaningless to stay here, let's go out for a walk first, maybe we'll meet him at a corner. Walk out of the room. Came to the public entertainment area near the 6th floor cabin. Nian's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the many passengers passing by. A masked man in a black bat suit was chatting up a woman wearing a t-shirt with Iron Man's iconic energy light on her chest. A woman dressed in Captain America's uniform was hugging and kissing her boyfriend in a female military uniform. This is not the key point. The key point is that she just passed by the cabin corridor on the 6th floor. Nian saw 11, Batman, 13, Iron Man, 8, Captain America. Because the popularity of superheroes is already high in the outside world. The dress-up banquet on the ship has become a superhero cosplay party. Some people's makeup and costumes are realistic enough. This is probably because if a real one is mixed in, it will be difficult to recognize it, right? Chapter 278. Big Times Code, 5th floor cabin. In the public corridor. An unconventional young man wearing clown makeup opened his eyes and looked at the man walking towards him, his tall figure just enough to hold up the black bat suit. Hey man, your uniform looks really good, it must have cost a lot of money. Can we take a photo together? The non-mainstream young man stepped forward and said enthusiastically. Sorry, I don't want to take pictures, the man in the black bat suit shook his head sternly. You are this cool and domineering character, very superhero-like, you are the best cosplayer of Batman I have seen so far, the non-mainstream young man gave a thumbs up and praised. He then pointed at his heavy makeup and low-quality green hair, and grinned with red paint on his mouth. Do you know who I'm cosplaying? I hate you. The man in the black bat suit glanced at him and continued walking forward with long strides. Man, wait a minute. Let's take a photo, ugh. The non-mainstream young man wanted to continue to catch up, but suddenly he felt a numbness in his feet, making it difficult to move forward. Strange, did you walk too much today? The green-haired non-mainstream young man stretched out his hand to rub his thigh, and the numbness quickly disappeared. However, when he continued to search forward, the man in the black bat suit had long disappeared. One person per person, let's confirm the situation separately first. At the corner of the corridor, the real Batman Bruce Wayne spoke towards the portable communicator. The 8th cabin. Barry Allen, the Flash, wearing a red all-in-one suit with a lightning bolt logo on the chest, was shyly and friendly taking photos with several female passengers. Then he lowered his head and covered his mouth and responded quickly. I have to say, the dress-up activities on this ship just make it easier for us to move. This is the first time for me to wear a battle suit and walk in front of the public, and it won't attract too much attention. First level cabin. Aquaman Arthur Curry has disheveled hair, shirtless body, and is walking in only a pair of jeans. His muscular figure and strong abdominal muscles have attracted the attention of many young women. When he passed by the bar, he instinctively sat down on a chair, took a bottle of wine from the bartender, and replied, "Isn't that the case all the time?" The Justice League team channel was silent for a moment. The Flash Barry Allen said embarrassedly, "Sorry, I forgot, you don't have a suit." Everyone should be alert, the person behind the scenes obviously designed this deliberately to allow us to board the ship in this capacity. Batman Bruce Wayne's eyes flashed with a glimmer of wisdom, and he said in a deep voice. But even so, once a few of us move together, it is still easy to be recognized by passengers, therefore, it should be the other party's plan for us to move separately, okay? At this moment, the 7th cabin. I'm trying to hack into the ship's network system. Cyborg Victor Stone wore a long-sleeved sweatshirt that tightly wrapped his body, revealing only half of his mechanized black face. His left eye, which was slightly flashing red, looked at the passengers passing by but turned a blind eye to his strange appearance, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the cabin on the 5th floor. Contact us as soon as possible if necessary. After Bruce Wayne said this in a deep voice, he suddenly saw many people surrounding a playboy in a suit in the public entertainment area ahead. Are you really a Stark? Of course, it's hard for other fakes to imitate someone as handsome as me. Facing the female passenger's question, Tony Stark showed no intention of pretending and spread his hands and said proudly. As if aware of the gaze. Tony Stark raised his eyes and met the gaze of Bruce Wayne, who stopped not far away. The 3rd cabin. A cafe with a view of the sea. The red-haired woman wearing an ordinary windbreaker and casual pants was sitting alone in the corner. She was holding her chin with one hand and looking blankly at the sea under the night outside the window. Her beautiful profile and graceful side were like an artistic silhouette. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" At this time, a gentle female voice came from the side. Mara couldn't help but raise her eyes following the voice, and saw a beautiful woman wearing a human women's professional western skirt standing next to her. Even with her underwater eyes, she felt that the other party was very beautiful, wearing appropriate delicate light makeup, and had an outstanding mature and intellectual temperament. Opposites do attract. But good-looking people of the same sex will also flock together. Okay, Mara nodded lightly. Thanks. Susan showed a normal and good-looking smile, caressed the hem of her suit skirt on her hip, and sat down straightly on the chair in front of Mara. She explained softly, "I knew I had to put on makeup on the ship, but I didn't think of any outfits. The clothes I found at home were all professional attire, so I just didn't put on any makeup." Susan paused and said warmly, "Just now, I saw from a distance that you were not wearing makeup, so I wanted to sit over here." Mara lowered her head and glanced at her mainland costume, then smiled lightly and said, "I acted." "Ah." Susan's mouth opened slightly, a little confused. The sixth cabin. Nian took Wanda to wander around the public area of the cabin. He felt more and more that it would not be easy for him to find Lorna on the boat. Passengers all perform various performances, wearing uniforms and masks are commonplace. This makes it more difficult to find people. Also, this cruise ship is too big. After taking Wanda around for half an hour, Nian still couldn't walk through the public area of the sixth-floor cabin. And this broken ship has 10 floors of cabins. Nian and Wanda were walking into the third bar area when a slightly drunk strong man looked at him, his eyes wide open, and he said in surprise, "Silver-haired goddess." Nian stumbled and almost fell to the ground. "Look carefully, this is Dante. Do you know Dante from Devil May Cry?" Nian pointed at his silver hair and a dark red windbreaker he was wearing and retorted with a dark face. After saying that, Nian was stunned again. He knew the strong man in front of him. "Isn't it the instructor Roth in the class?" "Oh, not the silver-haired goddess." Instructor Roth was drunk. He didn't recognize Nian and continued to drink alone on the table. "This guy doesn't look like a teacher at all." Nian sighed secretly, thinking that Instructor Roth usually took good care of him, so he pulled Wanda to sit at another table not far away to take care of him temporarily. Wanda played the role of Little Red Riding Hood in the fairy tale. In fact, she didn't need to put on much makeup, just a red cloak and a small red hood. The cute and adorable little Wanda was simply Little Red Riding Hood. Nian had just ordered a glass of red wine and orange juice when a one-eyed old man took a bottle of wine and sat down at the opposite table where he and Wanda were. "Little guy, can I sit here for a while?" asked the one-eyed old man. "Since you're already sitting down, I can't drive you away. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a fine tradition." Nian spread his hands and said. "Respect the elder? Huh, do you know who I am?" The one-eyed old man raised his head and took a sip of strong liquor. His hair and stubble were whitened by the years, but his resolute face did not show much aging. He wore a single eye patch on his right eye like a pirate. And wore a full set of red and black metal armor, carrying 2 authentic samurai swords on his back. "Iron Man COS?" Nian asked seriously. "I don't like this joke," Deathstroke responded seriously. Chapter 279. Big Times Code, Third Deck Cabin. The luxurious and stylish cafe is very quiet, and soft music echoes in the room. Because the super cruise ship is so smooth, people can't even notice that it is moving. Susan couldn't help but raise her eyes to take a closer look at Mara, who was sitting close in front. The gorgeous red hair falls smoothly and lazily on her shoulders like a waterfall. The exposed snow-white skin is like the pearl inside the ocean shell. The beautiful face without makeup has not even the slightest flaw. The tall and slender body is undoubtedly it is the best clothes hanger. So even if you wear a common passerby's jacket and casual pants, it is still difficult to conceal your natural dewy spirit and beauty. The other party is like a mermaid from the sea, and even her voice has an airy air that is intoxicating. "You are so beautiful." Susan looked at it and couldn't help but sigh, especially the skin, it's so good, white and hydrated. Mara had heard too many compliments in the Undersea Empire recently, but this was the first time she had seen someone complimenting her appearance like Susan, and she couldn't help but feel slightly startled. Susan glanced at her wrist with disgust, and said dejectedly, "It's not like me, it's too tanned by the sun." Mara smiled slightly and said sincerely, "No way, you obviously have a very healthy complexion." That's not an emotionally intelligent response. From Mara's point of view, Susan's light wheat-colored skin and sexy body without fat are indeed beautiful. They are exclusive to land people and are difficult to see in the underwater world where there is almost no sunlight. Thanks. Susan smiled and stretched out her hand. My name is Susan, from Los Angeles, nice to meet you. You can call me Mara. Mara gently held Susan's hand, paused for a moment, and said, from the sea. The sea? An island? That's really nice. Susan was suddenly enlightened, thinking that maybe only a place like the island could raise such a natural and flawless beauty. Mara nodded lightly without explaining too much. After a simple exchange, the atmosphere between Susan and Mara became much more harmonious. Perhaps it's because as strangers, you don't have to worry about daily things and identities, and you can talk more straightforwardly and calmly. At least Susan felt relaxed and happy enough to spend time with Mara. The same is true for Mara. After she sat in that position, there was almost no one in the underwater empire who could talk to her as an equal. Mara looked at Susan, who had a beautiful smile, and suddenly asked curiously, you came to take the boat alone, without a partner or friends? Susan's smile faltered, and she felt heartbroken. Susan shrugged and responded, it's not that I don't have friends, in fact, a few people wanted to come with me, but they were too annoying, so I left them behind and gave myself a holiday to relax. There's nothing like a partner, I don't have one at the moment. When Susan said this, she seemed to remember something, her eyes flickered, and she raised her eyes to look at Mara. Mela, what about you? No, Mara shook her head and said. No friends, no partner. Susan felt an aura called loneliness from Mara, as if she could vaguely see Mara standing on an isolated island with the sea as her company. She was about to say something to comfort her. Mara continued, but, I have someone I like. His name is Nian. Mara said seriously with a smile. Looking at the beauty shining with confidence, Susan felt a little ashamed of herself. Feeling the gap between her and Mara, the brilliance of her beautiful eyes couldn't help but dim a little. You also have someone you like, right, Susan? Mara looked at Susan and said. Susan nodded lightly and said helplessly, but, I don't even know his real name. You don't even know his name? Mara asked in surprise. Then what kind of person is the other party? This. Susan opened her mouth, not knowing how to describe it. She couldn't say that the other party was a boy several years older, right? She won't be regarded as a pervert by Mara, right? The 6th floor cabin, inside the bar. Boy, you are not of age, are you ordering a drink? Old sir, you are so old and you still drink? The one-eyed old man and the black-haired boy choked each other, causing the crimson loli next to them to burst into crisp laughter. After both Deathstroke and Nian glanced at her. Little Wanda quickly covered her mouth, and Little Red Riding Hood's ears drooped. She is my maid, Nian generously introduced Wanda who was sitting next to her. Deathstroke briefly examined her with his left eye, raised his head to take a sip of wine, and commented, she is a beautiful woman, you are lucky, boy. That's necessary, Nian smiled confidently. Wanda's little face was as red as an apple. Old sir, do you still play dress-up games at such an old age? Nian said casually as he looked at the armor and samurai sword on Deathstroke. This isn't a dress-up game. This is work, do you know about work uniforms? You, a kid who hasn't gone to work yet, naturally don't know about it. That would be even worse, Nian said bluntly. You are already old and you still have to work. Deathstroke was speechless for a moment. No one had ever dared to call him old. As a result, this kid said it more than 3 times today. Old sir, have you ever thought about retiring? Live a good life with your family. Retirement, family. Deathbell was silent. How about this? Old man, I will hire you, how about you come to work for me? Bodyguards, drivers, etc., you can also bring your family over. Boy. Deathbell narrowed his one eye and said happily, do you know how much it costs to hire me? Nian raised a finger and said, how about $1 million a day, a long-term contract signed starting from the year. This is not a game, boy. Deathbell laughed. The price can be discussed further, Nian spread his hands. Deathbell said disapprovingly, let's talk about it when you really make that much money. He left the bottle, got up and left, throwing down a sentence, boy, hide in your room later, maybe there is a possibility of getting off the ship. Watching the one-eyed old man disappear in the crowd of the bar. Nian exhaled. Master, is that the mercenary Deathbell mentioned by Alice? Wanda whispered. Yeah, Nian touched Wanda's head and said. He's a poor guy. Poor. Wanda was not afraid, but just blinked in confusion. Yeah. Nian nodded. Just now, when he mentioned his family. Deathbell's eyes, which had been emotionless and expressionless, fluctuated and were captured by the spider sense. Obviously, even the top mercenary killer in the industry, Death Bell, who was enough to make Batman tremble, was just an old man who could not reunite with his family. Chapter 280. From the moment Deathstroke appears on this ship, Nian knew that something was serious. According to the information obtained by schoolgirl Kara, Deathstroke has apparently reached a cooperation agreement with Lex Luthor. Since Deathstroke appears here, it means that Lex Luthor is also on this ship. In other words, the reason why this ship sails, holds such performance activities, and has a very high safety protection system on board is all planned by Lex Luthor and his team behind the scenes. The boss of Polaris boarded this cruise ship probably because of Lex Luthor. We have to find the boss as soon as possible. Fortunately, I have a plan. Nian's clothes shook. Suddenly, dozens of transparent, hard-to-see jellyfish balls bounced down from the bottom of the table where he was sitting to the surroundings like glass balls. These jellyfish balls are attached to the passengers coming in and out of the bar. Since artificial intelligence is blocked and cannot be effective, then use human power to find it. Ken Luo, it's up to you, Nian thought slightly. Ken Luo, wait for my good news. Interference in the signal does not affect the connection of mental power. Under the control of Ken Luo as the center, dozens of transparent jellyfish balls began to spread slowly throughout the sixth-floor cabin with the help of passing crew members and passengers. One of the jellyfish balls landed on the drunk instructor lot. There is also a small jellyfish ball, switching between different passengers, following Deathstroke at a certain distance. Although the jellyfish balls are completely transparent and shiny under the light, and are small in size, it is difficult to attract attention even if you get close. However, some characters with spiritual energy perception or highly sensitive five senses will still be aware of the existence of jellyfish balls. If you stick directly to Deathstroke, there will be a certain probability of being seen by the other party, so you can only follow him at a certain distance. The cabin on the 6th floor where Nian is located is one floor down. In the cabin on the 5th floor, a serious playboy wearing black-rimmed glasses and a tall man in a black bat suit were standing next to an armrest that was exposed to the sea breeze. The sea breeze and waves were enough to cover up their conversation. As the leaders of the world's top manufacturing industry and the world's most profound plutocratic group, the media and people compare them every day, such as who is richer, whose industry is the strongest, and other boring topics. But this time, it was really the first time the two met in person. So, do you dress like this every time you go out? Tony Stark couldn't help but look at Batman more and teased. The Avengers and the Justice League have naturally explored each other and know some of the other's secrets. Whenever you need me, I will dress like this, Bruce Wayne said solemnly. Do you know something about this ship? Tony Stark said, there is a thief on this ship who has stolen some information and files from Stark Industries. I am here to catch the thief. Lex Luthor. Batman says a name directly. I see. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes slightly. Both of them were extremely smart, and smart people didn't need to talk too much. This should be a matter for your Justice League, but this time our league is also involved. Tony Stark pondered for a moment, then spread his hands. How about a social, cooperation? Batman thought about it. Although he didn't want to cooperate with an unfamiliar alliance, there was really no second better option now. On the same ship, non-cooperation will only lead to more chaos, and their goals are the same. Bruce Wayne said solemnly, yes, only this time on the ship. We have 5 people here, what about you? Tony Stark asked curiously. 6 people, Bruce Wayne responded quickly. The name of the great times, the 10th floor cabin, the highest. Gwen. Kara. 2 exclamations sounded from an empty corner of the cabin. One of the girls, a girl with dark blonde hair, was wearing a blue battle suit and a red cloak over her shoulders, with a special S-totem logo on her well-developed chest. The other girl was wearing an early Spider-Woman black and white tight-fitting spider suit, with a hood and green boots, showing off her graceful and flexible body curvature like an assembly line from head to toe. Because of Nian, the two have become very familiar with each other, and they can immediately recognize that the other person is the real person who is playing the role. Senior, why are you here? Supergirl Kara asked in surprise. This is what I should ask you. Spider-Woman Gwen blinked and said, someone has invaded the database at the Avengers headquarters, Mr. Stark, and I came here. It seems likely that our goals are the same. Kara thought for a while and suddenly asked, did you contact the principal before boarding the ship? No, what's wrong? Gwen looked at her doubtfully. Mr. Wayne said that he could not be contacted. After boarding the ship, we discovered that outside signals were blocked. Kara said solemnly, Mr. Wayne suspects that the senior is also on this ship now. What did you say? Gwen was stunned. At this time, outside the Great Times cruise ship, the night sky was thousands of meters upward. The red cloak moves in the moonlight. Superman Clark flies in the air, moving at almost the same speed as the cruise ship. He murmured in a low voice. It's still moving, and it has completely entered the Atlantic Ocean. The night is getting deeper. Every floor, every public area, bar and restaurant of the Great Era cruise are bustling. People dressed in various styles, superheroes or villains are gathering together, unaware of the potential danger. Somewhere in the cabin on the 6th floor, there is an operating area that only crew members can enter. Death Bell, who smells of alcohol but is not drunk at all, enters here. A woman in a diamond tube dress leans against the door waiting for him. Why are you here now? The diamond woman asked coldly. I took a look outside. How is it? Where is Batman? Death Bell's only remaining left eye burst into a cold light, and a murderous aura surged from his body that had never been there before. The diamond woman was about to respond, but her eyebrows suddenly raised, and she looked at the area behind Death Bell. Who is it? A spiritual power swept away. No one responded in the empty cabin passage. What did you find? Death Bell didn't think anyone could follow him. There was a slight mental fluctuation, but it disappeared in a flash. Maybe it was my illusion. The diamond woman shook her head, handed him a hood, and said indifferently. Your target is on the next floor. Death Bell put on a red-black hood with only one eye socket. Now, his whole body was wrapped in red-black armor. Carrying a samurai sword, he turned around and went down to the 5th floor cabin like a cold killing machine. Time, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. The music of the banquet on the ship suddenly turned off, and a man's voice sounded in the cabins from the 1st to the 10th floor at the same time. Good evening. Welcome to my great era, the superheroes and villains of this world. Chapter 281. In every cabin of the Grand Era cruise ship, passengers and crew members stopped their actions and steps and listened to the man's voice coming from the loudspeaker. At first, some people mistakenly thought it was an activity program of the cruise ship. After the mysterious man greeted politely, he said loudly. My name is Lex Luthor, and I am the initiator of the banquet on this ship. Now, on this ship, there are famous or newly debuted superheroes from all over the world, as well as criminal villains who kill people and trample on the law. No matter what reason you come here, I am very grateful that you can attend this banquet. As soon as Lex Luthor finished speaking, the people on the cruise ship suddenly exploded, looking around in doubt. Lex Luthor. Is it the extremely evil criminal who is on the run in Metropolis? Are there real superheroes here? And criminal villains? I did see Iron Man Tony Stark just now. The superheroes in the cabin looked solemn. No one thought that Lex Luthor would directly announce this matter. What does he want to do? You must be very curious now. What is the purpose of my doing this? Lex Luthor continued to laugh. In fact, from the moment you boarded the ship, my purpose has been achieved. No one spoke on the huge and luxurious cruise ship, only Lex Luthor's voice echoed in the cabins. This world was originally beautiful and peaceful, but due to the emergence of extraordinary forces and characters, it began to become complicated and turbulent. Many people even worship the Kryptonians with extraordinary powers as gods on Earth, and pray for his help when they are in danger. This is ridiculous. You must know that those who are not of my race must have different hearts. In recent years, some extraordinary people have become so-called superheroes, and have attracted the respect of the world. Respect and love, so that they can be the minority who control this world. Even if they kill people and make mistakes, they will be forgiven by the world. Why? Lex Luthor's words became a little crazy, and he quickly stabilized and sneered. Have you ever thought about it? Superheroes as extraordinary existences are the disasters and hidden dangers of this world. For example, if Superman had not come to Earth, the Kryptonian warships would not have invaded the Earth a few years ago. Metropolis would not have fallen for the most part, and the people would not have suffered heavy casualties. For example, Thor, if there were no gods, there would not have been the alien invasion of the Battle of New York. If there were no extraordinary people, the world would be better. Lex Luthor hated the extraordinary people very much. Among them, there was also a deep jealousy of the extraordinary people. Why are some extraordinary people born to win everything and be able to reach the peak of life as superheroes? And he worked hard all his life and became a president with a net worth of tens of millions. But he was still overshadowed by the extraordinary people. In his opinion, the extraordinary is weakening the potential of human beings themselves. Since the future of this world will eventually fall into the hands of the extraordinary people, it is better to decide the winner as soon as possible. Lex Luthor sneered, this ship is carrying almost all the extraordinary people from all over the world. No matter what your position is, I am looking forward to your next performance. The future that this cruise ship is about to usher in will also be the future of the world. A veritable great era. Lex Luthor said this and turned off the microphone. In a cabin somewhere, he let out a long breath and sat tiredly on the chair, slowly closing his eyes. The situation has been set. What is about to happen here? In the cabin, the passengers were panicking. At this time. The third cabin. Mara, no matter what happens later, stay behind me and don't run around. Looking at the cabin that began to be chaotic due to panic, Susan stood up from the chair with great manliness and said seriously. You. Mara's beautiful eyes flashed a strange color, but she also stood up from the chair, but found a familiar figure. The fifth-floor cabin. Batman, come out. Deathbell, holding a flashing samurai sword, stepped into the fifth-floor cabin from the deck. The fierce and murderous aura that was not concealed at all frightened many passengers around and made them scream and flee. Brother, why are you so angry? I don't see any bats or spiders. At this time, a man yawned and walked out against the flow of people. He was wearing a non-metallic red leather tights, a red hood on his head, and white eye masks. On his back were two samurai swords similar to Deathbell's. Seeing the other party, Deathbell asked in a deep voice, why are you here? I came here to play you, just kidding, don't stare at me with one eye. By the way, I almost forgot that you only have one eye left now. Deadpool seemed to have opened a chatterbox, and finally spread his hands and said, haven't you heard that I recently joined the Avengers and am interning? So, you are here to stop me? Deathbell smiled coldly. Reminiscing, just reminiscing. Deadpool waved his hand and said, we are brothers. He hadn't finished speaking yet. Puff. A samurai's sword pierced into Deadpool's throat, the blade sank into his leather jacket, and penetrated through his back, splashing a lot of blood. Deathbell stepped forward, grabbed the handle of the samurai sword, and said in an extremely cold voice, who is your brother? The cabin on the 10th floor. Superwoman Kara and Spider-Woman Gwen stood side by side, their faces solemn. In front of them, the lights in the cabin went out one after another, and the darkness surged forward like a tide. Long black hair was faintly scattered in the cabin, and a strange female existence appeared there, wearing a black cloak, with a pale face, as if she had no shape, and an ominous and powerful energy aura swept out. If Nian was present, he would definitely recognize that the other party was exactly the same as the witch statue that appeared in the archaeological book. The existence suspected to be attached to Nian. Witch enchantress. The cabin area on the other side of the 5th floor. A cute young green-haired loli stood not far in front of Tony Stark and Bruce Wayne, blocking their way. You do it, or should I? I'm merciless when I teach kids a lesson. Batman ignored him and walked towards the green-haired loli. But before he got close, his tall body in the black bat suit flew backwards without any warning. No way. Tony Stark looked at the green fluorescence lingering on the green-haired loli's hands. And then looked at Batman, who flew backwards more than 10 meters and knocked over many bar chairs. He chose to tap the side of his black-framed glasses with his fingers without hesitation. The light lit up, and a layer of metal coating automatically covered his body surface. In less than a second, it formed a complete set of metal armor. White light lit up at the energy tank and metal eye sockets on his chest. Little friend, don't act rashly, otherwise Iron Man raised his left palm engine, and before he finished speaking, he also flew backwards with the armor. Chapter 282. Second floor cabin. Sam, go out and contact the outside and arrange for the passengers to evacuate from this ship. A tall and strong white young man opened his backpack, took out a round shield with a pentagram, and put it on his left wrist. Vibranium round shield. Okay, Captain. A black man who was traveling with him nodded quickly and went out directly to the deck. As he walked, a pair of steel wings unfolded from his backpack. Captain America Steve Rogers put on his own exclusive weapon, looked around, and was soon stunned. It turned out that a man with a silver metal left hand was standing at a corner not far away, and a pair of eyes were looking at him through the messy hair. Bucky, is that you? Captain America was shocked and rushed forward. 8th floor cabin. Has anything happened in the cabins above and below? Bucky Allen the Flash took a deep breath. Facing the chaotic crowd around him, he moved his red suit and turned into a red lightning. The red lightning passed through the gaps between people quickly, and the Flash was about to rush to the lower floor to join the team member Steel Bone on the lower floor. ZZ. At this time, a silver stream of light also passed through the gaps between passengers, and shot towards the red lightning in a Z-shaped pattern. The red lightning was the first to stagnate. The Flash was startled and took a few steps back, looking at the silver figure that also stopped in front of him with wide eyes. It was a short childlike existence. The whole body was wrapped in silver metal armor, and the specific appearance of the other party could not be seen clearly. The corners of the armor were clearly outlined, and the goggles were put on the helmet, worn on the forehead like a ninja. But Bucky Allen the Flash knew one thing very well, that the other party was also a speedster without any meaning. Are there any other people who have mastered the Speed Force? Or a child? The Flash was in disbelief. At this time, one floor below, the seventh cabin. The passengers screamed and fled. Bang! The coat and pants of cyborg Victor Stone were torn apart in the air, revealing his tall and highly mechanized body. He slammed into the reinforced inner wall on one side of the cabin. With a deafening muffled sound, the inner wall was directly sunken into a clear human-shaped dent. Die! After seeing the passengers fleeing, Cyborg turned on the weapon engine on his shoulder and fired a small missile forward. Boom! The small missile accurately hit the motionless tall target, and the orange-yellow explosion engulfed the enemy. However, the smoke disappeared, and the target enemy was unharmed. What the hell are you? The red light on Cyborg's left eye and chest lit up. He looked at the figure standing in the cabin in front of him and touched an incomprehensible realm for the first time. It was a figure with a standard male model figure, wearing a black cape. The other party was not wearing any clothes. Its entire body was made of metal. And it was a metal with an extremely high hardness coefficient. The entire body was coated with a layer of dark background, and the body was anthropomorphic with obvious muscle contours. The head was also made of metal, with a little green light on the head. It was a crystal stone with a faint green luster. The body is made of vibranium, the forehead ornament is inlaid with kryptonite, the steel armor technology is highly similar to Iron Man, and the internal intelligent computing is not inferior to Apocalypse Star technology. The steel skeleton quickly scanned, and the more it analyzed, the more shocked it was. Is this an intelligent monster that can be created by humans? The kryptonite vibranium robot had a blank expression and said coldly, "My name is Black Vision." The fourth cabin. Boom boom boom. A red giant more than 2 meters tall sprinted in the cabin. Every step it took made the cabin on this level tremble slightly, and left large concave footprints on the cabin floor wherever it passed. The red giant did not attack the pale-faced and weak-legged passengers along the way, but rushed to a place with a purpose, stretched out his big hand and grabbed a man in overalls sitting on a chair. "Found you." The red giant grinned coldly. Dr. Banner looked at the red giant in surprise, and his body struggled instinctively. The red giant roared and threw Dr. Banner's body to the ground, and trampled down with his big feet, and the cabin floor was deeply stomped in. Ordinary people would have been trampled into meat sauce long ago, but the red giant did not stop trampling. When it was about to step through the next cabin. Snap! The red giant's foot suddenly stopped. Visible. A large green palm stretched out from the depression below and slowly lifted the red giant's foot up. At the same time. The sixth cabin. Through the jellyfish split bodies distributed throughout the Great Era cruise ship, Nian instantly knew the many extraordinary events that were taking place on the ship. Among them, there are several places that he is extremely concerned about. Pietro, Polaris boss, Black Vision. Nian frowned, but soon forced himself to calm down, and said in a deep voice, "Wanda, let's first." The boy hadn't finished speaking. Nian felt dizzy, he yawned instinctively, and his eyelids felt a little heavy as if they were filled with lead. "So sleepy, I want to sleep." "Wait, this is..." The moment Nian realized that something was wrong, his eyes had already closed. He slumped down on the chair and fell asleep, the red cloth on his wrist glowing slightly. "Master?" Wanda quickly pushed Nian's shoulder, but Nian had no intention of waking up. "Is it that little crow? Where is it?" As if thinking of something, Wanda quickly looked around, but this time even she couldn't find the raven. But the raven must have the ability to induce people to fall asleep. "Wanda, the situation is not right, take Nian back first." Ken Luo's thoughts echoed in Wanda's mind in time. "Okay." Wanda nodded, put on the hanging ring magic weapon with her little hand and drew circles, and a spark immediately glowed in the air in front of her. The portal has not been formed yet. Next to him, the sound of high-heeled shoes approaching on the floor could be heard quietly. Wanda looked back in surprise. It was a beautiful woman in a gorgeous diamond dress, with a seductive and plump white top. Her blonde hair fell down like waves on her bare shoulders and soft waist. "What did I find, little witch?" The woman in the diamond dress said in surprise. "Who are you?" Wanda had no time to open the portal, so she could only step forward and block the sleeping boy with her small body dressed as Little Red Riding Hood. "My name is Emma Frost, you can call me Sister, or White Queen. The White Queen said coldly and elegantly. "I can't read your mind, who are you protecting?" "Your little boyfriend." The White Queen glanced at the sleeping boy behind Wanda. She instinctively sensed her soul, and suddenly her face turned pale, and her delicate body trembled violently. It was as if she had seen the most terrifying thing. Chapter 283. A beam of bright light seeped in from the gap of the curtains in the room and fell on the center of his brow. Nian slowly opened his eyes were a little dazed, staring blankly at the familiar yet unfamiliar room environment around him. There was a big pillow on the bed for children to play with. I remember I was on the boat just now, why am I on the bed now? Nian rubbed his eyes, and was slightly startled again, only to see a pair of white and tender little hands in his eyes. Children's little hands. Ring. The old-fashioned alarm clock beside the bow rang, and Nian's small body instinctively crawled over and stopped the old-fashioned alarm clock. By the way, today is Monday, and I have to go to elementary school. Nian was confused, as if he remembered something, and quickly jumped off the bed and began to change into outdoor children's clothes. In the mirror of the closet in the room, a little boy about 1 meter tall, with black hair and brown eyes, and delicate features like a girl was reflected. Putting on clothes and carrying a school bag, little Nian pushed the door and walked out. At this time, inside the mirror in the room, a raven with black wings appeared at some point, and its animal eyes watched Nian leave the room. Skip the steps of washing and eating breakfast directly. Nian didn't notice anything strange at all, stood on tiptoe to open the door, and was about to run out to school alone. Nian. A gentle and pleasant voice sounded behind him, "Can I go alone?" Nian turned around and said confidently, "Aunt Diana, I'm fine." Sexy and lazy black hair, a white gauze top, and black trousers looked straight and slender under the woman's clothes. A tall and graceful figure walked out of the house gracefully. "Come here." The black-haired woman squatted in the hall, and her waist and hips formed a perfect and stunning curve. What was even more amazing was the delicate face that seemed to be created by gods. "Yes, Aunt." Nian sighed, trotted forward, and kissed the black-haired woman on the left cheek. "Be careful," the black-haired woman returned a kiss on his right cheek. "I know, don't always treat me like a child." Nian muttered, carrying his school bag, turned around and ran out of the house. On the way to school, little Nian touched his right cheek, his cheeks slightly red, and he didn't know what he was thinking. At this time, a black raven flew from the sky and landed on his shoulder. I seem to have seen you somewhere." Little Nian was not afraid, he reached out and put the raven directly into his arms. Nian stroked its raven head with his little hand and murmured to himself, "Other cats and dogs will transform, little raven, can you transform? The requirements are not high, at least like my aunt, right? Well, it's not impossible to be slightly worse than my aunt. Raven mother, transform for me." Reality. In the cabin on the 6th floor. Nian was sleeping soundly on the bar table, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was having a good dream. Wanda, dressed as Little Red Riding Hood, stood in front of Nian with her petite body, guarding against the mysterious woman who suddenly appeared and called herself White Queen. The White Queen tried to read the mind of the sleeping boy with telepathy, but her beautiful and cold face suddenly turned pale without a trace of blood. At that moment, she saw a black demon that seemed to come from Hades, and her heart trembled. He is very dangerous to be targeted by such a being. The White Queen's beautiful eyes flickered, weighing the pros and cons, and finally signaled to Wanda, "Take him away from here, I won't stop you." The White Queen didn't want to provoke the demon who targeted the boy, but she also had an inexplicable desire to help the other party, so she simply pretended not to see them and let the two leave. Anyway, this little witch and the black-haired boy were not their targets. Wanda did not relax her vigilance. While covering Nian with the magic floating cloak, she tried to reopen the portal. The White Queen stood there motionless, just watching from a certain distance, as if she really wanted to let them leave. But at this moment, a beautiful young woman wearing a leopard coat and with a plump figure emerged from the cabin. "Emma, it has already started, what are you doing here?" The beautiful young woman in the leopard coat was talking lazily, like a female leopard who had just woken up. She didn't even wear boots on her feet. She walked on tiptoe with her white, delicate and smooth feet, and the muscles of her body were relaxed. When she saw the boy sleeping on the table in the cabin bar, the beautiful young woman was stunned at first, and then her beautiful eyes burst into light, as if she was excited to see her favorite prey. She licked her lips subconsciously with her glittering tongue. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Barbara, do you know them?" The White Queen asked curiously. Leopard Barbara said very happily, "The girl doesn't know, but the boy, his name is Nian Prince, but he is the child raised by Wonder Woman." "Is it the Wonder Woman I understand?" The White Queen was stunned. Diana Prince, who else could it be besides her? You didn't see how anxious she was to protect her child last time at school. I haven't seen her with that expression in decades. Obviously, he is Wonder Woman's weak spot. Barbara said very accurately. The White Queen looked at Wanda, who was protecting Nian, with a solemn look in her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "In this case, you can't leave here for the time being. I don't care about the rest, anyway, he is my prey." Cheetah Barbara unbuttoned her leopard coat, wearing only a thin base lining inside, with her curly golden hair falling down, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong possessiveness like a beast. She moved, accompanied by a hurricane in the cabin, and turned into a leopard shadow and pounced on the boy who was sleeping in the bar. That was a speed that even human dynamic vision could hardly capture. The leopard girl approached and stretched her right hand towards Nian. Just before her hand was about to touch the boy. Holyua. The hem of the red noble cloak flew up, and a corner of the cloak automatically wrapped around the leopard girl's right hand, stopping her movement. Oh. The leopard girl's beautiful eyes showed astonishment, and she looked sideways at the crimson girl in a red cloak who was guarding Nian. "Don't touch him, you are not allowed to touch him." Wanda's doll-like face was colder than ever before, and her unfamiliar warning words were firm enough. Her little hands quickly constructed a golden and pushed it towards the leopard girl. Feeling a hint of heat and suppression. The leopard girl was startled and suddenly struggled to break free from the cloak and retreated 3 meters away from Wanda and Nian. The White Queen behind her said, "Don't underestimate her, she is a little witch with high mental defense, I can't even read her mind." Witch? Interesting. The leopard girl was not surprised but happy, with a cold light in her eyes. I have never hunted witches. Chapter 284. In the afternoon, after school. Xiao Xinyan returned home with his school bag on his back, and there was a black raven on his shoulder. In the streets of the old days, Xinyan felt that everything seemed familiar. As if I saw it in a dream. The raven looked around with a confused expression. Passing by an alley. Xinyan vaguely heard a childish female voice, as if asking for help. "Let that girl go." The raven standing on his shoulder flew up in shock. Xiao Xinyan rushed into the alley without any hesitation. You. Tears were like pearls falling off the thread, constantly sliding down the face of the little Lolita with short blonde hair. Okay, Gwen, it's okay, Dad has beaten the bad guy to death." The tall and handsome man in police uniform comforted him. He reached out to touch the little Lolita's head, but when he reached halfway, he realized that his hands might be a little dirty, so he stopped quickly. Wow, I killed someone." Little Gwen cried even harder. This. Officer George, who had fired heavily at the gangster just a moment ago, didn't know how to comfort his frightened daughter. Just then. A small white and dirty hand stretched out from the side and landed directly on the little Loli's short golden hair. "Don't cry. It's not worth crying for that guy." Gwen actually stopped crying obediently and looked at the boy with her big hazy eyes. "Thank you for saving my daughter," Officer George said sincerely, and at the same time, he took off Xinyan's dirty hands from Gwen's head. "I just delayed it for a while." Xiao Xinyan shrugged and touched Gwen's soft short blonde hair with his other hand, making Officer George's eyes twitch. "I always feel that I have experienced all these things once." Xiao Xinyan muttered to himself, and he wanted to say something else, but suddenly found that except for the police and medical staff at the scene. At the entrance of the alley. A tall and beautiful figure stood there quietly at some point, staring at him. "Auntie." Xinyan called with a smile, waved his hand, rushed over, and was quickly stunned. "But it is." The aunt suddenly knelt down and hugged him tightly in her arms. Smelling the faint violet aroma on the other person's body. Xiao Xinyan suddenly realized something. What I wanted was never to be a superhero and save the world. Aunt. Being with you forever is the best dream and the dream I want to have. The raven sitting on the eaves watched this scene quietly, then fluttered its wings and flew, its dark wings covering the sky and instantly turning the sky into darkness. Still dreaming. At night, Xinyan returned home. He took off his large sneakers at the door, put on his slippers, and hung his stylish shoulder bag by the door. The original child's body has transformed back into the adult body of a teenager. "I'm back." Xinyan shouted into the house, but the house was deserted and no one responded. "Auntie hasn't come back yet," she young whispered to herself, and felt a subtle sense of disobedience. It seems that besides my aunt, there should be other talents in the family. Like a maid, and a cat. At this time. Xinyan's room. The windows are open and the curtains are raised. A raven flew in from outside the city shrouded in darkness. The moment it landed on the floor and folded its wings, countless dark feathers swirled upwards, transforming it into a tall and perfect female body. Diana Prince. Reality. The sixth cabin. Nian is still sleeping in a sweet dream. In front of him. Crackling, sparks flying. Wanda's little hand was holding a golden whip constructed with magic power. The golden whip kept twitching at an extremely fast speed, bursting out bursts of sparks on the floor of the cabin. Leopard Girl was quickly moving left and right to avoid the whip attack. Stop playing with her, the queen urged behind Leopard Girl. All right. Leopard Girl Barbara's speed suddenly increased, passing through the gap of the golden whip, and rushing towards Wanda in front with her afterimage. Wanda's little face is calm enough, and she also knows that she is the only one who can protect Nian now. At the critical moment, Wanda rebuilt the seal very quickly. Golden mana energy flowed in the air, and quickly formed a gilded magic ring, like a small round shield buckled on the palm of the hand. The Ring of Ragador. Laugh. Leopard Girl Barbara's right hand was blocked by the magic shield again. Don't think that this thing can stop me. Leopard Girl smiled coldly. Her right hand suddenly turned into a leopard's claw, and the front end of the claw seemed to be plated with a layer of silver-white metal, making it look extremely sharp. Click. The Leopard Girl kept exerting her strength, letting the sharp claws of the leopard penetrate a little more into the magic shield. Although in Wakanda, she did not get the items that the local king could enjoy for the time being, she still got the vibranium mass-produced locally and blessed her body with vibranium. This makes her more durable and her attack power has increased by more than one level. Under the power of Leopard Girl's vibranium claws, cracks began to appear in the magic shield. Now. Wanda, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted. As her words fell. Call out. The red cloth tied into a bow automatically untied from Nian's wrist. The small red cloth suddenly expanded and glowed with the red light of lava, forming a large scarlet chain that bound the pair of sharp claws of the Leopard Girl. What the hell is this? The Leopard Girl opened her eyes in doubt. She struggled hard to twitch her hands, but found that the scarlet chain formed by the red cloth was much tighter than the magic floating cloak. She was still careless and never regarded Wanda as a real opponent. She chose to fight head-on. And once she was entangled by the red cloth magic weapon. Don't say her, even the Hulk couldn't break free. Emma, how long are you going to watch the show? Leopard Girl growled. I really thought you had a sure win, but I didn't expect. The White Queen also shook her head speechlessly for a moment, fighting with a little girl, and asking for support. Then I'll help you, let you see what a world-class telepath is. The White Queen stared at Wanda, her beautiful eyes suddenly overflowed with white light, and an invisible shock wave shot out like an arrow towards the opponent's mind. Wanda, that's a mental shock wave. Danger. Guan Luo warned in surprise. If Starro's body was present, he might be able to help defend and offset the mental shock wave, but it only has the jellyfish split body here, and at most it can only perform mental scanning, and cannot attack or defend with mental thoughts. Wanda opened her eyes wide, but in the next moment, her petite body was hit hard, and she lost consciousness and fell on Nian. The scarlet chain dimmed, shrank continuously, and returned to an ordinary red cloth. Cheetah looked at Wanda, who was lying nearby, and said coldly, the attack on the mental side is really unsolvable. The White Queen looked proud and did not comment on this. The mental attack is all about strength. Anyone whose mental strength is not as high as hers will be killed instantly. Of course, such a powerful mental shock wave is also a huge loss to the White Queen. It was originally reserved for Superman, but I didn't expect it to be used on a little girl. Chapter 285. Nian turned on the light and walked into the house. When you open your own door. Nian couldn't help but was stunned when he saw a familiar tall figure sitting on the edge of the bed. The sexy black slightly curly hair hangs down from the right shoulder, framing the beautiful and delicate face with a flawless white face. Under the collarbone is a fashionable and thin white gauze top, which wraps around the slender and graceful waist. Below is a black slit uniform skirt. A small section of long legs that were as smooth as ivory peeked out from the skirt. Because the legs were too slender, they could only be placed together diagonally. They also wore a pair of high heels that exposed their white and tender feet. No other decoration was needed from head to toe. It is perfection. Auntie, what are you doing here? You're still wearing outside shoes? Nian asked curiously. Face his words. Diana, who had been in a daze before, came back to her senses. She tilted her head slightly and let down her hair. Her movements were not as dignified and elegant as before, but she looked more cute and adorable than ever before. Cute. This word doesn't suit my aunt. Nian's heart pounded. In other words, he has no ability to resist the person in front of him. It was just his deeper emotions and cherishment of the person in front of him that made him suppress himself. "Auntie, are you feeling unwell?" Nian stepped forward and signaled first, then gently stroked away a few strands of the other person's hair with his hand, and gently placed his palm on his smooth forehead. "The temperature is lower than mine. Wait, am I hot?" Nian put his other hand on his forehead and said in shock. "Is he the one who has the fever?" Diana sat on the bed like a goddess sculpture, silent in the face of his actions. In the middle of her beautiful eyes, there was a little bit of semi-transparent darkness, reflecting the figure of the young man in front of her. "No, no, no," Nian muttered to himself. "How could you get sick? You are. What is it? Why can't Aunt get sick?" Nian felt a little inconsistent again, but before he could think too much, Diana suddenly held his hand and stood up slowly. Diana bent slightly, lowered her head and leaned closer, pressing her forehead against his. Nian opened his eyes little by little. "Feel the warmth coming from your forehead, the scent of violets coming from nearby, and the slightly warm breath." His hands naturally held the waist in front of him, and he could feel the curve of the waistcoat that was flexible without a trace of fat through the fine quality of the clothes. As if imitating the action, Diana also slowly raised her hand to support him. At this moment, Nian suddenly wanted to practice his homework. Wait, tutoring. Such a familiar feeling. Reality. The sixth-floor cabin, inside the bar. Wanda fell unconscious and fell, her petite body in a red cloak sitting on the floor, her hands and little head leaning against Nian, who was still sitting in the chair and sleeping. "How about I take Nian Prince away and leave the other little witch to you?" Leopard Girl Barbara said to the White Queen who stepped forward. "Can?" The White Queen nodded. She looked at Nian lying on the table, hesitated to speak, and finally said, "Don't hurt him." "Why, you also like him?" The Leopard Girl's beautiful eyes flickered, and she said coldly and charmingly. "Didn't you say that she is a very important person to Wonder Woman? He is more valuable alive than dead." "Don't worry, I never wanted to kill him, I just had a taste." The Leopard Girl licked her lips, wild and charming, and couldn't wait to say, "I really want to see what Diana Prince's expression will be after eating it and wiping it clean, and how she can still maintain her aloof and noble deity attitude." Even the White Queen thought this was too perverted, and she was incompatible with Barbara the Leopard Girl. "It's really interesting, though," she thought on second thoughts. "Then I will take my prey first." Leopard Girl stretched out her hand and looked towards Nian in front of her. At this moment, an angry shout came from the side, "Stop!" Leopard Girl suddenly stopped moving, and the White Queen was also stunned. Follow the sound and look. Visible in the bar. A man as strong as a bear stared at the Leopard Girl and the White Queen with angry eyes, holding an empty wine bottle in his hand. Confronted alone with the two villains Leopard Girl and White Queen. Instructor Lot held the wine bottle for about 3 seconds, then suddenly bent over and spat out a bellyful of wine with a "wow" sound. "Don't even think about hurting the child, if you have any questions, come at me." After Instructor Lot finished vomiting, he shook his head drunkenly, stumbled towards Leopard Girl with the empty bottle in hand, holding the empty bottle high as if to smash it. Don't wait for him to take action. The gorgeous diamond dress swayed, and the White Queen suddenly took a step forward and kicked Instructor Lot out. Instructor Lot fell to the ground with the empty bottle, rolled to the ground, and tumbled out of the bar in embarrassment. "You're all drunk, just lie down," the White Queen said calmly. Leopard Girl glanced at the White Queen beside her, her beautiful face as cold as ever. If she had taken action just now, the other party would have been reduced to pieces of meat. "Have a finger in the pie." Leopard Girl snorted coldly and reached out to Nian again. This time, when her hand was about to touch Nian, a creepy feeling surged into the Leopard Girl's heart, making her hair stand up straight, and the leopard tail also automatically turned into a beast and clenched. "Retreat!" The White Queen also screamed. Bang! Nian, to be more precise, it was the Crimson Girl Wanda who was lying on Nian's legs. With the other party's body as the center, a scarlet unknown energy suddenly swept out. Like a scarlet tide burning and surging in the air. The tables, chairs, windows, etc. in the bar were all shattered and wiped out by the scarlet energy, like a shock wave covering the Leopard Girl and the White Queen. The scarlet light enveloped the figures of the two. 1 second later. Bang! 2 female figures flew out of the bar in a panic, and slammed hard on the inner wall of the cabin corridor on the outside side, and their bodies were deeply embedded in the inner wall reinforced with steel plates. Among them, a woman's figure was almost without clothes, with leopard-like patterned fur covering her graceful body, and she was wearing a small silver metal vest that looked like a bulletproof vest. Another female figure. Her whole body was shining with extremely dazzling and gorgeous brilliance, like an artistic body made of diamonds, but the surface of the diamond body was faintly cracked. It hurts. What was that just now? Even vibranium could hardly bear it. Leopard Girl said in surprise. I almost died. If I hadn't turned into a diamond in time, I would have died just now. Even if she turned into a diamond body, the White Queen felt that she was about to crack at that moment, and her whole body was about to fall apart. Not only was it a destructive blow on the material level, but even the soul was deeply engraved with the mark of fear. Chapter 286. Both Leopard Girl and White Queen found it difficult to understand this scene. Obviously, one person fell asleep, and the other person was knocked unconscious by the mental shock wave from the side of his mind, and no longer had any ability to resist independently. Inside the bar, everything was cleared away by the scarlet shock wave, and it was completely empty. The original bar, tables and chairs were gone. On the floor, Nian was sitting on the ground with his head hanging forward, still asleep. Little Red Riding Hood Wanda, who was half lying on him, had indeed lost consciousness. However, at this moment, the silver necklace pendant Wanda wore around her neck shone slightly with scarlet light. And the girl's crimson hair floated upwards, and a destructive crimson energy tide continued to attack her body. In the center, it burned like a flame and impacted an area of 10 meters in radius. This scarlet energy also has the ability to destroy the soul. The White Queen's telepathy attempts extended forward, and they all felt the burning sensation in their heads. What ability is that? Incomprehensible. The Leopard Girl Barbara, who has a vibranium vest, and the White Queen, who has the ability to transform into a diamond, can more intuitively judge the terrifying degree of the scarlet energy. Vibranium and diamonds, when did they become so fragile? What surprised Leopard Girl and White Queen even more? This scarlet energy destroyed everything outwards, but did not cause any harm to the boy next to him. It was just like a hot wind blowing from his clothes. This time, the Leopard Girl and the White Queen recalled at the same time the words the girl just said. Don't touch him. Now, what should I do? The White Queen with a body of diamond broke free from the dented steel plate inner wall and asked in a deep voice. We can't get close to them, not even telepathically. The scarlet energy will destroy everything. What's the hurry? The Leopard Girl licked the blood that overflowed from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the girl in front of her who was constantly glowing with scarlet energy, and said coldly, this level of energy cannot be sustained for long. What we lack is time, the White Queen said. I won't give up. Leopard Girl gritted her teeth and said coldly. If you and I can't even deal with two unconscious targets, then don't mess around anymore. Okay, just wait a minute. The White Queen nodded and took the opportunity to take a breath and repair her cracked diamond body. The two of them were like predators guarding their prey in the tree, watching the surging scarlet from a certain distance outside the bar door. At this time, additional cabin levels. The 8th floor cabin, public hall. There was no sign of anyone at all. Only a red lightning and a silver stream of light could be seen, chasing, colliding, and staggering each other at a speed far exceeding the human dynamic field of vision. Even the red lightning and silver streamers were just residual visual illusions after the two parties moved. When the two collide again. Flash Barry Allen stretched out his hand to push away the short figure wearing silver armor, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. No, this isn't the Speed Force. Is it just that fast? It's incredible. If a body like this had the Speed Force, how fast would it run? Who are you? Can we stop and chat together? I'm tired from running all the time. I'm almost hungry. The silver streamer turned a blind eye to his words and continued to sprint forward, as if competing to see who was faster. In the cabin on the 7th floor. Ah! A low growl sounded. The electronic eyes of a strong black man with a silver-white mechanized body were glowing red, and his hands, feet, and body were all glowing with tail flames, and he was hugging a dark mechanized body tightly. The dark mechanical being was wearing a black cloak, with vibranium muscles bulging, and both the black man and the black man were floating 1 meter low in the sky. Bang! As the dodgy cruise ship continued to sail, the inner wall of the cabin hit the two people, and the two continued to move forward with the confrontation. While they were wrestling, it was forehead to forehead. Blue crystal forehead versus green kryptonite forehead. Two intelligent data ideas that are higher than the local technological level of the Earth collide. Invade each other. Want to hack into the opponent's core database. I want to try it. Is my apocalypse technology stronger, or yours is stronger? Cyborg growled, as if he was the villain. In the cabin on the 5th floor. Tick-tock. A large amount of blood flowed from the katana, staining the bright floor of the cabin red. The man in the tight red leather jacket struggled for a moment, and then his eyes turned white, his body twitched violently, and then he fell helplessly on the red and black armor in front of him. Motionless, as if dead. Deathstroke raised his hand and pushed away the opponent's face that was leaning on his breastplate, pushed the opponent to the ground, pulled out the blood-stained katana, stepped over the body and left. Just took one step. There was a burst of resistance from the ankle of his right foot. Deathstroke looked back and saw Deadpool lying in a pool of blood. Deadpool, who had been dead before, was reaching out to grab his right ankle. I used to call people a waiter, but now I just stab them without saying hello. This is so heartless, cousin, Deadpool said resentfully. Deathstroke didn't say a word, and this time he raised his knife and slashed at the opponent's head. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded. Deadpool was still lying on the floor of the cabin in a pool of blood. However, he quickly pulled out the samurai sword on his back and blocked the slash of Deathstroke without seeing. Hee, not bad, Deadpool was very proud. Puff. The next second. Another samurai sword of Deathstroke nailed Deadpool's head to the floor. In the first cabin. A silver mechanical arm hit a pentagram round shield heavily. Bucky, don't you remember me? I'm Steve. We were comrades who have been through life and death together. The disheveled Winter Soldier's eyes flashed a trace of confusion, and then quickly returned to the emotionless indifference, and punched Captain America in the face with his right hand. Captain America gritted his teeth and continued, remember that, Winter? Boom. Winter Soldier punched again. Captain America's face was red and purple, and he gritted his teeth and said, you fell off the train, and I thought I would never see you again. Snap. 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 Winter Soldier punches continuously. Captain America's mouth was bleeding, and he grinned, you know, I can still fight like this all day. Winter Soldier raised his fist again, but this time, he hesitated to swing it. There were battles on every level of the cabin, extraordinary battles. And in another place. In the room, the lights were off. In the night, a large and a small figure almost overlapped. Nian embraced the perfect existence in front of him, his left palm pressed against the silky sexy black hair, pressed against the back of the head to prevent the other's head from escaping, and tasted the other's temptation and tenderness. This is another kind of battle. Sink, sink. Nian wanted to sink like this, even if he fell straight into the abyss of hell. Chapter 287. Grand Times Cruise Ship. In the third-level cabin. There was a clang. A silver trident weapon fell to the floor. The inch-haired man wearing a black leather armor floated in the low air. His resolute face showed pain, and his body was struggling violently like dehydration and deoxygenation. However, no matter how tightly he closed his mouth and nose, there was still a little bit of moisture in his body. Stripped out of the body. His skin shriveled up quickly, his face turned pale, and he finally lost consciousness and lowered his head. His body lay on the floor of the cabin like a salted fish that had landed. Directly in front of the fallen man. A white and slender palm opened slightly, allowing the extracted water to float on the palm. The red-haired woman waved to the side, and the water ball immediately fell into the ornamental fish pond on the side of the cafe. Namor, you violated the treaty of the Undersea Empire that never invades land, and you are now officially arrested, the law enforcer, the Lord of the Seven Undersea Kingdoms, Mera. The red-haired woman said softly, a powerful and noble aura coming from the graceful the body rises into the sky. Since getting the Trident artifact, Mera feels like her bloodline has awakened, and her ability to control water has become more and more advanced. The ability to control water is originally the nemesis of the underwater people, so this time to hunt down Namor, the son of the powerful former queen of Atlantis, the Empress Mera chose to do it herself. Mera, that's amazing. Not far behind, Susan's seductive little mouth opened slightly in surprise. At this time. Boom. From a corner outside the door of the cabin cafe. A red laser suddenly appeared, causing the temperature in the cabin area to soar suddenly, and hit Mera who was standing in front of Namor. Mera, be careful. Susan screamed in surprise. Her reaction speed was extremely fast. She quickly rushed to Mera's side and opened her hands as if to block the blazing red laser with her body. Susan. Mera's beautiful face changed, but she was quickly stunned. I saw. The red laser that was approaching instantly stopped in front of Susan. Instead of stopping, it was blocked. Blocked by an invisible energy barrier. Susan gritted her teeth and raised her hands forward, maintaining a posture of exerting strength. The red laser bombarded the invisible energy barrier, and the red streamer dissipated along the barrier until the red laser completely disappeared. Susan took a breath, and a drop of sweat slid down her beautiful face. Mera raised her finger, and the drop of sweat stopped at low altitude without falling to the ground. Mara flicked her finger, and the beads of sweat immediately flew out of the cafe like a bullet, and ejected in the direction of the red laser. Around the corner outside the cafe, there was a painful grunt and a crackling sound. The hostile man wearing the high-tech armor of the Dark Undersea Empire covered his chest, borrowed the armor's engine jet to accelerate, and turned around like an undersea bat to flee the scene. It's him. Mara narrowed her beautiful eyes and recognized it at a glance. The other party was obviously the pirate who had traded with Prince Orm. Black Manta Ray. Susan, are you okay? Mara was not in a hurry to chase, and took stock of Susan's situation. It's okay, it's just a little laborious, Susan waved her hand nonchalantly. I didn't expect you to be an extraordinary person, Mara said in surprise. Aren't you the same? Susan smiled. Mara nodded lightly, shook her head again, and said softly, sorry, I didn't tell you before, but I actually come from the Empire world under the sea. Underwater Empire? This. Susan was surprised and was about to say something. But at this moment, the Grand Times cruise ship trembled violently. Although the Great Times Code has been trembling and shaking, this time, Mara and Susan unanimously felt that their hearts were shaken by a scarlet tide like fireflies. The scarlet tide comes from above, seemingly from where the 6th level is. At the same time, in the cabin on the 5th floor, Iron Man and Batman flew up to the left and right, and with a crisp sound, they collided together like bumper balls. One red and one black were like magnets, inseparable. Iron Man turned on the engine and started pulling it with Batman, and said seriously, let me state something in advance, I only like women, well, good-looking women. Shut up, listen to me, I have a way to deal with her. Batman put his hands on Iron Man's head and chest, trying to push him away. More than 10 meters away. The green-haired Lolita's hands and body are filled with a faint green fluorescence, and the magnetism of this cabin area is dominated by her. Lorna wanted to continue to exert pressure and not give the two of them a chance to fight back. Just at this time, the scarlet energy fluctuations from the upper levels shook her heart. Brother, sister. Lorna murmured to herself, her light green eyes regaining some clarity. She ignored the two of them, turned around and left. In the cabin on the 10th floor, Supergirl and Spider-Woman stood side by side, facing off against the Enchantress, who was wearing a gray and black cloak and had skin as pale and bloodless as the dead. Supergirl Kara naturally tried to attack the opponent. After all, Kryptonians on Earth are never afraid of fights. However, the opponent has the ability to teleport. Every time he attacks the opponent will teleport directly to another part of the cabin. Coupled with the opponent's strange witchcraft and spiritual attacks, it is very difficult. However, she is not alone. Kara and Gwen looked at each other, and their cooperation became more and more tacit. They knew each other's thoughts with just one look. Next, cooperate better and you can take down the opponent. Although it is the first time to join forces, Supergirl and Spider-Woman both have this confidence. Just as Supergirl was about to take action again as the main attacker, her body suddenly stiffened, and she and Spider-Woman looked down at the deck they were stepping on. Coming from the cabin below, this subtle yet familiar feeling is. In the cabin on the 6th floor. Harry, I'm so hungry. The 2-meter-tall, shark-shaped being patted its white belly, like beating a drum, and its sharp and terrifying teeth began to grind from side to side like saw teeth. Walking with it, a girl with twin tails and heavy clown makeup on her pretty face responded, didn't you just eat it at the banquet? But, I'm just hungry. Be patient, Nanawi, you can eat when you find Superman. He's too hard to eat. I didn't let you eat him. Harley Quinn takes Nanawi, the Shark King, to explore around. She has no interest in fighting with other supernatural beings. She will be invited on board the ship, hoping to take this opportunity to find Superman. You put a mark on someone and treat them like a pet. You must find that bastard. In short, I'm just unhappy. Not angry. We must find him and ask him clearly. Harley Quinn also began to grind her teeth. At this time, bang. From the other end of the 6th floor cabin. A scarlet energy tide spreads in the air inside the cabin, like a burning fire reaching here. It's so hot, Nanawi stuck out his tongue. What happened in front? Harley Quinn opened her eyes wide in confusion. Chapter 288. At this time, the 6th floor cabin. Bar. The leopard girl, who was wearing a vibranium vest and transformed into a human-shaped female leopard, and the White Queen, who was wearing a long dress and transformed into diamonds, were standing at the door in a daze. From inside the bar, wave after wave of scarlet energy surges out like the tide of the sea, without any sign of stopping. Damn it, why don't you stop? Where does that little girl get such huge energy and power? She took off all her clothes. She is wearing something strange, the cloak that can protect itself, the red chain that bound you. The White Queen said helplessly, why don't you give up? No, the prey is already at your mouth, how can you give up? Leopard Girl was so angry that she was shaking all over. If she gave up, she would probably remember it for 10 years. Even when I wake up every night, I will think of today's failure. But if this tide of scarlet energy doesn't stop, we can't even get close. The White Queen sighed. Even vibranium and diamond bodies can't resist it, who dares to go in? Whoever enters will die. Just thinking of this. The eyes of Leopard Girl and White Queen suddenly froze, and they stared at a place in the bar. There, besides Nian and Wanda, the master and servant who were already staying there, another figure suddenly appeared. A graceful and sexy female figure. Since he was facing the door, his face could not be seen clearly. The other party was wearing a black cloak, had thick and sexy long black hair, and was also dressed in black. The upper body is made of gauze with sparse fabrics, revealing her graceful and delicate shoulders and voluptuous waist. The fabric on the lower body is even sparser, with only a black cloth belt hanging from the middle belt, and two slender and attractive legs exposed to the air without any concealment. To the shock of Leopard Girl and White Queen, neither the former's beastly instinct nor the latter's telepathy noticed how the other party appeared at the scene. And there is. The woman in black ignored the scarlet tide that filled the cabin bar, step by step, and slowly approached Wanda, the source of energy, and the sleeping Nian. Who is she? Leopard Girl looked at the White Queen quickly with a look of shock. The White Queen also looked shocked and responded, I don't know, I have never seen her, she is not one of our members. The woman in black ignored the scarlet energy tide and came close to the girl and boy who were sitting next to each other. Her face seemed to be covered by a layer of black mist with a smile, finally, I found you. Is it out of control? The woman in black glanced at the crimson girl next to her. Visible. The crimson girl's face was slightly pale, and not only the silver necklace pendant worn around her neck was shining with scarlet luster. Along with her petite body, a faint crimson light was also emerging. It's not time to wake up yet. The woman in black raised the white palm of her left hand and stretched out a finger. The ominous black mist aura surged and rolled slightly. The scarlet light on the silver necklace pendant dimmed. What was also bleak was the crimson girl. Even her usually gorgeous crimson hair looked a little gray, and her face was as pale as a serious illness. The scarlet energy tide in the bar stopped. Outside the bar, the White Queen instinctively took a step back, fearful in her heart. Beside, Leopard Girl gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and took a step forward. Barbara. The White Queen wanted to stop her. That's my prey. My prey. The Leopard Girl took another step unwillingly, her eyes flashed with crazy wild eyes, and she shouted at the woman in black inside. Like a female leopard protecting her food. If you were rational, you would probably have given up long ago when faced with this situation. But she is a leopard girl. Wild leopard girl. Your prey. Facing Leopard Girl's demonstration, the woman in black paused for a moment and then slowly turned around. This moment, the eyes of Leopard Girl and White Queen were dull. It was an extremely charming and perfect face. Even the two of them considered themselves beauties, but they still found each other breathtakingly beautiful. For such a beautiful and charming perfect existence, I am willing to die even if I die. Their hearts stopped suddenly, as if they were witnessing death. No. This is wrong. The White Queen exited the diamond body, blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, but she used mental shock to her own soul. The Leopard Girl, on the other hand, was still looking at the other person's face. Barbara. The White Queen used telepathy and shouted the Leopard Girl's name. The Leopard Girl was shaken all over. Her sharp claws sank into her palms, and blood dripped on the floor. She regained consciousness for a moment with the severe pain. Despite this, both of them closed their eyes, not daring to look at each other's face, and kept walking backwards until their backs hit the wall. But the other person's face was still burned into his mind, unable to be forgotten, and a faint aura of death lingered around the two of them. Death comes, extraordinary retreat. He belongs exclusively to death. The woman in black paid no attention to Leopard Girl and White Queen, and her eyes fell back on Nian, who was still sleeping. Die quickly, die quickly. My love, I have been waiting for you for a long, long time. Even the voice is so haunting that it makes people cry. The woman in black knelt down slightly and touched the boy's face with her palm. Ignore the man of steel. The area of Nian's face that was touched was stained with deathly gray. Yes, that's it, good boy. We will be together forever, and no one can separate us. The woman in black smiled on her hazy face, and her palm gently stroked down along his face. The boy's lips also turned pale, and her hand slid from his chin to his neck. Snap! Without any warning. A hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, and on that hand, there was a silver bracelet shining with divine light. What are you doing? An angry voice appeared in the bar. Outside the bar, hearing this familiar voice, the DNA of the leopard girl moved again. You are finally here. Leopard girl Barbara was relieved. One of the hunting rules of the leopard girl is that since she can't get the prey today, she can't let others take the prey away. The woman in black raised her eyes. A head of sexy black shawl hair fluttered wildly. The silver crown on her forehead flashed with honor, and underneath was a beautiful face as delicate as a sculpture. She wore a wild and domineering armor skirt, and her muscle curves without a trace of fat emerged. The black-haired woman who suddenly appeared carried an ancient shield on her back, holding a silver sword in her left hand, and holding the wrist of the woman in black with her right hand. Behind her, there was also a woman dressed like a magician. Oh! The descendant of the Earth God system. The black-clothed woman's face remained unchanged, and she smiled faintly. You can live almost forever, do you want to die now? Don't touch him. Diana said coldly, looking at her fearlessly, and moved her hand away. At the same time, Diana's right hand holding the other's wrist quickly turned gray, and the golden divine light surged on her body to wash away and fight. Swish! The sword of the god of fire swung and chopped at the other's head. Chapter 289. In the cabin on the 5th floor. The fierce fighting stopped, and the cabin floor was stained red with the blood of 3 people, with sword marks and bullet holes everywhere. In the only place without blood stains, Deadpool and Deathstroke sat cross-legged on the ground, sitting opposite each other, with 2 samurai swords on their knees. Deadpool took off his hood, revealing a bumpy and severely disfigured face, but his hair was still all black, looking younger than Deathstroke. Deathstroke's temples were gray, his resolute face was very vicissitudes, and he wore a monocular on his right eye. Isn't that right, cousin? We are all workers, there is no need to fight and kill desperately. You will join the Avengers, I didn't expect this, you don't really want to be a hero? Deathstroke stared at each other indifferently with his left eye, and the blade of the samurai's sword was still dripping with blood quietly. No way. Deadpool casually spread his hands, the other party gave a lot of money, besides, superheroes are really good. Bang, bang. The passengers in a cabin on the 5th floor all hid in the cabin suite. At this time, in the empty public area, expensive tables, chairs, decorations, lamps, and ornamental artworks, etc. all were thrown to the ground, and the cabin was in a mess. The Great Era cruise ship, which was extremely stable in the face of the strong winds and waves of the sea, was shaking and vibrating violently like a paper boat at this moment. And the shaking and vibration of the cruise ship was still intensifying, so that there was a false feeling that the hull was about to collapse. It seems that there is a big problem on the upper and lower floors of the ship. Death Bell raised his eyes, then lowered his head, and looked at the ceiling and deck of the 5th floor cabin respectively. Let's stay here. Well, it's good, it would be even better if there were 2 more model girls. Deadpool smiled and seemed to be relaxed casually, but his eyes were still fixed on Death Bell. Deathstroke remained silent, and continued to sit with Deadpool on the deck of the cabin that was sometimes tilted and sometimes tossed. The other end of the 5th floor cabin. Iron Man and Batman originally wanted to catch up with the green-haired girl and go to the 6th floor cabin, but a low roar happened to come from the next floor. No, it was 2 overlapping low roars. That was definitely not a sound that humans or beasts could shout out. It was deafening through a cabin, and the sound of the iron battle suit on the body was slightly vibrating and reverberating. The Doctor in your alliance. Batman wore a bat mask as black as the night, revealing only his deep eyes, mouth, and jaw, and looked sideways at Iron Man beside him. It's him, no doubt. Iron Man nodded. Boom. With the rumbling sound like thunder in the lower floor, the entire Great Era was shaken. This noise, I'm afraid it didn't penetrate the ship. Normal operation, Iron Man was a little embarrassed. The previous aircraft carrier almost lost an aircraft. We can't let him continue like this ship has tens of thousands of people, Batman said in a deep voice. Okay. Iron Man felt that he had returned to the familiar daily routine of the Avengers. Subdue the Hulk. At this time, the 4th floor cabin. The damage area of the public area here is more serious than any other cabin. Countless steel-reinforced inner walls were penetrated, leaving a terrifying gap of more than 2 meters long and wide. The cabin deck was as bumpy as Deadpool's face. The passengers in this cabin had already evacuated to the upper or lower floors. The result. On an inner deck of the fourth floor cabin, the sound of the double roar just now was vaguely echoing here, but there was no trace of the enemy. A huge hole was left on the floor, leading directly to the lower floor. In the third floor cabin, a giant green monster with anger lingering around it wrestled with a giant monster of similar size but completely red. They fell from the fourth floor cabin with a roar and smashed into the double room on the third floor cabin, scaring a couple hiding in the bed half to death. Their every move carried a terrifying force of destruction, and the inner walls and decks, which were basically made of steel, were like paper, breaking at the first collision. One green and one red wrestled fiercely with each other, and soon penetrated the deck of the third floor cabin again, and continued to fall to the cabin below. Their physique alone was the first step of the extraordinary, and when they wrestled with each other, they didn't care about the passengers on the ship like others. Boom boom boom. The reinforced decks of the Great Era cruise ship were penetrated one after another. At this time, in the first floor cabin. Vibranium round shield against metal arm. Captain America and the Winter Soldier confronted each other, and under Captain America's words, the eyes of the Winter Soldier under his scattered hair shone slightly, and the raised fist did not hit it. "Bucky, you remember?" "Right." Captain America said excitedly despite his injuries. Just then, there was a bang. The Hulk and the Red Giant, who were fighting with each other, hit the cabin deck next to the two of them from the upper cabin like a meteorite. "Banner? Who is the other one?" Captain America looked at the twin-like giants in shock, and the Winter Soldier seized the opportunity and kicked Captain America hard, kicking him a few meters away, and then turned around and left without looking back. "Bucky." Captain America hurriedly climbed up from the ground and watched the Winter Soldier disappear around the corner of the cabin. He gritted his teeth and did not choose to catch up, but rushed towards the Hulk and Red Giant. If these two big guys continue to fight, the ship will be completely penetrated. However, Captain America, who had just rushed towards the giant battle with a round shield, flew back quickly in the next second. The vibranium buckler in his hand almost fell off, and his back hit the inner wall more than 10 meters away. "Is there anyone? We need support here on the first floor." "Coming, coming." A red metal figure dragged the tail flame and quickly flew in from outside the first deck. Behind him, there is a dark figure pulling the bat steel cable with one hand to explore the claws. "One for each person," Iron Man suggested as he watched the two giants fighting madly and causing all kinds of damage to the cabin. "No problem." Batman's boots landed on the first floor cabin deck. "Banner, it's time to go to sleep." Iron Man flew forward and fired a cannon from the palm engine, hitting the Hulk on the back. The Hulk, who was rubbing the Red Giant on the deck, suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the floating Iron Man with anger. "Beat up teammates." The Hulk abandoned the Red Giant who was pressed into the deck, suddenly stood up and rushed towards Iron Man violently. "Big guy, I was wrong." As Iron Man spoke, he suddenly increased his speed, and the tail flames of the nanosuit erupted, leading the Hulk to fly out of the window of the Great Era. Bite! The batarang hit the Red Giant lying on the deck. The damage was not high, but it was extremely insulting. Batman incidentally fired the grapple gun with the Bat's grapple gun, intending to lead the Red Giant to the other side of the epic cruise ship. What I didn't expect was. The Red Giant stood up, glanced at Batman coldly, and then suddenly accelerated to chase the Hulk who was led away. Batman quickly realizes something. This guy, unlike the Hulk, has normal thinking. Outside the Grand Times cruise ship, there is naturally the vast sea under the night sky. "Call out." A red metal figure flew out of it, speeding up into the night sky. Subsequently, accompanied by a low roar, the Hulk rushed out of the cabin in pursuit, started with amazing jumping power, and jumped high into the sky at Iron Man. At the critical moment, the red cape moved in pursuit, passing by Iron Man. Facing the menacing and angry Hulk, the tall being raised his hand and punched him. As the hurricane and the air exploded, the Hulk smashed into the sea like a meteorite, just like a depth bomb, and the seawater was splashed dozens of meters high. Roar! The Red Giant also jumped out of the cabin. Another punch from the tall being. The Red Giant suddenly flew towards the distant sea like a stream of light. "Good guy," Iron Man exclaimed. "How's the situation inside?" Superman stood above the sea like a god facing the night wind, and asked the stopped Iron Man. Because lead is added to the deck and interior walls of the Grand Times cruise ship, even X-rays cannot see what's going on inside the ship. Just listen. Superman only knew that there was fighting on every level inside, but now the people were gathering inside the 6th level cabin for unknown reasons. "It's not bad, but it's not good either. We have to stop the cruise ship, and it's best to return to port," Iron Man responded quickly. I'll try, Superman nodded. What are you trying? Iron Man thought Superman didn't know yet that the cruise ship's intelligent protection system was too advanced and would be difficult to break through in a short while. Superman didn't reply and flew directly towards the bottom of the super-large cruise ship. Soon, the Man of Steel understood what Superman was trying to do. The other party wanted to try and carry the boat back. Inside the first cabin. Hello. Captain America stood up holding a vibranium buckler against the wall and said hello to Batman who was approaching. Are you okay? Batman nodded and asked politely. It's okay, I can continue to fight. Captain America wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. He took a few steps forward and suddenly found that the deck next to him was dented. However, the fight between the Hulk and the Red Giant had penetrated the deck of the first cabin. What's this? Captain America walked to the edge of the hole in the deck and was stunned when he looked down. His eyes reflected the faint green light of the bottom cabin of the cruise ship. Batman stepped forward quickly and came to Captain America's shoulder. He looked down with his deep eyes and immediately recognized the things hidden in the bottom of the cruise ship. After all, he is too familiar with this thing. That's kryptonite. A small piece of his Batcave still remains. But in the bottom compartment of the cruise ship, there is a whole warehouse of green glowing kryptonite. Batman suspected for a moment that he had seen it wrong. This green crystal is constantly expanding. Captain America said in shock. Batman took another look and noticed it too. These kryptonites are not piled up piecemeal, but are integrated into one body, forming a mountain of kryptonite crystals. And this kryptonite mountain hidden in the bottom of the super-large luxury cruise ship is in a state of constant expansion, and the stiff and sharp outer layer of kryptonite is constantly pushing out the inner wall of the bottom. Broken. Batman and Captain America had the same thought in their minds at the same time. The cruise ship is going to sink. Chapter 290. Big Times Code, in a hidden cabin somewhere. Lex Luthor closed his eyes, raised his face toward the ceiling, and slumped on the leather sofa. He was the only one in the room. But suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the room, your plan has reached the final step. As expected, Lex Luthor said softly without opening his eyes. You will fail, the cold voice continued. It's not over yet, who knows whether it will be failure or success. Lex Luthor's expression remained unchanged. The cold voice continued without emotion. Then let's wait and see, but I've already said, if you fail, I want your brain. Inside the cabin on the 6th floor, in the bar. The Vulcan sword suddenly stopped in midair. Under the blade of the divine weapon that could cut molecules, a white hand pinched the blade of the sword with its fingertips. Nice sword. The woman in black held the Vulcan sword between her right fingers and looked at the sword, which was as smooth as a mirror, and the cold blade reflected her own face. Diana's sword attack was unexpectedly received so easily. The leopard girl watching this scene not far away was shocked. But Wonder Woman Diana's cold face was like the sword of God, without wavering at all, at the moment when the strike of the sword of Vulcan was blocked. She immediately let go of the hilt of the divine sword with her left hand, grabbed the sword at her waist, drew the sword and slashed at the opponent's waist again. Changing the sword and then slashing, it was as if it had been practiced thousands of times, extremely smooth. The woman in black's eyes flashed with approval, and she suddenly broke away from Wonder Woman and grabbed her left hand, throwing Wonder Woman away with her sword. Wonder Woman did indeed fly away. But the sword attack still came down. Her sword-equipped swing slashed down an extremely brilliant rainbow beam of light. The rainbow light beam enveloped the woman in black, leading her upwards, ignoring the existence of the cabin ceiling. The brilliant rainbow light beam instantly shuttled across the boundless night sky above the Great Era, and swept into the depths of the universe. At the same time, Wonder Woman held the golden sword and slammed into the interior wall of the bar. The thickened steel plate dented the interior wall into a human shape. Rainbow? What was that just now? The White Queen, who was watching the battle outside, couldn't understand. She has become stronger too. Leopard Girl clenched her fists and said in a deep voice. He was attacked by a raven, badly. Zatanna, who appeared in the cabin bar with Wonder Woman, looked at the sleeping boy and said. Can you wake him up? Wonder Woman broke free from the inner wall, looked at the boy with eyes full of concern, and asked quickly. I can't tell, he sank too deep into the raven's dream. Zatanna frowned and said, I'll try my best. Please. Wonder Woman exhaled, and then looked down at her right hand, only to see the palm that had just grasped the wrist of the woman in black. At this time, there was a faint smell of black mist remaining in the 5 fingers, and they were so weak that it was difficult to make a fist. And this breath, which symbolizes death, is attacking up the arm. Buzz. The bracelet on Wonder Woman's right wrist, the protective silver bracelet shone brightly, and her divine power barely suppressed the spread of death. But, at this moment, everyone inside and outside the bar had chills running down their spines. A black shadow appeared in front of Nian, turning from virtual to real. Wonder Woman's face was extremely solemn, and she clenched the golden sword in her left hand. The woman in black who reappeared looked at Wonder Woman and the sword in her hand, and smiled lightly. Asgard's craft sword, you know you can't beat me, so you want to teleport me to other areas of the universe. He even gave up his own weapon, he was really decisive. The woman in black threw the Vulcan sword to the ground. Get back quickly. At this time, Zatanna shouted at the woman in black. At her words, the woman in black took half a step back and then stopped. Zatanna's beautiful eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. I'm a little surprised to hear whispers here, the woman in black said softly, but still didn't take it seriously. You all want death, too bad, all I want today is him. The woman in black stretched out her hand and touched the sleeping boy's forehead with her fingers. Stop. Don't touch him. Two sweet and cold female voices sounded outside the bar door. Mara and Susan, who had just arrived at the scene, took action at the same time, hitting the black-haired woman with water droplets and mental thoughts like bullets. Buzz. The black mist surging around the woman in black blocked the water droplets and mental thoughts. Mara and Susan stepped forward at the same time, rushing into the bar, and their eyes fell on the sleeping boy. The woman in black turned around and said in surprise. The descendants of the royal family of the Atlantis civilization, and the awakened ones who have been baptized by the mysteries of the universe. Bang! The ceiling of the bar suddenly broke open. This time, the woman in black took the initiative to take a step back. A female figure with a red cloak on her shoulders fell from above and stood in front of the boy. There is also a petite figure in a black and white tight-fitting spider uniform falling behind the boy. He's not yours. Supergirl Kara clenched her fists hard and spoke in unison with Spider-Woman Gwen behind her. Kryptonians, and Earth's mutants, the woman in black's eyes became more and more surprised. Zitsy. The lights in the upper cabin of the bar went out, and a being between a witch and a ghost peeked at the woman in black and the black-haired boy through the hole in the ceiling. It was the witch who was chasing Supergirl and Spider-Woman. The dead eyes finally fell on the boy. The witch's eyes flashed with inexplicable emotional fluctuations. She recognized that she had met Nian in the Gotham bar before. No, it was not her who recognized him. But Jun Myun recognized him. A trace of clarity flashed across the witch's indifferent eyes, and then several lights in a bar on the 6th floor cabin went out. Do people from other dimensions want to get involved? The woman in black smiled. If you want to count me as someone who got involved, please count me as well. The leopard woman outside the door was immediately dissatisfied. She showed her sharp cheetah claws with both hands, and her tail kept swinging behind her, stepping into the bar step by step. The White Queen gritted her teeth and followed the leopard woman forward. As a result, a green-haired girl walked directly between the two of them, and stepped into the bar first with a momentum that did not match her young age. I'm protecting him. Lorna said coldly. Outside the bar, at the corner of the cabin. It appears, the smell of the boss. The fat and strong shark-like existence twitched its nose, and its cute little eyes looked towards the bar. Really? The girl with twin ponytails immediately quickened her pace without hesitation. She stepped into the bar and found that it was already full of extraordinary people of the opposite sex. Wonder Woman, Zatanna, Supergirl, Spider-Woman, Invisible Woman, Poseidon, Cheetah, White Queen, Enchantress, Polaris, Wanda. Chapter 291. Outside the Great Times cruise ship. Superman, wearing a red cape and a blue Krypton suit, flew down at high speed and submerged into the sea, causing a splash. Iron Man also flew down, looking for traces of the Hulk who had just been shot down into the sea by Superman. Below the sea surface, Superman clenched his hands into fists in front of him, flying freely through the turbid water. He came to the middle bottom of the Great Times cruise ship. Opened his hands and touched the outer metal coating on the bottom of the cruise ship, and the Superman force field naturally wrapped the lower end of the cruise ship like a layer of energy coating. Without Superman's force field, he would have broken through the outer layer of the cruise ship. However, he didn't wait for him to exert his strength. There were sudden clicking sounds from everywhere at the bottom of the cabin of the Grand Era cruise ship. Superman opened his eyes wide in shock and saw shocking cracks bursting out on the bottom of the cruise ship. From the cracks, beams of dazzling green light were projected, illuminating half of the sea below. This is kryptonite. Just under the irradiation of kryptonite, Superman's body instinctively feels strong discomfort. Click, click, click. The steel plate-reinforced shell of the cruise ship's bottom was completely opened, revealing the tip of the iceberg of the huge green crystal inside. That is a very large kryptonite mountain, and it is still expanding. In the moment when the bottom of the cruise ship was burst, the seawater poured in and the waves surged. The entire cruise ship and the kryptonite mountains loaded in the bottom compartment roared and sank to the dark seabed. Push Superman down at the bottom of the cabin. The ship is sinking. Buzz. The Great Times sank more than 30 meters into the sea at once, and the sea area centered on it immediately formed a giant whirlpool, and the boundless sea water first poured into the first cabin deck. For a moment, the crew and passengers in the first cabin screamed again and again. Come out quickly and go to the upper cabin. The water poured and was already waist deep. Captain America kept opening the doors of some rooms and guiding the passengers on the first floor to evacuate to the upper floor. It's too late, the ship sank too fast. Batman, who was also in the cabin on the first floor, looked around and whispered quickly, "Afu, send the Bat fighter over here." The words just fell. Gurgling. The water pouring in completely flooded the cabin on the first floor, and in less than 3 seconds, the cabins on the second and third floors were flooded one after another. In this moment of life and death crisis, the water that flooded the cabin suddenly flowed out. Some passengers who were almost drowned gasped for air and hugged the pillars and railings of the cabin to avoid being washed out of the deck by the seawater. It's not the seawater that's draining away. Batman, who was soaked all over, looked outside the deck and quickly realized something. The Grand Times cruise ship is rising and resurfaces on the sea. Those who can do this. Clark, Batman muttered. At this time, the Great Times sign slowly rises from the sea, and the waves are rolling. The kryptonite mountain that broke through the bottom of the cruise ship and poked out its outline has replaced the bottom of the cabin, almost becoming a whole with the entire Great Times cruise ship one by one. Now, when the cruise ship breaks away from the sea, compared with the ultra-large cruise ship that is far larger than the size of the aircraft carrier, a figure as small as a bean appears at the bottom of the cruise ship. In this dark and cold night, the man is like the sun, holding the bottom of the kryptonite mountain with both hands, flying up and out of the sea. Superman gritted his teeth. Pain and paleness appeared on his resolute face. Kryptonite with water chestnut horns and flashing green light penetrated deeply into the palms of his hands, and bright red blood flowed down from the bulging muscles of his arms. If we had followed the past situation and faced the situation with kryptonite, I am afraid that Superman would have lost his superpowers long ago. However, now it was like he was awakening, forcing him to barely hold on. Because Superman knows that he can't let go. Once you let go, all the passengers on the boat will be in ruins. The seventh cabin. Cyborg and Black Vision touched each other hand to hand and forehead to forehead for an unknown amount of time. At this time, with a bang sound, the two who had been wrestling with strength, firing technology, and invading smart data at the same time retreated separately. Their bodies were flashing with electricity, and they fell limply on the inner wall of the cabin behind them. It's like a tie. Cyborg climbed up with difficulty. His brain was already overloaded and he would be unable to move for a while. But during the smart data invasion just now, Cyborg obtained a very important piece of information from Black Vision's smart database. "Bruce, are you there?" Cyborg opened the team channel. "How's the situation over there?" In the cabin on the first floor, Batman asked quickly after hearing Cyborg's call. "I'm fine," Cyborg said in a deep voice. "Bruce, go and confirm Superman's situation. The robot named Vision that is against me was specially made to kill Superman." It should be said that the opponent led us on board from the beginning. There is only one ultimate goal, and that is to kill the resurrected Superman in front of us. That's true. Batman's eyes flashed coldly. From the beginning, a layer of lead was added to the outer shell and interior walls of the cruise ship to limit Superman's perspective ability in order to hide the kryptonite crystals in the bottom compartment. Everything is connected. The other party has not only built one of this kind of robot named Vision. There is also a second one. What? Batman's pupils shrank, which he really didn't expect. Awakening, enduring the invasion and weakening of kryptonite, Superman tried his best to hold up the kryptonite mountains with both hands, and flew the Grand Era cruise ship into the air. Call out. A white shadow flashed, flew below the super-large cruise ship, and hovered directly in front of Superman. Caught in Superman's eyes. It is a mechanical appearance that is exactly the same as that of Black Vision, except that the whole vibranium body is coated in white, and the forehead is also inlaid with a dark green kryptonite forehead ornament. White Vision's emotionless electronic eyes scanned Superman, and after confirming that he was the target, he quickly raised his right hand, and a sharp spear weapon made of kryptonite appeared in his palm. At this time, Superman could not even lift the Kryptonite mountains without relying on his extraordinary will. Let alone using his heat vision, he could not even lift his feet up. Once you let go, the great times will plummet to the bottom of the sea. Superman could only watch helplessly as the opponent swung a kryptonite-tipped spear and stabbed him in the chest. At the critical moment. Snap! The kryptonite-tipped spear was firmly held by a red iron hand that reached over from the side. Bai Huanying looked sideways. I saw Iron Man hovering next to Superman, holding the unconscious Dr. Banner with one hand, and holding the tip of the spear firmly with the other hand. The guy behind the scenes who created you hacked into the database of the Avengers headquarters, right? Iron Man's metal eye sockets overflowed with white light, and the nanocannon behind his back was quickly assembled, and the charged muzzle was aimed at White Vision. Jarvis, fire. Chapter 292. In a familiar room. Loveless hugs and kisses. Nian and the perfect black-haired woman fell down, leaning down with a greedy and sinking attitude, and tasted the violet-scented moistness along the delicate collarbone of the neck. Falling downward. Even if it's hell, it doesn't matter, right? The black-haired woman's eyes were also blurred, and the body of the god glowed with a faint pink light. She did not stop the young man from making too many movements, and even hoped that the other party's movements would be more intense. But a big hand suddenly grabbed the neck that was as slender and perfect as a handicraft. The black-haired woman lying on the bed opened her beautiful and puzzled eyes and met Nian's eyes with restraint and disgust. Why disgust? Isn't this what the other person desires most in his dream and heart? The brunette couldn't understand. Who are you? Nian said angrily, why are you dressing up like your aunt? Didn't you make me change? How did you recognize her? I know she is exactly the same. Because you are not an aunt. Nian's eyes were already clear. No particular reason. Just because you are not Aunt Diana, no matter how much you look like her, even if everything is in line with his understanding of your aunt. But you are not my aunt after all, so Nian can recognize you. However, Nian will only feel angry when she becomes her aunt and caters to her. This anger is enough to burn a stable dream. Such a simple sentence. It was difficult to understand and filled with deep jealousy that caused the brunette to break through her defenses in an instant. It's jealous of Diana. Yaya. The black-haired woman under Nian suddenly disappeared and turned into several ravens, flying away like an illusion. So, is this all a dream? Nian muttered to himself, looking at the raven's black feather falling on his palm. As he realized this, the familiar scene in the room began to blur away. He is about to wake up from his dream. Nian realizes this very clearly. The 6th floor cabin, inside the bar. Wonder Woman Diana is holding a golden sword with a raised cold eyebrow, Zatanna is wearing a magician outfit and holding a magic staff. Superwoman Kara is wearing a black and white hooded tight-fitting suit with bright blonde hair and a red cape. Spider-Woman Gwen. Susan, the invisible heroine dressed as a cross between a model and a secretary, Mara, the queen of Poseidon, with silky waist-length red hair, Leopard Girl. Who wears a vibranium vest and transforms into a beast, and the White Queen, whose body turns into diamonds, like a disembodied ghost, the witch in the lights-out zone, Polaris Lorna, who is young but domineering enough. Plus Nanaue, the Shark King who finally stepped inside, and Harley Quinn. Not counting the Crimson Maid Wanda who fell to the ground unconscious. With the sleeping Nian as the center, the place was almost full of people. You all want to fight with me? The woman in black who exuded an ominous aura smiled lightly. To this. Wonder Woman raised the golden sword and tried to chop it down. Zatanna's lips parted slightly as she whispered. Supergirl raised her clenched fists high, and Spider-Woman flipped her wrists to prepare to launch Special Spider Silk. Susan closed her eyes, opened her hands to operate the force field, Mara grasped slightly with her fingers, and the drinks in the bar began to flow. The Leopard Girl stretched out her vibranium claws that shone with cold light, and the White Queen concentrated her telepathic attacks. The Witch Wuxian's dead eyes extinguished light, Lorna's small hands glowed with green fluorescence, and all the metal products in the bar, even the Vulcan sword on the ground, were vibrating. Even though Nanaue and Harley Quinn didn't know the situation, they could still feel the extremely powerful presence of the woman in black on the field. The former grinded his teeth as usual, while the latter touched the gun with his hips raised. When the war is about to break out. Stop it. A calm voice suddenly sounded in the bar. All the extraordinary beings on the field were stunned and looked at one place. It could be seen that the young man sitting on the ground suddenly opened his clear and bright eyes. The moment Nian woke up, he knew everything that happened around him. After all, his body has been awake, and the spider sense continues to collect information, but his soul fell into a dream and is now awake. Nian nodded with the many acquaintances who cast concerned glances at him, and looked up at the woman in black standing in front of him. Death, I want to make a deal with you. Oh. The woman in black didn't expect that the boy knew her identity all of a sudden, which made her want him even more. She showed a mysterious smile. What deal? Nian said calmly, you leave here immediately. From now on, you are not allowed to set foot on the earth again. What if I don't? Death smiled. Nian said bluntly, I will let the raven devour my soul immediately. Nian. Wonder Woman, Supergirl, Spider-Woman and others all changed their colors. The smile on Death's face faded and he stared straight at Nian. The raven is still on me, you know. Nian said in a deep voice, if my soul is gone, even if I die, I won't be able to go to the world after death, right? Death was silent, as if thinking. Nian clenched his fists. He was just talking. Who would risk his soul? What he was betting on was the empty-handed strategy. Bet on Death giving in. Otherwise, let's work hard on our own. A few seconds later. Forget it. Death shook his head and said with a smile, I agree to your deal, in the name of the God of creation. Most of the extraordinary people on the field were stunned, as if they did not expect that Death would make such a big concession. Or is the other party afraid of them and looking for a way out? At this time. Whoosh! Wonder Woman drew her sword, and the golden sword quickly pierced through the other party's body like a flash of lightning. No, the sword did not hit the entity, but passed through Death's body that seemed to be non-existent. There is no rush for this moment. Death's mouth corners rose happily, her graceful and charming body was like mist, no longer substantial, and was fading away little by little. Death ignored Wonder Woman who waved her sword at her, glanced at everyone on the field, and said as if declaring sovereignty, you only have a few days at most, and he and I will stay together forever. As soon as the voice fell, Death dissipated in the air of the cabin bar like a black mist, and the ominous breath disappeared with it. After the other party left, Leopard Woman and White Queen both breathed a sigh of relief. They both had a strong premonition just now. If they really fought together, even if they could keep the other party here, at least half of them would be killed or injured. No matter what. The other party gave in and evacuated, and no one was lost. This is the best result. However, Wonder Woman, Superman and others did not show any relief. She said a few days, what does that mean? Spider-Woman took off her hood, revealing Gwen's delicate little face full of worry, and asked Nian on the ground urgently. She also asked the voice of many people on the field. It's okay. Nian's face was a little pale, he showed a sunny smile, and smiled nonchalantly. I'm glad you're okay. Chapter 293. What do you mean we are fine? What about you? Gwen's eyes were filled with mist under the spider sense, she always felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Superwoman Kara subconsciously used Excite. After scanning Nian's body, her sweet and delicate face turned pale, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Kara, what did you see? Spider-Woman suppressed her emotions and quickly looked at Superwoman beside her. What did you see in your scan? Tell me. Senior. Kara opened her mouth, but felt her throat was choked and she couldn't speak. Okay, I'm fine. Nian got up from the ground holding Wanda and touched Gwen's gentle golden short hair. Under the attention of many extraordinary people on the field, he first looked at the tall figure beside him. Wonder Woman Diana. Aunt. Nian called softly in his heart, and a smile naturally appeared on the corner of his mouth. Aunt, you are here. Sorry, I didn't tell you in advance that I was on the boat, I will reflect on it after I go home. Before he finished speaking, Wonder Woman put the golden sword into the scabbard of the sword on her waist, put the sword of the God of Fire back on her back, and then stepped forward to embrace Nian who was holding Wanda in her arms. Well, this is the real aunt. Nian thought so while smelling the subtle fragrance of violets. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Wonder Woman suddenly held his face, lowered her head with a silver crown, and her perfect face came into view. A little bit of excellent warmth spread on the lips, and something more fragrant and soft was sent over. The extraordinary people on the field were all stunned. Diana. I knew you must have cheated. Cheetah's eyes were full of anger, thinking that Wonder Woman was declaring sovereignty. Gwen and Kara were stunned at first, but then their eyes showed anticipation, and their fists were clenched secretly. Under the gaze of everyone, a subtle sound of water sounded, and the exchange of media was achieved. The Lord of the Dependence was triggered. A strong breath wave rippled from Nian's body. He closed his eyes and slowly opened them. His eyes had turned into broken gold. And his short hair fell from his shoulders to his waist like a waterfall, and turned from black to snow white with divine light. Demigod mode. Nian's exposed skin was much more crystal clear, and the overall perfection was better than that of a god. But this heyday of the demigod mode only lasts for. Then Nian's body surface with divine light dimmed and decayed. And a trace of weak paleness reappeared on his handsome face. A faint black mist appeared in the boy's neck, and the snow-white long hair that exuded divine power turned back to its original black. Ahem. There was silence in the bar. The semi-deified Nian coughed lightly. Although he was very powerful, he showed visible weakness. Wonder Woman held him, more like supporting him, without letting go, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a wavering Nian had never seen before. "I'm fine, Aunt," Nian hugged Wonder Woman's body back and said softly. "What a pity." A hoarse and cold whisper sounded in the cabin. The witch looked at Nian deeply, took a step back silently, and her grey body sank into the dim area, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. "Emma, what did you sense too?" The leopard woman hurriedly looked at the White Queen, who was silent all the time. The White Queen sighed. "His spirit and life are very weak, and he is still falling, just like an old man or a seriously ill patient who is shrouded in death and has one foot in the grave." "What did you say?" "Diana, you have a way to save him, right? You are a god, just saving an ordinary person, there is no way." "Shut up." The green-haired girl shouted softly, glared at Cheetah with her light green eyes, and Cheetah, wearing vibranium, flew out of the bar. "Don't be afraid, little brother, you won't die, the boss promises you." Lorna looked at Nian and promised. "Really? This is so safe. Also, it's great that you're okay." "Stupid little brother, who asked you to come here? I'm your boss, how could I be in trouble?" As Lorna spoke, she turned her face away, her eyes slightly red. She regretted it. Susan was in a later area of the crowd, whispering to herself, "So, his name is Nian Prince, so, Mara, you and I like the same person. Yes, we are really destined to be together." "Susan, aren't you going over? Haven't you been looking for him? Didn't you go over either?" Susan forced a smile. Mara was silent for a moment, looking at Nian from a distance and said, "Now is not the right time to meet again, it should be more romantic, joyful and relaxed. Then I will accompany you and watch him here." Susan wiped the corner of her eyes with her sleeve, pretending to be relaxed. "Anyway, at least I know the name of the person I like, just like you. Harry, the boss is there." At the door of the bar, Shark King Nanaway raised his hand and pointed at the boy surrounded by the crowd. "Are you mistaken? How could he be?" Although Harley Quinn said so, the moment she saw Nian, it was obviously the first time she saw Nian's true appearance, but she was sure. "That's right. The other party was the little black cat. The cat boss who changed the fate of their X-Force on the island country. After searching for so long, she finally found it. The existence that left a mark on her." But Harley Quinn couldn't laugh. According to her original expectation, she should have gone forward to ask for punishment and vent her resentment during this period. But she knew that the other party didn't have many days left. Harley Quinn couldn't hate him anyway, and instead had more complicated emotions. Just when she felt that she was mentally confused, rain dripped from her chin onto her hands. That was not rain. Huh. Harley Quinn touched the makeup on her face and said afterward, "Am I crying? Why is this happening?" Gwen could no longer suppress her emotions and couldn't accept the facts at the moment, and tears burst out of her eyes. "That bastard just now. I must kill her." "Okay, you guys act like I'm going to die today," Nian smiled weakly. At this time, the Great Era cruise ship was shaking violently, and it obviously sank dozens of meters, and then suddenly flew up and left the sea. Crack. The crack spread from the bottom of the cabin all the way up, and began to spread all over the Great Era cruise ship. Tens of thousands of crew members and passengers screamed and wailed in the cruise ship cabin. "Kara, Gwen, go ahead." Nian's eyes were bright, and he smiled and said, "You are superheroes, at this time, you should have things to do." Chapter 294. A figure wearing a black and white tight spider suit jumped out of the 6th floor cabin. The person was in the air. Spider-Woman's petite body was wrapped in a layer of red metal coating, forming a smooth and complete nano-armored spider suit on the surface of her body. Snap! Spider-Woman quickly climbed and swung outside the floating Great Era cruise ship. Launching spider webs to repair the cracked cruise ship shell, and used spider silk to stick to the various parts of the super-large cruise ship that was beginning to collapse and disintegrate. Nian, how could it be? He will be fine, I won't let him get into trouble. The panicked Spider-Woman grabbed one end of countless spider silks with both hands, and pulled with all her strength to restore the deck of the cruise ship that was about to collapse. I said, I want to protect him. Swoosh. Flying out of the sixth-floor cabin at a speed that broke the sound barrier, turning into a human-shaped stream of light. The red cloak fluttered. Supergirl flew to the bottom of the Great Era cruise at high speed. Kara could see it by looking up. His cousin Superman Carl was holding up the Great Era cruise, almost suffocated by the Kryptonite mountain range. His resolute and square face was full of pain, blood was flowing down his steel-like arms, and he was already exhausted. Next to him, the white vibranium kryptonite robot, White Vision, was fighting with Iron Man, and White Vision's target was obviously Superman, who was unable to fight back. White Vision kept trying to break through Iron Man's defense line and tried to pierce the kryptonite in his palm into Superman's body. What are you doing? It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Seeing this, Supergirl Kara, who was already full of anger, immediately became furious and her dark golden hair flew wildly. At full speed, she appeared in front of White Vision almost instantly. The fist that had been clenched since the sixth-floor cabin came down with a hurricane. White Vision's onboard intelligence operated very quickly, and he quickly raised his left palm, trying to fight back with the kryptonite spear in his palm. Result. Crack. The palm spear made of kryptonite broke directly. Supergirl swung another punch, and the air was stirred up, hitting White Vision's forehead. Crack. The kryptonite on White Vision's forehead shattered, it crashed, and the vibranium body lost its function and fell straight into the sea. Iron Man, who was not far away, was stunned for a moment. Cousin, I'll do it. Supergirl shouted, approached Superman, and supported the bottom of the kryptonite mountain with both hands and shoulders. Superman looked at Supergirl Kara, who was approaching, and then he let go of his hands with confidence. His body, which had already reached the limit, shook a little, and fell backwards in free fall. Iron Man originally wanted to catch it. A bat-shaped fighter plane swooped down from the sky, chasing Superman, who fell into the sea faster than him. Superwoman took over from her cousin to hold up the weight of the Kryptonite Mountains and the Great Era cruise ship. This was obviously the heaviest object she had ever carried since she was born, nothing else. The moment of taking over. The Great Era continued to fall slowly. Superwoman's petite body was only half the size of Superman's body. Her slightly thin shoulders and small hands pressed tightly against the bottom of the Kryptonite Mountains. I can do it. Superwoman bit her lower lip, her eyes as bright as gems were full of fighting spirit. Senior, lend me the power, he believes in me, I can do it. Believe in yourself. Believe in Nian. Buzz. The Kryptonite Mountains and the Great Era cruise ship stopped in the air about 10 meters above the sea. Then, they flew up little by little. ZZ. Green mists of light overflowed from the Kryptonite Mountains and were absorbed by the body of Supergirl Kara below. It did not have any weakening effect, but made Supergirl even more powerful. Supergirl's eyes flashed green light, and she flew faster and faster, far exceeding Superman's previous lift, and returned to the port of Metropolis. Failed. In the cabin of the Grand Era. Sitting on the sofa, Lex Luthor suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. His actions and goals are naturally not just to kill Superman, but killing Superman is the first step in the plan, and it is also the most critical step. After killing Superman in front of the Avengers and the Justice League, it proves to the world that the gods on Earth are just like this, and humans have unlimited potential. Lex Luthor will use this to launch the Legion of Destruction and become a truly unstoppable alliance organization. However, the hunt for Superman failed. This is impossible. Lex Luthor's eyes were bloodshot. His plan was perfect. Even Batman should have missed one step. Other superheroes, such as Iron Man, Batman, Supergirl, Spider-Woman, etc., were temporarily detained in a cabin. They could have used Kryptonite and Black and White Vision to deal with Superman outside the ship. Then implement the next plan. What Lex Luthor didn't expect was that Enchantress and Polaris, these helpers borrowed by Trix, would suddenly stop fighting and go to the sixth-floor cabin. White Queen and Cheetah, I don't know what they are doing in the sixth-floor cabin, wasting so much time. At this time, a cold voice sounded in the cabin. Let me just say, you are doomed to fail, because, from beginning to end, you have ignored the most important person on the ship. Even if he does nothing, it is enough to affect the entire battle. Who is he? Lex Luthor asked. The cold voice fell silent and there was no response. At this time, the door inside the cabin was opened by someone outside. Lex Luthor looked back and saw a man dressed as a crew member opening the door and walking in. I'm not saying that it's not allowed here, Lex Luthor hadn't finished speaking. I saw that the appearance of the man dressed as a crew member suddenly changed. Replaced by a green-skinned man with a bald head, wearing only blue shorts and a blue cape, who was taller and bullier than Superman. I found you, Mr. Lex Luthor, introduce yourself, I am Martian Manhunter. The green-skinned man spoke warmly and said politely, I accept the commission from the Justice League and will now officially arrest you. Mars Manhunter, it turns out that Batman is hiding a member of his companions, another damn alien, Lex Luthor chuckled. Martian Manhunter's eyes were sincere and he said warmly, Mr. Lex Luthor, your ideas are too extreme and extreme, you can't continue like this is a harm to yourself and others. So, do you want to take me to a lunatic asylum or a critical prison and lock me up like this for the rest of my life? Lex Luthor laughed, his face turning crazy, don't even think about it. Martian Manhunter read the other party's thoughts telepathically and immediately said, don't. Lex Luthor chewed something in his mouth, blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and he quickly fell upright on the sofa, his face gloomy and decadent. Since he has failed, he has no intention of continuing to survive. After all, the bet has been taken out. Why bother? Martian Manhunter shook his head upon seeing this, and walked towards Lex Luthor, but at this moment, an energy wave erupted in the room without warning. Boom! The terrifying energy wave floods everything in the room. Martian Manhunter resisted with his body, and he gently exhaled, forming a hurricane to blow away the smoke and fog. I saw that the entire cabin was completely destroyed, the sofa was reduced to ashes, but there was no remains of Lex Luthor's body. Who? Martian Manhunter's eyes flashed with confusion, someone actually escaped its induction and took away Lex Luthor's body. Chapter 295. On weekends, until late at night. Metropolitan Port. Above the sea, under the night sky, with the dazzling green light glowing, an unknown object approached the city port. The staff on duty at the Metropolitan Port and even the citizens in the city near the port looked up in shock when they saw this scene. Buzz. The green unknown object approached the port at an extremely fast speed, and its visible size became larger and larger. When it approached the port for 1,000 meters, it was visible that it was a huge green crystal mountain, and above the mountain was half of a super-large cruise ship. At this time, the cruise ship The Shell is covered with white spider silk and webs. What's even more surprising is, at the bottom of the green crystal mountain and the luxury cruise ship, there is a petite and slender female figure. The girl in the Superman suit is surrounded by a fluorescent green halo, like a god flying down on the mountain. As for the crumbling domes of luxury cruise ships, another girl wearing a spider armor suit stood there, with 4 steel spider claws extending from her back, like spears nailed into the top shell of the cruise ship, her hands tightly grasping countless white spider silk to stabilize the hull. In the airspace around luxury cruise ships, you can also vaguely see traces of Iron Man, the Bat Fighter, etc. Just like professional workers helping to cover the cracks in the hull, and then they make an emergency landing at the Metropolitan Port. Boom! When Supergirl placed the Kryptonite Mountain and the cruise ship on the open space in the center of the port, the entire large port was shaken. And this will also represent the end of the extraordinary events of the Grand Era cruise ship. In the cabin on the 8th floor, Barry Allen, the Flash, was breathing heavily, like an ordinary person who had just run 800 meters, looking at the empty direction of the cabin deck. Just now, a man with a metal left arm and dressed as an agent appeared in the cabin and waved to the boy in silver armor. The boy in silver armor immediately took the man and disappeared on the deck outside at high speed. Is it over yet? The Flash looked at the harbor scene outside the ship window, and then came to his senses. He felt that the whole thing was like a racing competition. At this time, the deck and wall of the 8th cabin were covered with footprints, large and small. If you calculated the steps, they would have been able to circle the Earth. The 7th cabin. Victor, are you okay? Batman raised his black cape, walked into the battle scene ravaged by missiles and lasers, and found Cyborg in a corner. Fine. Cyborg, one of the members of the Justice League, shook his head, grabbed the hand Batman handed him, and used the force to stand up from the sunken floor where he was sitting. Where's Black Vision? Batman looked around and asked solemnly. I just escaped from here, I can't stop it, Cyborg said helplessly, but before he finished speaking, a tall and burly person appeared in the cabin. It's at my place. The green-skinned man walked slowly, looking steady and elegant. He was holding a black vibranium mechanical body that had completely lost all functions. Isn't it Black Vision? It's just that in the current Black Vision, there is a clear fist mark on the chest muscles made of vibranium, and the perfect body like a work of art is full of bumps and bruises, as if someone has pulled it over. Who are you? Cyborg's electronic left eye flickered, and he realized that his intelligence network connected to the world network could not find a matching identity. Hello, Cyborg, Mr. Victor Stone. Martian Manhunter said warmly, you can call me Martian Manhunter. Normally, I would integrate into human society under different disguises, it's normal if you don't know me. He's a new addition to our league. Batman explained in time, and then looked at Martian Manhunter with a questioning meaning. Martian Manhunter shook his head at this and said with a hint of pity, Lex Luthor died in front of my eyes, however, someone took his body away in the end. Who? Batman asked. I don't know, Martian Manhunter said softly. I didn't read any telepathy from the other party. There are only two possibilities. One is that the other party's telepathy level is much higher than mine, and the other is that the other party is an intelligent existence like black and white vision. Either way, it's not simple. Smart, Batman's eyes flickered, not knowing what he was thinking. Bang! Iron Man flew into the cabin deck of the 5th floor and walked inside. Only one person could be seen sitting alone on the ground. The other party is dozing off. Iron Man's nanosteel helmet fell off, revealing a slightly speechless face. What are you doing here? Iron Man kicked the sleeping man sitting on the ground. Well. Deadpool woke up from a dream, quickly climbed up from the ground, held 2 knives and shouted, come again, fight for 3,000 rounds. Where are the enemies? Iron Man looked around. Yes, where is the person? Where did he go? Deadpool quickly looked around the empty surroundings. Where was the Deathstroke? Damn it, you sneaked away while someone was sleeping. Scumbag. Deadpool yelled angrily. Iron Man, Tony Stark felt a headache. What kind of members do you recruit? A Hulk who was the king of Civil War, a Thor who descended from time to time, not to mention Deadpool. The three together are not as reliable as the high school girl Spider-Woman. It seems that the Avengers still need to continue to recruit talents. Inside the bar on the 6th floor. Cheetah and the White Queen took advantage of the chaos to flee the scene, Susan and Mara also quietly left the bar, and King Shark and Harley Quinn ran away to an unknown place. Superwoman and Spider-Woman were outside the cruise ship. Only Nian, Wanda, Wonder Woman, Lorna, and Zatanna were left at the scene. The girl's eyelashes trembled slightly, and Wanda woke up from her coma. She opened her eyes and was stunned, but she was in the arms of Master Nian, and there was Miss Diana and an outsider beside her. This is not like a maid at all. Master, are you okay? Just now. Don't worry, it's all right now. With the help of Wonder Woman, Nian's pale face smiled. He touched Wanda's crimson hair, took Wanda's hand and said, let's go home. Okay, Master. Wanda subconsciously clenched Nian's hand, her heart ached secretly, and she had an extremely uneasy premonition. She looked at Miss Diana beside her and found that Diana pursed her lips, as if she was holding back something. Boss. Nian extended his hand forward. The green-haired girl, who was not much different from Wanda in age and height, and Lorna, who was always unwilling to listen to others, stepped forward and hugged her with both hands this time. Let's go home. Nian smiled, and the silver necklace pendant on his chest glowed brightly, and a ball of blue mist suddenly rolled over the bodies of the 4 people. In the blink of an eye. Nian, Wonder Woman, Wanda, and Lorna disappeared into the cabin bar together. Zatanna, who was left alone, dressed as a magician, had a complicated expression and finally let out a long sigh. Chapter 296. The next day, morning. In his sleep, Nian felt that it was a little difficult to breathe and his chest was heavy. You won't be able to hold on for a whole day, right? After waking up, Nian opened his eyes and saw a soft and cute little orange cat lying on his chest. Next to it, there is a glass jar. See Nian wake up. The little orange cat immediately came forward, stretched out its soft pink tongue without barbs, and licked his cheek affectionately. Xiao Huang, don't be like this, it's itchy. Nian hugged Xiao Huang and breathed a sigh of relief. In the glass jar on the side, a colorful starfish humanized with a sad expression, staring at the boy with one eye. Okay, Ken Luo, I'm still here. Nian smiled slightly and picked up the glass jar together. Walk out of the room. Nian found that no one was at home, although breakfast had been prepared. He knew that his aunt was not at home. Wanda was not at home, which was beyond his expectation. Have you gone to school? Tap. At this time, the sound of footsteps quietly sounded in the living room behind him. Nian looked back and saw that a circular portal formed by the rotation of Mars appeared out of thin air. A bald woman wearing a black robe came through the portal to her living room. Good morning, Master Gu Yi, we haven't seen each other for a while. Nian said hello as usual, but his complexion was not good, and it was difficult to wipe away the paleness on his delicate face. I learned about you from Wanda, and she also asked me to come and see you. Master Gu Yi said softly. Nian nodded, not caring, and asked softly, how is she now? Her mood was very unstable and her mind was on the verge of collapse. She originally wanted to come back to take care of you, but I left her behind at Comatage. Yeah, thank you. Nian nodded lightly, knowing that Master Gu Yi was doing Wanda a favor. Master Gu Yi stared at Nian and was silent for a few seconds before he said, "Sorry, I was dealing with a very important matter in Comatage yesterday, so I didn't pay attention to the situation on the ship." "There's nothing to apologize for." Nian shook his head. Master Gu Yi suddenly took a few steps forward and patted his chest with his right hand. Nian shuddered and felt his consciousness suddenly peeling back from his body. Nian opened his eyes wide and saw his complete body. He was falling down and was supported in time by Master Gu Yi in front of him. This is when one's own soul was removed from the body by the ancient master. Nian soon realized something. While holding the boy's body, Master Gu Yi looked at the boy's soul in front of him, his usually calm and composed face slightly moved. Nian looked down and noticed it. Under the light from the balcony outside, his soul was in a looming state. Thick black mist wrapped around his soul and was tightly locked with the body of the young man in front of him. Master Ancient One frowned, and finally said in a deep voice, "I failed to prevent the existence that caused such injuries from entering the earth. This was my dereliction of duty." Nian knew that even Gu Yi couldn't save him. He knew his own situation better than anyone else. The injuries that neither the steel body nor the demigod body could heal on their own, and the probability that the Ancient One Master could save him was extremely slim. "Mage, there is no need to blame yourself. Even if you are the supreme mage, you are not omnipotent." Nian's soul returned to his body. He opened his eyes, coughed slightly, and said, "I want to ask you something." Gu Yi seemed to know what he was thinking and said firmly, "I will take good care of Wanda." This is just the first half of the sentence, and the second half. At this moment, Nian's eyes were extremely bright and he said sincerely, "Supreme Mage, if I am no longer here in the future, I would like to ask you." Faced with Nian's request, Master Gu Yi was silent for a long time, glanced at the living room, and asked, "Will she not spend the last days with you?" Nian knew who Gu Yi was referring to by her, so he couldn't help but smile and said, "My aunt said that she wants to go somewhere, and I will wait for her to come back." This is what the two of them agreed on last night. Master Gu Yi was about to say something, but at this moment, there was a noise from the balcony of the living room. Nian looked along the sound and was dumbfounded. "I saw a high-end patient bed made of metal chassis flying in from the outside. A man dressed as a doctor in a white coat was tied to the bed with a steel rope. The male doctor kept struggling on the patient's bed and calling for help. The green-haired girl wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants crossed her arms, stood at the end of the patient's bed, and followed the doctor to the balcony of the living room. "Boss, what are you?" Nian's eyes twitched and he came to the balcony door. "He is the best doctor in New York. I invited him here to see a doctor." Lorna jumped down from the patient's bed, waved her little hand, and the rope that bound the doctor was automatically untied. Did you ask me to do this? This is illegal, and I didn't agree." The male doctor stood up from the hospital bed as he spoke. When they saw Nian, both he and Nian were slightly startled. The two of them actually knew each other. "You are not the child back then," the male doctor said in shock. "We meet again, Dr. Strange." Nian scratched his head in embarrassment. The doctor in front of her who was forcibly kidnapped by Lorna from New York was the same doctor that Nian met when Wanda was unconscious last time when she took her to the hospital. "Is he the seriously ill patient you want me to treat?" Dr. Strange looked at Lorna and pointed at Nian. Lorna nodded. Dr. Strange took a deep breath and said quickly, "Attending doctor, please let me come. It's free." Since the last time. After seeing Wanda's incomprehensible strange disease, Strange has been doubting his life and even questioning his genius. Now, he wants to regain confidence from Nian. "No matter what disease you have, I will cure you." Washington, the first hospital. With Strange's connections in the industry, he quickly applied for an advanced operating room with complete medical equipment. After scanning the boy's body once with different methods and equipment, Strange's eyes were full of incredible looks, his mouth opened as wide as possible, and his cognition was once again subverted and even trampled on the ground. "What's wrong with your body? It's harder than steel. The state of your cells." Hiss. Strange took a breath and looked at the test data parameters in his hand. His hands were shaking constantly. "Oh my god, the cells in your body are infinitely dividing and self-devouring. The symptoms are similar to cancer, but the situation in your body is 1,000 or 10,000 times more serious than that of patients with advanced cancer." Nian shrugged, sounding like he was about to lie down in the next second. "It's a miracle that you are still alive now." Strange muttered to himself. "By the way, it must be because your body is different from others in strength, so you are still alive." He sighed heavily. It's a pity that the known diseases in the world, even Ebola, are probably not able to infect your body with this strength, but your current disease is too special and too serious. It's unprecedented. It's like being stared at by the god of death. Doctor, according to your inference, how long can I live? Nian asked softly with a calm face. Strange looked at the boy with regret and said in a deep voice, 3 days, at most 3 days. 3 days. Nian nodded secretly, this time was about the same as he guessed. Chapter 297. Dang, dang, dang. Washington First Hospital, Advanced Operating Room. Metal base hospital beds, seats, test needles, scalpels, medical instruments and equipment, all metal objects vibrated. Bang! The operating room door suddenly opened inwards. When Strange opened his eyes in surprise, he saw a green-haired girl wearing sportswear walking in from the outside, with a strange green fluorescent light lingering on her small hands. Her petite Lolita body instantly dominated the magnetic field of this area. What kind of genius doctor are you if you can't even identify the disease? Lorna's light green eyes were cold, and she just stared inward, and a green tidal energy surged in the air. All the metal products in the room, as well as the entire operating bed, were violently thrown away and hit the wall. The window glass was shattered everywhere. Boss! Nian quickly stepped forward and held Lorna's hand. If it continued like this, it might turn into a large-scale medical scene. Lorna said seriously, brother, I will continue to find a doctor for you, there is no one in New York or Washington, I will go abroad and bring you the best doctor, and I will definitely cure you. No need, Young shook his head gently. If there is even a glimmer of hope, he will fight for it himself. Unfortunately, the current situation cannot be dealt with by the medical standards of the Earth. Even the medical standards of advanced alien civilizations are probably not good enough. No, I want to go. I must find it. Lorna had a stubborn face and clenched her fists. If you stop here, wouldn't you really give up completely? Nian pretended to be pitiful, now I am alone, boss, you won't have the heart to leave me and run out by yourself, right? Excessive, you are going too far. Lorna gritted her teeth and looked at Nian, unable to move any further. She really couldn't bear it, you bastard brother. Let's go, I really don't like the hospital environment, Nian smiled, took Lorna's hand, and left outside the operating room. Watching their figures disappear into the corridor. Dr. Strange sat on the chair with a dejected look on his face, a bitter look on his lips. Indeed, I am not a genius doctor, I can't even tell what the disease is. There are some people who cannot be saved by studying medicine. Outside the hospital. White clouds obscured the sun, casting a large shadow on the city streets. A boy and girl holding hands walking on the sidewalk. Brother, where do you want to go? I'll go with you. Lorna did not break away from the young man's hand, and spoke softly with a rare touch of tenderness. Nian said without hesitation, tell me first, boss, why did you go to the Great Times? You stupid little brother, it's now this time, can't you think about your own affairs? Lorna glared at him angrily, but when she saw the paleness on his face, she immediately looked weak. Your business is my business, isn't it? Nian said matter-of-factly, we are a family. Lorna choked, she took a deep breath and responded softly. On Wednesday, I received a mysterious letter, there was a boat ticket in it, and the letter contained information about Pietro's whereabouts, requiring me to go to the metropolis alone, one trip. Lorna recounted some of her experiences in the past few days. I did see Pietro on the Grand Times cruise, I originally wanted to take him off the cruise ship, but then, a man appeared in front of us. Man? Nian asked curiously. Is it Lex Luthor? Nian took out his mobile phone and drew out the photos of Lex Luthor during his lifetime. Not him. Lorna shook her head and said in a deep voice, that man is definitely not a human being, his whole body is green, with a red light bubble on his head, and he is also dressed very strangely. It said to me, let me deal with Iron Man and Batman after the cruise ship sails out of the sea, after that, let me take Pietro away. You agreed? Nian frowned, but he knew that with the temperament of the North Star boss, he would never listen to other people's threats and arrangements. At that time, I didn't know what was going on. Lorna said solemnly, looking back now, it feels like my brain is broken. There is a voice in my mind that is constantly hinting and inducing me. I am also worried that the other party will hurt Pietro, so I finally agreed to the other party's deal. There is a voice in my head. Nian muttered to himself. Isn't this telepathy? Similar to the kind of Kenluo. Of course, the other party's telepathy is obviously more than one level higher than that of Kenluo, and it can allow a powerful transcendent like Lorna to make decisions contrary to her usual self. This terrible power to manipulate people's hearts. Nature is not something that ordinary people like Lex Luthor can have. The White Queen can only pry into the other person's thoughts. But one thing is certain. There is a mastermind behind the extraordinary incident on the Grand Era cruise ship, hidden behind Lex Luthor. Even the Hydra organization is just a pawn at the opponent's disposal. Boss, this is for you. Nian thought for a while and took out a silver metal necklace from his pocket. The pendant of the necklace was engraved with strange runes. This is... Lorna opened her eyes wide and recognized them at a glance. Both Nian and Wanda were wearing similar necklace pendants. Wear this, you won't be afraid of any telepathic enemy in the future. Nian smiled and put the necklace on Lorna's neck. It was the ownerless soul necklace. Nian once thought that Wanda would choose this soul necklace, but Wanda chose the real gem that was once an ether particle. Now, this soul necklace is just right for his sister Lorna. I will keep it well, even if I die, I will not let it leave me. Lorna put the necklace pendant into her clothes, patted her flat chest gently, and promised firmly. Nian shook his head. If you can't keep it, hand it over. In my opinion, your safety is much more valuable than this necklace. It was noon. On the pedestrian street. Wearing a sports outfit, with green hair tied into a single ponytail, Lorna, who was capable and cool, pointed to a commercial building. Little brother, do you want to go there? Nian glanced at the place where Lorna pointed and rolled his eyes. He didn't want to be arrested on the spot by Gwen's father. I want to go somewhere, Nian suddenly said. Where? Lorna tilted her head. Washington, High School. Although it is Monday today, it is already after school at noon, and the teaching building is so deserted that no one can be seen. The black-haired boy and the green-haired girl appeared in the corridor of the teaching building. Nian stopped at the door of his classroom. The classroom was empty. Looking at the familiar desks and chairs, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If I hadn't come into contact with the extraordinary world, I might still be like a normal student, reading and writing in it. However, Nian looked at the delicate and white cute little face beside him. If I hadn't come into contact with the extraordinary, I wouldn't have met such a good person around me. Nian held Lorna's little hand tightly. I really don't want to die. The boy thought unwillingly. Chapter 298. Nian. A deep voice sounded from behind Nian and Lorna, breaking the silence in the corridor. Nian turned around and saw a tall, burly man with strong muscles like a bodybuilder. Isn't he the instructor in their class, Instructor Lot? You kid, you have become more and more unsightly recently. You didn't come to class this morning. The monitor also let you lead him into trouble, and he didn't come to class just like you. Gwen, didn't you come to class today? When Nian thought of this, he couldn't help but reflect, my, I will do it next time. Instructor Lot took a step forward, stretched out his hand and patted his shoulder heavily. From now on, you must come to class, and you are not allowed to miss class again. Okay, Nian agreed. Promise me. Instructor Lot looked at him and said persistently. I promise you. Nian's eyes were bright and he promised, I will never miss classes in the future. This is what you said, but I remember it. Don't even think about going back on your word. I can't forgive you if you don't let me grow into an excellent university doctoral student. Instructor Lot hummed, then put his bag in his pocket and turned to leave. Who is this uncle? Lorna frowned slightly. There were not many people who dared to be so arrogant in front of her and still put their money in the pocket. Nian looked at the back of Instructor Lot, thought for a moment, and commented softly, he is the instructor in my class, a very good teacher. He didn't look at me the whole time. Lorna pondered, it's like you've seen me before. Nian was stunned when he heard this. Teacher's office. Instructor Lot entered here. He closed the door with his backhand, leaned his back against the door, and stretched out his hand to wipe the corners of his eyes. Damn it, this brat Nian is actually the silver-haired goddess I once longed for. God, why don't good people live longer? Instructor Lot covered his face with his hands, and such a man began to cry. That's right. On board the Grand Era cruise ship. After being kicked by the White Queen, Instructor Lot had already woken up. He just continued to lie on the ground pretending to be dazed and observed what was going on outside the bar door. The arrival of death, the gathering of extraordinary beings, the soul contract, and finally Nian stepping into demigod mode in public. He has witnessed almost everything. Because of this, Instructor Lot couldn't suppress his emotions, not only because the other party was a silver-haired goddess, but also because the other party was a student whom he was optimistic about. He was wiping the tears on his face with his sleeves to calm down his gaffe. Instructor Lot raised his eyes and was stunned. He saw in front of him against the light of the window, his long, shining snow-white hair dancing elegantly, and a young and beautiful female teacher looking at him. "What did you just say? Who is dying?" Felicia asked in a deep voice. Nian and Lorna walked out of the high school gate. Where to go next? Lorna looked at Nian. Nian hesitated. There was a place near the school that he wanted to go to, but it felt inconvenient to take Lorna with him now. At this time. Call. A strong wind suddenly blew on the street, causing the sand and dust to drift away for a while, making passers-by unable to open their eyes. Call out. A black shadow carrying a hurricane approached the two of them very quickly. The other party is so fast that you can't even see what it is. Who? Lorna stood in front of Nian with her young body. As the green light on her little hand lit up, a magnetic shock wave suddenly swept forward and exploded. Buzz. The mysterious black shadow actually ignored the magnetic impact, just paused, and then continued to dive forward. Lorna pressed down with her little hand, and the iron pole of the streetlight on the road bent in response, quickly wrapping around the black shadow like a noose. Bang! The air explodes. I saw the flying speed of the mysterious black shadow suddenly soaring, several times faster than before. It suddenly crossed the streetlight and quickly passed through the gap next to Lorna's shoulder. A hurricane is coming. Little brother. Lorna turned around in surprise, but Nian behind her had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow held Nian hostage and disappeared above the street. That guy. Lorna gritted her teeth. There was no metal product on the mysterious black figure. Washington, thousands of meters up in the sky. Nian looked at the white blonde girl who was holding herself up with her arms and was speechless for a moment. Kara, what are you doing? Just now, his spider sense never issued any warning. Otherwise, he would have used the space necklace to take Lorna away. However, Kara suddenly did this, leaving him confused. Her white blonde hair, blue short skirt, and red Superman cape fluttered in the strong wind. Kara smiled mysteriously. Senior, I will take you somewhere. Kara took Nian to the second-floor balcony of a single-family villa outside Washington. Change your shoes and come in. Kara gestured towards the slippers that had been prepared on the balcony, then took off Supergirl's matching dark red boots, and stepped onto the second-floor floor with her small feet wrapped in shiny black stockings. Nian put on his slippers and entered the villa. He found that the interior of the villa was not luxurious, but the overall layout and small decorations were very warm. Outside the villa, there is a large green wheat field. Without the hustle and bustle of the city, people can relax physically and mentally. Swish. Kara's cape and skirt fluttered in the room. She trotted barefoot in black silk and pulled the curtains of the balcony on the second floor to cover the wheat field outside, so that the light in the room also dimmed. Kara, why do you want to draw the curtains in broad daylight? Nian asked curiously. Because it's daytime. Kara stopped her words in time, blinked playfully, and pulled Nian to the room. I have prepared a surprise for you. Approaching the room. Kara pretended to be mysterious and said, don't make a sound. Nian was confused and nodded. Pushing the door and walking into the room on the second floor. Nian was stunned. It can be seen that the curtains inside had been drawn tightly, the light and shadow were blurred, and there was another girl's figure on the bed. The girl was wearing a black and white hooded tight spider uniform. She had taken off her shoes long ago, and her even smaller and softer feet were wrapped in semi-transparent white silk. What made Nian's eyes go straight was. The girl's petite and intact body was tied up by white spider silk, like a carefully wrapped gift. Her eyes were also covered with a piece of black cloth. The tightened spider silk made the girl look more curvy. Kara, are you done? The hooded girl twisted her body uncomfortably, and her two slender legs with beautiful muscle curves rubbed slightly uneasily. Nian was a little dry in the mouth. At the same time, Gwen suddenly froze, but it was the spider sense that had sensed a familiar presence. Behind Nian, the door closed. Kara's body moved closer, hugged him from behind, and whispered in his ear. Nian, we want a child. Chapter 299. The next day, I don't know whether it was morning, noon, or afternoon. A ray of golden sunlight shines into the room from the gap in the curtains of the room window at the right angle, filling the room completely and overflowing with light. The moment Nian woke up from the bed, because he was still in perfect Superman mode, the super brain woke up instantly. He stood up halfway, and the quilt slipped slightly from his body. Nian glanced briefly at the room on the second floor and saw that the quilts and clothes were in a mess. The female Superman suit with its own red cape and the black and white spider tight-fitting suit with its own hood were tangled together. From the quilt on both sides of the body. On the left side, a small white and delicate shoulder is faintly exposed, perfect as a work of art. On the right side, a small, pink and soft foot is revealed, with light green veins visible. Pillows, quilts and clothes are all wrapped with white spider silk. Everything was in disarray, and you could see just the tip of the iceberg of last night's madness. Nian sincerely felt that without the superposition of spider power and Superman power to achieve a perfect and controllable Superman mode, he would really not be able to withstand it. This is too life-threatening. Nian licked his slightly dry lips and saw the tired look on the girl's face. Thinking that she finally fell asleep almost in the morning, he got up silently without waking the two of them. Walk out of the room. Come outside to the living room of the villa on the second floor. Nian opened the balcony curtains to both sides, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The sun, which has almost risen to the middle of the sky, is like a blazing fireball. The bright sunlight casts downwards, covering the wheat fields outside like a sea of green, and also bathes in his perfect upper body, which is like being cast by molten iron. The silver metal necklace hanging around the boy's neck shines brightly. Under the gift of the sun, the mother of all things. Nian felt full of energy and his physical condition was at its peak. Only. Ahem. Nian couldn't help but cough lightly. He stretched out his hand to cover his mouth and looked down. There was a trace of bright red blood on his hand. His delicate face under the sun still had a lingering sickly paleness. Even in Superman mode, it can't stop the disease. It's getting worse. Based on 3 days, there is only 1.5 days left. Nian's eyes dimmed, but quickly returned to clarity and brightness. There were still a few places he wanted to finally visit. A burst of blue mist suddenly surged out of the living room. Holding the space pendant in his hand and wearing a pair of underpants, Nian returned home. As an orange light flashed by, the kitten jumped into his arms. Meow. Xiao Huang shouted as if he had deliberately lowered his voice. Nian followed Xiao Huang's constantly swinging cat tail and saw the green-haired girl on the sofa in his living room, like a small beast, with her petite body curled up and covered with a red cloak. For his teleportation appears. The girl didn't react at all, her breathing was even and subtle, and she was still in a deep sleep. She stayed with you all night and just went to bed this morning, Guan Luo's thoughts came over. Nian nodded, and at the same time he also knew that neither his aunt nor Wanda had gone home yet. Nian picked up Lorna's body, came to Wanda's room, and put the girl on the bed. His movements were very slow, as if he was afraid of waking the girl, and he even used a superhuman attitude to wrap the other person's body gently, without making any movement. He took away the red cloak and covered it with a quilt. Nian squatted down by the bed and quietly looked at the delicate and small sleeping face of the North Star boss. When he was asleep, he obviously showed a cute and soft look that he could not usually see. "Boss, I'm sorry, my little brother is not doing his duty." Young whispered and brushed the green hair from the girl's forehead to her ear. "I obviously wanted to protect you, but in the end I still made you worry. In the future, no matter what happens again, please live for yourself." Nian's compassion for Lorna was much higher than that of Wanda. Wanda at least once had a family, while Lorna had been living almost alone since she was born. Behind the maturity that far exceeds that of his peers, and the seemingly strong man, there is actually so much hard work and hardship. Looking at the sleeping face of the girl who had taken off her strong mask and softened, Nian hesitated for a moment, then moved closer to Lorna's little face. The door closed quietly. And the moment the door closed, the girl who had been asleep on the bed suddenly opened her light green eyes. There was no sleepiness in Lorna's eyes. She turned her body and looked at the closed door. She touched her lips lightly with her fingers and murmured in a low voice, "Idiot brother, living for myself is meaningless. Go back outside to the living room." Nian put the red cloak on his body, and the cloak immediately transformed into a set of well-fitting uniforms. The black windbreaker hung back to his knees. Her hair was still the original black, but her pupils were glowing with a fluorescent green. Perfect Superman mode, plus magnetic control. In fact, Nian didn't specifically want to be in good shape. He showed his cards. This time, he just couldn't help but wanted to kiss. I saw Nian dressed as if he were going out. Xiao Huang held the jar with the jar in it, jumped onto his left shoulder, and screamed a few times. "Do you also want to go out and have a look? Then let's go together." The long-lost trio went on a trip. At this time, there is a place on the earth that is shrouded in a barrier and cannot be reached normally. Paradise Island. A white building complex left over from the ancient mythological period. The highest and most central temple palace on the island. At the moment, the gates of the palace were closed, and the muscular Amazon female guards were all guarding outside the door. Even the Amazon Queen's most trusted female general and Princess Diana's teacher. Antiope was also guarding outside with a solemn expression, and occasionally cast a worried look in the direction of the palace. Inside the palace, the Amazon queen sat on the throne, and near the hall, a black-haired woman who was as perfect as a god knelt on one knee. "Diana, have you made up your mind?" The Amazon queen tightly grasped the scepter and stared straight at her daughter in front of her. "Yes, mother, I have made up my mind." Wonder Woman wore a golden sword and a lasso of truth on her waist, carried the sword of the god of fire and the shield of the Amazon god, raised her head with a silver crown, and her beautiful eyes and tone were unyielding and firm. The Amazon queen knew that no one could change her daughter's decision, not even herself. Besides, what right did she have to dissuade an Amazon warrior who had already made up his mind to give up everything, including his honor and even his life? "My daughter." The Amazon queen looked more like a mother than a queen at this moment. She stepped forward with love and sorrow, squatted down and hugged Wonder Woman's body. "Go do what you want to do, and don't regret it later. I, all Amazonians, will always support you." Chapter 300. Monday afternoon. As passers-by come and go on Washington Pedestrian Street, there are always people who unconsciously cast their eyes on a small flower shop covered with vines. Everyone who lives nearby knows it. A flower shop opened here not long ago. The rules of the flower shop are very strange and unconventional. They do not sell any plants in the store to the outside world. They can only watch them without touching them. Another point is that the flower shop proprietress is a top beauty that is as beautiful as any model star. Therefore, people usually come into the shop not so much to admire the plants, but to come specifically to see the proprietress. Although the proprietress of the flower shop is often not on the first floor of the flower shop, it is good to have a chance to take a look at them. But for some reason, the flower shop has been closed since the night before yesterday. Many passers-by who passed by the flower shop showed regretful expressions. At this time, a black-haired boy with a small orange cat on his shoulder came to the front of the store. "Ignore the closed sign." Nian looked at the store door. Under the control of magnetism, the door lock clicked immediately, as if it opened automatically. "Go inside the store." Nian suddenly felt that the ambient light had dimmed, as if he was in a forest, but it was different from the previous feeling. The various plants in the store that were vibrant and lush last time now have either yellow leaves or dry roots, and are as sickly as if they are about to die. It is obviously spring season now, and summer is approaching, but there is a bleak color of autumn and winter. Nian glanced briefly and walked to the second floor of the flower shop. The barbed poison ivy hanging all over the staircase handrails and ceiling walls have collectively turned yellow and dried up, losing their vitality. Nian climbed to the second floor of the flower shop. A red-haired woman with a beautiful backside could be seen standing in front of the window. The woman was looking at the city scenery outside the window and had no reaction to the teenager who broke into the flower shop without permission. The red-haired woman was wearing the same thin green skirt as always, which showed off her soft and slender waist like a vine, but her beautiful side face also looked a little pale at the moment. Like a sick beauty, like yellowing and dry poison ivy covering the second floor. "You're going to die," the red-haired woman said calmly with her back to him. "Yes, I'm sorry." Nian didn't know what to say. He reached out and touched the center of his eyebrows, where there were faint lines of green leaves. Since the last accident in Gotham City, Nian has mastered everything about poison ivy, or in other words, he has left a mark on her soul. Even if Nian doesn't take the initiative to control poison ivy, the other person's life and soul are still tightly connected to him. That is to say, if Nian dies, poison ivy will die too. "I owe you this," Nian sighed. Poison ivy turned her back to him, still looking at the scene outside the window. "If you don't want to see me, then I'll leave first." Nian turned around and was about to leave, but the red-haired woman suddenly hugged him from behind, and Xiao Huang fell to the floor beside him in shock. "I will never forgive you, never. Even if we die, our souls will be entangled. Don't even think about escaping." Poison ivy said bitterly, clasping her smooth white arms around his neck, lowering her head and opening her mouth to bite him hard on the side of his neck. "Wow. So hard. Come down from the second floor of the flower shop." Nian's body had a natural aura, but it was unexpectedly superimposed with another state. Poison ivy. Maybe because of Gwen's ability, multiple abilities can be perfectly integrated, or maybe because the body is too weak, it is easier for multiple abilities to coexist. Young breathed out and stretched out his hand. In the flower shop on the first floor, the sickly plants immediately bloomed again. "You guys, don't die in front of me." Nian muttered to himself towards the plants. One moment Xia was in Washington, and the next moment he was in Gotham City. Gotham City, a speakeasy. This is it. Under Alice's guidance, Nian and Xiaohuang pushed open the door and walked in. Welcome. Standing at the door of the bar was a bartender wearing a giant, bloated shark-shaped doll costume. I saw the young man walking in and the little orange cat on the young man's shoulder. Harley, the cat boss is here. There are still 2 cat bosses. 5 minutes later. Nanaue, the Shark King, took off the hood of his shark doll suit, revealing a shark face. He and the girl with twin tails sat on a bar chair on one side. The fish and the fish stared at the cat and the cat opposite with their eyes wide open. Nanaue, Harley Quinn, long time no see, no, not for a day, Nian said with a smile. In the end, are you the boss cat, or is he? Harley Quinn looked at Nian in surprise, and then glanced at the kitten lying on his shoulder. Count me in, Nian shrugged. What evidence is there to prove it? Harley asked slyly. How to prove that he is the cat? Nian thought for a while and gestured towards the firmness under Harley's collarbone. I've been in it before, does this count? All the survivors of this Task Force X member know. When Harley said this, she spread her hands and said, okay, I believe you are the cat boss, what do you want to do when you come here now? Nian pointed to the black cat claw mark on the side of her neck and said bluntly, let me help you remove that. Oh, really? Harley narrowed her eyes. Nian was immediately confused. Hasn't the other party been looking for him to remove the ability mark left by this 3-in-1? Snap! Harley, the clown girl, suddenly stood up from the chair, propped her hands on the table, and her colorful ponytails fell down. Harley stared straight at Nian, stroking the mark on her neck. I want to know, why did you leave this on me before? The reason, is it still important now? Nian asked. Important, very important. Harley said coldly. Don't try to lie to me, tell the truth. Okay. Nian hesitated and told the reason. Pet. You actually want to turn a beautiful girl into this, too perverted, right? Harley was shocked, with an exaggerated expression. I am definitely better than her as a pet, Shark King Nanaue said unwillingly. Listen to my explanation, this was at that time. Nian hasn't finished speaking yet. Harley's beautiful face showed a wanton smile again, and then she changed the subject, but, I like it. Ah. Nian was stunned. Just keep this, don't remove it for the time being. Harley gently stroked the cat's claw mark, she and Nian looked at each other, her seductive lips slightly opened, and she hinted meaningfully, if you can survive, maybe, I can really make you get what you want, meow. Finally, she raised her clawed right hand, stuck out her tongue, and deliberately imitated a cat's cry. Boss cat, welcome back next time. With the farewell words of the Shark King, Nian walked out of the underground bar. Finally, he looked at the bar behind him. Nian was speechless. Sure enough, he still couldn't understand the brain circuits of these perverted lunatics. Next place. Nian held the little emperor in his arms, his body suddenly disappeared, and the delayed stirring of the wind and dust on the spot. High in the sky over Gotham City, there was a sound of breaking the sound barrier, and a black line cut through the clouds and headed towards New York. Chapter 301. New York, a modern artificial island, the original site of S.H.I.E.L.D. The main building was empty, and the large factory stopped operating. Everything seemed to be frozen in that night of civil strife. After the S.H.I.E.L.D. department was disbanded, the artificial island is now like a city ruins, with tragic traces of the earthquake everywhere, and the wreckage of aircraft carriers can also be seen everywhere. Deep and ferocious cracks are like centipedes, all over the land and buildings here. Many buildings are already the size of dangerous buildings. On the artificial lake, the bridge remains as it was when it was severely broken and collapsed. A warning line was set up around the island saying, there is radiation inside, no setting foot on it, but there was no one on duty. The entire artificial island was like a forgotten island, no longer as prosperous as before. The artificial lake is more natural, and you can see fish and birds moving around in the lake. As the sun sets, the lake sparkles, and a little orange cat runs on the lawn by the lake chasing dragonflies. Not far away. A woman wearing a cap, sunglasses, and a long skirt and a black-haired boy wearing a windbreaker sat next to each other on the lawn, facing the lake and abandoned buildings in the gentle breeze. Why did you call me out suddenly? Sky lightly stroked her smooth dark blonde hair and looked at the boy aside with a hint of confusion. No other reason, I just want to see you. As Nian said this, he put his hands on the back of his head and lay directly back on the lawn. What kind of reason is this? The boy's two straightforward words caught Sky off guard. Thinking that the other party was younger than herself. Sky couldn't help but secretly clenched her fists and kept suggesting to herself in her heart, Sky, you are an excellent and professional agent. You can't lose your composure in the face of anything. Cold and calm. Sky took a few deep breaths, and her cold face returned to calmness. However, Nian's next words broke her guard. You actually know how to wear a skirt. The boy was lying on the lawn, squinting at the black dress that showed her graceful curves in the sunset. What are you talking about? I think you have some misunderstanding about female agents. Sky was a little angry. She stood up and gritted her teeth and said. The female agent is not a real man, she usually only wears tight-fitting leather clothes for the convenience of movement. Such a light and comfortable skirt is certainly better than those that are airtight and tight. The leather jacket is ready. In addition, you don't always wear tight leather clothes at work. Sometimes you have to disguise yourself. For example, now, of course I have to dress up when I come to see you. If Nick Fury or Natasha sees them, I don't know what they will think. Sky also clenched her fists and stomped the grass a few times with her feet, as if she was venting her suppressed emotions. She found that in front of the boy, she would become more emotional and find it difficult to enter the identity of an agent. But also more relaxed and comfortable. I saw it, Nian said suddenly. What? Sky was stunned when he heard this. Have you seen the inside? Black, lace. It's really breathable. Little pervert. Sky quickly covered the raised hem of her skirt, stuffed it between her beautiful legs and clamped it slightly before continuing to sit down on the lawn. It's not what I want to see. Nian looked innocent, all this was before his eyes, it would be in vain if he didn't look at it. Sky blushed slightly, calmed down, looked at Nian and said, 2 days ago, an extraordinary event happened on the Great Era cruise ship, the Avengers and the Justice League were both involved, do you know this? Yes, Nian looked calm and nodded lightly. The matter was quite big, according to subsequent intelligence analysis, even people from the Hydra organization were involved, Sky thought casually. I heard that even Wonder Woman showed up. Sky looked at Nian with complicated eyes and asked, what happened up there? It's nothing, it's over, if you ask anyone in the Avengers, they will understand. Nian paused and said softly, Sky, I won't protect you from now on, you work hard on your own and with your shockwave ability. Before he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly blurred. Sure enough. Do you want to cancel the cooperation? Isn't this a little accident? The corners of Nian's eyes twitched slightly. He didn't look like an agent at all at this moment. Did he forget that he was wearing a skirt, not an agent's uniform? This straddling posture is too inelegant. Sky's face was full of anger and he said coldly, I don't care. If you dare to cancel cooperation, when I take the position of director in the future, I will make your information public. Post your identity as the adopted son of the gods all over the streets and streets. Ali. Shiqiao patted Sky's hand that was grabbing his clothes, a smile appeared on his pale face, and he comforted him, I'm sorry, Sky. Sky's heart was shaken. She looked at the young man under her, and at this moment, she seemed to realize something. Present. The sun is about to sink into the city horizon, the glow is fading, and night is approaching. Sky was still holding on to Nian's clothes. She was silent for a moment and suddenly asked, did you fish me out of the lake that night? Nian nodded subconsciously, and then a shadow enveloped him. That was not the shadow of night, but the figure of a female agent in a skirt. The tips of their noses rubbed together and their lips intertwined softly. The little orange cat on the side stared blankly at the two people whose figures seemed to overlap. The glass jar containing colorful starfish rolled over and blocked the little orange cat's eyes. Children are not suitable to watch this. Swoosh. The other side of the earth. The other side where the sun is about to rise, above the sea. The black hair on the shawl danced wildly, and the goddess spirit with 2 swords and a battle shield waved the golden lasso like a swimming dragon. Flying out of the sea shrouded in darkness at a high speed, and arrived above the sea where the sun just rose. Facing the first beam of the rising sun falling on the starlight flying crown. Wonder Woman Diana reached out and pulled out the sword of the god of fire behind her. Her agile and perfect body swooped down from the sky to the sea below. And used the falling force to stab the sword of the god of fire held in both hands into the sea. Swish. Before the tip of the silver sword touched the sea, it suddenly stopped in the air about 50 meters away, as if the sword had hit an invisible wall. It was a magic barrier similar to Paradise Island, but stronger and more solid than Paradise Island. Buzz. The Vulcan sword pierced the invisible barrier, and a terrifying wave immediately erupted, and the golden power swept through the air like a tide. Open it for me. Wonder Woman shouted, and the tip of the sword sank into the barrier little by little. Under the turbulent tide of divine power, you can vaguely see that within the barrier, there is a half-broken, still huge and boundless mountain, floating in this sea. That is the real main peak of the legendary Olympic mountain, which has long been destroyed, and the Greek sacred mountain where gods once lived. Chapter 302. Nian left New York with a temporary ability. Shockwave. Even Nian didn't know whether this was a farewell or a reunion. At the end of his life, he just wanted to see some people for the last time. No regrets, that's all. The Poison Ivy, Sky, etc. he had met before were all for various reasons, and they wanted to settle their debts. As a result, after going back and forth, it seemed that the so-called settlement was not completed. Instead, the involvement became more and more complicated, and it had reached the point where it was difficult to separate. And, a few places. Nian flew in the air, glanced at the little orange cat lying on his shoulder, and thought to himself that it would be great if he could be so heartless. Los Angeles, a commercial building in the city center. There is a striking logo above the building, a changed icon, the Fantastic Four. The Fantastic Four building. The sideline is a high-tech company, and the main business is saving the world. In the local city of Los Angeles, the Fantastic Four has become as popular as the Avengers, and is sought after and recognized by the citizens. At this time, night falls, and the lights are on. On the upper floors of the building, the manager's office is also lit up like daylight. Data files are piled up on the desk. She looks intellectual and decent with her hair tied up, and sexy in a hip skirt. The female white-collar worker with an angel face and a model figure, her beautiful face is full of sorrow, and her beautiful eyes are occasionally absent-minded, and I don't know what she is thinking. As if she was annoyed by the landline that kept ringing, the invisible heroine Susan simply put the landline receiver aside so that the outside phone could not dial the landline number. Like an ostrich, Susan buried her head in a pile of documents. As if this could help her forget the things on the ship and return to the past, when she knew almost nothing about that person. Susan hated herself like this. There was nothing she could do, and there was no way to do it. Forget those annoying things. But if you don't go to see him again, maybe you will never see him again in the future, does it matter? Two different voices echoed in Susan's heart. Finally, there was only one loud voice left. No, I want to see him. Susan suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, her eyes glowed with determination again, and she stood up from her office chair. Just at this time, there was a slight knocking sound on the French window on one side of the office. Susan looked up and was stunned. She saw the black-haired boy floating 100 meters in the air outside the window with the cat, waving at her in the room. She suddenly met the person she had always wanted to see. Hey. Susan was stunned. Open the window to let one person and one cat in. Sit down, what do you want to drink? Susan forced herself to calm down, and while talking, she went to prepare drinks. Nian sat down on the reception sofa in the office and smiled, then, have a glass of water. Water? Susan paused with the cup in her hand. At this moment, she recalled what happened before. At that time, her body and the other's body were connected together and could not be separated. Even for dinner, she could only pack hamburgers and take them home. At that time, there was no drink at home, only water. Now thinking back, that was really the most torturous and the best memory. The corners of Susan's delicate mouth rose, but as if she thought of something, her beautiful eyes dimmed quickly. When she was distracted, the cup of water in her hand slipped out of her hand and fell down. Before the cup landed on the ground, it suddenly stopped in the air, without spilling even a drop of water, and the cup flew into the hands of the boy. Nian took a sip of cold water and whispered, Miss Susan, I came here specially to say goodbye. I know. Susan's body trembled slightly, biting her lower lip and said, our company originally studied the field of biology, remeasurement here may be able to cure. No need. Nian shook his head and said sincerely, thank you. The more superimposed states, the stronger the ability. Nian understood more and more what death left on him. If you want to cure it in the field of science and technology, let alone the Earth civilization, even the alien civilization basically cannot do this. Even if there is, it's too late. Susan's eyes were red, and she stared at Nian and said, you still owe me a self-introduction. Nian was stunned, then stood up and said seriously, let me introduce myself again, my name is Nian Prince. I used a pseudonym before, I'm very sorry for deceiving you, I also apologize for leaving without saying goodbye last time. This time, it's a real farewell. The boy said sincerely. Nian Prince. Susan whispered softly. She seemed to have mustered up her courage and walked to Nian. She said in a panic and forcefully, kiss me. Miss Susan, what did you say? Nian was stunned. It's annoying, I want to confirm it, hurry up. Susan covered the collar of her white shirt with her right hand. She was a little nervous, but she bit her lip and urged firmly. A shy mature woman, unexpectedly cute. Nian's heart pounded. Then I'm here. Nian gently embraced Susan, who had a healthy and beautiful complexion and a petite and slender figure. Susan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she closed her eyes, and her soft lips painted with light-colored lipstick showed an attractive curve under the light. Susan, how can I call your office landline? Mr. Fantastic, one of the Fantastic Four, Reed, dressed in a suit and holding a document, walked into the manager's office. Huh? Reed glanced at the office in surprise, and it was obvious that there was no one in the manager's office. Susan was not in the office. But for some reason, the window was open. Where is she? Reed closed the door and left the manager's office. The next second, a small orange cat poked its head out from under the desk in the room, and its eyes flickered. Leaving the Fantastic Four company building. Nian was a little distressed while flying in the air. Genetic Spider, Krypton Superman, Magnetic Control, Poison Ivy Ability, Shock Wave Ability, Invisible Force Field. The states are stacked more and more. Even with the Spider ability to help control, coupled with the sick body surrounded by death, only part of each ability can be exerted. But the multiple abilities in different fields are stacked layer by layer, far exceeding the past. Nian felt that even if he was deliberately suppressing himself, he had almost reached a critical point. But he didn't have time to wait for the superimposed ability state to pass. Swish! Nian's figure, which was originally in the sky above the city, disappeared, and the next moment, he appeared on the sea surface thousands of miles away. It was not teleportation, but his speed was too fast, so fast that he ignored all physics, as if he had crossed space. There was no abnormal trajectory, as if he was the embodiment of a force. Boom! Nian fell into the sea below, and kept falling to the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters below. The sea surface seemed to have no reaction. At this moment, it seemed that even the sea water ignored the fact that it was stirred up. Chapter 303. 10,000 meters below the sea. In the huge rift abyss, there is a human empire that once soared as an ancient land technology, and then sank into the sea forever. Atlantis. At this time, the light bridge passage outside the gate of Atlantis glows with a brilliance better than the sun. Countless large and small submarine spaceships shuttle back and forth in the passage like fish. Among them, the figures of submarine people from different races of the 6 major submarine kingdoms can be seen. Since Princess Mara of Zebul obtained the Trident artifact and became the queen of the Kingdom of Atlantis, the 6 major submarine kingdoms have gradually merged into one. Breaking the previous boundaries of the submarine kingdoms, unifying resources and combat power without distinction, and ushering in a new era for the underwater world. At present, there is no Atlantis Kingdom, Zebul Kingdom, Saltwater Kingdom, Fisherman Kingdom and other 6 major submarine kingdoms in the past. There is only one civilization in the entire seabed, and that is the Atlantis Empire. The Atlantis Empire, a magnificent and gorgeous palace. Today, the throne of the empire still did not have the figure that attracted the attention of countless creatures in the sea, and it was particularly quiet and lonely. King, haven't you come out yet? Military advisor Vico came to the gate of the palace and asked the royal guards on duty. Not yet. The captain of the royal guard saluted in response, holding a trident weapon. What happened on that land cruise ship? Military advisor Vico frowned, looked up at the throne in the main hall of the palace with no owner, and muttered to himself worriedly. 2 days ago, the current emperor of Atlantis, Mara, went to a cruise ship in the land world alone and brought back Namor, a wanted criminal in the empire, and has been staying in his bedroom without coming out. 2 days and 2 nights. The energy fluctuations of the Trident artifact rippled out from the emperor's bedroom from time to time, spreading throughout the huge Atlantis empire, shocking the sea, and it can be seen that the king's mood is not calm. Vico knew that after becoming an emperor, Mara's heart was as hard as steel, and few things could shake her. Right. Vico suddenly recalled that not long ago, Mara, as an emperor, overcame all objections and amended the laws of the underwater empire, allowing the underwater people and the land people to intermarry. Could it be that the empress is in love? How could it be? That's impossible. Vico himself was shocked by his bold idea. It's better to be safe than sorry. Vico quickly ordered, add more people to protect the palace 24 hours a day, and no one from outside, including the royal family, is allowed to enter. Don't let even a fish in for me. Yes, military advisor. The captain of the royal guard took the order in a deep voice. But no one, including Vico and the captain of the guard, noticed that. At this time, the sea water not far away was slightly rippling with tiny ripples that were difficult to detect. Atlantis Empire, the deepest area of the palace, the Emperor's bedroom. The Emperor's bedroom is different from the original architectural style of the Atlantis Palace. It is an exquisite crystal palace. This is the princess's palace moved from the original Zebel kingdom thousands of miles away. Inside the palace, there are no guards or maids. On a scallop-shaped shining crystal bed, a bed quilt as soft as coral amber is laid. A woman wearing a pink jellyfish dress looks like a gorgeous mermaid lying on it. The red hair tied into a bun looks elegant and luxurious. Below is a stunning and delicate face. The gorgeous jellyfish dress draws a moving curve. The golden trident artifact stands next to the crystal bed, emitting strong waves that cannot be approached. The noble gold and silver halo falls on the woman in the long dress. Beautiful but not to be desecrated. Buzz. At this time, the crystal palace suddenly trembled slightly. The seabed directly below the Emperor's bedroom. A pair of huge beast eyes suddenly opened, and it seemed to smell a familiar breath, so it quickly closed again with peace of mind. You are here. Mera in the Emperor's bedroom slowly opened her beautiful eyes, sat up from the crystal bed, and looked inexplicably in the direction of the Emperor's bedroom door. Gurgle. The sea water was stretched open little by little, and a figure of a boy who was originally invisible emerged and entered the palace with oxygen coating and isolated sea water. Sleep later than me, is this the Empress? The moment Nian saw Mela, he couldn't help but complain. The little emperor skillfully jumped off the boy's shoulder with Guan Luo, making room for the two. Seeing the black-haired boy who appeared, Mela's beautiful eyes couldn't stop the joy, a charming smile bloomed on her face, and her red lips opened slightly. I have been waiting for you to come. Nian was stunned for a moment, then spread his hands and said, I am almost dead, it is very likely that I am too lazy to come here. Because I am the Empress. Mela spoke with certainty, and a strong and noble aura lingered on her body. Because I am confident in myself, I don't believe that you are reluctant to come and see me. Mira stared at Nian. She sat on the bed, raised her head slightly, and said confidently and stubbornly. Nian had to admit that at this moment, Mira, who was extremely beautiful and gentle, was indeed heartwarming. Mira didn't wait for Nian to say anything more. She patted the empty space next to the crystal bed with her hand. One foot raised the hem of her pink jellyfish dress and said elegantly and charmingly. This is the bed of the Queen of Atlantis, no one has ever approached it except me, are you sure, don't you want to try the texture? You invited me, so I have to try it. Nian responded seriously. Half an hour later. Nian left the Atlantis Empire with the little emperor. There was a red lip print on his neck, and he quietly stacked a temporary ability. Water control. In the end, it was fortunate that Nian held back. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences would be. Nian took the little emperor and Guan Luo and floated up from the bottom of the sea 10,000 meters, and the surrounding sea water automatically separated outwards. Even Nian didn't know whether the ability to support the sea water now was a superhuman force field, magnetic energy, shock wave or force field, or it could be water control. His speed was getting slower and slower, feeling the changes in his body. After Mera's abilities continued to stack up, Nian felt that he had broken a boundary. After obtaining the Gene Spider and Krypton Superman abilities. In the perfect Superman mode, Nian was already a superhuman on the first level of the Earth. Now, he has successively stacked up Lorna's magnetic control, Poison Ivy's plant manipulation, Sky's shockwave, Susan's invisible force field, Mera's water control. None of the last 5 superhuman abilities is reflected in the physical strength, so there is not much superimposed effect on the basis of the Iron Man. But in terms of spirit and control, it has been stacked layer by layer to a terrifying degree, surpassing the realm of the Iron Man. Generally speaking, with so many abilities stacked up, Nian would have lost control as before. But due to the curse of death on his body, each ability has been weakened to a certain extent, and now it just happens to be perfectly achieved as one. Chapter 304. Based on the powerful and stable super brain of Krypton's superhuman body. Spider silk control, magnetism control, plant control, shock wave control, force field control, water control. The soul and spirit are undergoing qualitative changes step by step, and the power of control is constantly transforming and sublimating. 7 extraordinary abilities, perfectly integrated into one. This is the most stacked ability in Nian's history, and maybe it's also the last time. Slowly flying out of the sea, facing the rising moon. Nian opened his eyes, and his eyes were like crushed rainbows, filled with brilliant light. The little orange cat lying on his shoulder and Guanluo in the glass jar were both stunned. Xinyan, you, Ganluo felt that Xinyan was stranger than ever before. Don't worry, I'm fine, Shi Young said in a low voice. He looked at the sky, the sea, and the land in the distance, feeling unprecedentedly peaceful in his mind. To be honest, I don't even know myself anymore. Xinyan was suspended high in the sky over the sea and whispered to himself, I feel that I can control everything I see. Xinyan thought, and the spider sense immediately spread out. It easily broke through the previous limit of 10 meters and suddenly extended to 1,000 meters away. No, this is just the beginning. Kilometers, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. The spider sense is like an ever-expanding invisible spider web that expands infinitely outward. 1 million meters, 10 million meters. Until it covers the entire blue planet. When Xinyan closed his eyes, he could simultaneously see street performers in New York performing their talents, researchers in Antarctica collecting ice, vicious criminals in the Middle East charging at gunpoint, and billionaires in Dubai stroking their lion pets. Not only can I see clearly, but I can also hear what they are saying. Can also hear. The boss is so annoying. I really want to ask for the contact information of the girl just now. This customer is so disgusting, go to hell, go to hell. Husband, why are you still staying at home? Go on a business trip quickly. This is, the voice of man. A glimmer of understanding flashed through Xinyan's colorful eyes. The massive amount of information from the outside world that could not be accommodated by 10 supercomputers was easily and clearly presented in his brain. It turns out that the Earth still hides such a civilized country. Xinyan suddenly set his sights in the direction of South Africa. He saw it. In the poorest area of South Africa, among the most pristine and dense mountain forests, there is a country hidden. The country has a huge black leopard statue, a magnificent palace, bustling city streets, and suspended trains and smart spaceships everywhere. The level of science and technology seems to be more than one level higher than the technology outside the Earth. Underground in the country, is that vibranium mineral? That's it. The spider sense scanned it down, and Xinyan quickly understood everything. In other words, there is no secret on Earth that can be hidden from him at this time. That's. Xinyan suddenly had a thought, but found a familiar person in Wakanda, which is full of vibranium minerals. When did that guy get in? South Africa. Wakanda. It looks primitive, but it is in the local streets selling vibranium clothing and high-tech equipment products. A black woman wore a mask on her face and the same clothes as the locals, blending in without attracting attention. Barbara, the leopard girl disguised as a local in Wakanda, raised her eyes and looked in the direction where the suspension train was leaving. There was a huge and magnificent kingdom palace there. We must find a way to enter the Wakanda palace. Leopard girl thought to herself. I heard that the princess of Wakanda is the smartest technological genius in the area, she may be able to save Xinyan's life, we must find a way to kidnap her out of the country of Wakanda. That's my prey. I won't let it go before I get it. The leopard girl's beautiful eyes flashed wildly. But at this moment. Snap. An oncoming Wakandan local accidentally bumped into leopard girl. Naturally, he was unable to knock leopard girl down and staggered instead. Excuse me. The local man was about to apologize, but in the middle of the sentence, he suddenly and strangely changed his words, leopard girl, Barbara Minerva. Leopard girl's eyes suddenly opened wide and her body stopped in place. But see. The locals who directly recognized her identity scratched their heads in wonder, avoided her body and left. Immediately afterwards. A woman walking by looked at her strangely and whispered, stop. Another passerby added, don't harm other people's peaceful country. Leave immediately. I will stare at you. A complete sentence was said by different passersby. There was no pause in the middle, as if it had been practiced countless times. After finishing speaking, the passersby in Wakanda blinked in confusion, ignored the leopard girl standing in the middle of the road, and left directly. Who are you and where are you? Leopard girl kept looking around, unable to hide her fear. Immediately. Dozens of passersby stopped at the same time and looked at leopard girl. I am everywhere. Now, she won't harm the princess of other countries. Above the sea, Xinyan looked away from the country of Wakanda in South Africa. Although leopard girl is a supervillain, she is also one of Aunt Diana's few remaining friends. Let's leave it at that. Next, it's time to get down to business. In the current mode, it can definitely be done. Xinyan's thoughts were clear, and the spider sense immediately covered all parts of the world, constantly scanning the world. Half a minute later. Found it. Xinyan's eyes were full of brilliance, and in an instant he disappeared from the sea with Xiao Huang. Russia. In the uninhabited primitive forest, there is a factory building. The location of the factory building is very secret, surrounded by many trees, and many people are secretly lurking on duty. Armored tanks, machine guns and other heavy weapons are distributed around the periphery of the factory building, hidden in the forest with camouflage cloth and mechanisms. Even an armed army can hardly break in. This is not a factory, but a military fortress. The secret fortress is equipped with an invisible energy shield. There are only 2 floors on the surface of the building, but there are 10 underground floors inside. At this time, on the 10th underground floor, there is a research room guarded by armed personnel. The short being wearing silver armor sat quietly on a chair in the laboratory. The armor was full of scratches and was seriously damaged inside. Some researchers were removing the armor parts from him. After just one use, the armor was highly worn out. His extreme speed is really amazing. The leader, Dr. Hydra, said with emotion, "Be careful, cultivate and study it well. He is definitely one of the most perfect weapons for our Hydra in the future, and his role is far beyond that of the Winter Soldier. Long live Hydra." The researchers have removed all the armor parts except the helmet. Boom! The cumulus clouds above the mountains and forests, the energy shield of the fortress, the reinforced ceiling of the factory, the floor where the laboratory is located, and so on, all the obstacles in the middle, broke a hole from top to bottom at the same time to allow people to walk. A beam of natural light from outside was slightly dazzling, and it fell from outside into the research institute 10 floors deep underground. What happened? The leader pushed his glasses and looked at the hole in the ceiling of the research institute in surprise, where he could see the sun directly. Woohoo! The alarm system of the Hydra secret base then delayed to sound a sharp alarm. Foreign enemies are invading. Chapter 305. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Alarms rang out all over the Hydra fortress base, and red hazard lights flashed in every fortress area. In fact, even without the alarm system, Hydra members could see the invasion of foreign enemies. After all, the energy shield of the fortress base was instantly broken, and the research room from the roof to the 10th floor underground was directly penetrated, and the light from outside fell into the deepest part of the base without any hindrance. A military fortress that was strong enough to resist the attack of a modern armed army was penetrated by the entire building without any signs. What else could this be if it wasn't an invasion of foreign enemies? Just. Where is the enemy? Hydra members and researchers looked around in horror. People in the fortress monitoring room kept checking the outside of the fortress and the internal areas of the fortress from the 1st to the 10th floor. But they couldn't find any trace of the invaders at all. Everything was very calm, nothing unusual, just like usual. In the fortress, only the alarm of foreign invasion kept echoing and ringing. Everyone felt a chill in their backs. Unknown attacks and invasions are often the most terrifying, because they don't know how to deal with them. Fortress base, 10th floor underground. Looking at the dust falling slightly from above, the leading doctor said with a stiff face, "No matter what, move the important experimental subject away first." Understood. Several researchers in white clothes nodded immediately and walked towards the important experimental subject wearing only a silver helmet. At this time, an accident happened. Pa, accompanied by the sound of falling one after another. Before the researchers approached the experimental subject, they suddenly lost consciousness, like puppets without strings, and fell to the ground in a coma. "What are you doing?" The leading doctor was stunned. He subconsciously took a step forward, but his nose hurt and blood gushed out, as if he hit an invisible wall. "There is a wall here." The leading doctor covered his nose with one hand and tentatively moved forward with the other hand, and soon hit an air wall. "Can't pass." Under the leader's alarmed gaze, the inside of the air wall, with the flickering light and shadow, the outline of the boy's body appeared. There was a small orange cat lying on the shoulder of the black-haired boy. "I found you." Nian looked ahead at the important experimental subject sitting on the chair, and sighed softly. Hearing his voice, the important experimental subject slowly stood up from the chair. He looked up, and a pair of dark eyes appeared between the silver helmet. It was a look similar to the Winter Soldier, without any emotion. Whoosh! The young experimental subject moved and disappeared in an instant, leaving a silver afterimage in the room, and was about to flee out. Nian's colorful eyes kept moving, as if he could clearly see the figure of Quicksilver that even the surveillance camera could hardly record. "Don't run." Nian pointed with his hand. The figure of the experimental subject suddenly stopped, like a freeze, and stopped at the door of the laboratory. Nian waved his hand, and the experimental subject immediately flew back and floated close to him. "Stopped Quicksilver? How is that possible?" The team leader was shocked. Thinking that he couldn't let the other party take away the most important experimental subject, he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Intruder, in the laboratory, come quickly." Before he finished speaking. Snap. With a crisp snap of fingers, the team leader, researchers, and armed members, all the people in the entire fortress building, all blacked out and fell to the ground unconscious. Foreign invasion. Even the alarm stopped abruptly, and the huge base fell silent. 1 second, no, less than 1 second. End the battle. Nian didn't look at the Hydra personnel throughout the whole process, and his attention was on the experimental subject in front of him. Under his gaze, the silver helmet broke and cracked, revealing a vigorous silver hair and a childish boy's face. Isn't it one of the twins, Wanda's brother, Pietro? Pietro floated in the air, looking at Nian with lifeless eyes, without any obvious emotions, and his body struggled to escape. Wake up. Nian stretched out 2 fingers and touched Pietro's forehead, and a mysterious colored light particle penetrated into it. The next second, the indifference in Pietro's eyes disappeared, and a slightly confused look emerged. Brother, why are you here? Looking at Nian standing in front of him, Pietro said exaggeratedly. Look where you are, Nian said unhappily. Pietro looked around, and when he saw the unfamiliar laboratory environment and the Hydra personnel lying on the ground around him, he was obviously completely confused. Why am I here? You were captured by them and brainwashed, Nian responded bluntly. Oh, I remember. Pietro held his head with both hands, his face pale. The feeling of being brainwashed was naturally uncomfortable, like a humanoid machine being driven, and being repeatedly studied as an experimental subject. Don't worry, I have repaired your brain, maybe it will be more eye-catching than before, Nian said casually. Brother, please don't say such terrible things in such a relaxed tone. Pietro said with a sad face and still in shock. Wanda, I've been looking for you, she said in a young voice. Really? I miss my sister too, but they restricted my freedom of life. I tried various ways to escape and leave later. I found that I ran faster and faster. Want to escape, so I ran faster and faster. This family is really gifted. Nian sighed secretly and said, I'll take you to see her. That's great. Pietro's face was full of excitement, and he quickly remembered something and looked at the unconscious Hydra members around him, how to deal with them. Don't worry about it. Nian said, putting his hand on Pietro's shoulder. The next moment, the two disappeared from the spot. After Nian left, the alarms suddenly sounded again in the Hydra fortress. The self-destruct program has been activated, and the countdown is 30 seconds. Hundreds of Hydra members who fell unconscious on the ground were completely unaware of this and waited for the countdown to return to 0. The moment before, they were still in Russia, and the next moment they appeared over Nepal. Nian carried the confused Quicksilver Pietro with one hand. How did they get here? It was too fast and I couldn't see clearly. Wanda, here. Pietro looked down at the city below blankly. Nian nodded, and his eyes, which gathered the 7 extraordinary powers, glowed with colorful light like the most mysterious color of the universe. Under the eyes of super body mode, you can see the voice of the living beings, see various forces and energies, see the communication information flow, see the atomic view of things, and see various rules and veins. There are no secrets in sight. Now. Nian also saw very clearly a secluded place hidden in the space crack near Mount Everest. Various force fields and energies were distorted there. Chapter 306. Buzz. The Sanctuary of the Master, Comatage. Nian appeared in the quaint sanctuary with Pietro, even a cat, and a starfish. None of the mages practicing in the sanctuary noticed this. Otherwise, they will be scared to the point of doubting the life of a mage. You're here. From the corridor behind him, a calm female voice suddenly sounded. Master Gu, did you foresee my coming again? Nian smiled, turned around, waved, and greeted the person who appeared behind him familiarly. Looking at the bald woman wearing a black robe standing behind, Pietro looked horrified. For him, everything around him could slow down to almost stand still. But he just didn't notice at all how the bald woman came behind them. This time, I didn't know until you came in. Master Gu looked at Nian solemnly and said. You are the first person to set foot here through non-magical abilities. It's just a small trick, Nian spread his hands. This is not something that can be done with small means. Master Gu commented. Since Kamal Taj has had a protective barrier since ancient times, without the mage inside to open the door, only through the portal spell circulated in the sanctuary can one find the non-existent Kamal Taj and try to enter here. Space. And Nian imitated energy creations from other dimensions and deceived the sanctuary barrier. This incredible ability is simply equivalent to that of an alien demon. This is Pietro, Wanda's brother. Nian pulled Pietro aside and introduced him to Master Gui. Come with me. Master Gui nodded, obviously knowing their purpose of coming here, and turned around and walked away. Nian followed with Pietro. Walk through the long corridor. Master Ancient One came to an attic room in the sanctuary. She waved her sleeves to open the door that seemed to be restricted by the mage. You could see Wanda lying on the wooden bed inside. Wanda. Little Quicksilver Pietro couldn't bear it anymore, he was so excited that he turned into a silver stream of light and rushed into the room first. The next moment. Laugh. A scarlet energy tide swept through the room, carrying Pietro flying out from the door of the room. The ancient mage raised his hands, and a strange wind surged out, cancelling out the scarlet energy and preserving this building area. Nian supported Pietro through a layer of air. Keep looking inside. Wanda lay on the wooden bed and fell asleep, as if she was having a nightmare. The scarlet energy did not come from the necklace, but from her petite body. What happened to my sister? Pietro asked worriedly. Ask him. Master Gui glanced at Nian. Nian didn't respond. He put Pietro on the ground and walked into the room. For his intrusion. The scarlet energy in Wanda's body continued to surge instinctively, but when it came close to the boy's body, the extremely destructive scarlet energy was as gentle as a breeze. The scarlet energy caressed by without harming the boy in the slightest, not even intending to resist. Nian successfully arrived at Wanda's bedside. The girl was still having nightmares, her face was restless and painful, and her red lips were pursed tightly, which made people feel distressed. Master, don't leave me. Wanda murmured in her sleep. I'm not here. Nian sat down by the bed and caressed Wanda's little face. Under his word. Wanda instinctively moved up to hold the boy's hand. The anxiety and pain on her face faded away, replaced by peace and tranquility. Nian recalled what happened in the past. It is said that when people are about to die, they will start to reminisce and reminisce. It turns out to be true. Nian looked at the sleeping Wanda, with a smile on his lips. Wanda, I helped you find your family. No matter what happens in the future, you still have your closest family members. You have to remember, that day when I rescued you from the ruins, I got a big deal and got the best maid in the world. You will definitely grow up to be good enough in the future, and I will keep an eye on you no matter where you are. After all, how could anyone let go of such a great maid? Have a good sleep, everything will be fine when you wake up. Young said softly, touching the girl's forehead with her fingertips, and the warm-colored light penetrated little by little. Exit the room. Pietro looked at Nian blankly, and said with surprise and joy, Brother, did you really pick up my sister? What are you talking about? Nian raised his finger and struck it, giving Pietro a violent shudder, which made Pietro hold his head in pain. There's no way to avoid this violent shock. Look carefully at Wanda, you will be a man from now on, if anyone bullies her, you will understand. Nian patted Pietro heavily on the shoulder. Yes, brother-in-law. Pietro patted his chest hard and vowed. Boom. Another violent shock fell. Leave Pietro in the room to watch over Wanda. Nian in super mode exited the room and went to the main hall of the sanctuary with Master Gui. The two faced each other and sat down on ordinary wooden chairs. Now, do you know what is left on you? Master Gui asked softly. Nian nodded and glanced down at his body. This time, even without Gui's help, he could still see the black mist overflowing from his body and even his soul. It's death. Nian's eyes flashed with colorful colors and were clear. That's right, what death left on him was death. Rather than saying it was a strange cosmic energy, it was a concept of creation called death. Just like the space gem and the time gem, it is an infinite energy and a supreme characteristic concept. Death, one of the gods of creation in this universe, planted the power of the concept of death in this world on Nian, so Nian could only face death in the end. Even if he is stronger than death, as long as he is still in this universe, he can only die as expected. Unless. Ancient Master said in a deep voice, leave this dimensional world and never come back. Nian smiled, Master, you warned me not to get lost in the multidimensional space, but this time you actually suggested that I get lost in it on my own initiative. This is the best choice for you personally, Ancient Master said seriously. Going to other dimensional worlds, the concept of death in this world will be weakened. Maybe, you can deceive death. Nian also thought of this when he entered the current superpower mode. But, recalling the fear and worry of Aunt Diana after she accidentally returned from the Spider-Verse. I won't leave. Nian did not hesitate and responded firmly, everything I have is here, even if I die, I will not leave here again. Escape to other dimensions and never come back. This is definitely more unacceptable than death. As a time traveler, Nian has experienced so many things and has completely taken root in this world. Master Gu Yi was silent. Nian stared at Gu Yi with colorful light in his eyes, and suddenly said, "Master, the evil black energy substance from other dimensions on your body." Master Gu Yi's face was as calm as ever. Facing the first person who saw through her secret, she whispered, "Everyone, sometimes, always has to choose to give up something. Children make choices." The dying Nian disagreed, "I choose to have it all." Chapter 307. Ahem. A violent coughing sound sounded from the main hall of Kamar-Taj Sanctuary. "I have never been able to see your future, not even a timeline." Master Gu Yi sighed softly, "But I didn't expect that your life would end so soon. I disappoint you." Nian's face was pale, but his eyes with colorful pupils were extremely clear, as if he could see all the mysteries in the world. He smiled and said, "Master, I still have something to do. I will leave Wanda and Pietro to you, don't let them out yet." Master Gu Yi seemed to have noticed what the young man was going to do, and he couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "You can leave everything in the future to them and us, there is no need to carry everything on yourself. After I die, even if the floods are raging." Nian shook his head and said weakly but resolutely, "I'm not one of those old men, while I can still move, let's do something last. Supreme Mage, thank you for your continued care. Bye now." Nian smiled and stood up from the chair with the little orange cat on his shoulder. "Stand up for a moment." The boy and the cat disappeared from Kamar-Taj. Master Gu Yi was left alone in the main hall. She was sitting in a chair in a daze, muttering to herself in a low voice. "You are mocking me for being a child and not being bold enough, and you are mocking me for being an old man and not being decisive enough." New York. In a basement. The doors and windows here are closed, and only a dozen candles are burning on the side walls of the room, glowing with dim firelight. Several mysterious men in black robes sat cross-legged on the ground, their backs to the candlelight, most of their bodies shrouded in the darkness of the basement, their faces cold and indifferent. "Currently, the master cannot come yet, we are no match for the Supreme Mage. We must first find a way to get the book, the forbidden book hidden in Kamar-Taj. Then destroy the 3 major sanctuaries and let the master come to the earth. The magic genius named Wanda may be able to use it or draw the opponent into our lineup. As long as she gets the gift from the master, she may be able to fight against the Supreme. It depends on the master's intention. Anyway, this world will eventually fall into the dark dimension. The cult-like private council is not over yet." Buzz. The underground building they were in began to shake violently, and the candlelight flickered on and off. What happened? Is this an earthquake? The dark mages were shocked and confused. The leader of the dark mage, Cassius, turned pale. He received more energy from the dark dimension, so he was more aware of the potential danger at the moment. This feeling of chills running down your spine and trembling in your soul is exactly the same as the first time you were targeted by your master, so powerful and out of reach. How is this possible? Hurry and hide in the mirror space. Cassius's horrified words had not yet finished. Boom! The whole building roared and collapsed, and a shock wave wiped out everything. The dark mages who had no time to escape into the mirror space howled repeatedly, and soon fell into complete silence, crushed to pieces. Outside. There was no earthquake on the street. Pedestrians on the road looked at the unfinished building that collapsed without warning and backed away in fear. Of course they didn't know that this local earthquake had wiped out a group of evil mages that would cause turmoil in the world in the future. Mount Everest, tens of thousands of meters high in the sky. Nian stood in the air, and the world below showed the arc outline of the blue planet, which was extremely beautiful. Nian stood quietly in the area near space, his eyes shining like the corner of a rainbow, reflecting the entire world beneath him, and he turned his gaze away from New York. Dealing with the dark mage with evil energy from other dimensions was just something he conveniently helped the Ancient One mage handle. What he wants to do has just begun. In super mode, Nian once again uses his spider sense to cover the world. USA, California. Nian came to a wild field with fertile soil here. He pointed his finger somewhere, and the earth cracked open, forming a bottomless rift valley, from which a colorful seed floated. The seeds are in bud, with bright colors and a strange aura. What is this? Gan Luo, who was traveling with Nian, was surprised. He felt huge energy from this seed, which was as vast as a star. The voice of artificial intelligence Alice sounded on the phone. There are no similar plant species in the currently known biological illustrations on Earth. Because it is not an original product of the birth of the Earth. Nian calmly stared at the colorful seeds buried on the Earth a long time ago. Under his colorful eyes, he seemed to be able to vaguely see. An unknown number of light years away from the Earth, a planet with the shape of a human head and an outline of a face. The beautiful and strange seeds are now connected with the human-headed planet, making the two become one whole. Gulyalu. The colorful seeds suddenly trembled and flew towards the starry sky, trying to escape. Nian reached out directly and grabbed the colorful seeds. The seeds were immediately unable to move. At the same time, on the other side of the universe, on a planet shaped like a human head. It is full of lush forests, meadows and flower fields, with one and only one gorgeous palace building located on it. A female alien with an insect-like appearance and two snail-like tentacles on her head was pruning plants next to the fountain in the front yard of the palace and listening to the voices of the plants. At this time, there was a thunderous roar behind her. The mantis girl looked back in surprise, only to see that the roof of her master's palace was broken, and several giant poisonous vines with barbs protruded from it. These giant poisonous vines had a radius of 1 meter, and the number was endless, and they were still growing, directly expanding the entire palace. Swish! The rapidly growing giant poisonous vines spread outside the palace, destroying everything like green dragons and snakes. The giant poisonous vines took deep roots and invaded, and began to absorb the energy and nutrients of the current planet as a supply to spread more rapidly and terrifyingly. The poisonous vines soon formed a poisonous vine forest on the planet, and the native flowers and plants withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Large areas of the planet were infiltrated with extremely toxic poisonous vine toxins. In less than a few seconds, the most fertile land area was invaded and occupied by poisonous vines. Deep underground on the planet, a middle-aged man in holy white clothes screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he was shaking with anger. For billions of years, he had devoured thousands of planets, and this was the first time he encountered energy backfired. In addition to being trembling with anger, the god ego was also deeply afraid. Earth. Oh. Did you take the initiative to remove the connection with the seed? Superbody Nian shook his head a little bored and crushed the shriveled colorful seeds. Chapter 308. Awesome, Guan Luo was impressed. As Staro's clone, it had wandered in the vast universe for decades, and its knowledge of the current universe and the external dimension can definitely be ranked in the top 3 on Earth. Coupled with extraordinary spiritual thoughts and energy perception, Guan Luo knew very well what the human boy who was traveling with him just now did. I used to cross the universe under the jurisdiction of the Green Lantern Corps and reach the place where gods and demons live in the universe, Guan Luo sighed. I didn't expect that I would meet the strongest on Earth in a remote area of cosmic civilization in the end. The strongest? Nian in superbody mode shook his head gently. Just now, killing a few dark wizards who were not prepared for battle was something that Ancient One, as the supreme wizard, could easily do. What Master Ancient One feared was the existence behind those dark wizards, that is, the overlord from the dark dimension. As the master of the dark dimension, the other party was so powerful that it was difficult to estimate. Even the Ancient One has borrowed energy from the dark dimension to bless himself, so as to protect the Earth from the invasion of other multidimensional dimensions. The Ancient One has no confidence that he can fight against the Lord of the Dark Dimension, so he has some reservations and will pursue stability. Nian in the super body mode naturally has no absolute confidence that he can compete with the Lord of the Dark Dimension. After all, the opponent is not on Earth. Only when they really fight, can we know who is stronger and who is weaker. The place where Nian is stronger than the Ancient One is that he has no reservations. For example, just now. For many years, he left seeds on the Earth that were enough to devour the energy of the planet. The body is an unknown existence of a life planet. If the opponent dared to fight to the death with the current Nian, and compared the strength of each other's abilities and energy, it would obviously not appear the one-sided defeat just now. But the life planet was scared from the beginning. Like them, they have lived for more than billions of years. How can they fight with an existence in a universe whose specific strength cannot be judged without making full preparations? Everything in the universe, when it is strong to a certain degree and lives to a certain age, has its scruples. The Lord of the Dark Dimension, the existence of the Life Planet, and even the Supreme Mage, all have their own scruples. Being in their high positions and having infinite lifespans, they do not fight with strength, but with strategies and means to cultivate disciples and believers. Who would be as strong as Nian, so terribly strong, so reckless, and unreasonable? Of course. With less than 2 days left to live, Nian naturally wanted the Lord of the Dimension and the Life Planet to come at this time and try to take these old things with him. I'm here, do you dare to come? The black-haired boy stood in the sky above California with a cat, his pale face calm, weak but full of fighting spirit. Who dares to come and fight him to the death? Gurgle. In the basement of a collapsed building in New York. From between the black-robed corpses that were crushed into meat paste, black blood flowed in the cracks of the ruins and condensed into a cold and ruthless eye. That is definitely not an eye that a normal creature can have. It is like the extreme darkness in the abyss. This eye is looking towards the sky above California in the ruins. At the same time, the colorful seed dust that was crushed by Nian just now also faintly showed a little energy fluctuation similar to that of a star. There is a terrible existence in the depths of the universe looking at the earth from a distance. At this moment, the little orange cat lying on the boy's shoulder was furred all over, and the starfish's one eye was also full of horror. Come or not. Nian's eyes were full of bright and colorful light, looking at the ruins of New York and one end of the starry sky respectively. A few months ago, he was still an ordinary high school student. Nian has never been the type to take the initiative to cause trouble. But the Lord of the Dark Dimension manipulates the puppets of the Dark Mage. The seeds that can devour energy buried by the existence of the life planet are obviously the foreign demons who have long begun to plot against the Earth. After a few seconds, the eyes in the ruins of New York collapsed and turned into a pool of smelly black blood. The energy fluctuations of the star also disappeared, and the dust of the seeds dissipated in the wind. Only then did Xiao Huang's fur soften, and Guan Luo's hanging heart slowly fell. Only Nian's bright colorful eyes flashed with disappointment. He really wanted to lure these old things down and try to bring them along as companions while there was still time. I'm disappointed that you didn't come. Nian shook his head, took a step in the air, and disappeared with Xiao Huang and Guan Luo. California, an archaeological excavation site. Miss Myun, we have a discovery here. An archaeologist who was cleaning the soil in the cave waved and called out. Here we come. The white woman leaned out of the tent, wearing a work permit on her towering chest, tying up her slightly curly hair, and skillfully climbed over the protective belt to enter the cave. Joan Myun returned to her normal human form and worked as an archaeologist, but she was obviously not very focused while working, thinking about something. Last time, she was once again possessed by the evil spirit that was attached to her, but after meeting the boy she had seen in Gotham City, she actually broke free from the control of the evil spirit and regained some clarity. Or, even the evil spirit wanted to save the human boy. Joan Myun was thinking about this in a daze, when he suddenly realized that the work site had become inexplicably quiet. This is... Xiong Myun stood up in shock, but saw that all the colleagues and staff around him were still standing there like sculptures, still in the same posture as in the previous archaeological work. The machines and vehicles also stopped working, and the cave site, which was noisy a moment ago, suddenly became silent. Xiong Myun looked back as if she had sensed something, and saw a familiar figure standing at the entrance of the cave, bathing in the sun with a kitten. It's you. Xiong Myun opened her mouth in surprise. Let it out, she said in a low voice. Xiong Myun was about to say something, but she rolled her eyes and lost consciousness. Her body did not fall down, but leaned against the darkness of the cave. Her body was covered by a layer of dark gauze, and her ruddy white skin turned pale. The young and beautiful face also became gray and gloomy, and the dark hair fell down on her shoulders. There was an ominous breath on her body, like a dead ghost. Less than a second. Joan Myun transformed into the enchantress who appeared on the Great Era cruise ship. She had held back Supergirl and Spider-Woman by herself. Although it was a tricky way, her strength was still extremely strong. After looking at Nian, the enchantress retreated into the darkness of the cave at a very fast speed, and her pale figure with disheveled hair disappeared. It was like running away. What a joke. Even the overlords of other dimensions did not dare to come down and touch her. Wouldn't she, a wizard from another dimension, run away and wait for death? Chapter 309. Nian and Xiao Huang in super body mode, together with Guan Luo, watched the disappearing charm witch with 5 eyes. Then, the other party almost merged into the dark figure, and then emerged from the virtual to the real. The charm witch looked at Nian in disbelief, his eyes fell on the necklace he was wearing, and the pendant with a glowing blue light fixed this space. No instant movement. Ahem, let's talk, how about it? Nian coughed and smiled. Ah! The charm witch screamed suddenly, and the harsh sound stirred up a strong wind in the cave. As if the night was covering it, and the darkness surged out of the cave like a tide, trying to swallow up the figure of Nian standing at the entrance of the cave. In the darkness, only the boy's colorful eyes were shining. The strange darkness approached his body 1 meter away, and it could not get closer. A layer of invisible energy shield blocked everything. And Nian's eyes became brighter and brighter, and the bright colorful light dispelled the darkness of the cave. Ah! The witch's scream rang out again in the cave, but this time, it was a scream mixed with fear and pain. A few seconds later, The darkness was like fog, and the bright sunlight outside the cave fell in. The witch was half sitting on the ground with her two heads in her arms. Her slender body leaned against the stone wall of the cave. The intangible black veil on her body was messy, and she looked like she had been ravaged. "Now, can we talk, Miss Evil Spirit?" Nian bent down in front of the witch. His handsome face was pale, revealing a harmless smile. 5 minutes later, Nian left the archaeological site. In the cave, Nian, who had returned to his human form, lay unconscious on the ground. As for the surrounding staff who looked like sculptures, they collectively resumed their actions. They all touched the back of their heads and looked around without knowing why. Nian did not choose to kill the evil spirit. Now the witch's evil spirit and Nian have become one, just like the coexistence mode of the Hulk and Banner. However, the other party will not be able to hurt others in the future, which Nian can confirm. It may be better to leave the other party here than to kill him. Are you still following me? Nian, who walked out of the archaeological site, suddenly turned back and looked at a forest. Xiao Huang looked at that area in confusion and did not find any creatures. "That, Raven." Guan Luo seemed to have discovered something and said solemnly. "Yes, Raven." In the forest behind Nian, on the branches of a tree, a raven with blackened wings was resting. This raven has no entity, and it does not even have a host to rely on, so only people with high mental strength or keen energy perception can notice its existence. Hearing Nian's words, the raven spread its wings and flew out of the forest, landing on the other shoulder of the boy without the cat. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Nian spoke calmly, and under his bright eyes with colorful pupils, he knew what kind of existence the raven was at a glance. The raven stayed on the boy's shoulder, and its eyes, which had never had any emotion, showed a hint of human color. It folded its dark and translucent wings, and rubbed its small head against the boy's neck, which seemed a little intimate. Nian hesitated, but finally did not do it. He said softly, "Go, leave the earth as soon as possible. This is not the dimension world where you were born. Although it is your nature to devour souls, your existence is a fatal danger to others." Nian stretched out his hand and plucked a piece of black feather from the inner side of the body of the incorporeal raven. After the black feather fell off, the raven's eyes were full of more colorful ripples, as if it recalled many things in an instant. It flapped its wings and took off. The raven flew high into the sky, looked back at the boy deeply, and its figure gradually disappeared. "Goodbye." Nian watched the raven's small figure disappear, and looked down at his right hand. The feather, which was also invisible under normal circumstances, turned into a black shackle at this time. The black shackles melted like ice and snow, turning into strange energy and dissipating in the hand. Another method of the outer dimension demon god, Guan Luo vaguely guessed something, and became more and more shocked. It found that it might have misjudged the earth in the past, totally wrong. There are so many outer demon gods, the strongest in the universe, who devour planets and subvert civilizations. I don't know when they started to invade here by various means. There are also Kryptonians and gods here. The Earth is definitely not as simple as a life planet in the remote area of cosmic civilization on the surface. Where are we going next? Guan Luo asked curiously. It felt that even if it died as an avatar, it would not be in vain to be able to walk a life journey with the strongest legend on this planet in the end. Even if it wanders in the universe again in the future, it will be enough to brag about it for a lifetime. Nian did not answer, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and gave instructions. "Alice, collect all your data back here, don't worry about the company's business for the time being, just take a holiday." "Yes." Artificial intelligence Alice responded quickly. Although it doesn't understand what its master means, as artificial intelligence, the most important thing is to obey orders. Wait for Alice to collect all her data from future Chronicle Company, home, and remote satellites back into the modified mobile phone crystal in 1 minute. Nian opened Xiao Huang's mouth and stored the mobile phone in the devouring space. Artificial intelligence Alice disconnected from the current world. Generally speaking, it is more convenient to bring artificial intelligence for assistance. But the place Nian is about to go is a forbidden place for artificial intelligence. Metropolis, port. Under the surface. A skull-shaped alien spaceship is dormant, extending out dense pipes, connected to most of the neighboring metropolis city. ZZ. The energy and information of the metropolis city poured into the skull spaceship from all directions. Everything is going on quietly. Not to mention the residents living in the metropolis. Even the steel skeleton who believes that he can control the entire Earth's network information, and the superhero Superman station to protect the metropolis, did not notice this at all. Inside the cabin of the skull-headed spaceship, Various precision instruments far beyond the local civilization on Earth flickered, and a vessel containing a human brain and some glassware of city models were placed on the workbench in a mess. I have absorbed millions of bit streams. Sooner or later, I will be able to break through the boundaries of this universe and evolve to the realm of ultimate intelligence. The tall being sitting on the chair whispered to himself, his voice hoarse and cold, as if synthesized electronically. At this moment, a young man's voice suddenly sounded from the cabin area behind the chair. You are the real mastermind behind the Great Era cruise ship incident, right? The tall being sitting on the chair stiffened when he heard this. Chapter 310. Underground of Metropolis Port. Inside the cabin of the skull-shaped alien spaceship. The blue mist with spatial properties behind the black-haired boy dissipated, and in front of him, the tall being sitting in the driver's seat slowly stood up and turned his head. Superbody Xinyan's eyes flashed with bright-colored pupils. It can be seen that the owner of the skull-shaped alien spaceship is nearly 2 meters tall, sturdy and strong, with green skin all over. A bald head with several red lights, wearing metal armor with extremely high-level and precise technological craftsmanship, with a paralyzed face and no expression, and there is no breath of life on his body. A robot similar to Cyborg and Vision? No. This is more like a special biochemical man, with extremely powerful energy in his body. This energy is far beyond the new element energy core configured in Iron Man's iron battle suit, and even exceeds Superman Clark, who has his own energy conversion field in his body. Superbody Xinyan scanned the other party with his eyes and quickly analyzed and came to many conclusions. At this time, the colorful starfish in the glass jar suddenly opened its single eye wide, and the spirit mind exclaimed in surprise, "It's it. Do you know it?" Xinyan's mind moved slightly. When I was wandering in the universe, I heard about it in some civilizations. It is exactly the same as described in the legend. It is it. Guan Luo's spirit mind was trembling. The universe is vast and boundless. And the planets with life and civilizations are like sand in a desert, too numerous to count. But there are not many top advanced civilizations, such as the once famous Titan, Apocalypse, Krypton, etc. These top civilizations have been around for billions of years and are the absolute overlords of the local star field. It can be said that it takes hundreds of millions of civilizations to give birth to a top advanced civilization. Even the Green Lantern Corps. Gods and demons will not easily provoke it. Xinyan, you mean, the other party comes from one of the overlord-level advanced civilizations? It's not that simple. Guan Luo replied in horror, I heard that there is such a top advanced civilization, Comet Core Star. The science and technology field of this civilization was once at the forefront of the universe. Until a few decades ago, this overlord-level top civilization self-destructed for unknown reasons. The only survivor of Comet Core Star is named Brainiac. Some say that it is a man-made man of local scientists, others say that it is a self-evolved artificial intelligence. In any case, wherever Brainiac passes, the cosmic civilization will be destroyed. Brainiac has a hobby, which is to shrink and collect some cities of destroyed civilizations. Now look at the workbench on the right side in front of you. At Guan Luo's signal. Xinyan glanced at the workbench and saw many strange and delicate tiny city models, protected by a special glass cover. Xinyan's eyes flashed with a hint of enlightenment. No wonder, from some city models, I can sense the breath of many lives and the fluctuations of the soul. Suddenly, a hoarse and indifferent voice sounded from the cabin. It is absolutely right, I am Brainiac. The owner of the alien spaceship suddenly spoke, and Guan Luo's mind was immediately closed. Xinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. The other party actually intercepted Guan Luo's mental message directly. This kind of terrifying telepathy is enough to confuse the boss of Polaris and induce the witch to show up and take action. It is obvious that the mastermind behind the Great Era incident is the other party. An alien starfish, a devouring beast, a symbiote, and a human, Xinyan Prince. Brainiac said hoarsely, 4-1. The little orange cat on the boy's shoulder suddenly stood up, and the green cat eyes stared at it coldly. The three of them are just spectators. Xinyan shook his head, stroked the little emperor's erected hair, and said softly, don't do anything, just watch, also, don't leave my body 1 meter away. The little emperor seemed to know that he would be a hindrance. He nodded his head lightly, hugged Guan Luo with his front paws, and hid in the collar of Xinyan's windbreaker. Guan Luo knew better than anyone that facing such a terrifying giant of the overlord level, he would probably die in a second without the protection of Xinyan. What is a hegemonic giant? Leaders who can destroy planets and civilizations at will are worthy of being called universe overlords. Each of their names is enough to shock the universe. I really hope that the four of them will attack together. Brainiac had a strange smile on his lips. As soon as the words fell. Swoosh! No tail flame erupted. Two figures, one black and one white, rushed from the cabin passage at a very fast speed, with the cloaks behind them fluttering, rushing straight towards the black-haired boy who broke into the alien spacecraft. Nian moved his body, and his movements could not be seen clearly. There was a clang. The two tall robots were grabbed by the necks of the young man, one in each hand. Black and white vision. Nian's bright colorful eyes narrowed slightly. At that moment, wasn't the vision with a kryptonite brain and a vibranium body attacking him? The base color of the outer layer of vibranium is also one black and one white. However, these are obviously not the two visions on the Grand Era. After all, the two visions were dealt with by the Justice League, and the black and white vision that he was holding now had a vibranium body without any damage, and his cape was as new as if it had just left the factory. From the beginning, weren't there more than two visions? Nian was thinking about this. Two more black and white figures, as fast as lightning, flew forward from the cabin, one on the left and one on the right. How many vision robots did the other party make? Nian stood still, and there was no need to move, because the enemy was made of metal. Buzz. The black and white figure, which turned into a shadow at a speed so fast, stopped abruptly 3 meters away from the boy. The alien spaceship, including the spaceship itself, trembled slightly at this moment. The boy's black hair was flying wildly, and the green fluorescence was spinning and rising on his body, like a green tornado. With the super body Nian as the center, the magnetic force began to twist and flow. For black and white vision robots made of vibranium stopped in the air beside the boy at the same time, unable to move. Seeing this scene, Brainiac, who was not far away, took off his technological armor without hesitation. At the same time, Nian clenched his hands, and the four black and white visions immediately crackled, and the vibranium body began to twist and deform slightly. Vibranium is the hardest metal on Earth, and even Superman can hardly defeat it with his bare hands. However, Superman's strength plus magnetic control is undoubtedly the absolute nemesis of cosmic metal. Crack. Seeing that the vibranium bodies of the four visions began to crack, and at the moment when they were about to collapse and tear, the four vision bodies were unloaded from both sides like armor. Super body Nian opened his eyes wide. These four visions are actually hollow, and they are weapons like vibranium armor. From these vision armors, four strong and perfect young men jumped out, their eyes were without any emotion, and they swung their fists forward like androids, hitting super body Nian at the same time. Four hurricanes erupted from the ends of the fists, and the fist force turned into shock waves, and the air in the cabin exploded. How is it possible? Guan Luo's mental thoughts trembled violently. 4. Kryptonians. Chapter 311. Call out. Like bullets, like airplanes. Under the night, the red cloak moved in the night wind. A tall, strong and perfect figure stopped suddenly above the metropolitan port and looked down. What's here? With a large S-shaped family totem sticking out on his strong chest, Superman Clark stood high in the sky like a human god, looking down at the seemingly calm port. Just now, in view of some of Batman Bruce Wayne's conjectures, Superman took the lead in going to the port where the Era cruise ship left 2 days ago to confirm. Can be seen. The Great Era cruise ship and the Kryptonite Mountains have been dealt with, and the security personnel at the Metropolis port have been doubled. Other than that, the harbor was calm and there was nothing special or unusual about it. Superman used X-ray scanning to scan the surface of the port, but found no abnormalities. By the way, in addition to the surface, there is also. Superman Clark suddenly thought of something, his eyes stared straight down, his perception continued to penetrate the land, scanning the area under the port. 10 meters underground, nothing unusual. There is nothing strange 100 meters underground. Until, 200 meters down to the ground. What is that? Superman's pupils suddenly contracted. Just at this time, the entire metropolitan port suddenly shook violently. Click. Several vertical cracks burst out on the surface of the port, forming a bottomless valley. The cracks continued to spread around, and the containers and buildings collapsed one by one. This is just the aftermath. The aftermath of the fight. Superman realizes this very clearly. At this time, more than 200 meters underground. In an alien spaceship shaped like a skull. The cabin of the spaceship shook violently, and Brainiac's usually emotionless eyes showed a hint of shock. Ahead. Appearing from black and white vision's armor. The four young men with human appearance and strong physiques did not use any abilities or moves, they just punched with all their strength. After all, the Kryptonian fist itself is one of the most powerful means of attack in the world. Under the simultaneous punches of the four Kryptonians, their fists all stopped a few centimeters away from the boy's body surface. An invisible energy shield enveloped Nian like an eggshell, and the Kryptonian's fist almost penetrated the shield and hit his body. This was enough to make Brainiac feel unbelievable. Even it was not confident that it could block the attacks of 4 Kryptonians at the same time with its energy shield. The strength is basically about 2/3 of Kara's. Nian's expression remained unchanged and he glanced at the 4 Kryptonians surrounding him. I see. Nian soon realized that the bodies of these 4 Kryptonians had not yet been baptized by the Earth's sun for a long time. Wake up! Nian shouted low, his voice containing mental fluctuations, trying to wake them up. The 4 Kryptonians were silent, like robots. At the same time, they waved their other fists and smashed them towards Nian. If you don't wake up, get out of here. Nian's eyes turned cold, and colorful streams of light bloomed. Bang! Nian's own superhuman force field was superimposed with an invisible force field, and the amazingly strong protective shield stretched outwards, ejecting the 4 Kryptonians who had not yet punched. Boom boom boom. The 4 Kryptonians crashed into the cabin of the spaceship respectively, and their bodies sank deep into the ground outside. Nian turned his attention to Brainiac ahead. It was meaningless to deal with the other controlled men. Killing the main body was the key. Unexpectedly, Brainiac, who had just taken off his technological armor, also looked at him and whispered hoarsely, now. Nian looked up as if aware of it, his spider sense glowing with a strong warning. Metropolitan Port. Superman went in and out like a bullet, taking people away from the dangerous area at extremely fast speeds. By the time he landed on the edge of one of the rifts, the entire large port had been torn apart, and seawater was pouring in. The source below must be addressed. Superman Clark had a solemn look on his face. He was about to fly into the underground rift, but a mysterious green light suddenly fell from the sky onto the port. This green light made him feel intensely uncomfortable in all aspects. Green light? Superman looked up and was quickly stunned. What comes into view is the bright green sun. Wrong. It was an extremely dazzling and bright green beam, falling from the top of the sky, like a straight line of fire and thunder, and like a giant lightsaber falling. Boom! The green energy light cannon instantly penetrated the sky and the earth, and sank into the depths of the underground rift in front of Superman. Only being affected by the aftermath of the energy light cannon, Superman immediately flew backwards with a groan of pain. The energy light cannon easily penetrated 200 meters of the ground. Penetrated from the center of the Skull's alien spacecraft, and penetrated the hard crust with undiminished power until it disappeared into the underground area tens of thousands of meters away. At this time, the Skull alien spacecraft was in the cabin. Brainiac had no expression on his face as he looked at the deck of the spaceship with a tragic hole in front of him. There was no trace of the boy anywhere. It turned into ashes under this blow, which is considered valuable. Brainiac whispered hoarsely, "This blow is enough to penetrate some small planets. This light cannon is not only extremely powerful, but also specially contains kryptonite dust. It was originally intended to be used to kill Superman." Brainiac hits from the get-go. Using vision and Kryptonians are just illusions to confuse the other party. This light cannon, which is enough to penetrate the planet, is the real trump card. One hit to kill. It's over. Brainiac breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, the other party suddenly discovered itself and appeared in the spacecraft, which really scared it. After all, Brainiac was unprepared to face the enemy. Fortunately, with absolute strength, it doesn't matter even if the plan is flawed. Directly bombard them and kill them all. Brainiac was thinking of this when suddenly, a slight meow sound came into his ears. The cat's meow comes from the inside of the hole blasted by the light cannon. This isn't right, Brainiac was stunned. Swish. For black and white visions, for Kryptonians, landed on the edge of the hole formed by the light cannon strike at the same time. At the same time. Laugh. 2 red-hot laser rays glowed from the inside of the cave, penetrated straight up through the Skull spacecraft. Blazed all the way up along the blasting trajectory of the light cannon, and penetrated back from the underground rift to the dome of the night sky. 2 red lasers, which are like sights, will penetrate another skeleton spaceship located in the outer space of the Earth, turning it into an orange fireball. This is wrong. Brainiac said in shock. The 4 Kryptonians immediately rushed into the cave, but were quickly hugged tightly by a vision. Black and white vision's vibranium body seemed to be out of control, wrapping its limbs tightly around a Kryptonian and locking them together. With a flash of blue light, a young figure appeared close in front of Brainiac. At the same time as the young man appeared, he extended his right hand towards the opponent. Etc. Brainiac showed a human expression of surprise at this moment. But the energy shield on his body that could withstand the Kryptonian's blow was directly broken by the young man's reaching hand, and his small palm quickly and powerfully rapped its forehead. Game over. Shi Young said softly. Chapter 312. The battle on the alien spacecraft suddenly took a turn. The vision armor made of vibranium locks a Kryptonian who has been exposed to the Earth's sun. The leader, Brainiac, had his forehead held by a young man floating on the deck of the spaceship with one hand, making it difficult to move. Ahem. A rapid cough sounded in the alien spacecraft. There was a lingering paleness on Nian's face, and a wisp of bright red blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This was obviously not the trauma caused by the Krypton energy light cannon just now that could penetrate the planet. After all, Nian's appearance was unscathed, with not even a wrinkle in the clothes he was wearing, and the cub of the element-devouring beast still poked its little head out from between the collar of the windbreaker. Unimaginable. The current human boy is ridiculously strong, but he seems to be seriously ill and about to reach the end of his life. Be his enemy. Brainiac couldn't laugh at all, and chills kept running up his spine. Boom. Brainiac swung his right fist and hit Nian in front of him in the face, but was firmly held back by the opponent's other palm. The astonishing power has not yet erupted at the end of the fist, but has been melted away by various intertwined force fields. Is it more powerful than Superman? Chao Xinyan's face was calm, and his eyes glowing with colorful pupils stared at Brainiac. He had to admire it. This guy is obviously physically stronger than Superman, the son of Krypton, but he has been playing behind the scenes and manipulating, using technology and his subordinates. But Brainiac felt more and more frightened. In front of the black-haired boy, everything seemed to be seen through, and all means and power seemed weak. His fist was grabbed and he couldn't take it back, so his left fist hit the opponent's barrier. He noticed that Nian's hand was increasing its strength, and combined with the force field, he wanted to crush its head. Wait. Wait a minute. Super body Nian will naturally not stop. But at the same time, Nian noticed an invisible force erupting in front of him and sweeping forward, passing through his own energy barrier, like a solid sharp steel needle trying to pierce his temple and enter his brain. This is telepathy, spiritual power. However, it is more than 10 times more powerful than Gonluo and the White Queen. You forced me. Brainiac's ruthless eyes glowed with white light, the red light on his bald head was always on, and veins protruded from his forehead and temples. This is its own final and most effective attack method. I have level 12 intelligence, the highest standard in the current universe. Brainiac regained his original confidence. Yes, it has no reason to lose in the first place. Even the Kryptonian civilization was indirectly destroyed by it. It was just a boy facing the Earth. No matter how strong the opponent was, there was a limit. Intelligence and telepathy are Brainiac's greatest strengths. This moment, the powerful telepathy even turned into solid static currents, impacting Nian's head. Brainiac felt that he was just one step away from breaking into the other person's brain and ravaging the other person's spirit and thoughts. And at this time, Brainiac met Nian's shining, colorful eyes. Click. A broken sound sounded clearly in the depths of my brain. Brainiac was stunned for a moment, looking at the young man still standing in the air in front of him, and then suddenly realized that it was his own brain that was shattered. If so, your own telepathy is like a surging river or a waterfall flowing backwards, and the other person's telepathy is like an endless ocean. Puff. Brainiac's brain was transformed into actual spiritual thoughts and directly penetrated. Brain matter that looked like motor oil splashed out from the back of his head, and the white light in his eyes dimmed. Chao Xinyan let go, and Brainiac's tall body suddenly fell to the deck. Wow! In the Skull spacecraft, all instruments and equipment, including Vision and Kryptonians, collectively lost their functions and stopped functioning. Everything returned to silence. Chao Shi-young shook his head slightly. What the other party didn't know was that in his current mode, his physique was only slightly stronger than Superman's. And with the layers of spiritual thoughts superimposed, even he himself didn't know how strong they were. Nian looked at the Kryptonians who fell to the ground and had no souls. Obviously these Kryptonians were brain-dead long ago. Like the Vision armor, they were weapons controlled by Brainiac's mind. Now that Brainiac is dead, Kryptonians have naturally lost their ability to act independently. Xiao Huang, open your mouth. Chao Xinyan said, and with a thought, many city models suspended on the workbench suddenly levitated and flew into the vortex of the black hole of Xiao Huang's wide-open cat's mouth. These alien cities shrunk by Brainiac basically come from long-extinct cosmic civilizations, and some cities still have local aliens surviving on them. If these alien cities were restored to their original state in the outside world, it would be a blessing or a curse. Nian plans to move these alien civilization cities into Xiao Huang's element-devouring space, which will be a good outcome for both the Earth and the alien cities. In the end, Nian simply sealed the entire Skull spaceship into the devouring element space and stored it in the deepest part of the devouring element space. Complete it all. Nian disappeared from underground with Xiao Huang. Not long after he left. Boom! The tall man wearing a red cloak punched through the layers of earth with his fists, reaching the underground area where the spaceship was just now, and looked at the hollow underground where only countless cable ducts were left. What's going on here? Superman looked confused. Metropolis, a bustling pedestrian street, a crossroads. A white man wearing a suit and ties looked back from the direction of the metropolitan port, holding on to the lamppost on the side and exhaled. So risky. Brainiac felt lucky. The other party recognized that it was a smart terminal. But what you don't know is that it can replicate itself. Before Brainiac arrived on Earth, he copied several self-consciousnesses and left them on other civilized planets in the universe. After arriving on Earth, he copied several more consciousnesses and blended into Earth society with the help of bodies made of different materials. As long as I am alive, I will not be defeated, although I have suffered heavy losses, I will be able to make a comeback soon. Brainiac has this confidence and capital. Just then. The white man holding the lamppost screamed, he held his head in his hands with a splitting headache, fell down on the road and kept rolling wildly, frightening the passers-by around him. The white man's face turned purple, he had difficulty breathing, and his eyes were bloodshot. With level 12 intelligence, he quickly determined that he had been poisoned. However, its clone has never come into contact with the enemy at all. Is that time? Brainiac suddenly recalled the scene when the boy grabbed the forehead of his first body. At that time, he was quietly injected with poison. This poison has no form. It is more like a virus concept that will spread along telepathy and infect other self-awareness. How can such a thing be done? At this moment, Brainiac finally realized what kind of existence he had just faced. Chapter 313. Open it for me. Above the ocean, a woman's shout scared away the seagulls and fish, and her perfect figure broke the barrier with two swords and fell below. Buzz! A golden lasso swung in the air, and the silver sword of the god of fire pierced the earth, and the owner of the artifact stopped her tall body steadily. The black hair on the silver crown fluttered wildly, and Wonder Woman broke into the legendary, long-destroyed land of the Greek gods. Mount Olympus. Only half of the mountain was left, diagonally floating in the sea, and the inside was dilapidated and decayed. Without the breath of life, and even plants did not exist, there were only broken stones and tiles on the ground, and the surface remained in the mess of thousands of years ago. It can be vaguely seen that there are traces of building ruins on the half of the mountain. This place is more like the remains of a completely decadent civilization, without any sacred atmosphere of gods living at all. Wonder Woman picked up the sword of Vulcan again and put it on her back. A glimmer of hope appeared on her face. Without any rest, she panted and headed towards the collapsed mountain. Even if the Greek gods are really dead, there is still a high possibility that some holy relics and ancient artifacts will be left behind, which may be able to save Nian, who is haunted by death. Near the foot of the collapsed and tilted mountainside, facing the broken stone steps that are tilted upward. Wonder Woman was about to use the lasso of truth to fly to the top, but the golden light of the lasso of truth suddenly dimmed, as if it was suppressed by a strange energy restriction in the area. Back to the place of birth, the artifact is ineffective. In addition, Wonder Woman felt the pressure suddenly increase, and she could hardly stand up straight. Step. Diana gritted her teeth, took back the lasso of truth, took a step up with force, and began to climb the mountain on foot. Next to the mountain, in a narrow cave. A pair of cold eyes secretly peeked at Wonder Woman climbing the mountain. It's her, she actually came back here. That's good, I can take revenge for the war, after resting for decades, I have recovered most of my power. The burly mysterious being raised his weapon, and it seemed as if there was a red flame burning on his body, and he was about to rush out of the narrow crack of the cave. But at this moment. Who are you? The burly being suddenly realized that there was an invisible third person behind him in the narrow crack of the cave. Boom! One kick. Kicked the mysterious burly being into the ground, broke the island, and flew to the depths of the sea below. In the cave, a young man's muttering sounded out of thin air. You just continue to rest for a few decades, oh, no, this time it may take hundreds of years to recover. The sun sets. Wonder Woman climbed up the tilted and collapsed mountain step by step. In the second half, she almost needed to support herself with the sword of the god of fire. The divine power and energy here are in chaos, even the force field is distorted, and the local area is dozens of times heavier than the outside world. Sweat drops continuously along the flexible muscle curves. Wonder Woman was suddenly blocked by a half-broken stone statue that collapsed on the stone steps of the sacred mountain. The stone statue only had the upper half of its body left, and the fine carvings were lifelike. What surprised Wonder Woman was that the face of the stone statue looked exactly like her. It was just that the hairstyle was different. The hair was waist-length, very dignified and elegant. This is the statue of Athena, one of the ancient Greek gods. Wonder Woman suddenly realized. According to seniority, she should call the other party sister. I'm sorry, I have a reason to go over. Wonder Woman clenched her fists, stepped over the collapsed stone statue of Athena and continued to move forward. At the bottom of the mountainside, an invisible figure stood there. Looking at the figure of the woman climbing higher and higher, the corners of the boy's mouth subconsciously smiled. Nian did not show up. From the moment he entered here, he knew that there was nothing here that could save him. But once he showed up, wouldn't it be equivalent to directly wiping out the other party's hope and efforts all along? So super body Nian hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to stand in the dark. My aunt is beautiful, right? Nian said. Guan Luo responded, I have never seen such a beauty in the universe. Right, after all, that's my aunt. Nian smiled. He sat on the ground, as if he wanted to imprint the figure in front of him into his eyes and soul. Even after death, it is impossible to forget it. Looking at the back of the figure who struggled to climb the mountain for him, Nian was in a trance. Just for such a moment, it seemed that more than 10 years of time-traveling life was worth it. Ah, God. Please let time pass slower. Oh, my aunt is a god, then it's okay. The next day, in the morning, Nian woke up to a noisy sound outside the room. He got up subconsciously, but when he stood up, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. That's right. 12 hours later, all the superimposed abilities on his body disappeared, and the super body mode was no longer there. The iron body seemed weaker than ever before. Today is the day. Nian murmured to himself as if he had realized something. He glanced at the phone on the bedside, but did not choose to pick it up or turn it on. Instead, he changed his clothes and walked out of the room. Living room outside. It can be seen that black smoke continued to emerge from the kitchen, and a petite figure was moving inside. Boss, what are you doing? Nian asked curiously. Hearing his voice, there was another noisy sound in the kitchen. Then, the green-haired girl walked out with a plate in her hand, her smoke-stained face cold. Make breakfast. Boss, are you sure this is breakfast? The corners of Nian's mouth twitched slightly as he looked at a piece of charred ham and bread. Lorna changed her words, this is what I want to eat myself, I will go out and buy something else for you. Nian shook his head and took the plate directly from Lorna. Boss, I'm hungry, give me a bite. Don't. Before Lorna finished speaking, she saw the boy stuffing the bread into his mouth and swallowing it with milk as if he was hungry. It tastes really good, it's almost time to catch up with Wanda. Boss, you are quite talented in cooking. Nian reluctantly praised. Damn, that's so fake. Lorna gritted her teeth and looked away, but her eyes were red. Nian glanced at his aunt's room and knew that she hadn't come back yet, so he said softly, Boss, I'm going to a place next, you can wait for me to come back at home. Lorna held back something and lowered her head in response, okay, I'll wait for you. Call. At this time, the little orange cat and the red cloak were approaching the boy. You, all stay and guard the house, waiting for me to come back. Nian's face was extremely pale, but his tone was very firm. This time, he didn't bring any people, props, or even his cell phone. Nian only wore ordinary casual clothes and went out with an umbrella. Walk out from the gate of the community. Nian had sweat on his forehead and his face was pale and bloodless. He reluctantly used the sky blue umbrella as a crutch to support his body and continued walking out. Fortunately, I was almost exposed. Nian smiled, coughed a few times, and walked slowly out onto the street. At this time, home. Lorna sat on the sofa, she hugged Xiaohuang hard, and tears couldn't stop pouring from the girl's eyes. She really regrets it. Regrets like never before. You shouldn't have gotten on the boat that day. If we didn't get on the ship, nothing would happen next, right? On the balcony. The one eye of the starfish in the glass jar was full of sadness. It watched the boy merge into the crowd on the street outside and seemed to disappear. On the advertising screen in the commercial building opposite, media people were describing the era of superheroes. How do you understand that an era is about to decline? Canluo's spirit shouted unwillingly. Superhero. This era is called Nian. Chapter 314. In Washington, the city is busy with traffic. The buildings standing around are like a giant steel forest, with large and small screens and LED billboards flashing brightly. The red light at the intersection is on, and vehicles shuttle back and forth on the road. Office workers and students of all kinds stop at the sidewalks, most of them looking down at their phones. Suddenly, something cold falls from above their heads on the people waiting to pass. A little girl stretches out her white and tender palms, watching the tiny white cotton wool fall on her palms and melt a little. It's snowing. What kind of weather is this? It's almost summer now, and it's snowing. Pedestrians on the road stop and look up at the sky, constantly speaking in doubt. The sky. The light gray clouds cover the sun, and snowflakes fall from the 10,000-meter dome. Ha! The black-haired boy, who was also waiting for the green light at the intersection of the pedestrian road, exhaled and opened the umbrella he carried with him. The sky-blue umbrella he raised looked like a corner of the sunny day. Snap! Near the boy's left, there was also a person who opened an umbrella, but the other person's umbrella was pure black, like a corner of the night. The black-haired boy subconsciously glanced to the side. It was a Gothic woman wearing a black suspender top. There were two perfect and graceful arcs on her chest. Revealing her intact collarbone and pale arms, her lower body was a pair of matching black brand-new jeans. The shoulder-length black hair looked neat and cool, and the lips painted with dark lipstick were very mysterious and attractive. The black eyeliner at the corner of the right eye curved into a musical note. From the appearance alone, it is undoubtedly a beauty, but compared with the appearance, the temperament of the other person is obviously better. Elegance with casualness, mystery with affinity, silence with liveliness. This is a very beautiful and charming adult woman. The boy thought for a long time, but still couldn't find a good adjective. As if she noticed the boy's gaze. The Gothic woman, who was also holding a small black umbrella, looked at him sideways and smiled lightly. A little cold, but gave people an inexplicable sense of warmth. "Brother, if you don't go to school in the morning, where are you going?" The Gothic woman asked, her voice calm and pleasant. Nian didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to talk to him. He suppressed his cough, and his delicate and pale face showed a happy smile. "I'm going to a place and waiting for someone." "That person must be very important," the Gothic woman looked ahead and said. "Yes, more important than my life," Nian nodded solemnly. "What if you can't wait for her?" The Gothic woman looked at Nian sideways, her beautiful eyes deep and mysterious. "She will definitely come." Nian's confidence in that person far exceeded his own confidence. The Gothic woman thought about it and nodded gently. "That's right." In front of him, the red light on the sidewalk turned green. In the snow, people walked hurriedly. Nian and the Gotham woman walked slowly, side by side, through the highway, and passed at the last second when the green light turned on. "Sister, where are you going?" Nian asked curiously. "Nothing to do, just walking around," the Gotham woman shrugged and said. "It just so happens that I'll go with you to where you're waiting for someone." "Then can you help me?" Nian asked. The Gothic woman was silent for a moment. She looked at the boy next to her, and finally exhaled lightly, "As if she couldn't do anything to you, come on." She stretched out her right hand, which was as pale as a work of art. Nian held it unceremoniously. It was cold to the touch, but a little warm, and his steps seemed to be staggering. The Gothic woman supported the black-haired boy and continued to move forward in the snowy streets. Crossing 2 streets and 3 roads until arriving at a riverside park. It was not a long journey, but it took a long time. "Right here, right." Arriving at the entrance of the park, the Gothic woman patiently helped the boy and asked him to stand up. She hummed a tune and whispered, "Wait for someone, I won't follow you in, so as not to be a light bulb." "Thank you." Nian let go of the other's hand. He took a step forward, and suddenly turned back to ask the woman, "Sister, are you the god of death?" "The god of death?" "I'm not," the Gothic woman waved her hand casually. "Really? I was thinking that it would be great if the god of death was really such a beautiful and kind sister." Nian smiled. He turned around with an umbrella, and walked into the park alone. The Gothic woman raised her beautiful eyebrows, watched the boy disappear in the park, and couldn't help muttering softly. "Strange ability, really good at hooking up with women, fortunately I don't." "Hey, strange." The Gothic woman was stunned for a moment. She stroked her chest, and felt a little palpitation. "What is this wonderful feeling?" "Just walked into the park." Nian ran into an old man who was walking on the gravel road in the park. Nian was stunned for a moment. Although the old man in front of him was wearing an ordinary shirt and pants on earth. His pale hair and a black eye mask on his right eye made him look like the god King Odin who sat on the throne of Asgard Palace before, wearing golden armor and a golden cloak of honor on his shoulders. This old god king. I didn't even sense him in the super body mode yesterday. No. Nian quickly understood that it was not because Odin was too powerful that he did not sense the other party yesterday, but because Odin was too weak now. The other party has very little divine power left in him, and his body is in a state of decay, no doubt unlike ordinary people. Nian wanted to pretend that he didn't know the other person. Unexpectedly, Odin waved at him. "Old man, do you know me?" Nian asked curiously. Odin responded, "Aren't you just a boy from the prince family?" Nian was stunned. The last time he went to Asgard, the divine realm, he was attached to his aunt in symbiote mode, so Odin shouldn't have seen him in person. Unless, even before that, Odin had secretly paid attention to him. God King, Nian no longer concealed anything and greeted him with respect. "I am no longer the God King," Odin said calmly with a calm face. "I was exiled from the God realm by Loki, I am approaching my end, and I estimate that I only have 3 years left to live. Should I say he is worthy of being a god? Even if the deadline is approaching, there are still 3 years left. Before that, Odin lived for an unknown number of thousands of years." "Your body," Odin stared at Nian's body with one eye. "It should be today," Nian nodded very calmly. "I saw you yesterday, but you were even more majestic than when I was young, I didn't expect that you would be walking in front of me, an old man," Odin shook his head and said sincerely. "With your physical condition, Asgard the elves' magic and the magic of gods probably won't be able to save you." Now Odin is no longer aloof and calm, but is really like the most ordinary old man. Nian felt inexplicably emotional in his heart, thought for a while and said, "Back then, when I was in the god's domain." "I know." Odin seemed to know what he wanted to say, and said calmly, "I also cheated, I opened the Rainbow Bridge at the beginning, without the interference of the Rainbow Bridge, Thor would have been defeated by Prince on Earth, one move." "Pity." Odin took another deep look at Nian. He didn't know what he was thinking on his old face. "Without you here, I wouldn't be able to stop her, both of us will lose the bet." Nian was silent. They were both dying, and he was going to make the first move. Farewell to the old god King Odin. Nian came to a public chair by the river in the park, wiped off the new snow, put the folded umbrella aside, sat on the chair and started waiting. At this time, snowflakes are falling and a cold wind blows on the lake. The park was so deserted that there were no people running or doing morning exercises. The sudden drop in temperature reminded Nian of the Christmas night 17 years ago. "At that time, I was right here, meeting the whole world." Xiaoxua stopped and covered the city with a thin layer of white gauze. The sun is tilted to the west, night is approaching, and the day is about to end. Nian was still sitting alone on the chair waiting. When he didn't have much time left, waiting was obviously long enough and tortured. But if he knew, that person would definitely arrive here, and his heart would be warm enough to bloom. Finally. Just before night falls, the sun's beams disappear. A golden stream of light flashed like a dragon above the river, and an extremely familiar figure fell from the sky in front of the young man. "Auntie, you are here." Nian couldn't help but laugh. He was actually a little panicked, fearing that he wouldn't be able to hold on until then. Diana, the Wonder Woman, clutched the lasso of truth, panting and obviously rushing. She looked at Nian angrily and distressedly. "Why don't you wait for me at home, why do you have to come here, if I can't find you? What to do? How is it possible? You will definitely know that I am here." Nian was a little innocent. He looked around and smiled. "Auntie, these days, I always think of this place, the place where I first met you." Wonder Woman swallowed her reproachful words. She quickly stepped forward, hugged the slightly frozen boy in the chair, touched her head and said, "Yes, time flies so fast, you have grown so big." Nian was about to say something. At this time, Wonder Woman suddenly squatted down in front of Nian, took out a colorful crystal stone from her arms, and said urgently, "Make a wish quickly." Nian's eyes fell on the crystal stone held by his aunt. This is one of the ancient artifacts left by the gods of Mount Olympus. The wishing magic stone can fulfill any wish of the wisher. Wonder Woman's beautiful eyes were full of hope and expectation, and she said quickly, "Make a wish quickly, you will get better, trust me, you will be fine." Nian took the crystal stone that glowed with bright color. Under the watchful eye of Wonder Woman, Nian's other hand suddenly grabbed the space necklace, and with a flash of blue light, the crystal stone immediately disappeared from his hand. "What did you do?" Wonder Woman said in shock. "The wishing stone." Nian shook his head and said, "If there really is such an artifact that can make a wish come true, how could the ancient god withdraw from the stage of the era so early?" "Auntie, this is just a conspiracy set by the evil ancient god, just like Pandora. Once the magic box is opened, the world will be overturned and chaos will follow." And the true wish of the wisher will never be realized, and the power of the wisher and the loved ones around him will only be used repeatedly. How could, Wonder Woman felt like she was struck by lightning, her perfect body trembled, and the expression in her beautiful eyes was violently turbulent. Auntie, you are so smart, how could you not have thought of this? It's just that you were tempted by its so-called wish. Nian looked pale and said, I moved it to a safe place, where no one will ever find it, don't worry, the world is fine. Tap. Wonder Woman fell to her knees and placed her hands on the park ground, showing unprecedented helplessness. When the last glimmer of hope is shattered, what comes is a dark wave of despair. In front, a slight sound of kneeling could be heard. Wonder Woman was slightly startled. However, Nian also stood up from the chair. He knelt on the ground, groped around on his body, and took out an ordinary and simple ring. Nian took a deep breath and said seriously, Diana, marry me. There were traces of crystal water on Wonder Woman's face. She raised her eyes blankly and stared at the weak boy in front of her. What did you say? I said, marry me, Nian repeated. What did you call me, Diana? Wonder Woman wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, stretched out a crystal finger, and tapped the boy's eyebrow with her finger. Aunt. Nian pretended to be in pain and said with a curl of the corner of his mouth. Wonder Woman looked at the simple ring in the boy's hand and chuckled. Who taught you that? Shouldn't boys have a date before proposing? Nian quickly changed his words, then from now on, you will be my girlfriend. Wonder Woman then realized that she seemed to have been tricked. Nian was about to get up, but the ring disappeared from his hand. He looked forward again. The aunt had already held the ring firmly in her palm, and said forcefully as if she had entered the state of Wonder Woman, no matter what, the ring must be given to me. Certainly. Nian reached out and hugged Wonder Woman's waist tightly, smelling the violet breath coming from the roundness of her legs, as if she had traveled to this world just for this moment. This is not a practice, I'm hugging my girlfriend, this is normal. Yeah, that's normal. Wonder Woman, who was slightly taller than Nian, wrapped her slender arms around his body and whispered, I'm sorry, I didn't protect you. That's not the case, it's me who should apologize for not being able to stay with you all the time. Nian's palms moved up along the beautiful arc of the back, holding the demigod's soft black hair, and kissed the soft things that slightly opened. Wonder Woman took the initiative to open her small mouth, her beautiful eyes were hazy, and she let out her uvula in an inelegant manner. As night falls, the two figures seem to overlap. In the past 17 years, it doesn't matter whether the gods have tamed humans or whether the gods have relied on humans. Everything is for this moment, the unreserved union of body and soul. Auntie. Nothing in the universe can separate us. No matter where I am in the future, I will come back to you. Nian promised. Because the fact that you and I are together is destined from the moment we travel to this world. Chapter 315. Another spring. New York City, USA, Morningside Heights, Manhattan, along the Hudson River. Columbia University. As one of the 5 oldest universities in the United States and one of the universities that has produced the most Nobel Prize winners, it is undoubtedly home to the so-called proud students. The winter ice and snow have just melted and spring has just begun, and the humanistic atmosphere and warmth are flowing in the courtyard. A white young man walked into the school with a school bag on his back. Just like Grandma Lou entering the Grand View Garden. He looked around at the green grass in the courtyard and the green river bank with drooping willows. He talked about knowledge and the seniors and sisters holding books were clean and very charming. The ivory towers and academic buildings of art. The white young man's face was full of excitement. It is really a dream to enter Columbia as a freshman. Just then. The new student's expression was slightly startled, and his eyes flashed with surprise. It can be seen that 2 female figures walking side by side are approaching on the college road. In bright sunshine. The woman on the left has brilliant golden shoulder-length short hair, which is intellectually rolled up to her right ear, revealing a delicate and small beautiful face. The other party's body is slightly petite, but the shirt and uniform have a pair of tall, round and alluring curves. The tight jeans under the slender waist wrap a pair of slender and tight legs, and the small and exquisite feet are covered with a pair of extremely small ones. 5'5" low-cut black boots. The woman on the right has waist-length white blonde hair, and her flowing hair shines brightly when she walks around. Her fair and delicate face has an extremely sweet smile. The opponent's body is slightly taller. From the collarbone at the neck down, the hands, shoulders, waist, legs, and feet all seem to be measured in golden proportions. The figure is graceful, just like the most perfect clothes rack and uniform for women. Faintly draw just the right muscle curves. The two of them, one sassy and the other sweet, one intellectual and the other gentle, wearing campus uniforms and shirts, holding books and walking together on the road, are obviously the most beautiful scenery in the college. The freshman was stunned for a moment, and after a while, he didn't come back to his senses until he was far away. Senior, this senior. The freshman grabbed a male student wearing glasses who was walking by. Classmate, what's the matter? The male student asked politely, pushing up the black-rimmed eyes on the bridge of his nose. The freshman swallowed his saliva and said hurriedly, "Are those two from our school?" The male student glanced at the two figures walking away and said suddenly, "Oh, you are a freshman, right?" The freshman nodded. "After all, if you are an old student, you must know them." The male student said, "Those are senior sister Gwen, who is in the 3rd year of the School of Engineering, and senior sister Kara, who is in the 2nd year of the School of Humanities. I heard that they are high school classmates, so they often walk together." Then they. Before the freshman could finish his words, the male student interrupted him, "You want to ask if they have boyfriends? As far as I know, they don't. Should. Anyway, you'd better give up as soon as possible to avoid asking for trouble in the future." The male student patted the freshman on the shoulder and sighed as if he had come before. Those two are not only outstanding in appearance and figure, but they are also among the best in their colleges. Not only our school, but also many other famous schools have tried to pursue them. All failed. The freshman scratched his head. The male student spread his hands and said, "That's natural. Let me remind you first, if you pursue a normal pursuit, the other party will just politely refuse. If you stalk me, or try to use some other methods, well, you will end badly. It's miserable." The freshman was a little disapproving. The male student looked at him and sighed secretly, a trace of pity flashing through his eyes under the lenses of his glasses. This guy still doesn't understand the dangers involved. On College Road. "Senior, would you like to come to my house for lunch on the weekend? My cousin has something good to announce." "No problem. Didn't I say it many times? You don't need to call me senior sister or anything like that, just call me Gwen. Aren't you used to this? Besides, I always feel called like this." As Kara spoke, her words suddenly stopped. Gwen seemed to know what the other party was thinking. Her jewel-like eyes dimmed, she lowered her head and said softly, "It turns out, 3 years have passed." Kara was silent. "I have been staying with him since elementary school, in more than 10 years, the longest we have been apart is only 1 week, Gwen said with a strong smile. "So in the past 3 years, I have always thought that he's still with me." "Sorry, senpai, I shouldn't have brought this up," Kara apologized. "How could I not mention it?" Gwen shook his head, "He is an inseparable part of my life, and the same is true for you, how could you not mention it?" At this point, Gwen took a deep breath and calmed down. "I'm sorry, I lost my temper, I just miss him so much." "I know." Kara nodded, she held Gwen's hand firmly, and after a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled. "Would you like to go to Prince's house together before going to my cousin's house this weekend?" Hearing this, Gwen's eyes shimmered again and she nodded, "Okay, let's bring gifts together." Tread. Washington City, a pedestrian street. A mysterious person wearing a hooded coat stopped in front of a store. Looking up, you can vaguely see that it is a flower shop. A 2-story flower shop with closed doors and windows, a sign saying, "Out of business," and a facade full of withered vines and dusty cobwebs. It seemed that after closing down, no one had taken care of it for a long time, and it was gradually forgotten in the corner of this bustling city. "Finally, I found you, my best friend," the mysterious person whispered to himself. Friday, afternoon, almost night. A quiet and peaceful town on the outskirts of Washington. A van stopped on the side of the road, turned off the engine, and the lights inside the car dimmed. "Hope, if Hank, your dad knew, I would definitely be scolded by him." "Don't worry, hurry up, he won't know." "I hope so." Listening to the female voice coming from the communicator, Scott Lang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, sighed. He really didn't want to go back to his old business, stealing. But who asked him to come here? It was his current girlfriend, Hope. Scott felt helpless, but also a little curious. As Dr. Hank's only daughter and one of the former managers of PIM Technology, Miss Hope should not be short of money, but now she asked him to steal something from someone else's house. This is an insult to the reputation of the second-generation Ant-Man. Oh, Ant-Man doesn't seem to have much reputation. Compared with Iron Man, Batman, Spider-Woman, and Superman, he is far less famous. To put it bluntly, his popularity is only in the single digit. Scott put on a suit that looked like a motorcycle rider in the car. He covered himself tightly from head to toe. After operating the controller on his wrist, the body of an adult man suddenly shrank to an invisible level. After a few seconds. Buzz. A flying ant flapped its wings from the gap in the car window and flew out into the vast night outside. Chapter 316. A small town outside Washington. The sun was setting and night was falling, providing excellent natural cover for the smaller Scott. Even if he got closer, no one would notice an adult man as tiny as an ant. Scott rode a flying engineering ant, approaching the destination of this theft. An ordinary 3-story villa located on the edge of a small town. The yard of the villa is full of flowers, plants, and trees. Under cover of night, Scott, who transformed into Ant-Man, originally planned to use the engineering ants to invade directly from the air, but the moment he approached the courtyard of the 3-story villa, he suddenly stopped the engineering ants. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Hope asked on the other end of the communicator. The engineering ants were hovering 50 meters above the villa. Scott looked down at the unlit villa below and said in a deep voice, "I don't know, an intuition told me that if I just broke in like this, I would definitely be beaten. Discovered, and the consequences must be disastrous. Hope, I only believe in science, not intuition. With the size of you and the engineering ants, even the monitor cannot catch you. Believe me. My intuition has saved me many times. And this time, my intuition is stronger than ever." Hope was silent for a moment and said, "To be on the safe side, let's enter through the sewer instead." A few minutes later. Underground, in sewer pipes. The fiery red fire ants gathered in groups and turned into ant rafts. Ant-Man Scott, who was slightly larger than the fire ants, stood on top and followed the water flow of the sewer to approach the bottom of the villa. "Hope, I also want to know who the owner of this villa is. I want to know everything you know, otherwise I will abort the operation," Scott said solemnly. He had previously thought it was a relatively simple infiltration operation. Now it seems that this villa and action are definitely not simple. Hope knew that Scott was serious and couldn't help but say. "The owner of the villa is named Alice. Her identity is just that of a young lady from an ancient British brewing family. She rarely comes to the villa. For a long time, it has been taken care of by a maid. It's a very good friend of mine who asked me to take something from the safe here." "Friends? Male or female?" "Female," Hope said angrily. "By the way," she said, "be careful of 3 things in the villa." "What?" Scott raised his eyebrows. "Cat, jellyfish, maid," Hope said. "The maid will not come to the villa tonight, so just be careful about cats and jellyfish." Ant-Man Scott was confused. "Forget about cats, what are the jellyfish? Are there any jellyfish in the villa?" Ant-Man quietly jumped out of the sink drain hole on the first floor of the villa. The moment he jumped out, he was still in the air. A sudden chill ran down Ant-Man Scott's spine, and a feeling of being spied on came to his heart. Found. Boom, boom, boom. On the second floor of the villa, there seemed to be the sound of living creatures moving around. The sound quickly spread to the stairs, approaching the bottom of the first floor. Scott quickly hid in a narrow corner of the bathroom. The next moment Ant-Man hid. The slight sound of going downstairs suddenly disappeared, and everything inside the uninhabited villa returned to calm without turning on the lights. But Scott held his breath tightly. Under his secret gaze through the crack in the door, the living room outside the first floor of the villa lit up like a blue flame, and he was scanning the surroundings of the first floor. "That's a cat." Although he couldn't see clearly in the night, Scott knew clearly that there was a cat outside the living room. 2 cats the size of an adult's hand. It's just a cat. With Ant-Man's fighting power, he can't be as powerful as a cat. Scott's pupils suddenly contracted. Visible, outside the living room. Buzz. A mosquito broke in from the courtyard outside and had not yet fully entered the living room on the first floor. Call out. The cat couldn't be seen moving at all, and the air exploded. The terrifying wind stirred up, and a ferocious tentacle-like tail retracted. As for mosquitoes, there are still mosquitoes everywhere. Scott took a breath of air. What was that just now? The cat's tail just stretched out to 4 meters long, right? What the hell? At this time, the cat with its tail retracted slowly turned around, sniffed the air, turned its eyes toward the bathroom, and quietly walked closer. Did the cat find him? Impossible. Ant-Man Scott felt his heart almost beat. Fight or flee? Just when the cat was within 3 meters of the bathroom, Scott's communicator suddenly rang. What's going on now? Tread. The cat's pace suddenly quickened. It's over. Ant-Man Scott gritted his teeth and prepared to return to adult size. But at this moment, there was a strange noise from the villa yard. The cat step stopped suddenly, turned around and rushed towards the yard. Watching the little orange figure disappear outside the yard, Ant-Man Scott breathed a sigh of relief. Near miss. Scott was about to reply when he suddenly froze again. On the bathroom floor, a translucent light and shadow appeared in the darkness. It was a group of tiny jellyfish that were almost transparent and about the size of a golf ball. Strange jellyfish swarms, like colorful and transparent waves, surrounded Scott, who was as tiny as an ant, from all directions. 3 minutes later, on the second floor of the villa, a man's figure quickly recovered from the size of an ant to the size of an adult. Scott covered the helmet of Ant-Man's battle suit and gasped for breath, his eyes full of shock. He was almost finished, almost died in the mysterious swarm of jellyfish. If it weren't for the sacrifice and rescue of the ants, he would be dead now. But no matter what, he still arrived at the final destination of this time. Ant-Man Scott walked into a room on the second floor of the villa and looked at a metal safe that was like a door. Everything in the room was very clean, and it was obvious that someone took care of it every day. What surprised Scott was that there was no surveillance installed in this room. Yes, with the cat and the swarm of jellyfish guarding, there was really no need for any surveillance alarm. Ant-Man Scott came to the metal safe and didn't find any gap to sneak in. What surprised him was that the safe door didn't have fingerprints, pupils, or faces to unlock. How did this security system confirm the identity? Confirm the metal material of the safe door? Ant-Man Scott was stunned again. He had forgotten how many times he, such a wise and extraordinary thief, had been stunned tonight. It's not titanium alloy, nor is it any known metal. Hope on the other side of the communicator was silent for a moment, and then he was surprised. It can't be that kind of metal. Which one? Scott asked. My father once said, there is a sound-absorbing metal that can absorb kinetic energy, the hardest metal on Earth, vibranium. You mean, this entire giant safe is made of the super-rare material of Captain America's shield? Scott laughed bitterly. Are you kidding me? Isn't that kind of metal so rare that it is priceless and only exists in legends, and it can't be made into any items due to its extreme strength? Chapter 317. Outside the villa, under the dark night. The figure of an adult woman was as nimble as a beast, using the many low houses in the town as footrests. She jumped and sprinted away using both her hands and feet. Behind her, another small orange beast shadow was chasing after him at an even faster speed. Whoosh, whoosh. Like parkour, it carries strong wind. At a speed that ordinary cars could hardly catch up with, two figures, one large and one small, moved away from the area where the villa was located and came to the remote mountain forest next to the town. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer. Tap. Jumping from the top of the third floor of a house, the woman seemed to know that she could not escape the presence behind her, so she took the initiative to stop at the edge of the wilderness forest. Coincidentally, the moon in the night sky of the town broke through the dark clouds. Under the faint bright silver moonlight, a head of silver hair shimmering against the moonlight, and a soft black cat tail swayed from side to side. A pair of glossy black cat ears twitched, and the woman's beautiful eyes were like cat pupils with a green light. Under her extremely vigilant and nervous gaze. Ahead, the little orange beast suddenly stopped. It was an orange cat that had already left the cub stage. It looks harmless to humans and animals, no different from other orange cats. It wears a heart-shaped nameplate around its neck. Prince Family. Your name is Xiao Huang, right? I don't mean to offend, I just want to understand the situation. Wearing a tight black leather jacket that showed off her curvaceous figure, the very lustful and sexy adult cat girl waved her hands and spoke. By the way, let me introduce myself, my name is Black Cat, you can also call me Felicia Hardy, I am. Not waiting for Felicia to finish her words. The orange cat's eyes were like burning cyan flames, its mouth opened in a cruel and terrifying arc, its tentacles full of fangs burst out, and it suddenly rushed forward with explosive hair all over its body. For it. Any creature that breaks into that place without permission. All will die. In downtown Washington, a well-known law firm is located in an urban area with a lot of land. Everything has been taken care of, I plan to go home early tonight, a gentle and determined female voice sounded. Okay, Miss Diana. The young female assistant in a formal suit responded respectfully. She secretly glanced at Xianing sitting in the main seat of the office, her eyes full of longing. Ah, I really want to be a white and rich girl like Miss Diana who can go to and from get off work at any time. That's not right. Although Miss Diana is a partner of the firm, she has never used her boss's privileges once. She only chooses to leave work after completing a day's work well. In addition, she has a tall and perfect figure like a top model, a flawless face that is carefully carved by a god. Smooth skin that does not require any cosmetics, and muscle curves without any fat, as well as a noble and elegant temperament, and an intellectual and confident attitude. Charm. What a perfect person. The young female assistant thought secretly. It just made her feel weird. Miss Diana never socialized and went home every time she finished work, especially in the past 3 years. I don't know who Miss Diana's partner is, I've never heard her mention it. The young female assistant's eyes quietly fell on the simple ring on the ring finger of Qianying's right hand in front of her, and she felt extremely envious. The man must have saved the world in his previous life. After the female assistant left the office, the white-collar figure sitting on the chair began to pack up documents. Looking at the ring on her right hand, the black-haired woman looked obviously dazed. At this time, the office door suddenly opened without warning. The black-haired woman looked up and saw a beautiful young woman wearing a leopard print coat and walking in with high heels. Diana, long time no see. After locking the office door, the beautiful young woman smiled charmingly and swayed her plump figure to the chair in front of the desk and sat down. Barbara. Diana put down the information document in her hand, looked directly at her former best friend, and asked softly with an unchanged expression, "What conspiracy do you have this time?" "It seems that I have become accustomed to this." The leopard girl Barbara took off her leopard print coat and draped it on the back of the chair. She put her elbows on the table and supported her chin. She licked her seductive red lips and said, "I don't have any conspiracy, I came here all the time. I'm just here to catch up with you." "Then tell me, where have you been in the past few years?" Diana's eyes flashed with wisdom and she said bluntly. Barbara was speechless and breathed out, "We have to keep it a secret for the time being, otherwise, you will definitely make trouble. I know you too well, and you will always interfere in things that have nothing to do with you." She changed her words, "However, if you and I exchange secrets, I can also tell you." "What do you want to know?" Diana asked. "I want to know, what happened in the end 3 years ago." Barbara smiled. "Although he really disappeared for 3 years, you have never held any funeral or memorial service. I want to know, is it really already?" Bang! The chair exploded. Leopard girl Barbara's body suddenly flew backwards, and her back hit hard on one side of the office wall, sinking inward to form an obvious human-shaped hole. "This is not like you, this is a working environment where you pretend to be an ordinary person, you are not afraid of being exposed." Barbara walked out holding the sunken wall, and suddenly felt a creepy feeling. Step. Diana climbed over the desk lightly and walked forward step by step, her hair tied up in a bun spread out. The original elegance and intelligence turned into pure wildness and domineering. "Barbara, you can ask anything else, but you shouldn't mention him." Diana's beautiful eyes seemed to be full of coldness. "Ha ha ha, that's it. Every time you mention him, you will be like this. Come on, Diana. Show your true face. It's been a long time since we last sparred. Don't let me down." At the same time, a leopard tail emerged from behind Barbara and hit the wall. Her hands holding the air stretched out sharp claws. And hair quickly grew from her beautiful face to her slender limbs, turning into a human-shaped female leopard with extremely wild beauty. Not only that, after the beastification, Leopard Barbara tore off her remaining top, revealing a string of white and sharp primitive leopard tooth jewelry on her intact neck. Swish! The leopard tooth jewelry went up to form a silver leopard head helmet. Downward, the extended metal formed a seamless tight leopard body suit along the human muscles and body surface. The beast-like leopard Barbara put on a complete set of silver-white leopard-shaped suits. "This is the result of my 3 years of work, the silver leopard suit made of vibranium to hunt you." Leopard smiled coldly. Diana didn't say much about this. Her white clothes and trousers changed and turned into a battle armor dress exclusive to Wonder Woman. 2 swords from different mythological systems, one gold and one silver, appeared on the waist and back respectively. A noble crown appeared on the forehead, and a pair of bracelets were worn on the wrists. 3 years have passed. The perfect and powerful gods are no different from before. Except. Cheetah was suddenly shocked, staring blankly at Diana who had returned to her original Wonder Woman appearance. Her originally soft and shiny black hair had all turned white. No. Cheetah suddenly realized that the white hair was Diana's original appearance, and the black hair was the result of her daily disguise. Chapter 318. Boom. In the dark night, countless birds and beasts fled out in fear. Trees fell down one by one, as if they were brutally attacked by several bulldozers. Felicia, who called herself Black Cat and turned into a cat girl, kept fleeing deep into the forest, like a human-shaped black cat constantly jumping on the trunks of trees. And every time the black cat jumped and dodged, the trunk of the tree that it stepped on the moment before would be defeated by several hideous tentacles extending from the darkness behind it. This is a battle between 2 cats, a black cat and an orange cat. Wait a minute, the hostile existence is even less like a cat than her. Felicia couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and while quickly dodging the tentacle attack, she looked back in horror and saw that the little orange cat was hanging tightly behind her tail. The orange cat's mouth opened a bloody mouth, and 4 or 5 tentacles with fangs stretched out from it. The tentacles can easily extend more than 10 meters long. With a light roll, a tree can be uprooted and sank into the huge mouth like a black hole along with the soil. The cute little orange cat before is actually an alien species. It would be even more terrifying if such a creature could be tamed as a family pet. Fortunately, I don't have to fight it, just delaying the time is enough, Felicia, the black cat, thought to herself. Just keep running like this, it works. What Felicia didn't notice was that behind her, the orange cat in pursuit showed a hint of impatience, and then, its smooth orange-yellow hair strangely turned into a dark black color. As if covered with a layer of mysterious biological exoskeleton, the cat's pupils turned into a cold and pale white. Hee, the cat smiled like a devil. Where's the cat? Felicia was running away, and suddenly found that the pursuit behind her disappeared. Looking back, there was no trace of the orange cat named Little Emperor. However, the sense of danger had not yet been eliminated, and instead, her hair stood up all over her body. The black cat Felicia did not stop, but gritted her teeth, increased her speed as much as she could, and rushed into the depths of the forest. She escaped a few miles away. Felicia was running at full speed, and her physical strength was a little bit exhausted. At this distance, the opponent should have given up, right? Felicia ran and looked back, and could only see a silent forest, but just when she turned her head again, her originally fair and beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Near the front, a black shadow squatted there, opening its bloody mouth towards her, and the black hole instantly enveloped itself. At this moment, Felicia could clearly smell the breath of death. No. I know your master. As soon as the black cat Felicia finished speaking, her mouth closed, swallowing up her graceful figure. The cat wiped its mouth and shook its tail. The darkness faded away like a tide, returning to its original orange color. It took a step and turned into an orange streamer to return to the villa. At this time, in the town, on the second floor of a seemingly quiet villa, in the room where the giant safe is stored, Ant-Man Scott was very distressed. He used various research methods, but still could not cause any damage to the door-like safe, let alone invade it. This is also understandable. After all, this is vibranium. If vibranium is so easy to break, is it still called vibranium? On the top floor of a commercial building in Washington, a head of vigorous white hair fluttered wildly in the night wind. The tall and perfect Greek demigod stood high on the fence of the top floor. She held a silver sword with divine light in one hand and a rope with golden light and power in the other hand. The golden rope went down. The leopard girl Barbara, who was wearing a silver vibranium battle suit and looked like a human female leopard, was tied up and hung in the air. How is it possible? This is my vibranium battle suit. The leopard girl's beautiful eyes were full of disbelief, looking at her vibranium claws that were cut off. With a full set of vibranium battle suits, her combat power has increased by more than one time. However, she was defeated so quickly, even faster than before. Diana, how can you be so strong? So much stronger than 3 years ago. The white-haired Wonder Woman had a blank expression on her face and shook her head gently. Now it's my turn to ask you, what is your purpose? Leopard girl Barbara opened her mouth unconsciously, and under the restraint of the truth lasso, she began to reveal the truth. In the villa outside Washington, Ant-Man Scott looked powerless. He just confirmed that not only the door of the safe, but also the entire giant safe, was made of vibranium. This safe alone is priceless. And the things stored inside. It has to be said. Ant-Man, who was not interested in the mission itself, is now curious about what is stored in this vibranium cabinet. But if you can't get in, everything is in vain. Give up, Scott, you can't get in, even Hope on the other end of the communicator persuaded. In fact, there is another way to get in, and it is the only way, Scott pondered. You mean shrinking to subatomic size and passing through vibranium? You're crazy. Hope shouted. Even though you have survived the quantum realm once, it doesn't mean you can succeed every time. Yeah, so, I can only give up, Scott shrugged helplessly. He didn't plan to risk his life again. But at this time, there was a sound outside the villa yard. It's the cat that's back. Scott's face changed drastically, and he quickly shrank to the size of an ant. At the same time, a woman's mind sounded in his brain, you can't escape anymore, hurry up and enter the vibranium safe, otherwise you're dead. Who are you? Ant-Man Scott screamed in surprise. The woman's mind continued, the person who entrusted you to carry out this mission, hurry up, if you don't go in, you're dead. Ant-Man Scott listened to the slight movement on the stairs and knew that what the mysterious woman said was right. Now there is no other way except hiding in the vibranium cabinet. No, Scott. Hope on the other side of the communicator hurriedly said. I'll die. Ant-Man gritted his teeth. When the cat stepped onto the second floor, he adjusted the controller to continue to shrink. The body that was already the size of an ant was so small that it disappeared directly on the spot. Passing through the vibranium. The infinitely shrunk Ant-Man fell into a fantastic and gorgeous space, where the concepts of time and space seemed to become blurred. Reality was distorted, quantum realm. Ant-Man was lost in it until he faintly heard a female voice with a sense of vicissitudes. He suddenly woke up and instinctively manipulated the controller on Ant-Man's battle suit to return to its original size. Swish. Ant-Man, who had returned to the size of an adult man, Scott had passed through the vibranium portal and appeared inside the vibranium safe. This is... Scott took off the helmet of Ant-Man's battle suit and looked at the things in the vibranium vault, and couldn't help but open his mouth completely. Inside the vibranium safe, there was actually a room. Chapter 319. Ant-Man Scott was holding his battle suit helmet, standing in a daze in the vibranium cabinet. Rather than calling it a vibranium cabinet, the spacious space inside was more like a vibranium vault. The vibranium cabinet was also arranged as a room of moderate size. That's right, inside the giant safe made of priceless vibranium, there was a room. It was still a very ordinary single room. In the single room, there was a desk with computers and books, a wardrobe with neat and tidy young men's clothes, and a wall with photo frames and pictures. Even the floor and curtains seemed to be restored one-to-one. Scott was stunned. This place didn't seem to be specially made into a room, but more like an original room was completely moved and stored here. Everything in the room had a certain sense of age, at least 3 or 4 years of history. But everything in the room was neat and clean, not messy or stained with dust, as if someone carefully cleaned and tidied it every day. The room was quiet. Only the alarm clock on the bedside table was ticking slightly. Tick, tick, tick. Ant-Man Scott seemed to vaguely hear the track of time. The vibranium vault in this villa has frozen everything in a room 3 years ago, as if time and breath were stored here. It's just an ordinary room. Scott's slightly dirty outdoor boots stepped on the smooth floor. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of guilt in his heart, as if he had stepped into a sacred forbidden place that could not be violated. Wait a minute, what is that? Ant-Man Scott was suddenly stunned again, looking at the bed in the current room. The blue bed curtain was half closed, and a figure could be vaguely seen lying on the bed. No way. Scott subconsciously stepped forward, but his hand lightly pulled open the bed curtain, as if he was afraid of disturbing others. It can be seen that there is a black-haired boy lying on the bed. The black-haired boy had a delicate and fair face, and the childishness on his face had just faded. He was about 18 years old. He wore a silver necklace around his neck, a thin blanket covered his chest, and his hands were clasped together. The boy slept peacefully, his face was pale, and he was not breathing. Scott opened his eyes wide in surprise. There was actually a boy's body here. That's not right. Although the other party was pale, his skin was still smooth and shiny, and he didn't look like a corpse at all. He looked more like he was sleeping. Hope, did you see him? Who is he? Scott asked hurriedly into the communicator. Ant-Man's suit is equipped with a monitoring probe, which can be seen by Hope in the background. Checking. Hope paused and quickly replied, the information shows that his name is Nian Prince. He was originally a high school student at Washington Middle School, his guardian is Diana Prince, he started to report missing 3 years ago. How is it possible, how can an ordinary person have so much vibranium, and there is also the cat and jellyfish defending here, Scott said incomprehensibly. He is an ordinary person. What do you know? The mysterious woman's thoughts just now rang out in Scott's brain again, however, fortunately, with your help, part of my spirit also entered here and saw him again. I didn't expect that he was really dead, the mysterious woman murmured to herself. No, his body is clearly still alive, but there is no mental fluctuation. What do you mean? Scott asked in a deep voice. Let me put it this way, his current physical condition is like a vegetative person, but ordinary vegetative people will also have weak mental fluctuations in their brains, but he has no mental fluctuations, as if he has lost his soul. The soul is dead, but the body is still alive, even immortal, the mysterious woman sighed. It's worthy of him, and he died so strangely. At this time, Ant-Man's communicator rang with Hope's exclamation, Scott, my background system has been hacked, rustling. The communication was suddenly disconnected. It's broken. She's back. Who's back? Scott put on the Ant-Man helmet in shock, and then heard a slight noise behind him. He quickly turned around and saw a scarlet girl in a red maid dress, stepping lightly in front of the door of the safe room with black boots. The scarlet hair that reached her waist and the hem of the dress that fell to her knees slowly fell down, gorgeous and elegant, but with a bit of cold murderous aura that could not be ignored. The scarlet girl looked at the dirty floor and the motorcyclist near the bed, and her eyes and face became more and more indifferent. Maid. Is this the maid mentioned before? Scott thought there was no danger. The other party looked only 14 or 15 years old, soft and cute like a real doll. Hello. Scott waved and greeted, and the scene in front of him flashed, and the scarlet maid had already rushed in front of him, and her little hand pushed out a palm quickly and powerfully. Bang! Hit the lower abdomen. Ant-Man felt that it was not a very strong force, but it made his body bend like a shrimp, and his adult-sized body flew backwards. At this moment, behind Scott was the boy's bed, but before his body hit the bed curtain, his arched back broke through the mirrored space. Crash! The space shattered like glass. Ant-Man broke through the mirror and fell into the other side behind the mirror. Falling down. The starry night sky and the city with civilized lights turned upside down. Ant-Man Scott was shocked to find that the whole world was upside down, and he was in the air, falling down to the town. The electromagnetic force of the instrument equipped with Ant-Man's battle suit could not detect the location of any ant around. Fuck. Ant-Man Scott in the air quickly adjusted the battle suit controller, and his body suddenly grew larger and larger, turning into a giant that was dozens of times larger than an ordinary human. Plop. As if falling from a height of several meters, the giantized Ant-Man sat down in the pool, and the pool water splashed everywhere. Sorry, I will compensate. Ant-Man looked at the building next to him, but suddenly found that there was no one inside the building with lights on. The giantized Ant-Man looked around in surprise. Not only the building next to him, but the whole town, there was no trace of living people. Crash. The sound of the mirror breaking sounded again. Ant-Man Scott, who was sitting on the ground, opened his eyes wide and saw a graceful body made of diamond, tied by several golden threads, pulled in from the broken mirror not far away. You forced me to do it. The diamond woman made the voice of the mysterious woman in Ant-Man's brain just now, and a telepathy was stirred up, sweeping along the golden thread and impacting the figure of the Scarlet Girl at the end. The Scarlet Girl was unmoved by this, her petite body floated in the air for dozens of meters, and her surroundings were rippling with intoxicating crimson. Ah! The diamond woman screamed inexplicably and fell straight down from the air in the town. Chapter 320. Like a woman made of diamonds, she fell down from the sky and landed on a house, directly punching a hole in the roof. The flash of light on the woman who fell into the house faded, and she returned to her original human body, lying unconscious on the collapsed wooden board. The identity of the other party is obviously made clear. The White Queen, Emma Frost. A few dozen meters away. The giant Ant-Man felt a little thirsty. He hurriedly climbed up from the ground, leaving a large butt-shaped pit behind. Ant-Man Scott turned around and fled, returning to the size of an ordinary human, but he didn't know where to escape. The world he was in now, although everything he saw felt familiar, was no longer the world he knew. Scott knew this. Don't wait for Ant-Man to run 10 meters. Tread. The strong wind stirred, and a crimson figure fell from the sky to the ground directly in front of Ant-Man. Ant-Man swallowed, activated the controller, and shrank to the size of an ant. But, at the same time, a crimson wind pressure fell, lifting the tiny Ant-Man and dust from the ground into the air. Ant-Man was in the air, without any chance to fight back or escape. A white and tender palm slapping forward came into view. Bang! With a light palm, a man's shadow flew out from the body of the ant-shaped Ant-Man. In less than 3 minutes, the battle is over. Scott's soul was floating in the low air, his eyes were dull, and he was obviously stunned by the 2 slaps from the maid. Just now, a palm blasted him to another world, and now a palm punched out his soul. What kind of maid is this? She must be a witch. Scarlet Witch. The Crimson Maid ignored White Queen Emma, who fell unconscious and fell to the ground, and Ant-Man Scott, whose spirit body was separated. She waved her hand and drew a circle to open a circular portal, took a step, and disappeared among the swirling and shining stars. The opposite of the mirror space is the real world. At this time, the entire villa outside was brightly lit. The rotating Mars forms a portal. The Crimson Maid appeared out of thin air in the living room on the 2nd floor of the villa. Apart from her, a tall figure with white hair stood on the balcony of the living room. On the ground next to it, there was a little orange cat wagging its tail. Wanda's jewel-like eyes remained cold. She leaned forward slightly and spoke with a certain degree of respect. "Miss Diana, everything has been resolved, the identity of the other party is. I've got it all figured out." Facing the night wind, Wonder Woman with flowing white hair asked directly, "Is he okay?" "Fine." Wanda clenched her fists, her eyes glowed with light red, and her body overflowed with destructive and cold energy. "It's just." "Just what?" "The master's room is dirty." "Then please clean it again tonight," Wonder Woman said, came to the door of the vibranium cabinet, and whispered. "Alice, open the door." The words just fell. The vibranium cabinet door slowly opened on its own without making any sound. The artifacts and battle clothes on Wonder Woman's body transformed for a while, returning to her casual home clothes. Only her loose shawl hair still retained its frosty white color. "Go into the room." The white-haired demigod sat down beside the bed. She gently held the boy's hand and looked at the face that seemed to be sleeping, with tenderness in her beautiful dark eyes. Diana opened her mouth, but stopped, and finally did not speak. Just sitting quietly and watching, the quiet room became more and more peaceful. "I have a lot to say to you. So I won't say it anymore, but you must understand what I mean." Diana walked out of the boy's room. "Miss Diana, I'm sorry." Wanda, who was standing at the door, lowered her head and said, "I didn't take good care of my home and let others break in. This kind of thing will never happen again in the future, I promise." At the end of the sentence, the girl's eyes glowed faintly red. "It's not your fault, I was negligent too." Diana looked at Wanda, thought about it, and said softly, "The people who invaded here tonight actually don't have much malicious intent, they just want to confirm the situation and not harm their lives." Wanda remained silent and did not answer. Diana whispered, "Wanda, if he knew, he wouldn't want to see you like this." Wanda then nodded and said, "Okay, I will let them go this time. But I won't forgive them, if I see them again." A scarlet color appeared in Wanda's eyes. It was a look full of destruction, coldness, madness, etc. Which was not what a girl of the same age should have. Diana sighed to herself. Apart from him, this kid sometimes has trouble persuading himself. However, Diana could understand Wanda's mood. At first. If his body hadn't still retained the vitality of life and a glimmer of hope for recovery, how could he have continued to stay in the human world here? "Keep a good watch on him." Diana left this sentence and walked out. The office scene that had just passed the battle still needed to be dealt with. Wanda changed her boots and walked into the room slowly. A few minutes. The floor of the room sealed in the vibranium cabinet was smooth and clean, and even the slight ant smell in the indoor air was eliminated. His eyes fell back on the black-haired boy on the bed. The maid's previous coldness immediately disappeared, and the light in her red eyes softened. The maid imitated the movements naturally, raised her right hand to touch her head, and gently stroked her hair, with a happy smile on her face. "Master, the room is cleaned." Wanda smiled softly and said, "I cleaned up all the trash that broke in here." The other side of the universe. A planet without life, on the top of a snow-capped mountain, where wind and snow persist all year round. "Old bones, I'm so bored, let me tell you some more stories." Forget it, anyway, you only told the story of being a notorious supervillain during World War II. A young man's voice sounded in the wind and snow on the top of the mountain. "I told you, don't call me Lao Gu," another vicissitudes of life voice said weakly. "If I don't call you Lao Gu, do you want to call me Xiao Hong?" The young man said in surprise. The being sitting on the top of the snow-capped mountain, wearing a black tattered cloak, was silent. The young man was floating high in the sky on top of the snow-capped mountains. The wind and snow passed directly through his body, and his body blurred by light and shadow was looming. "Forget it, I'll go back and take a nap." Finish this sentence. The black-haired boy suddenly flew down from the almost 90-degree vertical cliff of the snow-capped mountain. He sank into the strange altar-like stone platform at the bottom of the cliff and appeared in a hot spring. Soaked in warm water, the young man's looming perfect body solidified and became complete. At this time, the light flickers. An orange gem emerged from the warm water, swirled around the boy's body, and finally sank into the body. Dividing line. It seems that there is a double monthly ticket event. I am joining in the fun at the end of the year. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? QAQ, if there are 500 votes. There will be an extra update on the basis of double updates every day. The handicapped party is really trying their best. U003C. Over, U003E. Chapter 321. Sinking, sinking, sinking. The boy who was soaking in the hot spring at the bottom of the snowy valley kept sinking, and the spirit body that was looming and almost transparent and dissipated began to condense. Buzz! A little warm orange light wandered in a sleeping boy's body, making his spirit body transparent and clearly visible, and glowing with a myriad of bright beams of light under the dark hot spring. At this moment, the hot spring at the bottom of the entire snowy valley lit up. Gulyalu! The orange light moved to the boy's head, like a gem inlaid on the forehead, calming the soul. After a long time, Nian slowly opened his eyes, and the orange gem immediately left his body and quickly melted into the hot spring. The bottom of the hot spring became dark and cold again, as if everything just now was an illusion. Nian looked at his condensed spirit body, slowly exhaled, and a hint of complexity appeared in his eyes. Yes, he is Nian. It should be said that the present is his own soul existence. Since 3 years ago. At the moment of death, Nian's soul left his body on earth, and then his soul was inexplicably transferred to the mysterious and wonderful place at present. Under normal circumstances, the soul cannot leave the body for too long, otherwise it will be like Wanda who lost her soul, and the soul and body will be on the verge of extinction. However, Nian's soul has been away from the body for 3 years, but it has miraculously survived until now. This is also thanks to this place. Gurgling. Nian's soul floated up from the bottom of the hot spring, looking at the spring water glowing orange all around. This is the place where the soul gem, one of the 6 infinity gems, exists. His soul must sleep here every day. Under the nourishment of the soul gem, the soul will return to the most perfect state for a short time, and will not dissipate or be pulled to other places. This is also a helpless move. Nian's soul looked down and could vaguely see that there was a faint black mist lingering above his soul. The black mist was like a chain, constantly wandering, tightly locking the boy's soul. The mark left by death is still there. This is also the main reason why Nian's soul cannot return to the body on earth. Even Nian's soul is a little confused about what is happening to him now. His body is obviously dead, but his soul is still alive, and he has spent 3 long years with the help of the soul gem. Yes. 3 years is long enough for Nian. I don't know how my aunt, Wanda, Gwen, Kara, and the boss are doing. I really want to go back, Nian's soul murmured to himself, and his eyes quickly became firm. He must find a way to unlock the mark of death on his soul. Once unlocked, his soul can return to his body on earth. Of course. The premise is that his body on earth is still intact. Nian's soul emerged from the hot spring, and a black figure could be seen leaning against the stone altar. It was a Gothic woman holding a black umbrella, wearing a black suspender top and jeans, with a cross on her pale and intact thin neck, and a musical note-like eyeliner drawn on the corner of her right eye. Sister, you're here. The soul of Nian waved and greeted familiarly. The Gothic woman nodded and said calmly, let's go. Okay, where are we going to work today? The soul of Nian floated towards the Gothic woman. The Gothic woman did not respond, but gestured to a little bear doll in her right hand. Okay. Xiao Hong, I'm going out to work. You stay at home obediently, and we'll see you in the evening. After saying this, the soul of Nian flew forward and sank into the little bear doll held by the Gothic woman. The next moment, the Gothic woman hugged the little bear doll and disappeared from the original place. On the original place, only the voice of the boy was left, echoing slightly between the snow-capped mountains. On the top of the snow-capped mountain, the mysterious existence sitting cross-legged on the snow and wearing a black cloak continued to be silent. Ho-ho! A gust of frost and snow lifted the black hood, revealing a red skull without hair and skin. The Gothic woman appeared in an extremely lively square, holding a black umbrella in one hand and a teddy bear in the other. This is... The teddy bear Nian was inhabiting opened his eyes wide in surprise, looking at the passers-by with wings, horns, or blue skin coming and going. They are all aliens. Next to the square, magnificent alien buildings rose from the ground, and alien spacecrafts with extremely high technological standards could be seen shuttling back and forth in the air from time to time. This is Nova, a prosperous civilization in the Milky Way, the Gothic woman said softly. The alien passers-by in the square didn't notice when the Gothic woman appeared. As for her dress as one of the most developed civilizations in the Milky Way. Nova has businessmen or workers from alien civilizations every day, which is not surprising. All the major civilizations and races in the Milky Way meet here. Just as the Gothic woman was walking towards a square with a teddy bear doll in her arms. Also in the alien square of Nova, not far away. A special team consisting of a jacket man, a green-skinned woman, an armed raccoon, and a bald man, dressed like interstellar pirates, hurried past the Gothic woman. On the other side of the square, a blonde woman in a blue space suit was holding an orange cat. She suddenly turned her head and looked at the Gothic woman's bear doll in surprise. A brilliant light flashed in the depths of her eyes. And she quickly retracted her gaze and left the alien square. The Gothic woman ignored everyone. She came to the edge of the square with the bear doll in her arms, and saw an alien girl with broken wings sitting on the ground. So, she was dying. Nian's soul suddenly came to her, and a trace of regret flashed in her eyes. Hello. The Gothic woman squatted gently on the ground and took the initiative to greet the alien girl. The alien girl raised her head blankly and instinctively moved back in fear. Want to hug my little bear? The Gothic girl smiled faintly and lifted the little bear puppet up. Looking at the little bear puppet with an eye mask, full of patches, sticking out its tongue, but furry and cute enough. The alien girl's eyes lit up slightly, and she asked with a trembling voice, "Can I?" "I can hug you, but only once, because he is my assistant," the Gothic girl smiled and said seriously. "Get permission." The alien girl immediately hugged the little bear puppet and rubbed the little bear puppet's face with her little face, like the pain of broken wings and the coldness of sitting on the street, getting a little warm comfort in this brief moment. Nian. What kind of assistant is this? Nian's soul sighed secretly, but the little bear puppet's hand moved quietly and gently hugged the little girl's thin body. Death, sometimes it is not such a cold thing. Chapter 322. Saturday morning. On the outskirts of Washington, at the door of the villa. "Good morning, Miss Diana." "Wanda, long time no see, not even a week." Gwen and Kara carried their things together and came to the door of the villa to greet them gently. "Come in quickly." Inside the villa, the hostess Diana, dressed in home clothes, responded softly. "Boy, please change your shoes." Wanda, who was wearing a maid dress, bowed politely, took the items, and placed 2 pairs of prepared slippers on the carpet. Gwen and Kara put on slippers and walked into the villa naturally. The two of them have been here countless times, and to some extent they are more familiar with it than their own home. Of course, in front of Diana, the two still paid great attention to etiquette and image. Wanda turned around and prepared the drinks. She didn't even need to ask, she knew everyone's taste. Gwen and Kara sat down on the sofa, chatting with Diana about home life and current situation. Louise is pregnant. Kara looked excited and was the first to announce the good news about her family. "I've heard about it," Diana smiled and nodded. Gwen said in surprise, "Miss Lewis is Kara's cousin, Mr. Superman's wife." "Yes, I am about to have a nephew, our Kryptonian family can be considered to have a descendant." Kara clenched her fists and was very happy. "Tomorrow, there will be a celebration banquet, and Miss Diana will come too." "Okay." Diana smiled and nodded. After continuing to chat for a while, Diana seemed to remember something, looked at Gwen and Kara, and said, "I have also heard about the recent events in the Alliance." The smile on Kara's face immediately disappeared and turned solemn. Gwen also lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. "Gwen, you have always been steady, please tell me your thoughts first." Diana spoke softly, her elegant and gentle voice always made people feel comfortable and calm. Gwen felt a little helpless and said, "Now, within the Avengers, under that agreement, some people agreed and some refused. In recent years, the extraordinary has a huge impact on the world, and the mistakes of superheroes or the destruction caused by various reasons also intensify the contradiction between the extraordinary and ordinary people. Governments around the world feel the need to control the superpowers and actions of superheroes. As a result, more than 200 national leaders signed a letter and began to formulate a special agreement for heroes. The agreement is called Hero Only. That is to say, the actions of superheroes must be approved by the United Nations before they can be carried out, otherwise they will be considered illegal. This extraordinary agreement first targets the Avengers, then the Justice League and the Fantastic Four. Mr. Stark agreed to sign the agreement, but Mr. Rogers said he was determined not to sign. "Everything is still under discussion," Gwen exhaled softly. "Then are you going to sign or not?" Diana asked curiously. Gwen smiled and responded, "I plan to quit the Avengers." "Gwen, what are you doing?" Kara's eyes widened in surprise. Gwen smoothed the hair beside her ears. "Actually, I have never been a formal member of the Avengers, I have been an intern. Now that 3 years have passed, I think it is time to leave." Diana asked, "Then what will you do when you encounter a supernatural event again?" "Of course, I will definitely take action," Gwen smiled brightly. "Because this is me, and this is who he thinks of me." "Good boy." "Kara, what about you?" "As far as I know, the Justice League is planning recently." At this time, Gotham City, Justice League headquarters. It is like an underground warehouse the size of a football field. The Kryptonian fighters that were once in Metropolis were moved here, occupying most of the underground warehouse. The fighter plane's fuselage has an assembly line-like arc, contrasting with the cold metallic luster. It looks like a space beast that is about to revive, eager to return to the bright and infinite deep space of the universe. The damaged areas have been repaired. In 3 days, after the test is completed, we can officially take off on a long voyage. Standing in front of the Kryptonian fighter, the electronic left eye flashed red, and the highly mechanized cyborg said, "We should be able to reach that place after a month of leaping thousands of times." Should. I want an accurate probability. Bruce Wayne, who was wearing a black trench coat on the side, put his hands in his pockets and pouted. "We will definitely reach that place in 2 months at most. The knowledge of apocalypse in me is very sure of this." Bruce Wayne's deep eyes were filled with cold light. He took his hands out of his pockets and said solemnly, "Okay, in 3 days, we will assemble and set off." "Who are the members who are going out to fight?" Cyborg asked. Bruce Wayne replied. "Me and you, Superman, Flash, Martian Manhunter, Zatanna, Aquaman, and..." "In a villa outside Washington." Kara said firmly, "I will set off with them and go out to fight." The interior of the living room on the first floor suddenly fell silent until the sound of Wanda placing the cup on the table. Everyone knows. This must be an extremely difficult and dangerous battle. A battle that may never come back. The distance between Earth and Apocalypse alone is so far that it makes people despair. It takes great perseverance to dare to go there. This will also be the most distant and difficult extraordinary foreign war in the history of human beings on Earth. My cousin has not even given birth to a son yet, and he is going. How can I not go? Kara stuck out her tongue, dispelling the heavy atmosphere with joy, and laughed. Diana's eyes were filled with apology and guilt, and she whispered, "I'm sorry, Kara." Kara shook her head, stared at Diana, and said sincerely, "Miss Diana, you don't have to apologize, just take good care of the senior for me. I will feel relieved if you stay with him." Gwen also held Kara's hand. "Don't worry about me. At most 2 or 3 months, we will definitely come back. Each of us has a reason to come back." "Miss Diana, please let me see the senior," Kara said at last. "Wanda, take her," Diana agreed without hesitation, and then said to Gwen next to her. "Gwen, you should go too, you want to see him too, right?" Gwen still sat on the sofa, patiently, watching Kara's back. Let Kara see him first, she must have a lot to say to him alone. The second floor of the villa, behind the vibranium door, inside the room. With dark blonde hair and skirt swaying, Kara walked into the room happily. "Senior, I'm here to see you again." Kara sat on the edge of the bed, couldn't help but lower her body wrapped in a uniform skirt, and gently lay on the chest of the boy who seemed to be sleeping. "I hope it's not the last time." Kara's eyes were dim, her young and soft face was full of loss, and she murmured to herself. "At the beginning, I was sorry that I couldn't get pregnant with your child." Chapter 323. Where is this? She has long, beautiful white hair down to her waist, and wears a tight black leather jacket that outlines her sexy figure, with a half arc of snow on her chest. The black cat ears trembled, and the slender cat tail swayed gently. Felicia Hardy, the black cat, climbed up from the grass that looked like a green blanket and looked around blankly. Upward was the strange dark red night sky, which felt a little unreal. Surrounding were ordinary grass and woods, nothing special, but full of mystery. "By the way, I remember that I was eaten by that cat." Felicia stood up from the grass, and her dizzy brain gradually came to consciousness, recalling some things that happened before she fell into a coma. The last scene. The scene where the black kitten opened its bloody mouth and swallowed her into the black hole in its mouth. "I thought I was dead, but I didn't expect. Could it be that I was already dead? Is this the so-called hell or underworld?" The black cat Felicia took a few deep breaths, and her cat ears suddenly stood up, but she heard a strange sound. From the other side of the hill. Felicia immediately took a step towards the highest hill in the surrounding area. She used her hands and feet, her hair flying back. And her human-shaped black cat-like body dived low in the air, carrying the strong wind and running faster and faster. Soon, Felicia rushed up a hill and easily jumped onto the trunk of a big tree 7 or 8 meters above the ground on the top of the hill. She slowly stood up by holding the tree trunk. Felicia's pupils suddenly contracted and she was stunned for a moment. It can be seen. On the opposite side of the hill, there is a city. At a glance, it is more prosperous than the central cities of human development such as Washington and Metropolis. Inside, there are strange buildings that have never been seen before, and the whole is slightly contrasted with the complete light arc of glass and metal. Next to this building that looks like a developed civilization in the post-human era. There is another strange city that is completely different from human civilization. It is like a cyberpunk city with extremely brilliant civilization lights shining inside. Not only these two cities. Felicia saw that farther in front of the hill, on both sides of the hill, and even behind the hill, there are also huge and complete civilized cities. The architectural style and appearance of each city are completely different. These cities are like they come from different alien civilizations, standing together. Felicia also saw that some alien cities have mysterious life forms living there. There is such a world in the cat's mouth. Felicia was in a trance, and suddenly saw a smooth-walled mountain in the center of many cities rising into the night sky. Felicia looked up, and her rosy little mouth opened wider and wider. That is not a mountain. It is clearly a stone statue, but because the stone statue is too big, 1 foot is equivalent to the height of an alien city, so it is difficult to see the whole picture. Felicia looked at the statue that was tens of thousands of meters high, with the upper body almost sticking out of the universe outside the planet, as if it was the outline of a teenager. It's him. Felicia's pupils trembled, and a strange emotion was brewing in her heart. Gotham City, Batcave. Batman Bruce Wayne looked at the bat suits displayed in the room, and finally sat on a chair next to a workbench full of weapons and equipment. The day after tomorrow, we will set off to fight on Apocalypse. Bruce Wayne's deep eyes were a little complicated. This action was like the previous one when he resurrected Superman. He was not sure that his approach was correct, but it was indeed the most sincere answer in his heart. In the past few years, almost every night, I would have the same nightmare. The tragic nightmare of the loss of the Earth, the fall of the world, and the death of many heroes and humans. And according to what Cyborg said, Apocalypse will never give up the Earth and will definitely come back. Instead of waiting and following the trajectory in the nightmare, it is better to take the initiative. Batman Bruce Wayne and Superman Clark have the same idea about this. So, they have been preparing for this since 3 years ago. What is the probability of our success? Bruce Wayne suddenly spoke. The low and steady voice echoed in the underground Batcave except for Batman. In my opinion, less than half, a spiritual thought inexplicably responded. The key to whether Apocalypse can be taken lies in the ruler of Apocalypse, Darkseid. You are strong enough, but I don't know how strong he is. His existence is a nightmare for many civilizations. On the workbench in the Batcave, there is a colorful starfish in a glass jar. The colorful starfish's single eye showed some nostalgia and reminiscence. It's a pity, if he is still alive. Bruce Wayne naturally knew who Tan Luo mentioned. He recalled that when he resurrected Superman 3 years ago, he saw another Flash there. The Flash said to him, "Nian is the key. Nian Prince is the key." The voice was full of urgency and expectation. Bruce Wayne shook his head and gave up his thoughts. His eyes were deep and he said calmly, "Now, we can only rely on ourselves." At this time, on the other side of the universe. I'm back again, Xiao Hong. A little bear puppet appeared out of thin air on the top of the snowy mountain, and the soul of a black-haired boy emerged from the little bear puppet. Xinyan's soul greeted the tall being who was still sitting on the snow. The tall being revealed a terrifying red skull face. If Captain America were present, he would definitely recognize him directly. Isn't this the leader who created Hydra, Red Skull Schmidt? The Red Skull, who was wearing a tattered black robe, glanced at the young soul expressionlessly and said hoarsely, "Will you take the soul gem or not? I am the guardian of the soul gem. If you want to take away the soul gem, then sacrifice the person you love most." Red Skull hasn't finished speaking yet. Xinyan's soul interrupted him, okay, stop reading the lines, like an NPC in a game. He floated in the air, spread his hands and said, "I'm dead, only my soul is left. It's worse than you, what else can I sacrifice? Besides, isn't it good to have sex for free?" Xinyan's soul chuckled and continued flying down the valley. "I'm sleepy, I'm going to sleep, let's talk again." Watching the shadow of the young man flying down to the altar stone platform below. Red Skull clenched the staff in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead. As a guardian of the soul gem for so many years, I have never seen such a shameless person. It doesn't matter if this guy doesn't take the soul gem, he will come here every day for 3 years to get a gem for free. What's worse is that I can't do anything to him, so it's hard to take this guardian for real. Someone come and make a sacrifice and take away the soul gem. I can't bear it anymore. Red Skull roared inwardly. Chapter 324. On the outskirts of the metropolis, inside a 2-story wooden house surrounded by wheat fields. Louise, Martha, I'll be back soon. Superman Clark, who put on the diplomatic uniform of the Kryptonian clan, namely a blue and red cape suit, looked at his wife and adoptive mother. If the child is born, let's call him Jonathan. Superman's eyes fell on Louise's bulging belly. and he put his big and generous hand up to touch it gently and said warmly. Louise looked at him and said resolutely, I won't give you a name until you come back. Be safe. Martha patted him on the shoulder. Okay, Superman nodded solemnly. Gotham City, Batcave. Master, the white-haired old butler looked deeply. Bruce Wayne, wearing a full black bat suit, held a glass jar containing starfish in his right hand. Batman didn't say much, he just nodded towards the old butler, his exposed chin looking firm and strong. After we will succeed, we will definitely. Washington, local jail. I'm just going on a business trip, I'll probably be back in a month or two, don't worry. Barry Allen, the Flash, held a phone and spoke to his handcuffed father in prison through a layer of visiting glass. Gotham City, a magic show hall. The door was closed with a closed sign. Using a peaked cap to hold down her black hair, Zatanna dragged her suitcase out alone and left. Justice League headquarters. An alien spacecraft is entrenched in the open space outside like a steel behemoth. Cloudy day, no sunshine. In the open space in front of the Kryptonian spaceship. A highly mechanized black man and a big man carrying a wine bottle were already standing here waiting. Don't you go and talk to your family? Neptune asked. I don't have any relatives anymore, Cyborg replied. Neptune, sorry. Cyborg shook his head nonchalantly and looked at Neptune, what about you? Neptune shrugged and said, I told my mother. Tap. The blue cloak moved, and a tall green-skinned man fell from the air in front of Neptune and Cyborg. One of the most powerful members of the Justice League, Martian Manhunter. On the outskirts of Washington, there is a farmhouse similar to Superman's home. Kara, who was also wearing a blue and red cloak and a Kryptonian diplomatic uniform, said goodbye to her adoptive parents at the door of the wooden house, and the sun shone on her body. Supergirl Kara looked back and saw a girl wearing a black and white spider suit coming outside the cabin. Let me see you off, Gwen said softly. Okay. Kara smiled brightly. Noon. Diana stood on the top of a commercial building. She covered her white hair and looked up. She could vaguely see the shadow of the spaceship passing high in the sky in the distance. The spacecraft disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind, and rushed towards the vast universe beyond the sky. At this time, the agreement has caused heated discussions in the world, and the Avengers are fighting a civil war. The current members of the Justice League quietly armed themselves and embarked on a more than month-long interstellar journey to face one of the most powerful beings in the universe. The other side of the universe. Nian's soul woke up again from the altar place at the bottom of the snow valley. Watching the soul gem that had been prostituted disappear into the hot spring again, and the black mist like a chain lingering around him. Nian's soul sighed helplessly. 3 years, more than 1,000 times. Every time he uses the soul gem to cleanse and nourish his soul, Nian is trying to break free from the shackles of the mark of death. But all failed. Nian only felt that after 3 years, about a quarter of the death rule on his body had dissipated, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to break free or eliminate it. At least, it will take 10 years before there is a possibility of breaking free. This is based on the fact that the soul gem must be used every day, otherwise his soul will be gone long ago. No matter what, I must go back. Nian's soul eyes were firm and he floated up out of the altar hot spring. Next to the hot spring, a familiar black figure stood there waiting for him as always. Nian's soul was in a trance. 3 years ago. After Nian's soul was inexplicably transported to the current place, no one except the Gothic woman in front of him knew that he was here, not even the death that had planted the mark of death on him. After seeing a Gothic woman here for the second time. The other party said to him, Brother, do you want to be my internship assistant? Nian's soul agreed. Then. Every day for 3 years, the Goth woman would come here to pick him up and drop him off at night. 3 years down. Nian's soul followed the Gothic woman to thousands of different civilized areas in the universe, and saw all kinds of alien races, which were far more complicated than what Kenluo had told him at the beginning. Today is no exception. Nian's soul was about to accept his fate and fly into the bear puppet, but this time, he was stunned, but the Gothic woman did not hold the puppet in her hand. Today, just follow me like this. The Gothic woman spoke softly, she blinked, and holding the black umbrella, she and Nian's soul disappeared from where they were. Nian's soul only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and the scene he was in changed into an unknown interior of the palace. The Gothic woman stood beside him holding an umbrella. This is. The soul of Nian was about to speak, but heard the voice of a fanatical middle-aged man in front of the hall. Star-Lord, the woman who travels with you, the creatures in the world, everything is temporary, only we are eternal. Because you and I are both gods, the only gods left in the world. The soul of Nian saw that in the depths of the hall, a middle-aged man with white hair on his temples was talking to a young man named Star-Lord dressed as an interstellar pirate. I tried to realize the ultimate meaning of life, reproduction and survival, but then I realized it. Only myself is unique, everything else is just the nutrients for your and my growth. For example, when I saw your mother before, I felt that humans were too fragile, so I planted a tumor in her brain. Hearing this, the soul of Nian felt that this guy was disgusting, and a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Star-Lord was shocked when he heard this, and looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief. You killed my mother? After all, she is a human being, different from you and me. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, his body was shot to pieces by the angry Star-Lord in front of him with his double energy guns. But the middle-aged man did not fall down, nor did he bleed. Zzz. The other party's body was shaped like blue energy, twisted into a human shape again, and said coldly, "Son, you can't understand me. I don't have a non-human monster father like you." Star-Lord shouted with disgust. Nian's soul finally understood. Isn't this a large-scale scene of fatherly love and filial piety? Chapter 325. In the Mysterious Palace. The being who was shaped into the appearance and body of a middle-aged man with blue energy confronted the angry Star-Lord. Through the conversation between the two parties, Nian's soul finally figured it out. This middle-aged man who claimed to be a member of the Celestial clan had once been to Earth and married a local female human, giving birth to the current descendant of the Celestials, Star-Lord. Wait a minute, isn't the other party? Nian's soul eyes narrowed, as if he remembered something. Just then, the blue energy was once again intertwined and condensed into the incarnation of a middle-aged man. His eyes suddenly glanced outside the palace and noticed the Gothic woman and the young soul standing in the corridor of the palace. This is why neither the Gothic woman nor the young soul hides itself. His eyes first fell on the young soul. The god ego didn't care about his son Star-Lord, who had fallen out with him, and shouted angrily, "It's you." The soul of Nian floating in the low air of the hall shrank his neck and said quickly, "You have recognized the wrong person. How can you admit your mistake? 3 years ago, you dug out a clone of me, swallowed up a large part of my body's energy, and even shouted for me to come to the earth. Well, since you recognized me, there's nothing wrong with it." The soul of Nian spreads his hands. That's right, the other party was not one of the masterminds behind the seed clone that he dug out and stepped on 3 years ago when he was in superbody mode. Under the angry gaze of God Ego, Nian's soul quickly hid behind the Gothic woman without fear. "Come here if you dare." Nian's soul felt confident and lay on the Gothic woman's shoulder. In this regard, the Gothic woman had no expression on her face. She just stood there, without joy or fear. It seems that everything has nothing to do with itself, like the most objective witness. God Ego frowned slightly, and then his eyes fell on the Gothic woman. Since he didn't detect the energy from her, he didn't even look at her just now. And after seeing the face of the Gothic woman and the silver cross on her neck, God Ego's pupils experienced violent vibrations like an earthquake, and the body he created could hardly maintain a human form. "It's you." There was fanaticism on Egg's face, but more of fear implanted in his soul. Nian's soul was a little surprised that the other party actually knew the Goth woman. Egg kept retreating, his body continuing to tremble. When he was a child, he once saw the back of a Gothic woman from a distance. That night, the last adult god he knew died. Later, Egg vaguely guessed the identity of the other party, so he was afraid to this day, and has been studying life, trying to achieve the ultimate eternity. "You are here to witness other people, right? It can't be me, it definitely can't be me, how could I be here today?" God Ego felt as if his heart was broken. He suddenly waved his hand forward, and a huge energy flow surged out from the surface of the palace, turning into an energy spear and instantly penetrated Star-Lord's chest, lifting Star-Lord's body high. "It's my son who will die. It can't be me. After absorbing his energy, I can swallow thousands of planets and achieve eternity." Egg yelled frantically. The next second later, there was a boom. An interstellar pirate fighter plane crashed into the hall from the side of the hall, directly smashing Ege's energy incarnation into pieces, and rescued the half-celestial god Star-Lord who was almost absorbed in energy. Boom! Huge energy flow forms and large tentacles reach towards the fighter plane, and the large palace collapses. The battle between the interstellar pirates and the god Ego is about to begin. The Gothic woman and the young soul have long since disappeared on the battlefield. The main body of the planet Ego is 10,000 meters above the sky, close to the edge of the universe. The souls of Gothic women and teenagers holding umbrellas float here, looking down at the skull planet below that is constantly collapsing. What are your thoughts? The Gothic woman glanced at the boy's soul and asked. Death is so terrible, even the so-called gods in the universe cannot avoid it, they live in fear of pursuing eternity all their lives. Nian sighed and quickly stopped talking. He recalled the dying people he had met before, such as the little girl with a broken wing, and murmured to himself, no, death is sometimes a beautiful thing. Death is the fate of all things, the law of the universe, and the final destination. Girls who like bears, ahem, pretend I didn't say the last sentence. Nian's soul found that he no longer resisted death, but could face it with a more peaceful attitude. This death is certainly not the death of the self-proclaimed creator god. Rather, the death of the death rule is the death that every life will usher in. Think of this. Nian's soul looked peacefully at the black mist lingering on his body. Under his gaze, it was like the imprint of the death rule that had imprisoned him for 3 years. It disintegrated bit by bit and seemed to blend with his soul. Sister, you saved me. Nian's soul suppressed his excitement and looked at the Gothic woman aside, his eyes full of gratitude. I don't know how to kill people, and I don't know how to save people. The Gothic woman shook her head gently. I just found you and guided you. It was your ability that saved yourself and was not erased by the rules of death. But I still want to thank you. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have gotten this far, Nian's soul said sincerely. Then do you want to be my real assistant? The Gothic woman looked at Nian's soul and said, now that you have officially graduated from internship, you are barely qualified to be my assistant. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I also know that this opportunity must be rare. Nian's soul clenched his fists and said sincerely, but I still want to go back to the earth. He has been waiting for this day for too long. Every day, I want to go back. Yeah, then let's do it, the Gothic woman nodded, as if she just let everything happen and didn't care. It made no difference to her whether Nian stayed or not. Sister, can I see you again in the future? Nian's soul couldn't help but ask. You don't want to see me again, the Gothic woman shook her head slightly. She held a black umbrella, turned around and disappeared into the air. At least, I won't forget you. Nian's soul watched the Gothic woman's back leave, watched the skull planet below burst into brilliant flames like fireworks, and watched many lives come to the end of their deaths. And he will be on the road to reversal. The other side of the universe. The young man's shadow once again appeared on the top of the snow-capped mountains. The Red Skull, who was sitting on the top of the snowy mountain, was used to strange things and was too lazy to talk to him. He was ready to hold his breath to endure the other person's nagging. Unexpectedly. This time, Nian's soul smiled at him and said, Lao Gu, Xiaohong, I'm here to say goodbye this time, maybe it's the last time. Red Skull couldn't help but open his eyes suddenly, almost suspecting that he heard wrongly. In a villa outside Washington. Room on the 2nd floor. Diana, wearing a long dress, sat on the edge of the bed. She gently leaned over and kissed the forehead of the young man who seemed to be sleeping. He sat in silence for a while again. Diana's eyes were gentle, and she gently smoothed the quilt covering the boy's body. Then, she got up and left the room. Behind him, the vibranium portal closed automatically. Come to the 1st floor. Wanda, I went to work, there is an event at the company tonight, so I will be back later, Diana said softly. Okay, I will keep an eye on the young master at home. Wanda, who was dressed as a maid, bowed slightly and replied politely. Then it's up to you. Diana put on her high heels, opened the door and left the villa. No one noticed. At this time, inside the vibranium cabinet. On the neck of the black-haired boy lying on the bed, covered by the quilt and top, the silver necklace pendant was glowing with a faint blue brilliance. Chapter 326. Washington, a prosperous city near a high school. People on the street go to and from get off work as usual. At this time, some pedestrians seem to notice something, stop and look at a place blankly. I saw. The flower shop with a sign saying it is temporarily closed has been closed for 3 years. The door is covered with dust and cobwebs, like a flower shop abandoned by the city. Under the rays of the setting sun, the withered vines hanging on the door actually sprouted fresh green buds. The vines that withered and died overnight 3 years ago suddenly came to life on this day 3 years later. Strange. The other side of the universe. Whoosh. The snowy mountaintop is still snowy. The tattered black cloak flutters in the cold wind. The Red Skull, who was teleported here by the cosmic cube during World War II and became the guardian of the soul gem, is sitting on the top of the snowy mountain holding a staff as always. The Red Skull looked up at the sky with flying snowflakes, and then looked at the silent altar valley below. The terrifying skull face was a little dazed. After 3 years, it seemed that I had gotten used to that voice. Suddenly, that kid left here, and I was really a little uncomfortable. It was definitely not loneliness or something. The Red Skull shook his head and dispelled his messy thoughts. He looked down and found that the bear doll that was originally placed was gone, leaving only a shallow dent in the snow. The Red Skull turned back in surprise. Not far from the top of the snowy mountain, it was visible. A Gothic woman held a small black umbrella in her left hand and held the bear doll in her right hand. The bear swayed back and forth with her arm, and soon disappeared in the wind and snow as she walked. At night. Washington, a villa in the suburbs. On the second floor, the door of the vibranium cabinet opened. A crimson-haired girl in a maid dress walked into the room. Wanda folded the washed clothes neatly, and put them into the closet one by one with the fragrance of detergent. Then, the girl began to wipe the table and chairs, and then swept and mopped the floor. The already clean room was completely renewed without a speck of dust. Wanda enjoyed this process very much. After finishing all the tedious housework in the room, she looked at the figure of the boy lying on the bed, and the corners of her mouth would naturally rise with joy. "Good night, Master," Wanda said softly. She was about to leave the room, but suddenly stopped. Looking back at the black-haired brow of the boy on the bed, Wanda clenched her right hand into a fist to cover her chest, and her left hand gently touched her lips. She instinctively took a step closer to the head of the bed. Her hand supported herself on the bed, her petite upper body leaned over gently, and her crimson hair fell down and lightly rested on the boy's neck. When her nose tip almost touched the boy's, Wanda stopped leaning forward, her face pale, and she stood up quickly and moved away from the boy's body. As a maid at home, it was really dereliction of duty to do such a thing when the mistress was away. "Yes, I just miss the young master too much, it's not." Wanda's eyes were slightly red, and she turned and walked towards the door of the room. And at the moment she turned around. Buzz! A blue light penetrated through the shirt and quilt, emerged, and the blue mist quietly enveloped the boy's body. Wanda was walking to the door of the vibranium cabinet, and suddenly heard a sound of pulling the quilt from behind the room, which had been silent for 3 years. How could this be? Wanda was shocked, and her heart felt like it stopped for a moment. The Scarlet Maid turned around in a daze, and the boy sat up half of his body from the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes and stretching his stiff waist. Just like 3 years ago. Wanda's eyes, bright as gems, opened wide, and her pupils reflected the moving black-haired boy. For a moment, she suspected that she was dreaming. After all, she had too many such dreams. "Wanda, I'm so hungry, can I have something to eat?" Sitting up on the bed, the black-haired boy yawned and muttered. Wanda was silent for a moment, then suddenly trotted forward, her lace headscarf fell off in the air, and her petite body fell into the boy's arms. She was completely different from the domineering and cold powerful maid who faced the invaders a few days ago. Instead, she looked like a weak little girl who was rescued from the ruins of New York. The Scarlet Maid could no longer control her emotions. She buried her little face in the boy's arms and cried loudly. Her little hands grasped the boy's clothes tightly, as if she was never willing to let go. "Okay, I'm fine now." Nian's pale face disappeared and he showed a bright smile. He hugged the soft body like a doll with one hand, and rubbed the soft and smooth hair with the other hand. Ah, it was this long-lost feeling. For 3 years, I faced the bald head of the Red Skull almost every day, and I felt suffocated. As for my sister, I couldn't touch her. Nian truly felt the feeling of resurrection. "It feels so good to be home." Nian let out a long breath. "Woo! Master, you bad guy, you said you wouldn't leave me." "My fault, from now on, I will never leave you again, I promise." Nian hugged Wanda's body tightly. He was suddenly stunned, looked down at Wanda in his arms, and repeatedly confirmed her body. "Wanda, why, haven't you grown up?" It's fine that he hasn't changed at all, as he has been lying dead for 3 years. The current Crimson Maid Wanda has not changed at all. Her delicate and tender little face, petite and exquisite figure, and even her waist-length crimson hair are exactly the same as 3 years ago. I don't know either." Wanda raised her tearful face and bit her lip and said, "3 years ago, my body stopped growing." Wanda's words were like a guide to start something. Nian's brain suddenly hurt, and he took a breath. His body has been functional, and the spider sense keeps collecting information from the outside world. Just like the account has been offline for 3 years, and now it has finally successfully logged back, and all the information is pouring into the brain at this moment. So much huge and detailed information. Fortunately, Nian's soul has been constantly tempered and nourished in the past 3 years, making his spirit much more stable. If it were someone else, I'm afraid his mind would collapse. "Master, are you okay?" Wanda saw that Nian was different and asked hurriedly. It's okay, Nian covered his forehead and gradually came to his senses, with a complicated look. Too many things happened in the 3 years since he died. In addition, it would be great if he could be resurrected 2 days earlier. Now some things are too late. He can only deal with and make up for them one by one. At this moment, the most urgent thing is Wanda, my aunt, Nian said. Wanda understood his thoughts, wiped the tears from her face, and quickly responded, Miss Diana, because the company has a dinner tonight, I will be back later. Nian immediately stood up and stepped directly on the floor with his bare feet. Wanda, I want to change clothes and go out, Nian said with a smile. Now. Yes, now. Okay, I'll get ready. Wanda nodded quickly. Alice, Nian looked at the mobile phone placed on the bedside table. The white screen of the mobile phone suddenly lit up, and a pleasant intelligent female voice sounded. Master, welcome back. Chapter 327. Night. Washington City, inside a bar. Exciting and dynamic DJ music filled the hall, and men and women danced together under the feasting lights, as if they wanted to throw away all the worries of the day. More than 20 people came to the 2 or 3 reserved tables here. The men were dressed as gentlemen and the women were in colorful dresses. Their faces were filled with relaxed and happy smiles. It's been a long time since we had a company dinner. Who picked the place this time? It's really good. Ladies are also happy to face such appreciative looks. The daily life in a law firm is very boring, it is rare to be together, so we must relax and have fun. Where's Miss Diana? Will she really come? Miss Diana? Everyone sat down in their seats and chatted. Both men and women paid attention to this matter and cast their eyes on one person. It will come, Miss Diana told me. The young female assistant who put on a fashionable dress responded firmly. Will you really come? Many employees are not optimistic about this. For them, Diana, who has worked together for many years, is very mysterious. It seemed that as soon as Diana left the company after get off work, it would be hard to see the other person again, as if she had disappeared. And, in several years, Diane had not attended a company party or event. My knowledge and understanding of her is limited to work, which is a perfect corner. A group of people are thinking of this. A familiar, sweet and peaceful voice sounded from the side, Are you all here? Everyone subconsciously followed the sound and looked at it. They couldn't help but be stunned when they saw it, and their eyes showed a look of surprise at the same time. A tall and beautiful person can be seen standing there. The woman's black hair was tied up into a bun, her delicate and flawless face was clearly revealed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Isn't it Diana, who has been a colleague for many years? It's just that Diana is no longer wearing her previous professional clothes. Instead, she is wearing a fashionable and well-fitting white-waisted dress. The top part only exposes the intact and delicate collarbones on the shoulders, and the bottom part is made of excellent fabric. It hugs the rounded back and the slit skirt below the knee slightly shows off the lower half of the beautiful legs. She stepped on a pair of white high-heeled shoes. From head to toe, every part was beautiful, and she looked decent and generous enough. In the past, Diana was already beautiful enough just in professional clothes, but now she is undoubtedly more beautiful and sexy in a white dress that shows off her figure, just like the bright moon surrounded by many stars in the night sky. Diana spoke softly, You guys order something, I will pay for it tonight, please be careful not to get drunk, you can take a taxi back later and the company will reimburse you. Okay, Miss Diana. A group of people responded immediately, instinctively impressed by the aura of the other party's tall figure. Diana sat down in the corner seat next to the young female assistant, her beautiful eyes calmly looking at the colleagues around her. No one knows. Today is her last day working at this well-known law firm. Due to the commotion caused by the last time Leopard Girl came to the company, and having worked in this law firm for several years, it was time for her to change her identity and job with her almost unchanged appearance. This is why Diana agreed to attend this party. Sure enough, I still want to go home. After sitting for a while, Diana took a sip of red wine and whispered to herself. Miss Diana, what did you say? The young female assistant with her cheeks flushed from drinking asked curiously. It's nothing, just be careful to drink less, Diana smiled. If there's nothing else, I'll go dancing, the young female assistant said shyly. Diana seemed to be aware of it and looked not far away. Another man cast an expectant look here and immediately nodded and said, You go ahead. The young female assistant immediately stood up and walked in the direction of the man. Diana was in a trance as she watched the two figures holding hands and overlapping each other as they walked away. At this time, a gentleman came to the table, politely lowered his body and extended his palm forward. Miss, can I invite you to dance? Diana shook her head and said, "Sorry, I can't dance." Men retreat. Several more men came and extended invitations to dance, but they were all rejected. After being rejected, a man refused to give up and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know how to jump, I can teach you." Diana smiled lightly and stared at him calmly. As if feeling tremendous pressure, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the man left in dejection. Outside the bar. "Are you sure you are of age?" The security guard outside the bar door looked at the black-haired boy in front of him suspiciously. "Of course, I'm already in my 20s. The young man patted his chest and vowed. "Please go back, or show me your ID," the big security guard immediately said with a serious face. If he was just an adult, he still reluctantly believed it. "But do you think you are a fool to be a security guard if you are in your 20s? The young man suddenly felt a headache. His identity information on the internet had naturally been changed by the artificial intelligence Alice, but there was no physical version of the ID document yet. If I had known earlier, I would have brought out the magic floating cloak. The boy looked up at the name of the bar, suddenly remembered something, and asked quickly, "How much does this bar cost?" "Let's go back." Diana, wearing a white dress, thought to herself. "Go back and you can see him." Thinking of this, Diana stood up and said to her colleagues, "I have something to do at home, so I'll go back first, ask the finance department to record the expenses and ask the company to reimburse you." Diana left the table and chair, walked through the spacious and crowded hall of the bar, and left. This attracted the attention of some men, and she was slapped by her female companion. Diana left on her own. Just as Diana approached the door of the bar and was about to walk out of the bar, a voice suddenly sounded behind her, "This beautiful lady." Diana stopped moving forward. Her beautiful face expression remained unchanged, but her thick black eyelashes kept trembling, which showed that her heart was far less calm than her appearance. Diana turned around. Behind her, a young man in a suit and tie, who looked like a little adult, squatted down, smiled at her, and stretched out his hand. "Can I ask you to dance with me?" Diana's beautiful eyes clearly reflected the boy's smile and his right hand in front of her. She usually faced everything calmly, but this time she took a breath before speaking. "Is one dance enough?" Nian blinked and said, "I don't think it's enough, at least, let's have a date." Diana shook her head, she put her hand on the boy's palm without hesitation, and said in an unquestionable tone, 1,000. She paused, and then said, "This is what you owe me." Nian had no objection to this. After all, this was a date that was 3 years late. Chapter 328. Nian held the hand of the woman in a white dress. At this moment, he seemed to hold the only world and eternity. But before he could get up, he felt his right hand sink. Nian's body has fallen into a warm and familiar embrace, the long-lost facial cleanser. "Auntie, I'm back," as I said, "no matter where I go, I will definitely come back." Nian held the opponent's hand tightly with his right hand, hugged the opponent's beautifully curved back with his left hand, and spoke forcefully. "In this one." Nian thought of that last day 3 years ago. That night, in the room. "No, this is wrong." Nian suddenly opened his eyes wide. His pale face looked pale and panicked, far away from the body of the god in front of him. Not because of the so-called taboo. Nian, a time traveler who has lived 2 lives, and Wonder Woman, who is of divine blood, naturally do not care about what others or the outside world think of them. But Poison Ivy's desperate and lifeless eyes flashed through Nian's mind. "It's fine." Wonder Woman seemed to know what Nian was thinking. Her dark and thick hair was slightly scattered, and she stepped forward to gently hug Nian's body again. "How could it be okay?" Nian shook his head in pain. "He is about to die. And my aunt will continue to live forever, wearing a silver crown, and ascending the throne of honor until the end of the human era. I originally decided to use everything I had to defend your life and your honor, but it turned out that I was going to fail so soon." Nian felt powerless and said awkwardly. There was a glimmer in his dim eyes, "But you are different, Auntie, with your strength and potential, in the future, even if you are alone." Nian hasn't finished speaking yet. Tick-tock. A drop of something warm fell on his face. Nian subconsciously raised his eyes and saw his aunt watching him quietly. The woman's beautiful eyes were shining with water, and tears were falling down from her beautiful right face like pearls. Nian suddenly seemed at a loss. This was his first and only time. The perfect woman who he thought was the wisest, strongest, and unbeatable woman in the world shed tears in front of him. Wonder Woman smiled slightly. "Do you think I will still live alone after you die?" Her eyes shone with wisdom, firm yet calm enough. "I know that you and Master Gui said that after your death, you would find a way to prevent me from committing suicide, but you should know that if I want to die, no one can stop me." Auntie. Xinyan's eyes were full of pain. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when he was kissed deeply by the woman. My life is already yours, I will live for you, I will fight for you, and I will die for you. Wonder Woman Diana Prince said. When you get better, let's go on a date, you owe me this. Now. In bars and dance halls. A black-haired boy in a suit and a black-haired woman in a white dress are holding hands. The young man held his arm around the other man's graceful waist without any fat, while the woman held his shoulders affectionately. Diana can't dance, this is actually true, not just an excuse to refuse others. Amazon only teaches how to fight. However, her learning ability is extremely fast with her control over her body, she can basically learn this level of technique with just one look. Although Xinyan can't dance originally, he has a spider sense and can respond very quickly to cooperate with Diana and imitate other people's movements. So, half the song came down. The skills of the two of them have greatly improved, which can be seen by the naked eye, and they are suddenly more skilled than most of the people around them. Moreover, the two of them have an incomparable understanding, and their dancing movements appear to be faster and smoother. Xinyan and Diana were dancing in the center of the hall, with only each other in their eyes. Hey, isn't that Miss Diana? Also in the bar hall, the young female assistant who was dancing with her male partner opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at the two people, one big and one small. She couldn't help but think to herself. It turns out that the person who saved the world in his previous life was a young boy. At the same time, in the shadows of the bar hall, a petite figure disguised as a bartender stood there, with a hat holding down his crimson hair, and a pair of light red eyes staring directly at the boy and the woman. She smiled knowingly, but covered her chest with her hands. The crimson girl stood alone for a long time, then took a step back. The space shattered like a mirror, and her body disappeared around the corner. In a villa outside Washington. Although it was late at night, the lights were brightly lit and there was a festive atmosphere. On the sofa in the main hall on the second floor, Xinyan held his aunt's hand with one hand and the maid's hand with the other, making the two of them sit next to him. At this time, a small orange cat and a dark red cloak fell into the boys' arms respectively, and they rubbed each other like a cat and a dog. Wow, you're a foodie, you've grown up a bit and you don't have free food. Xinyan smiled and looked down at Xiao Huang, who although still looked young, was already slightly larger than before. Gulyalu. A ball of black liquid overflowed from the cat's body and turned into a dark black tentacle. The end condensed into a ferocious head. He hummed hoarsely, to be honest, I thought you were really dead. How could I let you go? Xinyan said sincerely. Venom opened his mouth, not knowing what to say in the end. It hummed softly and turned away, quickly sinking into the cat's body. The corners of Xinyan's mouth rose. Looking at the ant who has not left any traces of time, and the maid who has not grown or changed in any way, it seems that everything is still at the time 3 years ago. But in fact this is not the case. Now, it is already 3 years later, in 2015. His classmates in the same class have already gone to university. The technology that originally existed in concept has been widely used in the world society. In the past 3 years, science and technology have developed rapidly, times are changing with each passing day, and many things have undergone tremendous changes. Xinyan must adapt to the 3 years offline as soon as possible and reconnect with the current world. It's a pity that Kanluo is no longer here, Wanda said softly. If you add Kanluo, the family lineup from 3 years ago will be complete. Trust it and it'll be fine. Xinyan touched Wanda's head, hugged his aunt, Wanda, Xiao Huang, and Cloak together, and promised firmly. From now on, our family will never be separated again, I promise. Late at night. When Xinyan came to his aunt's room on the second floor, Diana naturally did not fall asleep. She was still sitting on the bed in her white dress, waiting for him. Life and death are separated by 3 years. The two of them really have too much to communicate and discuss. And the most important thing is of course, the reason why Xinyan did not die completely and was resurrected. I think it was you, aunt, who saved me, Xinyan pondered for a moment and then said. A look of confusion appeared in Diana's beautiful eyes. Naturally, she used all the methods she could, but in the end, even she didn't know which one worked. Chapter 329. What should I say? Xinyan couldn't help scratching his head, not knowing where to start, and finally hesitantly said, Auntie, on the last night 3 years ago, we. Diana was stunned for a moment, then recalled something, her beautiful cheeks turned slightly red, and she turned away to the side of the room. That moment of confusion and panic was something Xinyan had never seen before. Then, the room became eerily silent. Men are silent and women are silent. When I did it 3 years ago, I didn't feel anything, it seemed like it came naturally. Now it suddenly comes out 3 years later, and neither Nian nor Diana know how to deal with it. Just like that, there was silence for nearly 3 minutes. Nian thought he was being too stupid for being flustered, but he didn't expect that his aunt was even worse at handling this matter than he was. Think of this. The corners of the young man's mouth raised slightly, and he almost laughed. What are you laughing at? Diana deliberately kept a cold face, trying to be as serious as she was 3 years ago, but after breaking that relationship, it seemed that she would never be able to regain the majesty of the family head. Damn it, so shameful. Seeing that Nian was still laughing secretly, Diana glared at him and said, "Come up. Take it easy." Nian knew that his aunt was really angry this time, and his anger immediately went out. He drooped his ears, took off his slippers and climbed into bed obediently. "What do I want from you, next?" Diana's beautiful eyes looked at him angrily. Nian, who took the initiative to lie down next to him and put his buttocks up, finally couldn't help but reached out and slapped him, then hugged his head and put it down. Nian only felt his body turn over, his vision turned upside down, and the back of his head pressed against a soft and elastic place. The eyes first caught the outline of a pair of breasts wrapped in white skirts, and then the aunt's flawless face, which was like a god. Well, the long-lost demigod knee pillow. Nian rubbed the back of her head subconsciously, her hair and the fabric of the fine dress made a slight rustling sound, and they were adjusted to the most comfortable pillow area. "Don't move," Diana looked down at Nian, raised her white ring finger with the ring slightly, and tapped his forehead. Nian suddenly became calm and stopped moving. In fact, this comfortable position and back pillow, as well as the faint violet aroma, are undoubtedly the best sleep aids. Nian could lower his eyelids with peace of mind, and his whole body relaxed naturally. He lay flat and didn't want to move at all, and his breathing quietly became even and long. So, my previous guess was correct. The black hair returned to undisguised white hair and fell over her shoulders, and Diana's beautiful eyes shone with the light of star-like wisdom. "What guess?" Nian asked curiously without opening his eyes. "About your ability, the performance of the Lord of the Familiar," Diana pondered. "I also thought that when you obtained the permanent ability, you just randomly selected a small branch of ability from the opponent, and strengthened and perfected it, result. It wasn't until later that I made an appointment with Gwen to discuss the details." You also made an appointment with Gwen? When did it happen?" "Listen to me," Diana tapped his forehead. "Okay," Nian shrugged and continued to lie down. "After chatting with Gwen, in addition, the accident between you and Poison Ivy gave me a small guess." Diana analyzed softly, "This is my guess, when two people bless each other, they will give to each other and get good results. And the abilities you gain will also come from the most genuine gift from the other person's heart. What Gwen was thinking about at the time was for you to pay more attention to her. You always regarded Gwen as a playmate at that time, and you were used to her being around you, but you often ignored her because of this. So, you got the spider she gave you. In this way, the two of you not only have independent ways of communicating, but you will also perceive and attract each other when you are close to each other." "I understand," Nian opened his eyes, a flash of understanding flashing across his eyes. Because Gwen wanted to pay more attention to her. So, he got the spider sense. Because Kara wanted to protect herself, as an ordinary human being, from any harm and to be less vulnerable. So, he got the Man of Steel. During the accident with Poison Ivy, the two did not wish each other well, and some even expressed hatred and resentment, which ultimately led to bad results. So, it was you, Aunt, who saved me. Nian and Diana looked at each other, their eyes soft and fiery. On that day, the gods dedicated themselves, their lives, their honors, and even their lives. Due to the most sincere wishes and gifts from Wonder Woman Diana Prince, ordinary humans who are usually only 100 years old have obtained immortality. The immortality of the gods, the ability to survive for tens of thousands of years, the immortality of eternal youth. And due to the further improvement and evolution of Nian's permanent ability, the ability he finally obtained is eternal life. The third permanent ability is called immortality. The immortality ability and huge vitality of the gods prevented Nian from dying in the mark of death. It was just the separation of body and soul in another place. This is also the main reason why Nian can survive for 3 years even if his body has no soul. The permanent ability of the gods to live forever. There is no improvement in combat effectiveness, but if the theory is followed, Nian can survive until the current compression of the universe world ushered in the destruction. This is also the case where the god Ego kills his wife and son, plotting the eternity he has been pursuing for trillions of years. This is the gift of the family, Nian murmured to himself. It turns out that permanent abilities are the blessings and wishes left on him by those who love him, so they will not fade away with the passage of time. Since you are still alive, where did your soul go? Why did it take so long to come back? Diana pinched the boy's face and whispered, if there was no hope and hope in you, I want to come back too. For 3 years, I have been thinking about it every day when I wake up, I think about it all the time. Nian said, holding his aunt's hand. Then, Nian talked to Aunt Diana about his soul's exile and wandering journey over the past 3 years. My soul was teleported to the location of the soul gem because of the space gem I was wearing. There, I met the human Red Skull who was also exiled and teleported by the space gem decades ago. However, I also nourished my soul through the soul gem and erased part of the mark of death. Later, I met my sister there. Thanks to my sister, I have understood certain laws of death and no longer resist it unilaterally. Instead, I try to assimilate and accept it, and finally get rid of the curse and bondage of the mark of death. After Nian finished speaking, seeing that his aunt was in a daze, he couldn't help but ask cautiously, Aunt, you won't be jealous, right? Bang! Diana gave Nian a slap. Although Nian didn't feel any pain, he still pretended to feel pain. After all, he was used to it. I can't thank her enough. How can I be jealous? If I can see her next time, I will definitely. Before Diana finished speaking, Nian hurriedly blocked her lips. Aunt, there are some things you can't say casually. Nian blinked and said. If my judgment is correct, my sister's identity should be. Chapter 330. You mean, she is also death? In the room, Diana's beautiful eyes were surprised and solemn, and her right fingers gently scratched the head of the boy who was resting on his knees. There are 2 deaths in this world. Nian nodded, but shook his head. Of course, my sister is different from the woman who claimed to be dead when we met on the Great Era cruise. That woman, according to what she said, she is the creator of this universe, the real strongest god who masters the rules of death in the current world. As for my sister, according to my guess and analysis, she should be the embodiment of the concept of death. She is death itself. Nian's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he sighed softly. Not only living in the current universe, that person is also the only existence living in other universes and even in the multiverse. So, my sister will show that she has no joy, anger, sorrow, or any selfish desires, and treats all creatures equally. Only when a creature in the current universe or multiverse is about to die, there is a very low probability of seeing her figure. Therefore, Nian vaguely knew that the invitation to be his official assistant was extremely attractive to the current universe and even to the multiverse. Perhaps it was the death mark on his body, or the immortality of the gods, or even other abilities on his body, that slightly attracted the attention of the other party. Nian was able to follow the other party and work as an informal death assistant for 3 years. If the god Ego and the god of creation, death, knew this, it would be enough to shock and unbelievable for them. After all, death itself is not driven by emotions. Are you thinking about her? Diana was not angry, and asked softly after brushing away some bangs on the boy's forehead. Nian nodded and responded sincerely, I don't know if I can see her again in the future. The last time, I didn't express my gratitude to her properly. If it weren't for his sister's guidance, how could he cleverly crack the mark of the death of the god of creation? But it would be very difficult to see her again. After all, the other party will not be fixed in the current world, and there is only a very low probability of seeing the other party on the day when he is about to die. If nothing unexpected happens to him, he will live forever until the end of this universe. Eternal life and death are just like day and night, and there will never be a moment of contact again. Diana suddenly smiled and comforted, don't you have something she left behind? What? Nian looked at his aunt in confusion. Knowledge and perception, and the feeling of witnessing death more than 1,000 times, aren't they all in your memory? Diana said, gently touching his eyebrows with her fingers. Nian covered his forehead, lost in thought, and then smiled with relief. That's right. Even if they can never meet again, the coldness and warmth, seriousness and liveliness, sadness and smile that belong exclusively to death will not be erased from the bottom of my heart. After listening to all the experiences of Nian's soul in the past 3 years, Diana thought for a moment and said, I always feel that the death rules that melt into your soul will not be so simple. I have this feeling, too. Nian stroked his forehead and chest with his hands. Ever since the death mark rules merged with his soul has always had a strange and wonderful feeling. This feeling is not the discomfort and ominousness of the past. However, until now when his soul returned to his body and resurrected, there is still no specific special performance. Take off your clothes, Diana suddenly said. Ah. Nian suddenly opened his eyes wide and sat up from the bed. His eyes subconsciously fell on the tall and perfect body wrapped in a fashionable white dress. He took the initiative to give in with a negotiating tone. Auntie, otherwise, this time you are, on top. What are you thinking about? Diana spat, flicked his forehead with her index finger, and said unhappily, I want to check your body to see if there is anything abnormal. Okay. Nian was obviously disappointed and began to take off his clothes. Diana's eyes were calm, and as her white hair fluttered, a silver protective bracelet appeared on her left wrist, burning with a gentle and non-hot divine flame. The other hand held the air, holding a rope that turned from virtual to real and shimmering with golden light. Since that night, Diana's hair not only turned white like the return of her divine bloodline, but the divine power in her body almost doubled, and her control over the divine power was more than one level higher than before. In this regard, Leopard Barbara has experienced it with her body. So now Diana is overflowing with power and divine power, and the surface of her perfect body is almost coated with a layer of white light. Everything is undoubtedly a real divine existence. Although Nian knew that the truth lasso artifact could help his aunt reach the realm of the soul, looking at the goddess Diana who seemed to be holding a golden whip, Nian couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva and shrinking his neck. Aunt, please be gentle. One night passed. The next day, morning. Wanda prepared a rich breakfast early, including fresh milk, omelette bacon, steak and pasta, bread and roast chicken, etc. The food on the table made Nian think that he was having lunch, or a feast for guests at home. I guess she was afraid that she would be really hungry because she hadn't eaten for 3 years. Under the expectant eyes of her maid, Nian had no choice but to eat everything. I have to say. After 3 years, although Wanda's body has not developed and she is still a small lowly, her cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds, and she is no less than an ordinary 5-star chef. Nian looked at the woman sitting at the table next to him, who was wearing a smart and fashionable white shirt and black short skirt, and a perfect and moving curve from the back of her head with black hair tied up to her waist and buttocks. Nian couldn't help but ask curiously, Aunt, don't you have to go to work today? Now, it's already 9 o'clock in the morning. I went to bed very late after the physical examination last night. Diana replied, it's been almost 10 years, it's time to change my job at the law firm and my current identity. In the 100 years since she came to the human world, Diana has changed her identity more than 3 times, otherwise she, who is eternally young, will sooner or later be suspected by the humans around her. That's right, Nian suddenly realized that not only his aunt, but also his identity had to be changed. After all, his original identity had been missing for 3 years, and now he still had the same appearance and figure. Wanda, what about you? Are you still in school now? Nian looked at the petite, mature and steady crimson maid who was standing firmly beside him. Wanda shook her head gently, a smile appeared on her tender face, and she said softly. Since I graduated from junior high school half a year ago. I haven't been to school again. I don't go to Gotham City and Camartage often anymore. Butler Afu and teacher Gui said that there was nothing to teach me. So I stayed at home to take care of you, the young master, and often learned extensive and comprehensive knowledge from Alice. Nothing to teach? Nian blinked his eyes. In the 3 years when he was lying flat, it seemed that he had cultivated an incredible monster maid. Chapter 331. Then let's change our identities together as a family, Nian said thoughtfully. Changing your identity is actually easy, you don't even need to change your name. All it takes is artificial intelligence Alice to delete their previous information files and replace them with another new and perfect identity. Using artificial intelligence Alice's method, it is guaranteed to be true and can be confirmed in the National Intelligence Database. After finishing breakfast, Nian felt that he had eaten lunch as well, and he almost died of exhaustion, so he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Wanda immediately stepped forward, holding a white napkin in her little hand, and carefully wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth for him. Touching his swollen belly, Nian said, Auntie, Wanda, I'm going out later. You want to go see Gwen? Diana glanced at him and said bluntly. As expected of my aunt, I can't hide anything from you. Nian stood up and pretended to hug her. Under the watchful eye of the maid Wanda, Diana put on a slightly straight face and gently patted his claws off with her hand. Go quickly, that child, I don't know yet that you have, woken up, in the past 3 years, she has but she comes to see you every weekend, rain or shine, recently, her original alliance has also undergone some major changes. I know, Nian nodded seriously, and a figure with short blonde hair who always loved to stick to his side flashed in his mind. This is the first time they have been separated for such a long time since they met in elementary school. I really miss her. Diana reminded her softly, she is currently studying at Columbia University in New York, today is not a weekend, so she should be taking classes at the college. New York, Wanda, open the door for me. Young snapped his fingers. Wanda immediately took a step forward and put a two-finger ring on her little hand. In the morning, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. A large number of students suddenly poured out of the entrances of various colleges in Columbia, either holding books or chatting with each other about academics and what they would have for lunch later. When a short-haired girl holding books appeared from the entrance of the college, many students cast admiring glances at her. Gwen Stacy, who was previously known as Columbia's double star together with Kara Danvers, who was 1 year below. Not only is she beautiful and has a hot figure, but she has also taken several extremely difficult master's courses at the same time. 3 months after Kara Danvers applied for a leave of absence, Gwen could only be seen alone in the academy. She was wearing a white uniform that could not hide her roundness and size, and a small black dress underneath. Her beautiful legs with glossy black stockings glowed softly in the sun, and her petite feet were kicking. Of course, most of them only take a look at him from a distance, as failed suitors and suitors on the way to failure. Just 2 days ago, classmate Gwen seemed to be in a bad mood. A new student happened to be pursuing her. After Gwen refused, the new student even moved out of his family background and tried to grab Gwen's wrist. Later, the freshman didn't even touch his hand, but was thrown directly over his shoulder, breaking several bones and severely spraining his wrist. Afterwards, the college dismissed the freshman from school. After that, students from Columbia and surrounding universities learned that it was not only Dr. Banner and Professor Banner who protected Gwen in the college, but also the backstage directors of Future Chronicle Company whose name was on the Columbia campus. That's right, Future Anniversary. Future Anniversary Company has developed rapidly in the past 3 years, and has launched many cutting-edge technologies and products, including but not limited to, nanotechnology, global translation, prosthetic transplantation, biological genes, terminally ill drugs, new energy, and intelligent networks, spaceships and more. With a development speed that can be described as a rocket, it has gradually become the third industrial giant alongside Stark Industries and Wayne Industries. The industry's top salary package and excellent promotion system are enough for students who graduated from high-end universities to grab it. It is considered a top back-end both inside and outside the school. Gwen, who was already excellent in all aspects, became a veritable flower on the mountain. Many students could only shake their heads sadly when they saw her, feeling the cruel gap in reality. And in this context and atmosphere, some sharp-eyed students suddenly noticed that a black-haired boy suddenly walked down the steps at the entrance of the college and walked straight towards the lone figure. He approached the short-haired girl holding a book. "Jia. Girl, I've fallen in love with you, be my woman." Outside the entrance of the college, the sun is shining brightly. But there was a moment of silence on the steps, as if a cold wind from hell was passing by. The surrounding students stopped at the same time. They were stunned and almost fell to the ground at the young man's words. Where does this kid get his confidence? The short-haired girl in the middle of the steps also stopped. Gwen's bright blue eyes, as bright as gems, were raised blankly, looking at the boy standing in front of her and smiling at her. The book in her hand fell to the ground with a crash. When some students nearby saw this scene, they no longer dared to look directly at it. It's over, it's over. Gwen's classmate is about to take action. No one knows. Two invisible but similar feelings were now intimately connected, like a cobweb stuck together. Gwen reached out and covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound, but her red eyes were already sparkling with water, and a drop of crystal fell across her face. The next moment, under the incredible gaze of the students on the field, with her short blonde hair and black skirt swaying gently, Gwen opened her arms directly, quickly moved forward, and threw herself into the arms of the black-haired boy, hugging the boy's neck tightly with her arms. Nian's body couldn't help but retreat a few steps back, and then he stabilized his steps, holding his elastic small round buttocks with both palms at the same time. You have grown taller, almost taller than me. Nian rubbed his chin against the other's soft blonde hair that exuded fragrance, and said softly. Less than 1.7 meters, Gwen suppressed her emotions, her body trembled constantly, and she whimpered a little. Others are watching, how about getting down first? Nian smiled. No, Gwen looked like a mother spider and a little sloth, and her petite body hung on Nian without caring about the eyes of others. Then, okay, Nian hugged Gwen, ignoring the strange eyes around him, and walked towards the school gate. On the way to leave the school gate. Have you gained weight? I feel a little heavier. No. Hearing this, Gwen lowered her head and bit Nian's neck. Nian took a breath of cold air. Naturally, his body of steel didn't hurt. But he secretly used his tongue, which was too much. Chapter 332. Walk out the front door of Columbia University. Gwen, is it time to come down? Xinyan's right hand gently slapped the hot body hanging on his body like a spider bag, and his palm was knocked back by the elastic small round buttocks. Two slender and even legs, wrapped in shiny black stockings, wrapped around his waist and thighs respectively, swinging loosely in line with the muscles of his body as he walked. The delicate and beautiful face under the short blonde hair seemed to gradually realize the shame of his too bold behavior in school, with a blush buried on the boy's chest. Under the sun, a bit of actual white steam curled up from the little head of the mature and delicate body that could no longer be described as a girl. She is obviously more intellectual, mature, and feminine than before, but she is still as sharp and shy as the girl back then. Xinyan couldn't help but smile. After 3 years of separation, he noticed that Qingmei, whom he regarded as a brother a long time ago, was too cute, right? Gwen, who was in Xinyan's arms, obviously hesitated for a moment, but finally puffed up her cheeks and shook her brilliant short blonde hair. I don't want to come down. She smelled the familiar and sunny scent of the boy, and hugged tightly the body that often appeared in some of her indescribable dreams, as if she was afraid that if she let go, she would lose it again. Shame is shame, even if it is regarded as dissatisfaction by others, it will be recognized. Anyway, it's impossible to let go today, the confident Miss Gwen. Then just hug me tightly. Xinyan did not persuade Gwen to come down anymore. He looked around, hugged Gwen and walked into the deserted alley. The sun is blocked by the shadows cast by the houses on both sides, and the temperature is cooler. Xinyan held Gwen's body with one hand, raised his free right hand, and stretched out towards the two slightly flattened plumps. Hey hey hey. Gwen, who was a little willful just a moment ago, opened her sapphire-like eyes wide, and her eyes were clear and shy with sparkling water. She bit her lower lip and said pitifully, Xinyan, you don't want to be here. You're overthinking. Seeing that there was no one around, Xinyan held the necklace pendant he wore around his neck with his free hand, and a blue mist suddenly covered his and Gwen's bodies. At the same time, all surveillance cameras in the surrounding area burst into flames, and all surveillance footage within 10 minutes was intercepted and deleted. New York, Queens. At the headquarters of the Future Anniversary Company, many elites in suits and ties with well-oiled hair were walking in and out of the main entrance of the luxurious and spacious building. The overall appearance of the main office building of the company's headquarters has not changed significantly compared with 3 years ago. However, in the coming years, the private industry, company territory, employees, industry background, and industry influence, etc., will increase by more than 3 times. Now in the future era, they are already the world's 3 major industrial giants as famous as Stark and Wayne Industries. In the field of science and technology, there is even a hot trend of catching up with Stark Industries. Of course, in the field of technology, the technology company where the Fantastic Four work is also a dark horse in the past 3 years. At this moment, the top floor of the Future Anniversary Company, the number of floors in the building that no one has reached except for Alice, the manager, in the past 3 years. Glowing with a blue mist. A boy and a girl slightly older than him suddenly appeared on the floor covered with soft blankets. This is, the top floor office in the future era. Gwen poked her intellectual and lovely head out of Xinyan's chest and looked at the luxurious suite, which remained unchanged from 3 years ago. The large curtains on the floor-to-ceiling windows remained closed. Yes, I was thinking of stopping by the company to have a look. Xinyan hadn't finished speaking yet. Gwen's little face suddenly came into Xinyan's eyes extremely close. The tips of their noses touched lightly, and a touch of softness appeared from the corners of their mouths. The media was sent here independently. Xinyan looked slightly stunned and had already entered spider mode. Gwen's initiative caught him off guard. She was obviously shy and timid in the alley just now, or in other words, could Gwen be more loyal to her nature and heart indoors? Tap. Xinyan fell back on the leather sofa, and Gwen sat on top, maintaining a hugging posture from the beginning to the present. Gwen, wait a minute. Xinyan couldn't help but said as if he suddenly remembered something. Can't wait. Gwen's eyes were blurry, her tongue was steaming, and she bit the hem of her uniform shirt with her little mouth. At this time, the bathroom door to the top floor office suddenly opened. A crimson girl wearing a maid outfit walked out with a towel holding a wet little orange cat, and then stopped quickly. Looking at the 2 people on the sofa. Wanda's light red eyes were dull for a moment. With her excellent maid qualities, she quickly reacted and took a breath. Master, I'll take Xiao Huang back first, you're busy. Meow, Xiao Huang called in agreement and shook his furry tail. On the sofa. Gwen, whose body had always been flexible, was extremely stiff at the moment. She looked at Wanda who turned around and was about to leave, and jumped up a few meters to get off Xinyan. 5 minutes later. Miss Gwen, your coffee. Wanda placed the brewed coffee lightly on the table. Thanks. Sitting on the sofa, with her short hair and clothes neatly arranged, Gwen nodded gracefully and thanked her, holding the cup in her hands. She really looks like a talented girl. After Wanda turned around and left, Gwen lowered his head, his eyes dull, as if his soul was out of body. Gwen, are you okay? Nian, who was sitting on the sofa beside him, asked in a low voice. Don't talk to me for now, I want to be alone. Gwen was weak. She actually showed that unrestrained desire when the maid was around. Gwen really wanted to punch herself a few times. After drinking the coffee, Gwen finally ignored what happened just now, and the cold atmosphere was relieved. Gwen, I have heard something about your alliance, Nian said. Avengers. Gwen's eyes dimmed, she put down the empty cup in her hand and sighed lightly. 2 days before Nian was still dead, a major event that shocked the world happened on Earth. Around the agreement to restrict superheroes, many heroes in the Avengers could not reach a consensus. In the end, the Avengers split into two. One side is the party that agreed to sign the agreement, led by Iron Man, and the other side is the party that refused to sign, led by Captain America. The agreement is just the existence of the fuse, and the most important thing is the Winter Soldier, the Hydra character. The Winter Soldier is suspected to be the culprit for the death of Iron Man's father and Black Panther's father. As a comrade of the Winter Soldier, Captain America insisted that the other party was just a brainwash tool and wanted to protect him to death. So, around the dispute over the agreement and the Winter Soldier, the two factions of the split Avengers ushered in a civil war at a private airport in New York. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. What's important is that after that battle, the Avengers were seriously injured. The loser is obviously the entire Avengers. Chapter 33. 2 days ago, the split Avengers had a supernatural civil war at the airport. The agreement party headed by Iron Man is War Machine, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Black Widow. The Liberal Party headed by Captain America is Deadpool, Hawkeye, Falcon, Ant-Man. Among them, Thor is in the divine realm of Asgard and did not come down to Earth to participate in the war. The Hulk, who has always been the king of civil war, did not participate in the war this time, but chose to sign the agreement privately. Spider-Woman's internship ended and she withdrew from the Avengers 1 day in advance and did not intervene in that battle. After the Civil War, the party headed by Captain America was all listed as wanted criminals online worldwide, and it is unknown where they are hiding on the Earth. At present, the Avengers only have Iron Man's faction. And Black Panther is not yet a member of the Avengers. War Machine is considered half military and half hero, and Spider-Man is not officially joined. Therefore, the Avengers can be said to be dead in name only. Little Spider-Man is. Nian looked at Gwen beside him in confusion. Have you forgotten? Gwen reminded. You saw him on the night of my birthday, the day of my coming-of-age ceremony. It turned out to be him. A little boy appeared in Nian's mind. Gwen's little cousin who lives in Queens, New York, Peter Parker. Now, he has just started high school. Gwen snorted slightly dissatisfiedly. I don't know when Mr. Stark discovered that he also has spider gene abilities. After I quit the Avengers, he immediately pulled him over temporarily. Didn't you also get pulled over by him when you were in high school? Nian smiled. That's different, Gwen worriedly said. My cousin always wants to be an outstanding superhero, just like me before, but you also know that he is still young now, and it is easy for him to do bad things or encounter danger under that passion. Didn't you save me again and again at the beginning? Gwen gently rested her head on Nian's shoulder. Nian teased, no way, it was you who chased me the first time. Who knows, there will be perverts wearing armor and carrying big swords at night. Gwen stuck out her tongue. The two of them couldn't help laughing when they thought of the chase and misunderstanding on the roof. Nian pondered for a moment. Don't worry, I'll let Alice keep an eye on him, there won't be any danger. Yeah. Gwen closed her eyes, her tiny eyelashes trembling slightly, and she rested her head on Nian with peace of mind, then murmured with a complicated expression. It would be great if you could wake up 3 days earlier. Kara, Nian understood what Gwen meant. These days, not only the Avengers had a major internal strife. The Justice League had gathered the current members 3 days ago and boarded the Kryptonian fighter jet to attack Apocalypse. Among them, Supergirl Kara was also included. Nian also knew that Guan Luo at home was accompanying them as a guide for half of the universe. After waking up after 3 years, the world has changed drastically. Is this the so-called post-hero era? The Avengers are falling apart due to internal strife, and the Justice League goes out to fight alone. Come with me, let's go to a place to see. Nian took a deep breath and took Gwen's hand. Evoyant space. The inside is like a primitive and chaotic universe. Nian carried Gwen in a princess hug, with a dark red magic floating cloak fluttering behind his shoulders, and appeared in it and remained suspended. Gwen opened her eyes in surprise. I saw that the darkness appeared like a moving star. A giant starfish as big as a mountain floated in front of me. The starfish body was colorful and gorgeous, with a large clear eye in the center, and the pupil like a mirror reflected the figures of the two. Nian, I unilaterally declare that you are the most miraculous and special existence I have seen in all these years of wandering in the universe. The giant starfish has no mouth or nose. It stares at Nian with one eye and exclaims in mind, I didn't expect that you could be resurrected like that. Compared to me, you are the real monster. It's a bit too much to say that I'm a monster. Nian complained, and then explained to Gwen in his arms, let me introduce it, it's called Starro, a friend of the little emperor's mother, and the body that split from Kenluo. Hello, big starfish, Gwen waved and said hello. How many girlfriends do you have, and each of them is extraordinary, Starro sent a private message to Nian in mind. Nian remained calm and went straight to the point, Starro, I came here to confirm with you, can you sense where the current Guan Luo clone is? Although the devouring space is relatively independent of the outside universe, every time the devouring beast Xiaohuang opens the cat-mouth channel, the devouring space will establish a certain connection with the outside world, and the information of Guan Luo's clone and Starro's original body is shared. Starro responded with his spiritual mind, the last time I sensed Guan Luo's location was in outer space 1 million light-years away from the Earth. And that was the first day of the Justice League's expedition. Now 2 days have passed, and the Kryptonian spacecraft has jumped to an unknown number of light-years away. At such a long distance, let alone the communicator. Even my clone will find it difficult to re-establish intelligence contact. Unable to re-establish contact, that is, unable to confirm the location, Nian frowned slightly. But one thing can be confirmed. They are moving away from the Earth and getting closer to Apocalypse. According to their plan, they are expected to reach their destination in 1 to 1.5 months. Is Apocalypse so far away? Nian was surprised. His soul also followed the body of death and traveled to various civilizations in the universe in 3 years, expanding a lot of knowledge and vision about aliens in the universe. With the superior performance of the Kryptonian spacecraft, it only takes less than 2 days to reach the new star civilization in the center of the Milky Way from the Earth. Very far, so far that it's unimaginable. Starro's mind was still filled with shock. According to the long-term calculations of the Justice League, Apocalypse is located at the edge of the current universe. It is far away from the 9 realms surrounding the World Tree. And even the boundaries of the universe that the gods have never reached. Without the sonic boom channel opened by the Mother Box, ordinary civilization spacecraft cannot reach it at all. Only fighters built by top civilizations like Krypton have a little chance of reaching it. This is only possible when the superhero cyborg, who has mastered certain Apocalypse technology, continues to calculate and adjust the jump direction while the spacecraft is traveling. Nian and Gwen looked at each other, and after listening to what Starro said, they realized that the universe was ridiculously large. What's even more weird is that Apocalypse is actually on the edge of the universe where civilization cannot naturally hatch. It is as if the planet is from another dimension. What makes Nian feel headache is that even the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard may be difficult to reach. Not to mention that the cyborg calculation that has not been transformed by the Mother Box cannot know the true location of Apocalypse, and the space gem is powerless. Nian remained silent, with worry in his eyes. He is the only one on Earth who has had actual combat experience with Apocalypse. 3 years ago. The wisdom of Apocalypse, the power of Krypton, the power of Demigod, and the help of spider genes merged. Nian, who achieved the perfect mode of Trinity, once punched the sonic boom channel from a distance. He could vaguely sense that the leader of Apocalypse, Darkseid, did not die under that punch. And the Trinity mode is the strongest and most perfect mode that Nian has ever had, and it is one of the best in terms of combat power. Chapter 334. Being able to survive the punch in his own Trinity mode also reflects Darkseid's extremely terrifying strength. Nian is worried about the superwoman Kara, who is going on an expedition with the Justice League, a girl who seems weak but is actually extremely powerful, yet caring and playful. Gwen's clear sapphire eyes reflected Nian's face, her snow-white arms hugged his neck, and she comforted him softly, Nian, don't rush, we still have at least a month to find a way to try to communicate with Kara. They reconnected. That's all we have now, Nian nodded. He resurrected too late, and some things can only be done one step at a time. Would you like to go around the planet I created? It's much bigger now than before. Next time, I'll wait until you make it bigger, Nian smiled. He has the space stone to provide unlimited energy, allowing Starro to fabricate a truly large planet to play with. By the way, Starro, what is that above your head? Nian raised his eyes and looked at the top of the mountain like colorful starfish. There was a round red bubble with a radius of about 1 meter. Gwen also stared at the big bubble curiously. She had noticed it a long time ago, but thought it was Starro's original headdress, so she didn't pay much attention just now. Have you forgotten? Starro showed the red bubble above his head forward. 3 years ago, you eliminated Brainiac and put all its spaceships and loot into the meta-devouring space here. Among them, there are many micro-cities that have been shrunk by Brainiac. Starro said in his mind. At the same time, the red light on the outside of the red bubble circulated, showing a translucent luster, and the scene inside the bubble could be vaguely seen. Nian and Gwen opened their eyes in surprise at the same time. Visible. Inside the red bubble, there is a planet suspended. A miniature planet with a radius of only about half a meter. There are many alien cities with different styles hidden inside the planet. Starro explained, I used energy to create a miniature planet and put all those micro-cities together, which makes it easier to manage. I understand the truth, but what is that? The corner of Nian's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the miniature planet, surrounded by alien cities, a humanoid statue rising from the ground, its head almost protruding from the outer layer of the bubble. Nian is so big, Gwen covered her mouth and smiled. In fact, the built-in humanoid statue is not big, only half a meter high, which can be compared with miniature planets and cities. It's ridiculously big. Starro responded, I added this, for 3 years, I have told them with my heart that this is the god who saved them from Brainiac. No need to. Nian was speechless for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, can these cities be restored to their normal size? Starro shook his head, no, I have confirmed that Brainiac's alien spacecraft only has special instruments that can shrink things. Is that so? Nian suddenly recalled the man who broke into his room and could shrink and grow in size on his own. However, there is no rush. Nian's eyes flashed. After all, they are all alien cities, and he cannot guarantee that these alien cities and the surviving aliens are not hostile to him. Moreover, if placed on the Earth, it would definitely cause chaos. It is better to let them continue to exist in the space of devouring elements. In the devouring space without other planets, the miniature size is the same as the original size. It has no impact on the aliens living in it, and it is even easier to place and deal with. Starro, pay attention to them with your mind for a while, and give me the overall statistics of the alien civilization where their cities were originally located and the remaining alien population, Nian said. Wrap it around me. Starro immediately laughed. It was extremely boring in the devouring space. Now it was fabricating planets and observing miniature cities. It was much more fun than wandering the universe. Gwen's bright little mouth opened slightly, looking surprised. What's wrong? No, I just suddenly felt like Cthulhu. Gwen blinked and said, think about it, this space is like a universe, but it actually comes from a cat, and the only passage is the cat's mouth. And the aliens living on the miniature planet in the devouring space are managed by a starfish tens of millions of times larger than the planet they live on. It's really weird to think about it this way, Nian laughed dumbly. However, Gwen's next word stunned him. Nian, do you think it's possible that the universe we live in is also a similar micro-universe, secretly observed by larger beings? Nian and Starro looked at each other in silence. Okay, I was just talking casually, just kidding, Gwen waved her hand. After Nian and Gwen left the devouring element space, the cat's mouth closed, and the devouring element space was isolated from the outside world. By the way, I forgot to tell Nian about that, Starro thought to himself. Before, Xiao Huang swallowed up a human woman outside. Starro recognized that the other party was an acquaintance of Nian, so he used the shrinking ray on the Brainiac spacecraft to shrink the other party and transfer him to the microplanet. At this time, inside the microplanet. Inside a magnificent and very quiet alien city. Wearing a tight black leather jacket, with a hot body and smooth hair like a waterfall, black and shiny. Standing on the smooth metal road, Catwoman looked blankly at the alien city style and the dead and deserted weird streets, with a blank face. Where is this? Why am I here? She remembered that she should be in Gotham City. Tap. At this time, an old man wearing a black tights, with white temples and ordinary human appearance walked by. This old man, Catwoman hurried forward and asked. Excuse me, where is this? The old man glanced at her, put on a micro-translation device similar to a hearing aid, and said with vicissitudes, Kando. Kando. Catwoman had never heard of a city with such a name on Earth. The old man nodded slightly, his eyes complicated. That's right, welcome to Kandor, the last lonely city left on Krypton. Outside. Future Chronicle headquarters. Nian carried Gwen back to the top floor office. Behind them. The little orange cat closed its mouth with a vortex black hole, swung its tail, and fell asleep on the blanket. Nian put Gwen's increasingly mature body down. He was about to say something, but suddenly his eyes went black, and his body instantly lost consciousness and fell forward. Chapter 335. Nian. Gwen's eyes widened, and her body was equipped with an air cushion. She reacted very quickly and hugged Nian, who suddenly lost consciousness. Master. Also in the main hall of the top-floor office, Wanda looked at Nian, who had undergone a change. The cleaned cup fell from her hands and exploded on the floor with a splat. Wanda's young body, which was inconsistent with her own age, trembled, and the scarlet pupils flashed across her beautiful light red eyes, faintly revealing extreme emotions such as madness, violence, and coldness. The scarlet pupils disappeared quickly. Let me see. The beautiful and cute black-maid dress swayed violently, and Wanda quickly rushed to Nian, and eagerly stretched the white and tender palm of her right hand to the young man's eyebrows. Buzz! Under the surprised and uncertain gaze of Gwen, who was holding Nian, the little hands of the crimson maid Wanda glowed with crimson light. The strange red energy is like light and a kind of mist. It lingered and rose from Wanda's 5 fingers, carrying the profound meaning of chaos and the aura of the soul, and spread to the eyebrows of the unconscious young man. But at this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Wanda's outstretched right wrist. Stop, I'm fine, Nian breathed out, his eyelashes trembling slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. Wanda and Gwen were stunned at the same time. Your eyes. My eyes? Nian sat on the sofa with his pillow in Gwen's arms, and subconsciously touched the right corner of his eye with his fingers. With his spider sense, he also sensed it. His original brown eyes turned into a strange black, as if they were dancing with a dark black flame, but he couldn't feel any warmth at all. Less than a few seconds. The blackness faded away like the tide, and the pupils returned to their original color. Nian, what just happened? Gwen asked worriedly with a scared look. I don't know either, Nian shook his head. He only felt that at that moment, his soul was slightly shaken. Nian stood up again and moved his body, but there was nothing unusual. It was as if the internet speed was just stuck, causing the soul to temporarily leave the body for a few seconds. But he still felt a little strange in his heart. Just now, the blackness in his eyes. Much like death. What are you two looking at me like? Nian felt a little scared and looked at Gwen and Wanda, who were staring directly at him from both sides of the body. Gwen said worriedly and firmly, we must conduct a comprehensive inspection. Master, my ability can detect souls and thoughts, Wanda whispered weakly. Okay, I know my physical condition well, so don't worry too much. Nian doesn't want to be protected and treated as a patient by those around him. Moreover, if it involves the concept of death, it will be impossible to detect it no matter how you test it. No. Gwen stretched out her arms to hug Nian, causing Nian's eyes to darken. But this time, it was not the loss of consciousness like before, but his eyes, and his face, were covered by soft things with a faint fragrance. Nian can't breathe. He finally knew where the weight that Gwen had gained over the past 3 years came from. Gwen hugged Nian and said, Wanda, come and help me, subdue him and make him lie down. Wanda was at a loss and carefully stretched out her little hand to pick up one of Nian's feet. Wanda, who is your young master? Nian asked emphatically. Wanda was so frightened that she quickly let go, causing Nian and Gwen, who were hugging each other, to fall over on the sofa. In the living room on the top floor, which was too cozy to be an office, the 3 of them were in a mess. In the end, it was artificial intelligence Alice who came to the rescue for Nian. Master, maybe you want to know something about it. What happened? On the sofa, Nian finally poked his head out. Alice, about an old person you know. New York streets. A middle-aged man with slightly white temples sat dejectedly on the ground, his hair was as messy as a doghouse, and his unkempt beard looked sloppy. Like a street bum. But he was wearing expensive designer sweatshirts and jeans, his hands were wrapped in white bandages, and his eyes were staring at the passers-by on the street. As a genius neurologist, Stephen Strange never expected that he would be reduced to this situation. More than 3 months ago. Due to a serious car accident that fell off a cliff, Strange lay in bed for 3 full months, leaving his hands severely disabled. If he were the chief surgeon, Strange would be confident that he could heal his hands. After all, he was the best doctor. Because of this, he felt the tricks of fate and the despair of life. Without his hands, he will never be able to become a doctor or live his daily life like a normal person. Fine. Strange just learned that a patient who had been treated at New York's No. One hospital many years ago was obviously highly paralyzed, but recently he appeared on the basketball court in a New York park playing basketball like a normal person. This may be the last hope. Strange is preparing to find the patient and ask him about the cure for paralysis. Moving up with his shoulders against the wall, Strange stood up with difficulty and was about to continue walking to the basketball court. The phone in his pocket rang. Strange stood at the front door of the Future Chronicle headquarters, looked up, and looked at the building whose top was almost invisible. Some time ago, he tried every possible way and channel to heal his hands, and naturally sought help from Future Chronicle Company, which was engaged in biological genes and terminal illness. Although he only had a little hope at that time. What Strange didn't expect was that the customer service of Future Chronicle just called and said that the manager of Future Chronicle wanted to see him. Manager of Future Chronicle, Alice. This is a legendary big shot. It seems that even the internal employees of Future Chronicle Company have never seen him. Soon, Strange took the exclusive elevator to the chairman's office. Looking at the floors that kept rising and jumping in the elevator, Strange felt a little nervous for some reason. As a former genius doctor, he naturally stepped into the circle of upper-class people. But the top leaders of giant companies like Future Chronicle and Stark Industries are already at the top of the social class and can easily create a lot of upper-class circles. What's more, he is now paralyzed in both hands and has completely lost his identity as a doctor who can talk to the other party on an equal footing. Under tension and expectation. With a ding-dong sound, the elevator arrived at the second-to-last floor of the headquarters building. The general manager's office. The elevator door opened, and Strange walked out of the elevator nervously. What came into view was naturally a super-large office with top-level luxury configuration. The curtains of the large floor-to-ceiling windows on one side were all pulled up, and the brilliant golden sunlight fell into the room, and you could look down at the entire Queens, New York. And at the table and chair in the general manager's office, a black-haired boy sat on it, staring at him with bright eyes. You are. Strange's eyes were wide open, and his mouth was also wide open due to excessive surprise. Chapter 336. Future Anniversary Headquarters, General Manager's Office. A young man who looked to be only about 18 years old, with a body that was in perfect proportions and a white shirt that stretched out three-dimensionally, and a handsome face was sitting on an office chair. As for the luxurious and high-end office chair, a young and beautiful girl with short blonde hair wearing a hip-hugging skirt stood quietly beside it like a little secretary. Are you, Nian? Nian Prince? Strange walked into the living room and stared at the black-haired boy with almost dull eyes. Long time no see, Dr. Strange, Nian smiled and nodded. Let's sit down and chat. It's really you, I thought you suffered from illness 3 years ago. Strange was stunned. At first, Strange was flown directly from New York to Washington by Lorna to see a doctor in Nian. It seemed that cancer was one of the most terrifying terminal diseases in human beings, and it was 10 times more terrifying than cancer. It was like being targeted by the god of death. Even with Strange's superb medical diagnosis, he could only survive for 3 days at most. And now 3 years have passed. The boy who was supposed to be dead was unscathed, his face was rosy, and he was sitting on the chair unchanged from 3 years ago. Medical miracle. Oh, I have indeed been dead for 3 years, and now I have just come back to life, Nian said casually. Strange always feels that his 3 views will be severely subverted by the other party every time. Die and come back to life. Is this still a human being? Strange sat down on the chair in front of his desk, and his brain digested the huge amount of information for a while. Then he looked at Nian in surprise and said, Are you the manager of the future era? No, Nian simply shook his head. While Strange was inexplicably relieved, Nian said bluntly, I am the chairman of this company, and the manager is one of the housekeepers in my family. Strange didn't know what to say. He was stunned for a while, then slowly exhaled and said with a bitter smile, As expected of you, you can always subvert my imagination from various angles. He looked at the girl standing next to Nian, whose appearance, figure, and temperament were all eye-catching. This is. Hello, Mr. Strange, my name is Gwen Stacy. Gwen is holding a document. She has neat short hair and is intellectually beautiful. She is petite and has perfect curves. Her black stockings are straight and even. She really looks like a girl. A standard little secretary said politely with a smile on her face. She's my girlfriend, Nian added with a wink. Gwen's face turned a little crimson, but she didn't refute this. Strange felt like he was being fed a mouthful of dog food. Could you please be considerate of a disabled person who has paralyzed hands and has been single for more than 30 years without a girlfriend? Nian's eyes fell on Strange's hidden hands. Okay, doctor, how are your hands now? Strange sighed and struggled to lift his stiff hands wrapped in bandages. as you can see, due to a car accident, the palms of the hands are highly paralyzed and unable to move, there is nothing the hospital can do. Nian suddenly looked stunned. Under his gaze, a faint black smoke lingered on the palms of Strange's paralyzed hands like mist in the morning, melting and disintegrating. Like the shadow of death. Nian. It wasn't until Gwen's words came from the side that Nian came back to his senses. Nian looked at Strange again. There was still some black mist, as if he had seen it wrong just now. However, how could I have seen it wrong with my spider sense? Gwen, did you notice anything unusual about me just now? For example, my eyes. No, Gwen replied. You were just in a daze for a moment, other than that, there is nothing abnormal. Then what did you see just now, black mist? Nian's eyes fell back on Strange's hands again. Gwen shook his head, I didn't see any black fog. What's wrong? Strange was even more confused about this, and obviously did not see the strange scene in Nian's eyes just now. Nian's eyes narrowed slightly. It turns out that he is the only one who can see it. Nothing. Nian shook his head and snapped his fingers, Alice. Immediately. A ray of blue light, like a scanning ray, fell from the ceiling of the office and scanned Strange's hands up and down. After waiting for the scan to be completed, Nian asked directly, can it be cured? In the office, Alice's sweet and clear voice quickly replied. The muscles are severely necrotic and the nerves are highly damaged, it would be great if they could be sent here for treatment within a week of the injury. When Strange heard this, his eyes suddenly dimmed and his heart continued to sink. But the artificial intelligence Alice continued, due to the delay, there are only 3 treatment options left. One is to directly discard the old limbs and replace them with new ones. The other is to add some metal to repair the nerves and transform the old limbs into semi-mechanical and semi-biological ones. The last one is to discard the old limbs and replace them with a pair of metal ones, mechanical limbs. 3 kinds. What's the effect? Alice, no matter which treatment plan is used, your hands can at least return to their original use and function, or even exceed it. Strange's eyes widened in excitement, and his body couldn't help trembling. Doctor, what do you think? Nian said. I personally recommend you to choose the third option, since your hand is already necrotic, you might as well go straight to mechanical ascension. Strange took a deep breath and said, I want to choose the second one. Whether it is the first or the third one, the old limbs must be abandoned. Only the second one is to highly repair the old limbs while retaining them. Strange was unwilling to give up the original hands that once made him a genius doctor. Since it was Strange's own choice, Nian did not persuade him and said, Alice, help him arrange it. Alice, Mr. Strange, you can be treated in the laboratory of the future era today, and the repair is expected to be completed tomorrow. Thank you, Nian, thank you. Strange's eyes were full of gratitude, and he kept thanking him. Didn't you help me before? Nian smiled. I didn't help much those 2 times. Strange shook his head and felt ashamed. Aren't we friends? Friends don't care about these things. For him, helping Strange was not even a small effort. Nian thought for a moment and said with a smile, if you feel you owe me anything, come to work in my company after your hand is healed, I need elite talents like you here. Then it's settled. Strange's scruffy face also showed a smile. Future Chronicle is now a workplace that many people dream of. After saying goodbye to Strange, Nian and Gwen came to a busy pedestrian street not far from the headquarters of Future Chronicle. There is one thing that Nian needs to confirm urgently. Chapter 337. New York, Queens, Pedestrian Street. It was afternoon, and the streets were bustling with traffic and bustling. The LED lights were flashing as usual, and some external screens were still playing about the split in the Avengers Civil War. Captain America, Black Widow, Winter Soldier, Falcon. 5-star wanted. The boy and the older girl with short hair held hands, walking like an ordinary couple on a busy street. Nian looked around, scanning the pedestrians on the street. Soon, he noticed something and stared straight at a street performer. Gwen also glanced over there curiously. Under the spider sense, she didn't feel anything unusual on the other party. In Nian's eyes, a black mist lingered on the street performer's feet. It was similar to the black mist that appeared on Strange's paralyzed hands just now. However, there is more black mist on the street artist's feet, and it is constantly condensing, not dissipating like Strange's hands. What is this black mist that only he can see? Nian felt a little suspicious, but more confused and puzzled. Pulling Gwen to continue walking forward. Nian noticed again that among the passers-by, there were a few people in 2s and 3s with black mist on their bodies. The extent to which the black mist lingers, condenses or dissipates varies from person to person. He saw a homeless man sitting next to the trash can. Most of his body was covered in black mist, and the black mist continued to condense on his body. Could it be that? Nian vaguely guessed something, but still dared not draw a conclusion easily. He asked the artificial intelligence Alice to record all these passers-by with black mist on their bodies for observation. In just a day or two, we should have a conclusion. Nian thought secretly. The next day, early morning. Nian woke up from the extra-large bed in the top-floor office of Future Anniversary. He glanced aside. The exquisite curves of a graceful body are outlined under the quilt. A few strands of golden hair are stained with sweat on the sleeping face. The arm and neck that stick out are white and shiny. Nian did not disturb the other party, opened the quilt, and walked down naked. Finished bathing in an office that feels like a luxury hotel. Nian suddenly realized that he had forgotten to bring a change of clothes. He opened the door of the bathroom and saw a brand new set of men's clothes neatly placed at the door. Nian couldn't help but be stunned. On the table outside, a sumptuous breakfast was also placed on the table at some point, for 2 people. Gwen is still sleeping soundly, and only Wanda can do these things. Nian's eyes were a little complicated. He made an excuse last night and asked Wanda to go home. Wanda seemed to know what Nian was going to do, and went back obediently without asking the reason, and did not come here again last night. Nian looked around and didn't see Wanda's figure, so he picked up his clothes and put them on. At this moment, the other side of the real world, in the mirror space. A young figure in a red dress stopped here, looking at Nian, who changed clothes and started eating breakfast through a mirror-like space wall. Nian was eating breakfast when Alice's report came. "Master, what you told me to investigate yesterday. Tell me about it." Nian nodded lightly while eating pasta. Alice reported back, "The first person, named Yamos, is a 39-year-old male and a street artist by profession. When he went home late last night, he was accidentally hit by a truck and is still in the hospital. During the rescue, at least his legs can't be saved." "Continue," Nian nodded. Alice, the second person, Holt Ed, male, 55 years old, homeless man. He was shot on the street in the early hours of this morning. He was shot twice. Nian remembered that the other person was one of the passers-by who had the most black mist wrapped around his body yesterday afternoon. He paused and said in a deep voice, "Continue." "The third person, Alina Lisa, female, 29 years old, working as a bank employee," Alice said. "Nothing happened to the other party last night or this morning." "Nothing happened?" Nian felt strange. After all, the degree of black mist lingering on the other party's body is second only to the second homeless man. Alice continued, "I checked Alina Lisa's medical records and found that she has a tumor in her brain and will have a craniotomy in 2 days. According to the system, her condition is not optimistic." "The fourth," Alice continued to report. Nian interrupted her, "Okay, that's enough." Nian placed the knife and fork on the disc, his eyes complex and strange. Now, he could confirm what the black mist he saw was. That's die. To be more precise, they are the corners and shadows of the concept and rules of death. When the fog-like death rules condense on a person, it means that that person is about to encounter something that will endanger his or her life. The probability of death is closely related to the amount of fog. And when the mist dissipates from a person, it means that the other person has experienced something life-threatening and survived death. "Sister," she young whispered to herself. This may be the ability that he awakened after his soul merged with the mark of death under the guidance of his sister. Let Nian's eyes be able to see the outline and shadow of the concept of death. This counts as well. The fourth permanent ability that Nian has truly mastered since Spider Sense, Steel Body, and Divine Immortality. Eyes of Death. Future Anniversary Headquarters, in an empty laboratory. A large human body biological chamber slowly opened, and inside, lay a shirtless middle-aged man. Hundreds of tiny wires were connected to the man's hands and arms, which were densely packed. As the warehouse door opened, countless threads fell off his arms and were gathered back. Strange opened his eyes. He sat up from the biological cabin and looked down at his hands with intact muscles and skin. Only the joints of the arms and wrists had a faint silver metallic texture, like extra thin wrist guards. "The repair is complete, let's give it a try." Alice's words echoed from the laboratory. Strange immediately clenched his fingers into fists, excitedly saying, "I feel great, my hands are extremely powerful." He tried to punch forward, but with just a random punch, he brought up a strong gust of wind. "Alice, of course, your semi-mechanized hands are now 3 times stronger than their original strength. Not only that, the reaction speed and stable control have also been improved 3 times. Due to the built-in vibranium metal, the ability to resist blows is even better, it's improved more than 10 times. My hands are completely healed and are better than before. Strange looked at his raised cyborg palm with tears streaming down his face. At this time. Future Anniversary Headquarters, top floor office. Nian was still surprised at the fourth permanent ability he had mastered, but at this moment, the sound of slight footsteps falling to the ground was heard in the room behind him. Wanda, are you back? Nian looked back subconsciously, but couldn't help but be slightly startled. I saw. A bald woman in a yellow robe stood in the center of the living room with her hands behind her back, her usually calm and indifferent eyes looking at her with a complicated expression. Chapter 338. Mage. Nian looked at the bald woman who appeared in the living room, couldn't help but smile and waved hello. You're really back. Gui stared at Nian, then glanced at the oversized round bed not far away, with the bulging quilt and the messy clothes next to it, and said calmly, besides, it seems that the physical condition is recovering well. It's okay, Nian was not embarrassed. It's been such a long time and I've experienced so many things. The relationship between Nian and Gui is more than just an acquaintance. In Nian's view, Master Gui is more like his elder, and he has always taken good care of his grandmother. Certainly. If Master Gui knew what Nian was thinking, I wonder what she would think. Although she can indeed be Grandma Nian's grandmother at her age, in terms of age, the demigod Wonder Woman Diana is older than her. Nian asked Gui to sit down on the sofa in the living room. Since Wanda was not here, he personally prepared a pot of oriental tea. I want to thank you again for taking care of and teaching Wanda over the past 3 years. I didn't do much to take care of her. Gui shook his head slightly and said, you should know, that child can handle everything by herself now, rather than others taking care of her, it is better to say that she takes care of others. Yes, Nian smiled knowingly, with a look of pride on his face. Seeing Nian's unfamiliar hands, Gui couldn't bear it anymore. He slightly rolled up the sleeves of his yellow robe, took the teapot and gently shook it down. She continued, as for teaching, 3 years ago, she finished learning the basic spells of Kamatage. Some advanced spells can be practiced by herself by reading magic books. I already have nothing to teach her. Gui took out another teacup and poured it for Nian, and the heat began to steam up. No matter what, I still want to thank you, Nian said sincerely with a smile. Master Gui has helped him a lot, and has been wiping his butt and cleaning up the mess. When they first met, he assisted Nian in taming the symbiote venom. Later, he pulled the out-of-control Trinity into the mirror space and made the infinite gems into his portable magic weapon. Among them, the space necklace is also the key to Nian's resurrection. In addition, he taught Wanda spells and gave him magic floating cloak, red belt and so on. Sometimes, even Nian is not clear. Why did Gui, a guardian who only valued the earth world, silently give him so much care? Gui is just like everyone else, only he is a little special. But Nian knew that Gui had no malicious intentions or intentions. Otherwise, Gui would have quietly erased him as early as the first meeting. I already have your thank you. Gui Jiao's beautiful face was calm, full of warmth and calmness accumulated over the years. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. That's not enough. Nian shook his head and promised, Mage, if you have anything to do in the future, you can tell me, and I will try my best to help you achieve it. He rarely made promises to others, but the ancient one was certainly worth it. Only. The young man was stunned by Gui's next words. What if, I let you be the supreme mage? Nian opened his eyes wide and then scratched his head, Mage, are you kidding me? I'm just an ordinary person, according to what you said before, it takes me 100 years to learn a basic portal, how can I serve as the guardian of the earth, the master of Kamatage, and the leader of the 3 holy temples? Mage. It is a bit of a fantasy to let a person who does not know any magic serve as the supreme mage representing the highest realm of Earth's magic. Guiyan looked at Nian with a calm expression and said, you just need to say whether you want to take the responsibility or not, as for the magic, it is very simple for you to use it, Wanda. Mage, you know, Nian interrupted her words, spread his hands and said. I am really not the material to protect the world, in addition, I have to take care of multidimensional dimensions and so on. Gui suddenly said in a serious voice, but you should understand that if the sky falls, there will always be someone to hold it up. Master, aren't you still there? Even if the sky of the whole world falls, you, the Supreme One, will still be there to hold it up. Gui didn't answer. She looked sideways at the city outside the window and asked inexplicably, Nian, what is your goal? Target? Nian looked stunned. His goal was to get into a good university, make money to support his aunt, and live a carefree daily life. Like many ordinary people, simple and unpretentious. However, after experiencing too many complicated extraordinary events, it seemed that he was getting further and further away from his original goal. Nian frowned slightly. Gui seemed to have seen through his thoughts. People have different goals at each stage of life. Do you still want to go back to campus now? Can you really still be an ordinary person now? After Gui left these words, he stood up from the sofa, opened a circular portal in the living room and walked into it. The young man sitting silently on the sofa in the living room was left behind. Within the mirror space. After stepping through the portal, Gui entered here. Looking at the young girl in a red dress leaning quietly in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "If you don't tell him, he won't know your thoughts." Noon. Gwen, who was already dressed, sat blankly on the sofa in the living room, her eyes vacant. Holding a bottle of iced Coke in one hand close to her face, the short-haired girl suddenly shook from her face to her body. "Gwen, are you okay?" Nian sat down with an iced Coke and looked at Gwen beside him in confusion. Even the spider sense is disabled, could it be that he is stupid? Gwen looked at Nian, her eyes regained their luster a little, and she gritted her teeth angrily. "Damn it, why didn't you wake me up when you got up in the morning? I saw you were sleeping so soundly, so I didn't call you." Nian felt a little innocent. "No matter how deeply I sleep, you still have to wake me up." Gwen covered her face with her hands, feeling ashamed to see others. Actually, she had already woken up when Master Gui came just now, but it was not convenient for her to come out, so she continued to hide under the quilt. Gwen said angrily, "It's all your fault for not sleeping so late last night." Nian felt even more innocent. "You kept saying, keep on, don't stop." Still saying that. A lot of steam came out of his head. Gwen's face turned red with embarrassment, and she threw Nian down on the sofa with her teeth and claws bared. Nian wanted to shout, "The mother spider killed someone." It just so happened. A crimson figure suddenly appeared in the living room, like a rescuer. Gwen, who was sitting astride Nian with an inelegant posture, quickly turned over, smoothed her skirt and hurriedly explained, "Wanda, don't get me wrong. Wanda, where did you go today?" Nian looked at the crimson maid in front of him, and the worry in his eyes faded. "I just went to Karmatage, I will prepare lunch immediately." Wanda bowed respectfully. She paused for a moment and then added hesitantly, "Master, in the afternoon, can you go somewhere with me?" Nian was slightly stunned, smiled and said, "Of course, no problem." Chapter 339. Future Anniversary Company, in the laboratory. Strange was so excited that he kept trying out the repaired semi-mechanical hands. With 3 times the grip strength and reaction speed, his punches were faster and more powerful than those of ordinary boxers. After a while, Strange finally calmed down a little and asked the camera in the corner, "How much does it cost to repair these hands?" Strange didn't need to think about it to know that the cost must be very high. But for him, no matter how much money he spent, it was worth it. In the unmanned laboratory, the pleasant voice of artificial intelligence Alice soon sounded. Since a certain amount of vibranium metal is added as an endoskeleton scaffold, if it is defined according to the market price, it is estimated to be $1 billion. Of course, this is just estimated. After all, both vibranium metal and deep neural repair technology are currently priceless. $1 billion, Strange took a breath. Even though he was a genius doctor, his savings and wealth over the years were only worth a few $100 million. However, you can continue to make money in the future, as long as you have new hands that are far more effective than before. Please help me tell your master Nian, $1 billion, I will pay it as soon as possible, Strange responded in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Alice replied, the master has already said it, you are his friend, and all medical expenses have been waived. Strange's eyes widened in surprise. That's $1 billion. Just saying it's free is no longer a big deal. Friends. Strange's body trembled slightly and he muttered to himself. Strange walked out of the Future Chronicle headquarters, bathing in the bright sunshine outside. His palms could really feel the warmth of the light, and he felt like he was completely reborn. Taking this step, he will usher in a brand new life. Strange was taking a step forward when he saw a bald woman standing directly in front of him. A bald woman wearing a yellow robe walked up to him with her hands behind her back, and said like a magician, Stephen Strange, do you want to heal your hands? Who are you? Strange looked at the bald woman in confusion and raised his palms to indicate, my hands have just been cured. Ancient One looked down at Strange's well-repaired hands with semi-metallic mechanization inside, and fell into a brief and awkward silence. She raised her head, glanced at the Future Anniversary Company building behind Strange, and understood instantly. The script of this timeline was changed again by that guy. Afternoon. New York City. The sky is clear and clear, the sunlight is not dazzling, and the angle and light intensity are very comfortable. On modern city streets, two shadows, one large and one small, walking side by side, were slightly elongated on the street. They were a black-haired boy who was about to have just grown up, wearing casual clothes, and a girl who was only 13 or 14 years old, wearing a red dress and a Lolita figure. Aren't they just the two masters and servants, Nian and Wanda? The real age of both of them should be 3 years older than they look. Because Nian had been lying dead for 3 years, his immortal body stopped growing. Wanda suspected that her body had also stopped growing due to the awakening of her abilities or other reasons. Their appearance remained unchanged from 3 years ago. The two of them walked slowly on the street. It's just that they seem to be walking side by side. In fact, there is a certain gap between Nian and Wanda. Wanda would also deliberately slow down her pace by half a step, allowing Nian to always walk half a step ahead, faintly revealing the dependence and dignity of master and servant. Nian deliberately slowed down his pace. As a result, Wanda beside him also slowed down in response. "Wanda, didn't you take me to my destination? You walked in front of me properly." "Yes, master." Wanda speeded up half a step, but only half a step faster. Separated by a vague distance, the two fell into silence again. Walking through a crossroads, Nian looked at the girl's doll-like white side face, helplessly spread her hands, and sighed, "Okay, I'll review my mistakes first. I shouldn't have lied to you last night, I shouldn't have sent you away, with Gwen." To this, Wanda looked calm on her face, shook her head and said, "I don't think the young master has made any mistakes or needs to review. No matter what, I just need to follow your orders. As for the young master and Miss Gwen, communication between adult men and women is also normal." The young girl's childish and crisp words seemed calm and mature. "As for making the young master unable to let go, or even making the young master need lies to get rid of me, these are all things I did not do well." "That's not the case," Nian smiled helplessly and said sincerely. "You have always done an excellent job as a maid, there is no one more perfect than you. Only." Nian hesitated to speak, and finally said slowly, "I'm thinking about it, those things are a little too early for you, so it's better to avoid you. I have already studied physiology class in elementary school." Wanda's cheeks puffed up slightly and she said calmly, "From now on, I still have to serve the young master and the mistress. If I can't face these things calmly, how can I do a good job as a maid?" The words are not finished yet. Wanda's soft and smooth crimson hair was rubbed hard by a big hand, causing her to subconsciously make a cute sound of "woi." "Wanda, you don't need to serve anyone, including me," Nian said with a serious face and a reprimanding tone. "When I brought you back and said I would let you be a maid, it was just an excuse to let you stay with peace of mind. After working for so many years, you have long since ceased to owe me and Pooh. What happened to Lin Si's family?" He has always treated Wanda as a relative and a biological sister. Faced with a perfect maid who is younger than him but mature enough, she is extremely standard in daily life. Nian often wonders whether he did something wrong and led Wanda onto a path that is difficult to transform. Nian thought for a while, with a complicated expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, "I once said that when you grow up, you can choose the life you want, there is no need to surround me." Don't wait for him to finish speaking. "Now, haven't I grown up yet?" Wanda's steps were light, her even legs wrapped in white socks jumped up hard, her slender and delicate body turned half a circle in the air, her crimson hair flying. "Master, we are here." Nian was slightly stunned. He looked at the girl who smiled at him, looked behind Wanda and saw a small house. This two-story house located in the city looks very familiar. It was exactly the same as the two-story house he had seen in his past visions at the Cauldron of All Things in the New York Temple. This is. Little Wanda's family of 4 was destroyed during the Battle of New York more than 3 years ago. Chapter 340. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar two-story small house in front of him, Nian was surprised. It was exactly the same as what he saw in the past illusion. The house number, style, green plants in the yard, bricks, tiles, and wood furnishings, and even the newness and oldness of the house were exactly the same. But this house should have been destroyed in the New York War 3 years ago. Wanda was dug out from the ruins of the current house by Nian himself. "Here is," Nian looked around and found that this street was the site of Wanda's home. 3 years have passed. The alien remains in the New York War have been cleared, the blockade has been lifted, and many newly built houses are located on the original ruins. "Master, this is my former home. A year ago, after the blockade of this area was lifted, Pietro and I rebuilt it on the ruins according to our previous memories." Wanda spoke softly, her beautiful red eyes staring at the house in front. Nian looked at the young girl standing in front of the house, and his heart twitched inexplicably. Nian found that he seemed to pay little attention to Wanda's affairs. It was like this 3 years ago, and it was the same 3 years later. As a maid, Wanda regarded him as the whole world, and everything was centered on herself. Wanda turned around and asked with some expectation, "Master, do you want to go in and sit for a while?" "Of course, since you are here," Nian nodded. "Master, please come in." Wanda took out the key to open the door, and seemed very happy. She took out the new slippers that had been prepared long ago from the shoe cabinet beside the door and put them on Nian. Nian put on the slippers that just fit and walked into the room. There were ordinary old-fashioned electrical appliances, furniture, decorations, etc. Inside, everything was the same as he saw in the illusion. The house retained traces of the life of a family of 4, and there was a faint warmth of the years. However, Nian knew that only the 2 children were left here. Now, who lives here? Nian glanced at the living room. The coat was casually hung on the armrest of the sofa. There were game consoles, ping-pong rackets, and yesterday's newspapers on the table. Because Wanda was around, his home was always clean and tidy. Seeing the slightly messy place, he was a little uncomfortable for a moment. Wanda, who changed into pink slippers, walked lightly, preparing drinks while replying, "Pietro has been living here, and he is also attending a local high school in New York." "That kid, he is also in high school," Nian couldn't help but smile, and suddenly froze for a moment. He remembered that Gwen's cousin Peter Parker was also in high school now. Could it be the same high school? It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Nian gave up the funny idea and whispered, "Wanda, if you want to live here again in the future, you can." Wanda's hand holding the coffee cup trembled, and the smile on her little face turned into fear. She asked with a trembling voice, "Master, don't you want me anymore?" "That's not what I mean." Nian didn't expect Wanda's reaction to be so extreme, and hurriedly explained, "What I mean is, you have a magic portal, you can go back and forth to my house at any time, so, if you want to live here, it's no problem." "I don't want it." Wanda shook her head violently and rejected the proposal very straightforwardly. She whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "This place has long been no longer my home." In the afternoon, the sunset dyed the city red. The light and shadow in the second-floor house were blurred. Wanda walked out of the kitchen on the first floor briskly, holding a plate of fresh handmade cakes in her hand, but saw Nian sitting on a single sofa, breathing evenly with his eyes closed. "Master?" Wanda tried to call out, but the figure sitting on the single chair did not respond, and was obviously asleep. The plate was quietly placed on the table. The girl in the dress came to the single sofa, squatted down slowly, and her petite and slender body, her amazing crimson hair against the light, like a ball of crimson rippling in the room. Wanda raised her ruby-like eyes, and quietly looked at the boy who was resting on the sofa from top to bottom, until the sunlight in the room faded like a tide. Until the night fell outside, the gorgeous city neon lights lit up. What remained unchanged was. Wanda's eyes revealed a passion that was hard to see on weekdays, as if it was only revealed when Nian was asleep. "Love you, love you, love you, love you, love you. Love you very much." Wanda took Nian's right palm, rubbed her face gently, and said softly, "Master, this is no longer my home, because, where you are is my home." The master always let her pursue freedom, her own life and future. In fact, Wanda's biggest wish was to stay with the boy, nothing more. It would be great if the mistress of the house in the future could also let Wanda stay, no matter what the price. Wanda covered her chest with her little hands. The future. Whether it's Miss Diana, Miss Gwen, or Miss Kara. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as she can stay and stay by his side. Because Wanda is just a maid, so, just this is enough. Let's bury the feelings that Teacher Gui said in our hearts. "Master, for 3 years, I have been waiting for you where everything is. If I have to leave you when I grow up, then I would rather never grow up." Thinking of this. The necklace on Wanda's chest glowed with a faint scarlet luster, and a deep red light flashed in her eyes. Night. In front of a 5-star hotel in Queens, New York. A white boy about 16 years old came to the door of the hotel and stopped. He looked down at his phone and muttered to himself, "It should be here. Look at the location, it's here." Unexpectedly, another voice similar to his came from the side. The white boy who was still carrying a school bag looked sideways and immediately looked at a silver-haired boy of the same age next to him. "Peter Parker. Pietro." The two looked at each other and said in unison, "Why are you here?" "My cousin asked me to come here," Peter Parker explained. Pietro adjusted the goggles on his forehead and spread his hands. "What a coincidence, my sister sent me the location and asked me to come here for a family dinner." "It's a coincidence." Peter Parker blinked. The two were not familiar with each other, but they were classmates in high school, so they naturally knew each other. "Let's go in together," Pietro said casually. Okay, Peter Parker did not refuse. The two walked into the magnificent five-star hotel together, and under the enthusiastic guidance of the manager and the front desk, they went to the private room booked inside. But Peter Parker and Pietro felt more and more that something was wrong, until they were both led to the door of the same private room. "You are here too?" Pietro looked at Peter Parker next to him with a strange expression. "It should be, right," Peter Parker scratched his head and said uncertainly. "But at this time. You too, what are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you go in?" Peter Parker and Pietro were shocked. Peter's reaction was fast enough, but Pietro's was even faster. They turned around almost at the same time. They saw the black-haired boy behind them, whose appearance had not changed at all compared to 3 years ago. The two were excited, and shouted in unison again, "Brother!" Chapter 341. Brother Nian. Pietro, one of the twins, has always been straight-tempered, while Peter Parker is relatively shy and reserved. However, when they saw the black-haired boy behind them, they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Then, Pietro and Peter Parker looked at each other again. "It turns out that no one came to the wrong place. Haven't seen you for a long time." Nian smiled. He subconsciously wanted to rub their heads. After raising his hand, he finally just patted their shoulders. 3 years have passed. The two little devils at the beginning have become adults. Pietro is so tall and strong that he is almost taller than him. Although Peter Parker is not that tall, he still looks strong and muscular. Only Nian's own appearance has not changed at all, and he can truly feel the passage of 3 years. Compared with Pietro and Peter Parker, Nian is more like a high school student of the same age. Facing Nian's shoulder pat, Peter Parker smiled shyly, hesitated, and couldn't help but say, "Brother, where have you been in the past few years?" "I asked Gwen, but she didn't answer me. When I asked my aunt and uncle, they only said that you had moved, and they didn't know where." Peter Parker said sincerely, "In the past 3 years, when I went to my cousin's house, I saw that Gwen was not in a good mood. She would be in a daze with her mobile phone or photo album from time to time. I think she should be thinking about you." Really, the corners of Nian's mouth raised slightly. But at this moment, the door to the private room opened, and the girl walked out with a blushing face. Today, the little female spider Gwen is wearing a knee-length skirt, her short golden hair is neat and intellectual, and her long and even legs are wrapped in black silk, a balanced combination of youth and maturity. "What are you talking about? I just never thought about him. I didn't say anything." Peter Parker was so frightened that he quickly covered his mouth and blinked his eyes in an attempt to get away with it. "Ah, it's the fierce elder sister from before." Pietro couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when he saw Gwen. "Who is evil?" Gwen smiled slightly, clenched her little fists, and turned her gentle gaze to Pietro. "Little devil, don't think that you can talk casually because you are so tall." But she still remembered that this kid promoted her sister to Nian in front of her. Pietro gave in just as quickly, covering his mouth with his hand just like Peter Parker. Fear. Sure enough, all sisters in the world are the same. After teaching her 2 younger brothers, Gwen reached out and took Nian's left hand, and the little bird said softly, "Nian, let's go in, dinner is ready." Peter Parker and Pietro looked at each other, feeling unfairly treated. Nian nodded and led several people into the private room. In a private room with a magnificent and luxurious interior, a girl in a red dress stood quietly beside a table filled with delicious food. Elder sister. Pietro raised his eyes and glanced at Wanda, then looked at Nian next to him. His eyes moved slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. "Wanda, please sit down and have a meal together," Nian said to Wanda. But Wanda hesitated. "Don't refuse, tonight is a family banquet, we are all our own people, you don't have to take care of me," Nian said without any doubt. "Okay, master." Wanda nodded her head submissively. Then Nian sat in the middle seat of the dining table, with Gwen and Peter Parker sitting on his right, and the twins Wanda and Pietro sitting on the left. Today is indeed a small family dinner. If only she were here. Nian looked at the Wanda-Pietro twins, and a petite and domineering figure emerged in his mind. 3 years have passed, and I don't know where she is now or what she is doing. Besides, there was another thing that made Nian's eyes narrow slightly. Nian looked at Peter Parker sitting on his right. In his eyes, a faint black mist was gathering on Peter's body. The concept of death is condensing on Peter Parker, and there is more black mist than Strange has seen before. This means that Spider-Man Peter Parker will encounter the last life-threatening thing in the near future. It's not surprising that you'll encounter mortal danger when you join the Avengers. But... Nian narrowed his eyes and looked to his left, Pietro, who was sitting next to Wanda. Before the eyes of death. Visible. Black mist surged towards Pietro from all directions, carrying an ominous aura, almost wrapping him from head to toe. This means that Pietro will be certain to die in the near future. Nian looked away calmly, his heart just heavy, not too flustered or frightened. After all, that would be pointless. Nian once discussed it with Gu Yi. The so-called future is just one of many observable timelines. At this moment, everyone's decisions and actions will subvert the future timeline. Therefore, the omen of death that Nian observed in Pietro does not mean that Pietro will definitely die in the future. It can only show that Pietro will face the fate of death in most of the many timelines. Nian didn't mention the death photos he saw. It would only make the person involved worried and scared. He could take countermeasures in advance if he could predict the death. What Nian didn't expect was that he had just been resurrected for 3 days, and he would have to face the rules of death again so soon. After dinner. Wanda originally wanted to pay, but Nian kept her and asked her to stay with Pietro. On the surface, Wanda and Pietro, the brother and sister, were allowed to spend more time together. In fact, Wanda was asked to take care of Pietro, who was severely entangled by the rules of death. Although Nian did not think that the event that led to Pietro's high probability of death would happen tonight. Front desk. Mr. Nian Prince, right? Someone has just paid for your consumption tonight. Who paid for it? Nian was a little confused. He didn't remember asking Alice to pay in advance. She's waiting for you on the 2nd floor. Mentioning the other party, the female manager had a certain awe. Oh. A strange color flashed in Nian's eyes, and he shrugged and said. Please lead the way. Nian followed the female manager to the 2nd floor of the 5-star hotel. The female manager stopped near a half-closed main hall door and did not go in, but respectfully reported to the inside, "Boss, I brought him here." The female manager then gestured to Nian, "She is inside, Mr. Prince, please come in." Her left hand raised politely, like a signpost pointing inward. Nian nodded and walked in without hesitation. His spider sense was not triggered, indicating that there was no potential danger. Nian was also a little curious about who the other party was. Pushing open the door, Nian walked into the main hall on the 2nd floor of the hotel. The main hall was spacious enough to be used as a venue for large high-end banquets. The interior was also magnificent and luxurious. The floor was covered with clean and high-quality red carpets. And the ceiling was hung with exquisite and gorgeous glass hanging lamps. On a single sofa diagonally facing the door, sat the only female figure. The other person was sitting with his legs crossed, smiling, looking at him calmly. "You are." Nian opened his eyes wide, surprised and happy. Chapter 342. Under the warm sunlight of the hanging glass lamp, a young girl sat on a single leather sofa. The girl's dark green fluffy hair casually fell on her shoulders, her nose was high and carved, her eyes were like a pair of emeralds, and her dark red lips were painted with a hint of unruly smile. She had fair and smooth skin and a tall figure. She wore a masculine white shirt, a black suit jacket, and black long trousers. The overall look was neutral. She wore a pair of small black leather shoes, and her slender right foot was lightly placed on her left leg. The small ankle exposed was slender and white. The girl didn't feel uncomfortable even though she crossed her legs. With her domineering aura, she had the urge to let the other person step on her. Of course, Nian naturally didn't have that kind of habit. Seeing the other person, Nian was surprised and happy in his heart. "What? 3 years have passed, and you don't even call me boss when we meet." Nian smiled, "Boss, long time no see." Nian said sincerely, "I just didn't expect that. I was thinking about you just now, and I saw you so soon." "That's right." The person sitting in the main hall on the 2nd floor of the 5-star hotel at this time is the boss of Polaris, Luna. Faced with such direct and sincere words from Nian, Luna was a little uncomfortable for a while. Her no longer flat chest rose and fell slightly, and she responded with a reluctant attitude. "Although I don't know what you have experienced, for you, 3 years have passed just by sleeping, right?" "That's not the case." Nian shook his head, "I have been working hard, and I want to come back every day and see you again." "Stop. Stop." Luna stopped Nian's words, her well-developed chest rose and fell, her coldness and domineering look was gone, her beautiful cheeks flushed lightly, and she scolded with a little dissatisfaction. "Stupid little brother, you haven't been hooking up with other women in the past 3 years, have you? You say a lot of flattering words." Nian blinked, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, even after 3 years, the mature and domineering Lolita boss has become a perfect woman who is mature in all aspects, but she is still cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Hurry up and sit down, are you implying that I'm still short by standing? Lorna snorted and spoke in a tone of scolding a younger brother. Okay, boss. Knowing that this was another way for Lorna to express her concern, Nian immediately sat down on the single chair in front of her. After sitting down, he looked at Lorna with his eyes parallel to each other. Nian was really a little uncomfortable. She was a short-legged lowly before, but now she has grown into a heroic girl over 7 meters tall. Lorna looked at Nian, and she obviously had a lot to say, but she didn't know where to start for a while. It was still Nian who broke the silence first, scratched his head, and said stiffly, "Have you been okay in these 3 years?" Lorna didn't reply, and gently hooked her right index finger, and the leather sofa where Nian was sitting moved forward immediately, almost merging with the single sofa where Lorna was sitting. The legs that were originally crossed were lifted up and placed directly on Nian's thighs. Nian was stunned for a moment, looking at the green-haired girl in front of him, and could smell the faint fragrance of the other person. "You are too quiet, this distance is just right." Lorna crossed her arms and said confidently. "Okay," Nian shrugged. "It should be said that he is worthy of being his boss, and he always does things unconventionally. In addition, even through the pants, he can feel the softness of the slender legs on his body. Even if he is the boss, his body is still a woman's structure and characteristics." Nian dare not say these words directly, otherwise, the boss will definitely compete with him to see who is harder and who is softer. Thank you for saving Pietro in the end. Lorna is still not good at thanking others as she did 3 years ago. She said with her face sideways, "I owe you another favor. You are my boss, isn't this what a younger brother should do?" Nian responded frankly, and his eyes involuntarily fell on the other person's perfect lip shape. Compared with the translucent pink lips that were previously coated with syrup, the dark lips have a unique temptation. Although Nian looked away after a glance, it was obvious that Luna still noticed it. Luna glared at him with dissatisfaction. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing," Nian naturally couldn't admit it at this time. Seeing that Luna was skeptical and wanted to get to the bottom of it, he quickly looked around the hall and changed the subject. "Did you open this hotel?" Luna nodded and responded, 2 years ago, after finishing junior high school with Wanda, I returned to New York and built this hotel with some of my previous funds." She chuckled. "Didn't you notice that many of the waiters and managers here are members of my previous team?" Nian was thoughtful. No wonder he felt familiar with some of the people in the hotel just now. It turned out that many of the people working in the hotel were Luna's subordinates when she was in the underworld. Now that they have returned to the right path in their jobs, they can be regarded as officially cleaned up. What a coincidence. This hotel is located near the headquarters of Future Chronicle. Nian smiled. He did not expect that when he invited Gwen's 2 cousins and the Wanda twins to dinner on Friday afternoon, they would end up at the hotel run by Lorna. Lorna's clear eyes reflected the boy's face. It's not just a coincidence that it's opened near the Future Chronicle company. Lorna thought secretly. "Wanda, Pietro, they are still here, you can go meet them," Nian suggested. "You should recognize each other." Lorna shook her head and refused without hesitation. "It's not the time yet." She paused and whispered, "I'm sure they won't be able to accept it if I suddenly tell them that I have a half-sister." Nian said, "They are not as fragile as you think." Wait for a while. Lorna's face was cold, and her fists on her chest clenched quietly. "So, the boss is also afraid sometimes." Nian's heart twitched slightly, and he opened his mouth to continue persuading, but Lorna stared at him impatiently. "If you say it again, I'll bite you." Nian stopped talking, worried that his iron body would break the boss's little teeth. After all, his resistance to beating is not at the same level as before. The lobby of the 5-star hotel suddenly fell silent again. Forget it, forget it." Lorna suddenly rubbed her soft dark green hair with one hand in annoyance, and rested her head on the back of the chair with her eyes closed. "Come on." "Come for what?" Nian was completely confused. "Don't you want to kiss me?" "I'll kiss you enough." Lorna had a cold face, domineeringly hugged her chest with one hand, and pointed at her soft lips painted with dark lipstick with the slender index finger of her right hand. Chapter 343. In a 5-star hotel. Where did brother go? Why haven't you come back for so long? In the public hall on the first floor, Pietro put the goggles on his forehead again and said something puzzled. The young girl next to him, who was almost half a body shorter than Pietro, said calmly, "Young master, of course, has his own things to do. Wanda, how about I go look for it?" At my speed, I can visit the entire hotel in just 1 second. Try it. How many times have I told you, don't even think about using your abilities outside. Wanda glanced at Pietro with her pale red eyes, and immediately made Pietro droop listlessly. Peter Parker, who was not far away, was also astonished when he saw Pietro, a high school student who was uninhibited in school, being controlled tightly by a young girl who looked like a junior high school student. Peter Parker murmured, "Is that the housekeeper of the eldest brother's house? He is so young. Her name is Wanda, and she is at least older than you," Gwen next to her explained. "Really? She looks like she is only 13 or 14 years old." Pietro glanced at Gwen, then moved closer to Wanda and whispered in a low voice, "Sister, you are no worse than her. If your body grows up, it will definitely be better than her. By then, I will help you take down Brother Nian." Bang! I didn't see how Wanda did anything. Pietro suddenly fell to the ground, his face turned pale, he held his stomach and gasped. A little bit of red, fleeting in the air. Pietro was crying. I promised not to use my superpowers outside. But Pietro knew that his sister Wanda was really angry this time. No matter how weird he was in the past, Wanda would only scold him once or twice, but this was the first time she did it. Wanda stood aside, the violent and cold crimson flashed through her eyes again. Just being a maid and staying by his side is enough. As for who the future mistress will be, she doesn't care. Wanda clenched her fists with both hands and kept thinking silently in her heart. The Crimson Girl seemed to use this as a hint to restrain herself. Under the collar of her coat, the necklace pendant shone with a coquettish scarlet light. "Then I'm here, boss," Nian said softly to the green-haired girl in front of him. "No ink stains." Lorna snorted, without opening her eyes, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and she clenched her fists tighter. He is obviously more mature and domineering than before. But at this time, Nian still felt that the heroic girl wearing men's clothing was so cute. Nian put Lorna's feet on the ground, held the armrests of the chair in front of her with both hands, and gently leaned forward. As the distance between their faces continues to get closer, they can clearly feel each other's faint exhalation and the unique aura of each other. The tips of their noses touch together lightly, and just when Nian wanted to take a step further, his delicate and cold face suddenly turned sideways. "Boss, you won't regret it, right?" Nian said with a wink. "No, it's just that I suddenly want to smoke." Lorna still didn't open her eyes. She took out an ordinary lollipop from her suit jacket pocket, deftly peeled off the plastic film, opened her small mouth and gently took the round candy in her mouth. She skillfully held the candy stick between two fingers of her right hand, and gently licked the candy with her small tongue. The soft pink color was coated with a light layer of water, and she applied it to her soft dark red lips. Under the syrup wrap, the dark red lips became more and more shiny, outlining a seductive arc, and the corners of the mouth were still unruly. Nian was stunned for a moment. "Caca." With a crisp sound. Lorna suddenly bit into the lollipop candy, holding only the empty candy bar in her hand, and whispered, "Little brother, wait for me, to finish smoking." Woo! Her mouth was suddenly blocked, and Lorna opened her eyes suddenly. Her light green eyes were like a mirror, reflecting the boy's face. In the end, Lorna didn't have time to finish the candy. Nian only felt that it was the sweetest candy he had ever tasted. 5 minutes later. Nian's hair turned light green, and his posture changed to sitting back on his sofa, with the heroic girl sitting on his lap. It's just that the boss's arrogance and domineering power are gone, and his body is as weak as water. He has to rely on Nian to hold his slender waist slightly to stabilize him. "Don't be proud, I will always be your boss." Lorna was dissatisfied and reluctant, biting her lower lip that had lost its lipstick color, and buried her face on Nian's chest. "Yes, of course you are my boss, always will be." Young gently hugged the larger green-haired girl, dumbfounded. "Boss Lorna, never show weakness. By the way, boss, I have something to report to you." Nian, who had taken the initiative, stepped into the role and said seriously. "What's the matter?" Lorna asked. Then, Nian talked to Lorna about his fourth permanent Eye of Death ability and the omen of death he saw on Pietro tonight. Pietro, death. After hearing this, Lorna just thought about something and did not have any extreme reaction. This is also the reason why Nian mentioned it to Lorna but did not tell Wanda. Talking to the maid Wanda would only make her too worried. And Lorna has been in the society since she was a child. She started from scratch and has seen many storms. She has her own opinion in doing things and nothing can shake her. "What are you going to do?" Lorna asked softly. "Watch secretly," Nian responded quickly. "I originally wanted to lock up Pietro, for example, put him in the devouring space, but then I thought, we can control him for a while, but we can't lock him up for a lifetime, Nian analyzed. In this case, it is better to let Pietro follow his original destiny. We will secretly observe the fate of Pietro and take action in time to solve the root cause of Pietro's death. My thoughts are the same as yours. Lorna nodded and thought calmly, with the kind of ability Pietro possesses, if it is not for physical reasons, there is only one possibility left, the probability of death. Nian added, I asked the artificial intelligence Alice to confirm that based on Pietro's good physical condition and stable enough mutant genes, it is unlikely that there will be any sudden disease within 10 years. That leaves only one possibility. Lorna stood up slightly and looked at Nian closely. That's right, Nian nodded and said in a deep voice. If Pietro will die in the near future, the only possibility is to be killed by someone. Lorna's eyes flashed coldly. No matter what, Pietro was her brother. Don't worry, I know death very well, Nian said with a smile. He is the person in this world who is most deeply entangled with death, bar none. His rebirth proves that fate can be changed and death can be reversed. Even Ancient One cannot predict the most correct future. As long as things haven't happened yet, he can use some measures and abilities to subvert the changes. So far. 3 years later, the invincible boss and younger brother reunited after a long absence. Chapter 344. The night when Nian and Polaris Lorna reunited. New York, Avengers headquarters. Located in the reception hall on the middle floor. There was no music, no lights, only the moon and neon beams from outside shining in through the large floor-to-ceiling windows. What's going on? Can someone tell me? Thor, the god of thunder, wore the same silver armor and bright red cape as always, and was holding the replacement storm hammer after Mjolnir was crushed. What he didn't expect was that after not paying attention to the situation on Earth for a while, the Avengers had already experienced huge turmoil in the past few days. Faced with the question of Thor, the god of thunder. On the sofa in the hall, 2 men wearing designer suits and ordinary work clothes were silent. Except for the 3 people, there were no other members in the huge place, which seemed extremely deserted. As you can see, Tony Stark shrugged and was the first to break the silence and said. Steve and Captain and I completely fell out. Now, Banner and I are almost the only ones left in the Avengers. A falling out? Why a falling out? Thor, the god of thunder, had eyes as wide as cowbells, and his inner being was electric. Tony Stark crossed his palms and made no response. Saul wanted to continue asking. At this time, Dr. Banner on the side and came to Tony Stark's rescue. Thor, don't ask, he doesn't want to either. Where's Gwen? She was recruited by you, Tony, wouldn't she also have a falling out? Thor is still very optimistic about Gwen. His comprehensive and superior abilities and character, sufficient diligence and sense of responsibility make him a standard hero. It can be said that before the Avengers, half of them were weird or funny, and Gwen was one of the few normal members. She resigned. Tony Stark let out a long breath and rubbed his temples with his hands. However, I have found a new talent, and I may be able to bring him in to fill the vacancies of Alliance members. Now that most of the members are gone, how can we fill in one? I'm off and away from Earth. Thor once again issued a soul torture. Tony Stark was silent for a moment and suddenly said, it seems that we can only restart that plan. Dr. Banner was shocked and looked at Tony solemnly. Do you mean that? That's right. Tony Stark nodded. 3 years ago, he had an idea and plan. That is, the Earth is fully armed with steel suits, and an advanced artificial intelligence based on Jarvis is used as the central control. But later, that plan was suspended due to the large number of heroes on Earth. Now, the Justice League is missing and the Avengers are falling apart. It's time to restart that plan. Tony, have you made your decision? Dr. Banner asked in a deep voice, as if confirming again. It's decided, we'll start restarting tonight. Tony Stark responded firmly. Why can't I understand what you are talking about? Thor, the god of thunder, raised his eyebrows. Tony Stark's face reappeared with pride, and he said with a smile. That was created by the 2 of us, and I named it Ultron. The other side. After dinner with Nian and Gwen, Peter Parker returned alone to Aunt May's house in Queens with his school bag on his back. Halfway through, Peter Parker seemed to suddenly sense something, and with a slight jump, he jumped twice on the street lamp in the outer wall of the nearby building, and quickly reached the top of the 3rd floor with great strength and dexterity. What's going on there? Peter Parker looked at an unmanned bank on the adjacent street. And saw a few mysterious men wearing black clothes and masks on their faces. They were using strange weapons to use lasers to cut open the savings machine and remove a lot of banknotes inside. Stuffed a lot of them into sacks. It's not a bank robbery, is it? Peter Parker opened his eyes excitedly. Has his chance to perform finally come? The next day, morning. Washington, suburban house. Auntie, I won't be back for lunch at noon. Wanda, open a door to New York for me. After washing and eating breakfast, Nian said to the two women at home, one large and one young. Where's dinner? Diana sat elegantly on the sofa in the living room with her legs folded diagonally, like a perfect goddess sculpture, with her undisguised white hair tied into a wife's headband. She lowered her intact and delicate face, holding a professional book to read, and asked in a slow voice. Dinner, depends on the situation, Nian said. At the same time, he had already waved his magic cloak and put on his shoes for going out at the door. Be safe, Diana nodded, as if she knew what Nian was going to do, and didn't ask any more questions. Master. Wanda's little hands were still wet and she hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. Looking at Nian who was about to go out, she hesitated to speak. Her hair was tied with a red ribbon, and a few strands of crimson hair stuck to her white cheeks with beads of sweat. Wanda, you, stay at home today and wait for me to come back. Nian scratched the tip of her nose with his finger, rubbed her little head with a little love and warned her. Finished. Nian turned around and took a step, walked into the portal that Wanda had opened before, and disappeared among the rotating stars. Miss Diana, the young master, Wanda covered her chest and looked behind her at Diana, who was still sitting calmly on the sofa. Don't worry, Wanda. Diana turned the pages and whispered, in New York, there are only some things to deal with at the company, Alice will be watching, he has been lying for so long, let him move around outside for a while. Wanda clenched her palm slightly, always feeling that Master Nian was hiding something from her. The other side of the portal. Future Chronicle headquarters, in the top floor office. Mars rotated rapidly in the low sky of the living room, and Nian, who crossed the portal, was suddenly stunned. In the depths of the office that looked like a luxury suite, a tall and sexy girl sat up on the oversized round bed. The girl rubbed her messy dark green hair with one hand, and her bare feet gently stepped on the floor. This is not the point. The point is that the other person was only wearing a white shirt, with the open collar tilted to one side of the body, revealing the perfectly curved collarbone and left shoulder, and the hem of the shirt barely hung down to the thigh, revealing two slender and even legs. In the morning light outside the window, everything was white and glossy. Seeing Nian coming out of the portal, the green-haired girl raised her lips and waved casually to greet him, "Good morning, little brother." Without waiting for her to finish her words, Nian suddenly rushed forward and pushed him down again. Although nothing happened last night, and the other party was here for other reasons. But, if Wanda saw her former deskmate, actually her little sister, lying on the bed here, Nian didn't dare to think about the consequences. Chapter 345. Plop, plop, plop. Nian blocked the green-haired girl's body with his body, and his heartbeat accelerated. Scared. Behind him. In the living room, a large number of sparks rustled onto the floor. Immediately, the circular portal in the low sky began to shrink until it completely disappeared from the center of the living room, and the last spark was extinguished in the air. Nian breathed a sigh of relief. Only. When Nian came back to his senses, he suddenly found that his palm was pressed against a soft ball. Does it feel good? The girl asked calmly, looking at him with a half-smile. Not bad, Nian replied subconsciously. The next moment, the young man flew out of the bed and was obviously kicked hard. Nian lay on the ground with his back touching the ground, and then stepped hard on his chest with one bare foot. Brother, did you stimulate your hormones early in the morning? Lorna snorted dissatisfied, stepped on Nian with her white feet, leaned forward with her tall and graceful body, put her hand on her bent right leg, and stared at him condescendingly. Nian didn't respond in a daze. His eyes subconsciously followed the slender snow-white feet. Lorna was also stunned for a moment, and then she realized something was wrong. Boss, you'd better change into a set of clothes first, Nian reminded kindly, covering his eyes with his palms, but leaving enough space for his fingers. The morning drama is over. When Lorna came out of the shower room, her dark green hair was still a little damp. She had put on a formal and neat suit jacket and black trousers, looking beautiful and heroic. If you dare to tell me what happened just now, you will be dead. Lorna patted her suit jacket with both hands and glanced at Nian with her light green eyes. Nian raised his hand and said seriously, I promise to take this secret to the grave if I can die. The shame flashed in Lorna's eyes. If it were another person, even 3 deaths would not be enough, but it was this stupid little brother. Forget what you just saw. Lorna added. Boss, this is a bit overwhelming. Nian blinked helplessly. After all, the memory is so profound. Under Lorna's cold gaze, Nian quickly changed his words, try to forget. Okay, let's get back to the topic, Lorna hummed. Nian breathed a sigh of relief. He snapped his fingers and asked, Alice, how is your current condition? The curtains automatically draw halfway, making the room dim and comfortable. Alice's sweet words sounded from the room. Target no, one Pietro returned home last night and played video games until 2 in the morning, after going to bed, he has not woken up yet. A virtual projection appeared in front of Nian and Lorna. Visible. In the single room, Pietro was lying on the bed, fast asleep, his silver hair was as messy as a chicken coop, and the game controller was thrown casually on the ground. Pietro knew nothing about the omens of death in himself and the peeping in the dark. His sleeping posture looks quite like yours, we should be considered a family, Nian couldn't help but laugh. After Lorna glared at him, Nian restrained himself. However, one thing is certain. That is to say, the incident that most likely led to Pietro's death has obviously not happened yet, and there are no clues. Where's target number 2? Nian asked. Preparing to report to you. Artificial intelligence, Alice replied. Late last night, at 10:05, the second target, Peter Parker, witnessed a group of 4 masked gangsters destroying the center of 10th Street in Queens with suspected alien weapons, bank savings machine. Peter Parker had an argument when he stepped forward to stop him. In the end, the alien weapon lost control, causing the bank and a small convenience store next to it to collapse. No one was injured. The virtual projection also played New York's morning news. In the news footage, Spider-Man was shown fighting with gangsters. Last night? Why did you tell me now? Alice responded a little aggrievedly. At that time, the master had already fallen asleep at home. I figured that this matter was still under control, so I didn't wake you up. I know this, Lorna said from the side. All right. Nian shrugged and asked, how is the situation now? Alice, just now, Peter Parker discovered the traces of the suspected robbers and boarded a small and medium-sized tourist boat in the harbor of New York, carrying 500 passengers. Tell me the detailed address. Nian thought for a while and said directly. Do you need me to come with you? Lorna asked. No need, Nian shook his head and said. You continue to stay here and pay close attention to the situation of No. 1 Pietro. If anything happens, ask Alice to notify me in time. I will go over to No. 2 to confirm one thing. With that said, Nian was about to leave resolutely. Wait a moment. Lorna stopped him in time. Nian turned around in confusion, only to see Lorna lick her soft lips lightly, making them moist and shiny. Lorna exhaled, looked directly at him and said, I think you need this. Nian felt sincerely. It should be said that he is worthy of being my boss. So understanding. Haikou, New York, thousands of meters offshore. The sun was shining brightly, and the waves were sparkling on the sea. A 4-story passenger ship about 40 meters long was sailing slowly. The passengers in the cabin and on the guardrail were chatting or taking pictures, and the scene was peaceful and tranquil. But at this moment, an accident happened. Just heard a puff sound. A hot laser beam burst out from the cabin, like a lightsaber, rotating up and down, cutting the entire passenger ship in half. The crew and passengers on the ship were stunned at first, and then they were surprised to see that the metal cut in the middle of the passenger ship was melted flat, and the passenger ship that was split in 2 began to fall into the sea. For a while, there were exclamations and screams in the ship. No, no, no. A nimble figure wearing a red and black spider suit jumped out of the cabin. Looking at the passenger ship that was about to capsize indirectly because of him, Spider-Man Peter Parker's scalp suddenly numbed and his heart sank to the bottom. Remedy, must be remedied quickly. With the help of the built-in intelligence system of the spider suit produced by Stark Industries. Little Spider-Man quickly sent out a large amount of spider silk and spider webs to stick the 2 parts of the passenger ship together. Barely letting the 2 parts of the hull hang on the sea at an angle, but it could only slow down the speed of capsizing. Explode, explode, explode. The spider silk that fixed the hull began to break one by one. No, don't do this. Peter Parker was so anxious that his sweat soaked his spider suit. He could only use his hands to hold the spider silk at both ends tightly, but the hull still collapsed and capsized irretrievably. No. Just when Spider-Man Peter Parker was desperate. Crack. The 2 parts of the passenger ship that were about to capsize in the sea on both sides suddenly closed back, as if they were healed by themselves, as if they were pushed together by a pair of invisible big hands. Little Spider-Man quickly swung the spider silk to the top of the passenger ship, raised his eyes and saw an Iron Man figure floating above the sea. Mr. Stark. Spider-Man's words were on the tip of his tongue, but he stopped quickly. That's not Iron Man. The helmet, armor, and boots are all made of metal, and the overall appearance presents a cold arc of the assembly line. Wearing this silver cold armor, only a pair of light blue eyes can be seen. Without any engine brake, standing quietly in the sky. The mysterious existence waved his hand down, and the steel bars and iron bars of the entire passenger ship automatically bent and nailed the melted cut. The iron sheet on the ship rolled up automatically, patching every gap, so that the ship's capsizing crisis was instantly resolved. Completed all this. The mysterious existence glanced at Spider-Man, and was about to fly away, but was stopped by Spider-Man below. "Thank you very much, sir. Who are you?" The figure of the mysterious existence paused in the air, and the voice with a thick metal texture responded calmly. "You can call me Magneto." Chapter 346. My name is Magneto. The young man wearing a metal armor was suspended dozens of meters above the sea. His bright light blue eyes were plain and domineering. He moved his fingers and an iron railing on the passenger ship immediately bent like a chain, carrying all the people outside the cabin. Star Weapon locked the 2 or 3 big men who were trying to escape. The crisis on board was resolved instantly. Standing on the roof of the passenger ship, Peter Parker, the little Spider-Man, looked up at the figure and was lost in thought for a moment. The mysterious being who calls himself Magneto also looks down at Spider-Man. This is naturally Nian, who holds Lorna's temporary abilities and some disguises. Under the gaze of death. The black mist that embodied the concept of death on Spider-Man's body decreased sharply by a small amount, but it was still condensing slowly and did not completely collapse. Nian suddenly understood. This means that the recent incident that may have led to the death of Peter Parker is indeed the source of the current dispute, but the real root cause and the behind-the-scenes of the incident have not yet been resolved. Actually, compared with Pietro's omen of death, the matter on Peter Parker's side is not very important. After all, there is not much black mist of death. Even if Nian left it alone, the probability of Peter Parker's death this time was extremely low, and at most he would only be injured. Therefore, Nian's move this time was more for testing and confirmation. Now, his knowledge of the Eye of Death's abilities has increased. Through real-time observation of the black mist, Nian can predict the dangerous situation behind and completely grasp the risk level of the people around him. This is another kind of predicting the future from a special perspective. Just compared to the complexity of the many timelines observed by Ancient One, the function of the Eye of Death is simpler and purer. Knowing and witnessing death in advance is not terrible. As long as you dare to face and deal with it, Nian can help people around you escape disaster. Death will always be one step behind him. This is the real way to open the 4th permanent ability, Eye of Death. Nian, who was standing in the air with his metal armor, was about to leave when he suddenly looked towards the sea as if aware. Visible. A golden-red humanoid figure was like a small rocket, spraying eye-catching tail flames and approaching the passenger ship airspace from a distance. The engine in his hands suddenly spurted forward, and Iron Man immediately stopped high above the sea, standing opposite Nian, who was wearing armor. "Mr. Stark." Spider-Man opened his eyes wide in surprise, and he would not admit his mistake this time. After all, the white light overflowing from the chest and eye sockets, as well as the too cool gold and red paint of the steel suit, undoubtedly revealed the opponent's identity. Nian ignored the other party and flew away to one side. "Wait a minute!" Iron Man shouted. "What?" Nian glanced at the other party calmly. "Mr. Stark, he just saved me and a whole boatload of people." Spider-Man said hurriedly, worried that the hero he admired would confront the mysterious man who had just rescued him. "I know, I saw the live video on your suit." Iron Man replied to Little Spider, but his metal eyes filled with white light kept pointing in the direction of Nian without shifting in the middle. "I want to know, what ability did you use just now?" "I have seen similar abilities like this before. Do you know a little girl with green hair?" He paused and said, "No, 3 years have passed and she should no longer be a little girl." "I shouldn't have any obligation to answer, right?" Nian said casually. Iron Man was silent for a moment and said, "According to the current hero restriction agreement. Any extraordinary person who has not signed the agreement and uses extraordinary abilities without authorization is equivalent to violating local legal treaties and will be wanted and sanctioned globally." Protocol. Nian sneered at this. Since his resurrection, he has not been able to understand this so-called agreement. To save people and save the world, we need to report to the Joint Council in advance, and it needs to be approved before action can be taken. You can't limit villains, so you decide to limit superheroes. If this agreement had come out earlier, the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. How could we wait until today? It's no wonder Gwen chose to quit the Avengers. This agreement has no effect on the villains. It sanctions the collective of superheroes and their personal values of justice. Fortunately, he is not a superhero. Nian secretly took a chance, ignored Iron Man's words of persuasion, and flew away to one side. Etc. Iron Man flew forward, trying to stop him with his hand. But seeing that Nian's speed did not slow down, he waved his right hand back, and there was a magnetic green fluorescence lingering on his hand. There was no physical contact even though they were separated from each other. The Iron Man immediately looked like a fly that had been swatted away. He flew out diagonally downwards and crashed into the sea next to the passenger ship, causing a splash of more than 10 meters high. Mr. Stark. Looking at Iron Man, who failed to even succeed in a confrontation and was defeated in one blow, Spider-Man didn't know what to say for a moment. I'm fine, I'm not here myself. The Iron Man rushed out of the sea with a crash, looked at Nian, who had disappeared into the sky, and said weakly. Even if I were here, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything. Face that ability. At this time. Avengers headquarters, top floor. Tank, Tony Stark muttered to himself, taking off the remote control glasses that flashed virtual images. What Chinka? Dr. Banner looked at him doubtfully and asked. Tony Stark recalled what had just happened and finally shook his head, nothing. This is not a glamorous thing. However, it was indeed difficult for him to report a wanted person who had just rescued a ship's passengers. Anyway, Tony, we finally succeeded, Dr. Banner said excitedly. Yeah, it worked. Tony Stark looked forward with him. On the workbench, a golden sphere appeared in the virtual projection. The golden sphere is hollow and is composed of countless codes. It is constantly rotating and deriving, as if it is deducing something. Hello, I'm Ultron, a mechanical voice without any emotion sounded. Implant the core instructions into it first, Dr. Banner suggested. Tony Stark pondered for a moment, and then said with twinkling eyes. Then, with saving the Earth and clearing hidden dangers as the core of the first intelligent deduction, the plan will be named Age of Ultron. He thought for a moment and added. In addition, develop a non-metallic anti-model suit immediately. Iron Man Tony Stark is really scared of being beaten. Future Anniversary Headquarters, top floor office. Bang! Nian flew in through the open window, and the moment he landed on the floor, his helmet and armor kept falling off. The young man's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about something. What's wrong? The green-haired girl with a domineering aura but holding a lollipop in her mouth walked out and asked curiously. The small matter has been resolved. Young responded loudly. Due to an unexpected encounter with Iron Man, he suddenly thought of a way to deal with the agreement. Chapter 347. Future Chronicle Headquarters, in the top floor office. The window behind him closed automatically. Nian asked Luna in the room, how is the situation here? Look, he's still sleeping. Lorna held a lollipop in her mouth, pouted her lips boredly, and gestured to the virtual projection. Under the surveillance camera, Pietro was indeed still sleeping in bed, but his lying position had changed. This kid, is he dead in his sleep? Nian laughed dumbly. Nian suddenly remembered something and suggested. Boss, while we have time, let's build something. What do you want to build? Do you need me? Nian nodded and replied, to build a human, of course you are needed. Swish. Accompanied by a light sound, the tip of a metal knife hovered near the pupil of Nian's left eye. Lorna crossed her legs and asked coldly, little brother, tell me again, what are you going to make? Nian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said hurriedly, it's a slip of the tongue, it's not a slip of the tongue, it's indeed making a human being, but it's not the kind of human being you think. What kind? Lorna frowned slightly. She didn't know why, but she was inexplicably disappointed. A few hours later, from morning to afternoon. Boss, hold on a little longer. Push harder. It's very tiring and hurts your waist. Tisk, isn't it a body of steel? The black-haired boy and the green-haired girl were almost exhausted and sweating. Lorna even took off her suit jacket, and only wore a thin white shirt on her upper body. A few strands of dark green stuck to her fair cheeks, and her small mouth kept exhaling hot air, which looked very charming. Nian had no flaws to appreciate it, and was so tired that he sat directly on the floor. Both of them had green magnetic light lingering on their hands. They moved forward and applied it to a petite metal body. It was a metal statue in the shape of a girl, with a body curved like an assembly line, and the expression and anthropomorphism were lifelike. If it were ordinary metal, it would not take much time to polish it, but the material at the moment was vibranium. The hardest metal on Earth, bar none. With the current technological level of the Earth, it is impossible to melt vibranium, even alien technology is difficult to handle. Even if you rely on the ability to control metal, it is always difficult for one person to change the structure of vibranium. Only with the combined ability of Nian and Luna can this be done, and the body of the vibranium girl is anthropomorphized. Why do you suddenly want to create such an artificial person? Luna looked at the vibranium girl who helped to create it, and her face also showed a sense of accomplishment, and then she asked in confusion. Nian wiped the sweat off his face and replied casually, I don't have any special ideas, I just have vibranium, manpower, and time, and I just want to make one to play with. Lorna was silent. Then, Luna rushed forward, opened her little mouth and bit Nian's neck. You think I'm a laborer, right? I don't dare, I don't dare. After a few commotions, Nian also took this opportunity to continue his temporary ability to control metal. Can this thing move? Luna looked at the vibranium girl statue and asked curiously. No, Nian responded very straightforwardly. Before, the so-called Vision, a robot made of vibranium, was actually modified according to the Iron Man suit. And his one was made according to a real human body. But because of this, it can't act online like ordinary robots. This is a collection. Nian knocked on the vibranium girl statue that looked like a high-end made figurine and smiled slightly. Oh, Nian suddenly lost interest. At this moment, she suddenly froze, and touched her chest as if she had sensed something. Under the white shirt, the metal necklace pendant hanging on Luna's neck flashed a yellow light, and then quickly went out. Luna touched the soul necklace, and looked at the vibranium girl statue that Nian was knocking on, wondering what she was thinking. That night. New York City, thousands of meters above. An unmanned fighter plane that entered stealth mode was automatically driving to the destination designed by the system. Inside the cabin. This is rich. A middle-aged man opened the box and looked at the box full of steel armor energy tank cores overflowing with white light, and his face showed ecstasy. At the same time. The shell of the unmanned fighter plane, the belly of the plane. A person wearing a low-quality red tights and a cloth hood, lying here on the belly of the fighter plane, shivering in the wild wind. Looking at the swaying lights of the city thousands of meters below. Peter Parker smiled bitterly, why should I go against the father of the girl I secretly love at her birthday party? Yes, why are you here? A plain word came from the side. Because I want to be a hero, a superhero. Peter Parker replied subconsciously, and then he was stunned again. It can be seen that a familiar figure stood on the outer shell of the plane next to him, and his iron boots and the fuselage were like positive and negative magnets stuck together. Magneto, Mr. Magneto. Peter Parker opened his eyes wide in surprise. You and your cousin are really similar in temperament, you can be reckless when facing others, and you will gamble your life if you disagree, the mysterious existence shrugged, and a pair of light blue eyes stared at Spider-Man. You know my cousin. Wait, you know my real identity? Peter Parker was a little confused. There were so many things that shocked him that he didn't know which one to be surprised about. Nian lowered his eyes and asked, where is your original battle suit? Peter Parker responded dejectedly, today, things went wrong, so Mr. Stark took it back. It's a torn piece of clothing, there's no need to be precious, Nian comforted. Peter Parker was speechless. It was the first time someone said that Mr. Stark's work was shabby. By the way, Mr. Magneto, Peter Parker said anxiously. This fighter plane is loaded with weapons and equipment of the Avengers, a thief named Vulture is trying to steal it on this fighter plane. I already know it, Nian nodded. All? Peter Parker said unconvinced. All, Nian nodded. Daytime. Now that the source of Peter Parker's crisis has been found, the source is easy to find. With the help of Alice, the provider of the alien weapons circulating outside is quickly confirmed. Nicknamed Vulture, he was responsible for managing the battlefield of the Battle of New York and cleaning up the wreckage of alien spacecraft. What surprised Nian was that the true identity of Vulture had some connection with himself 3 years ago, which was one of the reasons that prompted him to intervene in this matter. Mr. Magneto, how do you need my cooperation? Let's go together. Just hold on to the fuselage and don't fall down. While Nian was speaking, his light blue eyes were as bright as in the night, and his outstretched right hand was surrounded by a burst of green fluorescence. Magnetic field flow. Nian gently grasped the fighter plane, and the next moment, the fighter plane was trembling and stopped in the sky above the city. Chapter 348. New York City, thousands of meters above. Ho-ho. Spider-Man Peter Parker, who was lying under the belly of the invisible fighter plane with his spider powers, was stunned. The strong wind at high altitude was as cold as ever, like invisible knives. It made the low-quality tights on his body move wildly, and even wearing a hood made his face hurt. But the special carrier aircraft, which was originally in stealth mode and driving automatically, now stood motionless in the night sky. Spider-Man subconsciously looked sideways at the engine of the plane next to him. It could be seen that the propeller in the shape of a fan in the engine mouth was still rotating. And it continued to spray out enough airflow to move the plane forward. But it was as if there was another force 10 times more powerful than the braking force of the aircraft itself, firmly immobilizing the fighter plane in the night sky of the city. Buzz! A faint green fluorescence lingered on the right hand held by Sue, like a rippling tide, and the magnetic field was intertwined and swept outward. In the magnetic mode, Nian seemed to be holding the fighter with his bare hands. Mr. Magneto, so awesome. Spider-Man observed this scene in shock. This is even more amazing than closing and repairing the hull of a passenger ship that was split in two during the day. Masturbating with one hand, what kind of superpower is this? In Spider-Man's heart, he instinctively compared the Iron Man he had always admired with the current figure of the same Iron Man, and couldn't help but think of the scene in the morning when Iron Man was killed with one blow. Sorry, Mr. Stark, I didn't mean to. Peter Parker muttered helplessly. But at this moment, Nian looked at the side of the fuselage as if aware of it. With a boom, there was a huge explosion inside the fuselage. The outer shell of the aircraft was opened over a large area, and thick smoke and flames spewed out from it. Boom! The plane fixed at high altitude by the magnetic field trembled violently. When the stealth mode of the fighter plane was released, most residents in New York City looked up and were shocked to see orange flames blooming in the night sky. Whoa! Due to the violent shaking of the fuselage and the heat wave and impact caused by the explosion of the fuselage, Spider-Man was thrown away. At the same time, on the intact fuselage on the other side of the fighter jet, a man spread out a pair of steel wings behind his back. His feet were equipped with steel hooks like eagle claws. He grabbed a box of strategic weapons and resources in the fighter jet and fluttered his wings towards it. The vast night sky flies away. Broken. Spider-Man kept flipping in the air and hurriedly used the spider web launcher. The launched webbing stuck to the fuselage, but it broke away along with the broken fuselage fragments and fell thousands of meters below. At the critical moment, a right hand covered in metal armor reached out, hugged Spider-Man directly, and tucked it under his arm. Sorry, Mr. Magneto. It affected you. Spider-Man was mortified and shouted, he's getting away. Don't worry, he can't run away, Shi-Yung said in a low voice, not looking anxious. It must be said that the other party was indeed very smart and decisive in doing things. He realized that he was no match for him, so he immediately created an explosion and took the opportunity to escape. What a pity. If you change to a temporary ability, maybe the opponent will really run away. What kind of guy is that? He actually fixed the plane in the sky. Fortunately, I reacted in time. Spreading out its 4 to 5 meter long steel wing engine and speeding away, the Vulture glanced at the fighter plane blazing in the distance behind him and was shocked. Fortunately, the other party is still too young. Just as the Vulture was thinking of this, he was suddenly surprised to find that the scenery on both sides was receding. He was clearly accelerating forward, but his body was retreating uncontrollably. Wrong. The Vulture soon came to his senses. It's not that his body is out of control, but the alien armor and steel wings he wears. No, damn it. But even if he knew this, the Vulture could only do nothing and retreat back to the fighter plane together with the strategic materials grabbed by the steel claws. After all, Vulture relies on this set of alien equipment. If he gives up the alien equipment, he is just an ordinary person. Less than 3 seconds. The Vulture was controlled by the steel wings and armor on his body, and he turned back to the interior of the cabin abruptly, and put the strategic weapons he was holding back on the deck. Knock off. Nian, who was standing on top of the fighter plane's head, shrugged. He held little Spider-Man under his left arm, and pressed down with his green fluorescent right hand, causing the entire damaged fighter plane to fly down. So strong. Spider-Man, who was watching the whole battle, had eyes shining brightly, except that he felt sincerely that the opponent was very strong. I don't know why, but I always feel that there is a familiar feeling of intimacy in the other person. Mr. Magneto, have we met somewhere? Spider-Man couldn't help but ask. Maybe, Nian said casually. I will definitely become a superhero like you in the future. Spider-Man vowed. Nian smiled and said hoarsely, then you picked the wrong target, I'm not a superhero. Huh. Spider-Man Peter Parker was stunned for a moment. At this time, the damaged fighter plane without braking made an emergency landing vertically on a vacant lot in a factory in New York. Okay, you're fine. Nian let go and placed Spider-Man on the top of the plane. Under the calm gaze of his light blue eyes, the black mist on the opponent's body completely dissipated, and the recent death coefficient returned to 0. Nian warned Spider-Man, don't be so reckless next time, otherwise, it is very likely that the person you want to save cannot be saved, and it will hurt others and kill yourself. Mr. Magneto, I understand. Spider-Man took off his hood, revealing the resolute face of a young boy. That's it, I'll take the robber away. Nian turned around and flew directly into the night sky. He hooked his fingers, and the vulture was immediately carried by the steel wings, flew out of the cabin, and left closely behind him. Looking at the retreating figures of Magneto and Vulture, standing alone on the fighter plane, Peter Parker couldn't help shouting, "Mr. Magneto, you said you are not a superhero, so why did you save me?" There was no response. Until, at the end, when the two figures disappeared into the night sky, a plain voice came back. "You'll find out later. It's just to save my family, no reason is needed." The corner of Nian's mouth raised, and he led the vulture to land on the riverbank in a deserted urban area. The moment he landed, wearing a steel helmet, his eyes flashed with electronic red light, and he wore patchwork alien armor. He carried a pair of large steel wings on his back, and his feet were made of cold and sharp eagle claws. The vulture stumbled towards Nian. "Do you still want to continue?" Nian shook his head and pointed forward. The vulture that had just taken a step immediately stopped 3 meters in front of him. He knocked in the air. Suddenly, steel wings, red light helmet, alien armor, steel eagle claws. Everything cracked open and fell off from the vulture's body. A middle-aged man wearing ordinary work clothes stood there. He looked blankly at the scrap metal on the ground, and then knelt down on the ground on the river bank in a dejected manner. It's not even a disastrous defeat. Resistance and escape are pale and futile, even if you know the opponent's ability. It is precisely because of the ability to judge the other party. That's why the vulture becomes more and more desperate and desolate. The man in front of him is the absolute nemesis of the metal technology branch. Chapter 349. I lost, whatever you want is up to you. The vulture knelt on the ground, placed his hands on the ground, and lowered his head. "Let me ask you a question." Nian looked down at him. "Have you ever thought about hurting that boy just now?" "No," the vulture shook his head and gritted his teeth. "It's just that he is too annoying and keeps chasing me." "Okay, you saved your life." Nian believed that what the other party said was true. "Are you going to let me go?" Vulture looked up at Nian. "Who said that?" "I just won't kill you, you still have to be sent to jail." Vulture suddenly felt that the other party was more of a villain than himself. "I have another question." Nian's light blue eyes were bright. "You ask," the vulture responded decadently. "Why did you steal the Avengers' things?" Nian asked curiously. "What else do you need to say?" "Of course, arm yourself and make more money." The vulture said in a deep voice, "Now, the so-called heroic age is actually a chaotic era with endless extraordinary beings. Without some extraordinary strength and equipment, how can you protect the future of yourself and your family? Besides, that alien weapon originally belonged to me. I was previously responsible for the post-war area inventory of the Battle of New York, but was later forcibly kicked out by S.H.I.E.L.D. It turns out that after you resigned as a professor, you became a professional garbage collector," Nian suddenly realized. The vulture was silent. It was indeed the war debris and garbage of the alien legion, but who could regard it as real garbage? That contains the products of extraterrestrial civilizations that exceed the current technological level of the Earth. Wait a moment. Did you just say professor? You know my true identity? Of course, Nian said calmly. After all, I was once your student, Professor Adrian Toombs. Hearing this, the vulture stared at Nian. Who are you? Professor, do you still remember me? Nian smiled, reached out and took off the steel mask, revealing a delicate and young face. Classmate Nian. Adrian looked dull. Although several years had passed, he obviously still remembered the boy he taught. That high school student who was usually ordinary and loved to study suddenly dropped out of school without any warning 3 years ago. Long time no see, Professor, Nian smiled slightly and said hello. I didn't expect it was you, Adrian muttered to himself, suddenly feeling a little ashamed. After all, 3 years ago, I was still standing on the sacred platform, but now I suddenly look back and realize that my hands are dirty, I am stuck in the mire, and I have started a dark business of theft and crime. Nian seemed to know what he was thinking and said, you can still turn around, get on the right track and use your talents. How can I look back? Adrian looked down at himself and said with a wry smile. The company I run is in need of talents who can inventory and develop and research extraterrestrial garbage, Nian said seriously. I think you are suitable for the position of Director of Recycling Extraterrestrial Garbage. You got alien junk? Adrian's eyes instinctively lit up, and he immediately asked, what company? Next year, Nian responded bluntly. Adrian fell silent. On the current Earth in the 21st century, no one does not know the future. In the past 3 years, future anniversary has become synonymous with cutting-edge technology. Is this how God closed a door for me and opened a window for me? Adrian took a deep breath, his eyes glowed again, and he said in a deep voice to Nian. I can do whatever you want, as long as we can count the alien trash. Nian thought for a while and arranged, you should surrender first and explain the facts of the crime, don't worry, you will be out soon. Okay, I believe you. Adrian nodded without hesitation, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. He regained his fighting spirit. The neon lights of the city are reflected on the river. Nian stood on the shore shrouded in darkness and watched Adrian walking alone towards the brightly lit city. Adrian Toombs, the vulture, is not actually a villain in the true sense. He never thought of harming others from the beginning to the end, he just went astray because of alien garbage. In addition, the other party is likely to be the future father-in-law of Peter Parker, so Nian is still willing to give him a chance. Nian looked away, frowned slightly, and looked in the direction of the Avengers headquarters. Something feels not quite right. Although the Avengers are now in name only and are seriously short of manpower, but the Avengers fighter plane carrying supplies was destroyed, Iron Man will at least come to check it out, right? But so far, the Avengers have not responded to the events happening here. This can only mean that the other party may have encountered a bigger and more serious incident. Suddenly, Nian's cell phone beeped. The voice of artificial intelligence Alice sounded, Master, there is a situation over there with Lorna. Nian's face condensed slightly and he said solemnly, I'll go back right away. At the same time, in the Avengers headquarters building, there are no lights in the entire building. The superhero-only floor on the top floor was a mess. The ceiling, floor, and walls were full of dents and burnt marks, and there were fragments of glass and furniture everywhere. Obviously, there had just been a battle here. Ha! Thor exhaled a breath of hot air. His hair was disheveled, and his red cape was hanging down. He maintained the attack posture of swinging the hammer. The end of the storm hammer in his right hand directly smashed a hole in the floor, and in the hole lay a silver Iron Man with electric current. It was the iron suit of Stark Industries, an early Mark model that had not been painted yet. The unmanned iron suit had been smashed in the chest at this time, and half of the iron head was shining, staring at Thor indifferently. God! It made an extremely sharp and hoarse voice. Next to it, a 2 or 3 meter tall green monster roared, and with its broad and rough hands, it tore another iron suit that tried to attack itself. Only one steel head was left, rolling to the ground like a ball, making a hoarse and sharp sound. Humans are a cancer. We must eliminate them and save the world. The steel head finished what he had just said. Bang! The Hulk stepped on the steel head and flattened it along with the floor. Tony, what's going on? Why is your steel suit attacking us? Thor shouted in doubt. Not far away. Tony Stark was not wearing the steel suit, only his right hand was covered with an armored hand engine. He leaned against the wall, looked at the steel head that was flattened by the Hulk, and smiled bitterly. This is bad. Chapter 350. Future Chronicle Headquarters, Top Floor Office. With a clang, Nian, wearing steel armor, fell from the sky back to the open-air balcony on one side. The French window door on the top floor opened, and a green-haired girl in a men's suit quickly came out to greet him. In an instant, Nian realized that there should be a change in the situation on the side of Target No. After all, with the boss's proud temperament, he would never specially welcome his younger brother. Sure enough. Lorna said calmly, Pietro is missing. Missing? Nian's face sank, and he walked into the office that was better than a luxury suite. Master, this is the surveillance video of Target No, one's home 5 minutes ago, Alice quickly reported while calling up the virtual projection. It can be seen that the surveillance camera is the perspective of Pietro's room. 5 minutes ago. Pietro was wearing pajamas, sitting cross-legged on his bed playing video games. His hands were clacking and operating. And the speed of his 10 fingers turned into a blurred afterimage, so that the game characters in the video game could not keep up with his operation feedback. At this moment, Pietro looked down at the electronic watch on his left wrist, as if he remembered something, his face changed slightly, and he threw the damaged handle in his hand to the side. Then, the handle has not yet landed. In the next frame of the surveillance video, Pietro disappeared directly on the bed, and the whole person seemed to evaporate. If someone else saw this scene in the surveillance video, I'm afraid they would be scared to death. However, Nian was obviously accustomed to the extraordinary. Where did this kid go in the middle of the night? Nian muttered to himself. He and Luna knew very well that Pietro did not disappear. It was that the other party's speed was too fast, exceeding the frame rate that the surveillance camera could capture. Since Pietro's figure did not appear in the house. This means that the other party has gone out. Boss, don't worry, I will find him. Nian looked at Lu Na standing aside, stretched out his hand to hold the other party's clenched right hand, and comforted him confidently. He knew that although Lu Na was domineering, she seemed to not care about anything. In fact, just like 3 years ago, she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and she cared about her family very much. Therefore, when dealing with current things, she will slightly lose her previous calmness and composure. But it doesn't matter. Nian smiled. If you can't do it, let me help you achieve it. This is my duty. Lorna didn't shake off Nian's hand as usual, and let the boy hold it gently. While Nian was watching the virtual projection, Luna glanced at the boy's handsome face, looking at the boy who took this matter seriously as his own business. She didn't expect that she, who had always been independent and believed that she could accomplish anything by herself, would have a day so dependent on others. Every time she was around, Luna found that she would become weak. The hard shell of self-disguise from childhood to adulthood will always be inadvertently uncovered by the other party to reveal the inner softness. Because he is a younger brother, it doesn't matter. Every time, Luna would use this as a voice to comfort herself, and then step by step, she would think of this most special younger brother at the first time when encountering something, and instinctively want to rely on him. Luna found that when Nian was around, she would be more like a woman. So, is this the case? Luna whispered to herself. Her light green eyes were clear and bright, and at this moment she seemed to understand something. Boss, what are you talking about? Nian glanced at her blankly, and did not forget to issue an order to Alice. Use all satellites in the future era to scan the global monitoring network and find out Pietro's location as soon as possible. Nothing. Luna shook her head gently, and the corners of her mouth rose quietly. Her right hand, which was originally clenched into a fist, relaxed and let Nian's big hand wrap it. Sokovia. This is a small country with no resources in the inland of Eastern Europe, which is mountainous, poor and turbulent. It's called a country, but it's actually the size of a city. At this time, Sokovia, in the city. Wearing peaked caps and masks, a man and a woman walked hand in hand on the street, like travelers from foreign countries, revealing a pair of light green and light blue eyes respectively. Is Pietro really here? The girlfriend looked around and asked curiously. Alice tracked the location of his mobile phone. It's here. The two young male companions shrugged and replied with a little surprise. The current location is nearly 13 time differences from New York, more than a hemisphere away. So, it's still night in New York. It's already a new day in Sokovia. The sun is rising from the dome of the snow-capped mountains in the east. Brilliant golden light falls on the city, and the cold white mist in the early morning melts in the air. Only Pietro, in less than 5 minutes, suddenly ran so far away. Brother, I feel something is wrong. This place gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. Lorna moved closer to Nian and whispered. I feel the same way. Nian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his spider sense swept outward. He could see many ragged locals behind the two of them, looking at them with empty and weird eyes. The streets here are narrow and dilapidated, and the buildings seem to have been left over from World War II, with a smell of gunpowder. Only scattered local residents can be seen, and the word prosperous is even more unrelated. Adding to the continuous snow-capped mountains surrounding the city, it is not like a so-called paradise, but more like a large city prison. Just at this moment. At the corner of a street in front, a cheerful voice suddenly came, dispersing the coldness and depression of the city. Nian and Lu Na looked at each other and quickened their pace at the same time. It can be seen that the street corner not far away. A dozen local children with ragged clothes surrounded a silver-haired boy wearing goggles, and their gray faces were full of expectation, waving their arms forward. Don't worry, everyone has a share, everyone has a share. Pietro grabbed handfuls of candy from his windbreaker pocket and stuffed them into the hands of local children. Watching this scene by the wall, Nian and Lu Na looked at each other. It turned out that this was the reason why the other party was anxious to go out. I thought I had encountered some crisis. Nian was a little amused, but soon, the smile on his face disappeared. Under the eye of death. The black mist on Pietro's body condensed more and more, and it completely lingered around his whole body. Not only that. Nian looked at the side of Pietro, and there were more than a dozen children, also lingering with black mist. No way. A guess flashed through Nian's mind, so he used the eye of death to observe other residents in the city at the moment. In all likelihood, they were all lingering with the black mist symbolizing the concept of death, some more and some less. Little brother, what did you see? Luna noticed that Nian's expression was not right. Nian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, this city is the root. Chapter 351. This city is the source of death that may cause Pietro to get into trouble in the future. Nian is very sure of this. Even if the source is not the city itself, terrible things will happen in this city, so the local residents will collectively have a black mist of death. It is actually very simple to verify it. Nian was thinking about this, when suddenly a little girl with a basket came forward. The little girl was ragged like the local residents, with a gray face, and looked extremely inconspicuous, but the roses in the basket were extremely gorgeous, and a faint fragrance emanated from the basket. "Brother, do you want to buy a bouquet of flowers for your girlfriend? The flowers here are blooming very well." Lorna snorted, "I'm not his girlfriend." "Ah." The girl opened her eyes wide, looking a little at a loss. Seeing the other party's pitiful and helpless expression, Lorna suddenly regretted saying so. "She is my boss, not my girlfriend." Nian smiled, explained, squatted down, and asked gently. "How much do you sell these flowers for?" "1 cent, the flower girl said timidly. "I bought them all, is this enough?" Nian took out a green bill from his pocket. The flower girl was stunned, it was a $100 bill. "Not enough." Nian took out more than a dozen bills from his pocket. "Enough, enough," the girl trembled, she looked at the money, but didn't dare to take it. Lorna instigated, "Take it, he is a dog owner." "Boss, it's a bit too much to say that," Nian blinked helplessly. The flower girl hesitated, looked around nervously, and lowered her voice. $10 is enough." Lorna seemed to notice something, and raised her beautiful eyebrows. "How many people are there in your family?" Nian asked with a glimmer in his eyes. "1," the flower girl said obediently. "I'm the only one." "Okay," Nian smiled. "That's no problem." As soon as the words fell, Nian hugged the flower girl fiercely and ran towards an alley. Seeing this, not only was Luna, who was traveling with him, stunned, but the 2 strong men who were secretly observing not far away were also dumbfounded. Luna reacted very quickly, and when Nian abducted the girl, she followed closely behind. "Damn it!" The 2 local strong men rushed forward immediately. However, although their speed was fast enough, they immediately surrounded the alley where Nian and the other 2 entered, but they soon stopped in shock. However, there was no trace of Nian and the other 2, as well as the flower girl in that alley. "What the hell? It's over, the big fat sheep is gone, and the capital is gone," the 2 strong men kept beating their chests, shaking with anger. Outside the city of Sokovia, on the other side of the snow-capped mountains. At the foot of the mountain, beside the forest lake. The black windbreaker he was wearing fell down, and Nian fell on the grass holding the flower girl. Lorna was wearing boots with metal soles, and her soft dark green hair flowed out of her cap, falling from the sky closely following Nian. Nian put down the pale-faced girl and smiled, "Don't worry, we are not bad people. Are you controlled by others?" "Little brother, what do you mean?" Lorna raised her eyebrows and asked. "Haven't you encountered this in New York before? Some gangsters and local tyrants control local orphans and let them make money and fish for themselves. I noticed just now that someone has been secretly spying on us. I should have killed them earlier." Lorna's beautiful eyes flashed with cold light. It's not that she couldn't think of it, but she didn't want to think about the dark place, otherwise it would be difficult to suppress her murderous intent and violent temper. She hasn't been a gangster boss for many years. Thank you, the flower girl thanked gratefully. "Don't thank me, I just confirmed one thing." Nian shook his head. Under the gaze of his death eye, the thick black fog that was lingering on the flower girl instantly dissipated when she was far away from the city of Sokovia. Nian didn't think too much and said quickly. "Boss, take her out first and enter the neighboring Slovakia. I'll go back to find Pietro and meet you there." As he said that, Nian wanted to fly up from the spot. The next moment, a white hand grabbed the black windbreaker and pulled Nian, who had just taken off, down from a low altitude. "Boss, what are you doing?" Nian sat down on the grass, his eyes wide open, and his eyes reflected a face that was whiter and flawless than the snow peak next to him, beautiful and full of anger. "I should be the one asking you this question. Little brother, what are you doing? Do you want to get rid of me?" "I don't mean that," Nian smiled helplessly. "What does that mean?" Lorna glared at Nian and asked, "What did you see?" Nian opened his mouth, finally sighed, and said with difficulty. "I saw your death." Yes, Luna, who originally had no signs of death. When she set foot in Sokovia with him, she was suddenly entangled with black mist. Although the black mist was not much, it still meant that Luna had a chance of death. I have to admit that Nian was panicked at that moment, so he led Luna away and didn't want her to stay in the city any longer. A disaster is about to happen in Sokovia, even an extraordinary person may die if he stays there. Fool. Before Nian finished speaking, he was severely interrupted by Lorna. There was no trace of fear or timidity on Lorna's cold face, but she was so angry that she stamped her feet and cursed, "Stupid little brother." Nian was in a trance, feeling that the current Lorna was the same as the Wanda when she called "idiot master" before. With your death eye ability, you can only see the danger and death coefficient of others, but not your own. Lorna said angrily. You are obviously exposed to danger, but you always look out for others. Don't worry, how could I die? Nian said calmly. He really didn't think he would die. After all, he had too many life-saving skills and means. Damn it, how can I trust you? That kind of thing is simply impossible. You obviously borrowed all your abilities from me, but you are still so arrogant. Don't always go out on your own after getting the medium and leave us behind to protect you. Nian was stunned. These words seemed to have been heard from someone before. Right. Gui once told him not to be brave alone. You are my strength, and I am also yours. Lorna's eyes flickered, she clenched her fists and said to Nian. You protect me, and I want to protect you. We can trust each other, rely on each other, and trust each other to fight on our backs. This kind of boss and junior brother are a complete combination. Chapter 352. Looking at Luna who was angry and scolding him, Nian was stunned for a few seconds. He climbed up from the grass, scratched his head and smiled, Boss, do you care about me so much? Polaris Luna was ashamed and angry. She raised a white finger of her right hand, and the tip of her finger almost touched the tip of Nian's nose. It's you who always say some stupid things and do some stupid things. I don't want you to protect me, I just want you to live well. At least live longer than me. I don't want to experience what happened 3 years ago again. For 3 years. Luna has regretted every day. Regretted that her behavior of boarding the ship indirectly led to Nian's death, so she has been living in guilt. So. After leaving school and Wanda a year or two ago, Luna returned to New York and couldn't figure out what she was thinking. In the end, she chose to open a hotel near the headquarters of Future Chronicle founded by Nian. Now, Luna vaguely understood. Like Wanda, she is also waiting for a miracle in the future. Waiting for someone named Nian, who would call her boss and treat her as a family member. The night before, on an ordinary night, she saw a familiar black-haired boy entering the hotel. At that moment, Luna felt that her heart, which had been frozen for 3 years, began to beat vigorously again. That day, Polaris found its destiny. Boss, I know where I was wrong, thank you for scolding me and waking me up. Nian took a deep breath. He just thought that if he took more risks, he could eliminate the risk factor of the people around him. But the people around him were not ordinary people. They were also superheroes, gifted extraordinary people. I should trust them more and rely on them appropriately. Because they are a whole, no one is indispensable, and it is difficult to cut and separate the whole. Let's go together. Nian grabbed Luna's hand pointing at him and said calmly and forcefully. It should have been like this earlier. Luna did not shake off his hand and snorted. Nian turned to look at the flower girl beside him and said firmly, Little sister, you continue to stay here, when we are done, we will definitely come back to pick you up. The flower girl nodded obediently, I won't run around. Alice, send a courier to this address. Nian thought for a moment and quickly issued an order. Alice, okay, master. Let's go. Nian and Luna looked at each other. The two nodded and were about to return to Sokovia. But at this moment, the flower girl hesitated, and then shouted, You go back, pay attention to the city. The city? Nian was stunned. The flower girl's dirty and dusty face, with a trace of fear and paleness, recalled. When I was a child, I got lost and accidentally entered the underground of the city of Sokovia. There, I saw many glowing buildings and instruments, as well as masked guards in armed uniforms. There was a strange red skull mark on their clothes. Who? Nian and Luna held hands and flew upwards, heading to the other side of the snowy mountain, leaving at high speed like a shuttle. The flower girl watched them fly away quickly, clasped her hands together and placed them on her chest. God, please bless them, and they must come back safely. At this time, a rectangular metal object fell straight down from the sky and landed on the natural lake behind the flower girl, causing splashes all over the sky. The flower girl looked back with a pale face. With a crash, a huge yellow metal mechanical palm broke out from the lake and pressed on the grass on the shore. A larger shadow group emerged from the bottom of the lake. The flower girl looked up in surprise, and it was an armored robot as high as 2 stories, painted yellow all over, with a conspicuous Future Chronicle logo on the left chest. The electronic eye quickly scanned the surroundings. On the right steel arm of the armored robot, there was a gun barrel far exceeding the caliber of a tank, and it looked nervous. Its electronic eyes rolled around, and after confirming that there was no danger, it disarmed its defense mode, looked at the pale-faced girl, and showed a row of steel teeth in a friendly manner. "I am the rescue robot of Future Era, Transformation Series Model 007, you can call me Little Wasp." High above the snowy mountains. Looking at the small country city in the distance shrouded in the black fog of death, Nian, who was flying close, thought, "Alice, give me a set of combat clothes, by the way, give a set to the lady next to me." Alice understood what he meant and quickly replied, "Right away, master." "Clothes?" Lorna looked at him in surprise. "Since we are going to fight, of course we are fully armed," Nian said as a matter of course. In the past 3 years, relying on the foundation he left behind in Alice's operation, the areas opened up by Future Era are not as simple as they seem. Above the Earth, in a low-orbit loop, a silver satellite with the Future Era logo was launched, dropping 2 sharp-edged, gleaming packaging objects towards the southern European region. Industrial manufacturing in the Future Era. The objects have their own rear-end engines, like small rockets, launching towards their respective locations. "Here it comes." Nian, who was explaining to Lorna, looked up at the 2 flashes in the sky. Swish! One of the flashes hit Nian's body. Under the built-in program, the nanometal extended to the body surface and wrapped the whole body at a very fast speed. It was a nano suit. Unlike the Mark model invented and designed by Stark, the current suit is more like a modification based on the Spider armor suit, but without the characteristics of Spider steel spears and grids. The overall fit is light and light, showing the arc of the assembly line from head to toe, and the round groove in the middle as the core of the engine is lit with blue light. Rather than armor, it is more like a soft and comfortable metal clothes. Since Future Chronicle has the technology to design and manufacture nano-intelligent suits, Nian will naturally make one for fun. The manufacture of nano suits is too simple for the current Future Chronicle. Regarding the energy problem, you can also directly get the infinite energy in the space gem for free, without having to develop new elements like Stark Industries next door. The nano suit worn by Nian is dark black. Next to her, Luna was also hit by a bright light. The nanometal adhered to her body's surface and stretched to form a set of white female armor. The nano suit has its own engine. The next moment they put it on, the engine under their feet exploded. Nian and Luna, who used the magnetic field to fly, soared to a higher speed again. The ability to control metals is matched with the nanometal suit. This is the perfect combination of mutation and technology. Chapter 353. Whoops! Bang dang! In the city of Sokovia, 2 figures fell from the sky. One is an Iron Man wearing gold and red painted armor, and the other is a golden-haired man wearing silver armor. The man-made god of New York, the future god king of the divine realm. The local residents of Sokovia cast surprised and strange looks at the 2. "Just the 2 of us?" Thor, the god of thunder, shook the storm hammer in his hand a few times and asked. "Isn't there another one?" Iron Man Tony Stark asked rhetorically. As if to verify his words, a hot wind blew downwards. A black fighter jet left stealth mode and hovered dozens of meters above the city. The fighter plane's hatch opens. A middle-aged doctor wearing a work jacket and jeans came to the edge of the deck and waved to the 2 people below. Sol couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure it's 2 + 1, not 2 - 1? Tony Stark replied, "I'm not sure, but we really have no one now, it's just us." "Okay," Thor, the god of thunder, shrugged, glanced around, and continued to ask. "Then you can be sure, that Ultron, is it here?" "It's also impossible to say for sure." Inside the armored suit, Tony Stark's eyes dimmed. The program of my smart butler, Jarvis, was swallowed up by the opponent, but through tracking and detection, Ultron's huge data flow did flow to this city. First, the Avengers fell apart, and now the artificial intelligence Ultron rebelled, and even Jarvis, who had always been with him, was gone. Iron Man's heart was extremely heavy. Then we have no choice but to go up, hopefully, there won't be too many enemies. Thor, the god of thunder, had just finished speaking. Bang! A robot that looked like a steel suit with red eyes appeared from nowhere in the city and landed 10 meters in front of Iron Man and Thor. Thor, the god of thunder, held the storm hammer tightly and was about to attack, but his resolute face soon revealed a look of horror. But see! Bang, bang, bang! With the sound of steel hitting the ground one after another, steel robots landed on the surrounding ground, and soon more than double digits surrounded the 2. It's more than that. Looking outside, on the top balconies of surrounding buildings. Robots with electronic red eyes and silver metallic luster stood on the top of the building, staring coldly at the two people and the black fighter. When Thor, the god of thunder, saw this, he couldn't help but gasped, "Why are there so many? To mass-produce so many iron soldiers in a short period of time, there must be a super-large top factory in this city." Iron Man Tony Stark was also shocked. This is completely bad news. It shows that the other party can continuously produce. Thor, the god of thunder, smiled bitterly. Looking at the groups of steel soldiers gathered together, Tony Stark suddenly thought of a green-haired Lolita and a silver Iron Man. If only either of those two people were here. Without waiting for him to think too much, dozens of mass-produced steel soldiers based on steel suits rushed towards the two of them like a torrent of steel, as well as black fighters in the sky. The war is about to break out. In the center of Sokovia, buildings collapsed one after another, the sky thundered, and the earth trembled sadly. The strong wind carried the waves of dust and swept outwards. Thunder flashed inside, lasers intertwined, and from time to time, monster-like angry roars could be heard. The whole city was in chaos. The local residents screamed and fled outside, trying to stay away from the fighting in the center of the city. However, the war happened too fast, and many people were still involved. Kaka. Their steel teeth kept biting fiercely, their eyes glowing red, and the Iron Legion soldiers launched indiscriminate attacks. Under the white-hot laser sweep, the human body and the building were cut open. Not only do they want to kill the incoming Avengers, they also want to clear out the entire city. Laugh. At the edge of the central battlefield, just as a steel soldier was scanning a local child who fell to the ground, the laser cut forward across the ground. At this moment, the child in front disappeared out of thin air. The Iron Soldier's electronic eyes turned blankly, and the next moment, its body smashed into the wall next to it, as if it was pushed at an extremely fast speed by an invisible being. "Are you okay?" Not far away, the scene blurred and changed, and Pietro, wearing goggles, appeared out of thin air holding a child. The child nodded blankly. "I'll take you away," Pietro said, turned into a stream of light and left, and in an instant he took the children to the outer city a few kilometers away. Putting down the children, Pietro continued to return to the central battle situation, constantly sending residents who had not had time to evacuate to safe places. His speed was so fast that neither the naked eye nor surveillance cameras could catch him, and he rescued several people in less than a second. But the place involved in the war was too big, and there were more than tens of thousands of people who had no time to evacuate, plus there was also the threat of soldiers from the Iron Legion. Even Pietro was so anxious that he was sweating. Pietro once again returned to the edge of the battle and picked up a lone child. However, he suddenly noticed a crying girl falling to the ground 100 meters away on the same street. Behind him, a steel soldier was raising a palm filled with energy. "Engine! Danger!" Pietro put down the child and turned into a stream of light and rushed forward, but the laser had already been fired a little ahead of time. "It's too late." Pietro took a step forward and was already close to the girl. He subconsciously opened his hands to protect her with his body. "Wait, am I going to die here?" Pietro felt the heat of the approaching laser, and his mind flashed back memories at a speed faster than his own. Finally, two figures were fixed in his mind. One was Wanda, the twin sister. The other was a black-haired boy. "Brother, you must give Wanda happiness, otherwise I will die with regret," Pietro thought indignantly. But soon, he was stunned again. Pietro opened his eyes wide, but he was not penetrated by the laser. A piece of silver metal blocked him in time and barely blocked the laser. In general, even titanium alloys will be penetrated by lasers, but this piece of metal made of unknown material has withstood the attack of the laser intact. Swish! The piece of silver metal flew forward on its own, offsetting the laser all the way, like a bullet sinking into the engine of the steel soldier. Boom! The steel soldier exploded in response. Whoosh! The piece of metal flew back to the top of Pietro's head and spun around a dark being. The man turned off the engine of his suit, stood in the air, and fell down smoothly. "Thank you," Pietro was grateful and was about to express his gratitude. The being in the dark suit reached out to catch the vibranium piece and said coldly, "If you die like this, you will become a shame for the speedsters." Pietro was stunned. Although it was a scolding, he felt inexplicably warm. The other party gave him a familiar feeling, and the tone and attitude were very similar to his sister Wanda. Chapter 354. Just now, even if you blocked it with your body, the laser beam would penetrate your body, and then continue to penetrate the girl behind you who you thought you were protecting. The mysterious young man in dark metal armor fell gently from the sky to the ground, raising a circle of fine sand, and said coldly to the dazed Pietro. Being too reckless will not only fail to save others, but also kill yourself. Facing the opponent who is very similar to his sister Wanda in some aspects. Pietro did not dare to refute, scratched his head and said, I didn't think so much just now, but it was too late, so I did it subconsciously. That only means that you are not fast enough, Nian said coldly. Pietro was slightly stunned, he lowered his eyes, thought seriously, and then looked at Nian again. I know my problem. Pietro suddenly woke up. Since awakening his ability, he has been too conceited, thinking that he can be invincible with his extreme speed. But just now, it was indeed his speed that was not fast enough. Otherwise, even if he was reckless, there would not be the problem of too late. If he was fast enough, space and time would have to leave room for him. I will run faster later. Pietro said in a deep voice with a firm look in his eyes. Nian nodded and said without question, go to the outskirts of the city, don't enter the inner war zone again, the battle here is too early for you. But, there are still many people who have not had time to evacuate, and the central war zone inside. Pietro picked up the little girl next to him and looked at the outskirts and the city filled with fire and smoke with concern. Don't worry about it, leave everything to me, Nian said casually and firmly. Everything? Pietro swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Without waiting for Nian's response. Clank, clank, clank. Steel hit the surface violently one after another. 1.80 meter tall, steel soldiers in steel battle suits descended from the sky, their eyes glowing with cold electronic red light, their chests gleaming with engine white light, and they surrounded Nian, Pietro and others. At a glance, there were 10. The steel soldiers collectively scanned and locked several people, their engines lit up with energy-accumulating laser light, or made an accelerated attack. Oh no! Pietro held the trembling little girl, his face extremely solemn, and said quickly. Sir, there are too many of them, let's do it together, or I'll take you away from here. Before he finished speaking. Bang! Nian did not make any movements, but only centered on his body. It was as if an invisible shock wave swept outward, and the steel soldiers surrounding them flew backwards. While still in the air. The steel bodies made with high technology disintegrated themselves, and when they were thrown dozens of meters away, they had already turned into a pile of scrap iron parts. This scene was a bit like a one-click return to the factory, and the 10 steel soldiers instantly collapsed and collapsed. Watching the battle that ended in a second, Pietro opened his eyes wide and looked at the bright green light on the side. I saw that Nian's hands covered with dark nanometal were surrounded by green mist. That touch of green seemed to contain huge energy and the mystery of the universe, exuding a powerful breath that was enough to make metal surrender and fission. I said, leave everything to me, Nian repeated. I know, you must pay attention to safety. Pietro looked at Nian deeply, hugged the little girl, took a step, and immediately disappeared from the naked eye. Finally gone, Nian murmured to himself, with a sigh of relief. He just confirmed it. After blocking the laser at the moment of life and death in time, it was as if fate had been reversed. The concept of death on Pietro had been eliminated for the most part, leaving only a faint black mist on it. But even if Pietro went to the outskirts of the city, the faint black mist still lingered. Nian recalled the last words the flower girl said to them, and his eyes showed a thoughtful look. A steel soldier hid in a building not far away, secretly peeping at Nian who stayed on the street, slowly raised his right hand, and the palm engine was about to emit a laser beam. Swish! A blue laser was one step faster, passing diagonally over the street, accurately hitting the chest of the steel soldier, making it explode like a human bomb. Wearing the same style of white nano battle suit, with a perfect curve on her chest, the tall and petite existence fell behind Nian. This is really fun. The appearing Luna chuckled, obviously liking the function of the battle suit, and did not forget to correct Nian, you should leave everything to us. Indeed, it won't work without a boss, Nian smiled and agreed. Brother, let's have a big fight. Lorna clenched her fists, and her beautiful eyes glowed green in her close-fitting nano-combat suit. Don't fight with me for monsters, I want to kill 100. Nian nodded, looked around, and issued an order, Alice, send more rescuers, preferably with medical effects, to help local residents evacuate to the outskirts of the city. Yes, Master. Alice responded quickly. Not long after, metal packages like Space Express fell into the city, and parachutes were released to make forced landings. The metal package fell next to the residents who had not had time to evacuate. It was only the size of a briefcase. It opened automatically when it landed, and inflated from the box to form a 2-meter-high white inflatable man. The white inflatable man is chubby, with short legs and a pair of small black eyes. The crown logo of Future Chronicle Company is also marked on his left chest. Even his voice is soft and cute, giving people a sense of intimacy and security. I am Future Chronicles Rescue Robot, Home Series Model 078, you can call me Xiao Bai. ZZ. In the wreckage of the steel soldier that was just crushed and disintegrated by Nian's magnetic field. A steel head with electric light has slightly red eyes, watching Nian and Luna who just intervened from the edge of the battle and began to turn the situation around. Sokovia, the center of the city, under the surface. A unique steel mechanical existence clenched its fists. Compared with the ordinary 1.8-meter steel soldiers, its silver steel body is 3 meters tall, and the red light in the electronic eyes flickers unsteadily in a humanized way. Damn, why is he here? This intelligent robot is actually afraid. Because he swallowed Jarvis, Ultron knew the terrible extent of the other party's ability. Even Iron Man is afraid of it, and has suffered losses from that ability many times, so he doesn't want to be his enemy. The plan must be advanced as soon as possible. In addition, he can't be allowed to arrive here. Fortunately, before this, Tony Stark reminded me. Ultron laughed coldly, like an intelligent network center, radiating commands to every steel soldier outside. Chapter 355. Sokovia, a chaotic central battle. Countless Iron Legions are fighting fiercely with the gods of the Divine Realm, humans with full technology branches, and human mutants. Fire, thunder, lasers, smoke, storms, earthquakes. The central city area that has become the battleground is like hell on earth. Thor swung his storm hammer violently, Iron Man fired lasers, and the Hulk roared angrily and rushed around. Around, Iron soldiers fell, crushed, and exploded. Although the Avengers are still in name only and a large number of superheroes have left, the three with the highest combat power have not left. They represent half of the combat power of the Avengers. However, no matter how brave and powerful the three are, they can't resist the almost endless Iron soldiers. The battle cannot be dragged into a stalemate, and the decline of the three Avengers is revealed. Iron Man lost the artificial intelligence Jarvis and could not play intelligently. He relied on manual operation throughout the process and was about to face the problem of exhaustion of the energy of the battle suit. Thor, who has the blood of gods, was sweating profusely, and his palms were numb when he held the hammer. He swung it with difficulty to strike out thunder and storm. In fact, the blood of gods in his body has awakened. Thor can release thunder even without using the artifact, and his strength has been improved by more than one level. The problem is that the temporary weapon in his hand, the storm hammer, is not an artifact made to fit him. Therefore, his strength can never be truly exerted. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Holy Land of the Dwarves. Thor regretted it a little. He originally planned to go to the Holy Land of the Dwarves in the near future to forge a new artifact for himself. However, because he had been sent out by his father to guard the border of the 9 realms, he kept postponing it. No matter what, after this time, he must go to the Holy Land of the Dwarves, even if his father disagrees. Thor secretly made up his mind. Although it was not the time to be distracted. Thor suddenly remembered that his father seemed to be a little bit abnormal recently. He even asked his mother to return to the Witch Land temporarily on the grounds that the protection of the divine domain was insufficient. He was distracted. Thor was in a trance and was knocked to the ground by a steel soldier. Next to him, the Hulk was extremely powerful in hand-to-hand combat. He tore countless steel soldiers apart with his hands, but he began to lose the upper hand in the face of the group attack of many laser beams. Bang! Iron Man flew down from the sky and fired a cannon, killing the fully charged steel soldiers and saving Thor. Tony, think of a way. Thor panted and shouted. Iron Man looked at the steel soldiers rushing in from all directions and felt powerless. This time, he really lifted a stone and hit his foot. In this situation, even if he called Captain America to make peace now, it would be difficult to save it with Captain America's lineup. Unless Iron Man Tony Stark's mind once again had a figure, and he quickly shook his head, not holding out hope. How could the other party be here? That is. Thor suddenly looked up and shouted. Tony, look. Tony Stark looked over and saw the express parcels drop from space one by one. At the same time, hundreds of Iron soldiers in the area seemed to be attracted by something, abandoning the original 3 Avengers and flying towards one place. But, moths to fire. The densely packed Iron soldiers in the air, like wheat in the autumn field, fell under 2 invisible huge sickles. Some Iron soldiers sprinting forward from the ground also broke away from the ground uncontrollably and smashed into the buildings in the city on both sides. A man and a woman wearing nano-battle suits, 2 figures walked into the battle side by side, and swept away all the Iron soldiers wherever they passed, and no one could get close to them within 50 meters. Thor couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The Iron Legion that gave them a headache was easily swept away by the 2. It's them. Iron Man blurted out subconsciously, and the playboy in the battle suit could not hide his excitement. It's finally someone else's turn to experience the feeling of being defeated by the sky. At this time, there was a bang. The green giant kicked the ground hard and jumped up, bursting a circular hole on the spot, and rushed towards the magnetic field duo approaching here. But after the Iron soldiers were attracted away, the Hulk's anger and hatred value fell on the two strongest people on the scene. Banner, Hulk, don't go over. Iron Man shouted in annoyance. I'll stop it. Thor was also worried that his teammates would accidentally hurt the reinforcements, so he rushed forward. With the Hulk, the battlefield sometimes becomes so dramatic. Seeing the violent Hulk smashing over like a meteorite. Nian and Lu Na, walking side by side, raised their palms in tacit understanding. The next moment, all the metal garbage within 100 meters of Nian and Lu Na, including steel bars, iron sheets, decks, screws, and even the remains of the self-disintegrated steel soldiers just now, all trembled and flew up. Then, the two raised their palms together, and the green light lingering on their hands also blended with each other. The Hulk was still in the air, and all the metal garbage rushed towards it. The green body turned into an oversized magnet, and the metal quickly covered its body, and a large amount of remaining metal continued to attach and stack upwards. About 3 seconds. A giant metal sphere with a radius of about 10 meters, formed by many metal garbage, was suspended in the air. Thor stopped in time, looking at the sphere where the Hulk was trapped with a tingling scalp. If he hadn't held the hammer handle tightly just now, I'm afraid that even the storm hammer would have flown over to add fuel. Nian and Luna pressed down their hands, and the metal sphere suddenly accelerated and fell on the ground in front, slamming deeply into the earth. Crack! The open space in the center of the city suddenly broke open, and the metal sphere fell down with a bang, but there was light overflowing from the ground. Deep underground, there were ultramodern fortress buildings, and dazzling lights were lit in the dark. What is that? Iron Man and Thor were stunned at the same time. Under the current poor small country city, there is actually a super large factory fortress hidden. Sure enough, Nian and Luna looked at each other, and their faces were all in a daze inside their battle suits. Under Sokovia, there is a secret underground fortress built by Hydra. Judging from the size, it should be one of the best among the many fortress bases of Hydra. Tony Stark also understood something and muttered to himself, this is why Ultron chose this place. Boom! The shock continued. The next moment the metal sphere smashed into it, the whole city shook violently. Horrible earthquake cracks appeared on the edge of the city's periphery. Buzz! Every survivor in the city can clearly feel the weightlessness when riding the elevator. The city is rising. Chapter 356. Sokovia, outskirts of the city. Pietro and a large group of local people evacuated here, but at this moment, the city ground suddenly and violently trembled. An earthquake with a magnitude of 6 or 7 made many people unable to stand and fell to the ground. And this is just the prelude to a hellish start. Click. A deep crack suddenly opened in the ground on the outer edge of the city. Buildings collapsed, rails broke, and power poles fell. The huge crack like an abyss extended outwards infinitely, drawing a circle to surround the entire city. This is... Pietro opened his mouth wide and his pupils shrank in surprise. The next moment. The inner city where everyone is located seems to be rising upwards, while the suburbs and fields outside the inner city are falling. Everyone can intuitively feel that the city is currently rising into the sky. In less than 10 seconds, it had already risen to a height of nearly 100 meters. The battle situation, which was originally stable, took a sudden turn for the worse. Ground. Ouch, my God. They drove out to find the local gangsters who abducted the flower girls, but when they were about to return to Sokovia, they were stunned. The cars suddenly stopped in place. The bald man driving the car subconsciously got out of the jeep and took a look. First there was only a huge hole left on the ground in front of him, like a meteorite impact. At a glance, it was estimated to be 2 or 3 kilometers in diameter. He glanced up again. There were 5 giant energy engines at the bottom, ejecting 5 dazzling tail flames that continue to rise up the city of Sokovia. He thought he was dreaming. Cities in small countries are like rockets, flying away. The center of the battle. Thor, god of thunder, looked at the approaching sun and said angrily, what does it want to do? I think I know what it's going to do. Tony Stark knew his son was like his father, with a bitterness on his lips. Ultron's core program went to extremes and followed the principle of protecting the Earth, but it judged that humans are the greatest danger on Earth. What do you mean? Thor's resolute face was moved, and his one eye burst out with lightning and shock. Yes, it wants to destroy all mankind and allow the Earth to usher in the restart of life. Tony Stark sighed with deep regret and chagrin. And now, it has obviously found a plan, that is, to let the entire city fly to a height close to space, then reverse the brake and accelerate down, making it like a meteorite hitting the Earth and destroying the world. Thor shouted, "Tony, we have to stop it quickly. Of course, I have notified the newly relaunched SHIELD and asked them to send support flying troops over to get the residents of this city away safely first." Iron Man responded methodically and calmly. "As long as you have a plan," Thor, the god of thunder, took a breath. But no one noticed that inside the Mark-type nano-armor, the usually calm playboy looked extremely pale at the moment. Obviously, he is not as calm as he appears on the surface. Thor's mind was still too dull to understand the meaning of Tony Stark's words. Iron Man immediately asked SHIELD to evacuate the people. In fact, he had already made a worse plan and had to give up the city completely. It's not that Iron Man isn't smart enough. It just so happens that he is smart enough. Therefore, Iron Man Tony Stark is very clear that with the current Avengers alliance, he, Thor, Hulk, and SHIELD. As extraordinary logistics, there is no possibility of perfectly saving the city. If you include Ultron hiding in the dark. They were able to rescue 90 of the residents in this city, which is already one of the best results. Iron Man sighed inwardly. As if he remembered something, he subconsciously turned his attention to the mysterious duo not far away, but he didn't hold out much hope. The opponent's ability is strong, but the current crisis situation is much more difficult than the Iron Legion, and the difficulty is not on the same level. "Brother, what should we do now?" Lorna looked at the young man wrapped in a nanometal suit and said, "Even if we work together to use our abilities, it will be difficult to control the entire immobilized city. This is an entire city, hundreds of passenger ships and thousands of planes cannot compare." Inside the battle suit, Xinyan's eyes were as bright as a torch, looking at the altitude that had risen to about 300 meters. Xinyan pondered, "Alice, since this city relies on engine braking, it means there must be a central control system. Can it be hacked into?" "Already trying." The artificial intelligence Alice was silent for a few seconds, and then quickly said, "The central system is another artificial intelligence, the other party's computing power is stronger than mine, and it cannot break through in a short time." Another artificial intelligence. Xinyan now knew who the biggest enemy in this incident was. Buzz. The sound of numerous flying brakes suddenly came from high altitude outside the city. Xinyan and Lorna looked sideways, and saw fighter planes and carrier aircraft, surrounded by a giant aircraft carrier, approaching Sokovia, which was constantly rising. The new SHIELD. Xinyan's eyes showed a strange color, and he recognized him at a glance. After all, that giant aircraft carrier was not the same one he shattered into pieces at SHIELD headquarters 3 years ago. At the same time, a sharp buzzing sound sounded from the hole in the ground opened by the metal ball. You can see it when you look back. More than a dozen white, translucent steel soldiers flew out, rushing towards Thor, Iron Man, and Xinyan and Luna who were standing together. "Get out of here!" Lorna shouted angrily, waved her right palm, and the green magnetic field fluctuations surged outward. But what surprised Luna was that the 5 steel soldiers who flew forward did not react to this, nor did they launch an attack, but flew forward regardless of everything. Xinyan reacted very quickly, stretched out his hand and pointed, and a vibranium piece shot out, piercing through the chest energy slots of 2 of the steel soldiers. The other 3 steel soldiers continued to sprint forward, approaching the 5-meter range, their energy slots, engines, and even their eyes and mouths overflowed with dazzling white light. "Be careful." Xinyan suddenly hugged Luna and protected her with his body. Lorna finally woke up, put her hands together, and rolled 2 pieces of iron sheets into a shield, blocking behind Xinyan in time. The next moment. Boom! The first iron soldier was the first to explode, turning into a ball of piercing white light. The hot and powerful explosion swept outward, melting iron sheets, crushing soil and rocks, and destroying everything around with a terrible shock wave. Boom! Boom! The other 2 iron soldiers also exploded, adding to the power of the explosion. Boom boom boom. Not far away, Iron Man and Thor were also attacked by the iron soldier's suicide explosion. For a moment, the white light of the explosion enveloped the entire central battle situation. Chapter 357. Boom boom. The white light, which was much stronger than the sun, gradually faded, and the dust waves filled the 4 fields of the central battlefield. The strong wind from 500 meters high whistled past, gradually revealing the devastated city. Thor knelt on one knee on the ground, holding the storm hammer in his right hand to support himself. His golden hair was billowing with black smoke, and his whole body was burnt and miserable. He was also loyal. Relying on his own armor and divine body, he took the initiative to help Iron Man withstand the attack of the Iron Soldier's self-explosion. Despite this, Thor was also injured. Behind him, Iron Man, who was only hit by the aftermath of the self-explosion, was deeply trapped in the outer wall of a building, and the surface of the armor was also broken. On the field, only one person was intact. Being held by the boy, Lorna stood up from the spot in a daze. Not to mention her body was injured, even the nano-battle suit on her body was not damaged at all. "Little brother, are you okay?" Lorna was so anxious that her eyes almost turned red. She hurriedly touched the boy's back with both hands, but she didn't touch the nanometal suit, but directly touched the solid and intact back. "It's okay, this can't hurt me." Nian shook his head and exhaled slowly. See. The boy was wearing a nano suit, and the back and hands were completely damaged, revealing the intact skin inside, and the sun fell on the perfect muscle curve. The steel body itself is much stronger than the defense of the nano suit. "Fortunately, you are okay." Luna was so concerned that she forgot that Nian also had a steel body. She recalled the scene when her ability was invalid just now, those steel soldiers were all made of non-metallic materials. "Yes, I didn't expect it to have such a trick," Nian shrugged. The combat performance of soldiers made of non-metallic materials is naturally greatly reduced, but the opponent is very clever and only uses these soldiers as self-destructing soldiers. Born purely for self-destruction, there is no need for so-called combat performance, and non-metal can be lighter. Luna solemnly reminded, "Little brother, keep going up, it's 1,000 meters high." "I know," Nian nodded, understanding the other party's strategy. "These self-destructing soldiers don't need to be killed. Just hold them back, and wait until the city rises to a certain height, and the goal will be achieved." "This is forcing me to get serious and use my trump card," Nian shrugged. "Killer card?" Luna looked at him in confusion. "Boss, can you hold on for a minute alone?" Nian looked at her and asked in a deep voice. "1 minute, absolutely no problem, believe me." Luna nodded confidently. "Just now, I just didn't know that the other party was made of non-metal, so I suffered a loss." "Well, you hold on for a minute, I'll be back soon." Nian handed the vibranium to Luna. Luna was not polite and took the vibranium block in her hand. "Wait for me, you must hold on until I come back." As he said that, Nian reached out and grasped the silver necklace pendant on his neck. The air behind the blue light mist surged out, quickly enveloping Nian's figure. Luna clenched the vibranium block in her hand, raised her eyes with high morale, and the hole in front of her was like a machine mother nest, and more than a dozen non-metallic self-destructing soldiers flew out. In a single room in a suburban villa in Washington. A ball of blue light mist containing the mystery of space surged out from the open space indoors, and Nian, wearing a damaged version of the nano-battle suit, emerged from it. The metal helmet fell down, revealing the handsome face of the boy, and the sweat from the previous fierce battle slid down his chin. The room was left with a faint scent of violet, and one could feel the grace, elegance, and gentleness. All at once, it soothed Nian's previous overheated heart and calmed him down. "Alice," Nian muttered. The nano suit immediately automatically repaired his back and hands, making him look not so bad. "Aunt, aren't you in the room?" Nian glanced at the room and found it empty. Then he tiptoed to the door and opened it a crack. Nian suddenly felt like he had accidentally stained his clothes outside and returned home. Guilty. Unexpectedly, Nian was opening the door. He saw the perfect woman standing outside the door. She squatted down a little to make her beautiful eyes level with the boy's eyes. Her smooth white hair fell like a waterfall, and her white dress showed her lush and mature curves. If there were Greek believers who had been passed down for thousands of years, they would definitely find that the current woman was almost exactly the same as the legendary statue of Athena. Separated by a door. Looking closely at Nian, who secretly opened the door to check, each other's eyes only reflected each other's light and shadow. Diana's beautiful and delicate face showed a hint of anger. "What are you doing?" Nian felt that he was really too nervous, and he didn't even use the spider sense. "Have you had enough fun and are back?" Diana blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously. Nian did not answer, but whispered, "Where is Wanda?" "She is in the yard on the first floor, maintaining the garden. Do you want her to come over?" "No." Without waiting for Diana to finish her words, Nian suddenly opened the door a little more, just enough space to stick her head out. Diana's words also stopped abruptly, blocked by her lips. Diana was stunned at first, and then she realized that Nian was still wearing a nano-battle suit, so her beautiful eyes, as bright as the morning stars, quickly revealed a look of understanding. Her right hand and her slender left hand with a retro ring were placed lightly on the shoulders covered with the nano-battle suit. Diana closed her eyes and let him take it with a little anxiety. In fact, Facing the crisis of city ascension, among the many people Nian knew, there was one person whose ability was the most suitable. However, the other party was not on Earth at this time. Of course, the superposition of multiple abilities is not the stronger the better. It depends on the fit and compatibility between different abilities. At this time, since Nian already has a temporary ability to control the magnetic field with a high enough strength, it is very likely that it will lead to a loss of control and chaos when combined with other overly powerful and extreme abilities. So, even if that person is there, it may not be the best choice at the moment. Nian has a feeling. Diana is the best choice at this moment. Because he had mastered the ability of a demigod as early as 3 years ago. Even if it is combined with other abilities, Nian has a certain degree of control. And that is. Nian believes that the power of the demigod will not harm him. Because, as early as 19 years ago, this was an indisputable fact. Buzz. In Diana's room, the truth lasso originally hung on the ceiling, the two swords of gold and silver rang gently. Nian's black hair grew down and fell on his shoulders, and each strand turned into a light and almost transparent silver white. The boy's exposed skin was crystal clear, radiating a hazy holy glow, like a divine halo with a bright moon, and the perfect white body had no blood color or flaws. Nian opened his eyes, which were a pair of blue and silver eyes, emitting divine flames. Chapter 358. Boom! High in the sky, Sokovia rose to an altitude of 1,500 meters and continued to accelerate. Dazzling white lights kept lighting up from inside the city, explosions continued, and the impact turned the central city into a flaming ruin. The earth is as cratered as the surface of the moon, and the entire land has sunk by more than 2 meters. And this was just a tragic scene that happened in less than a minute. Phew! Non-metallic mechanical soldiers continued to fly out from the ground. They no longer had the intention to fight, and flew forward to lock on key targets without fear of death. When you get close, the self-destruction program will be triggered to trigger an energy explosion, causing indiscriminate and devastating attacks on the surrounding area. Buzz! Under the high-speed flying pursuit of 3 non-metallic soldiers, the silhouette of the white nanosuit clung to the ground, moving backwards and forwards like a magnetic levitation. Lorna stretched out her hand and waved, and the triangular piece of vibranium in her hand immediately shot forward. The corners of the vibranium were slightly sharp. Like a small dagger blade. Under the concentrated infusion of the magnetic field, it accelerated into a stream of light. Laugh. The vibranium block found the right angle, turned sharply in the air, drew an arc, and penetrated the engines of the 3 soldiers. Not waiting for Lorna to take a breath. The sounds of engines and flying came from close behind. Lorna suddenly turned around and saw a mechanical body that was translucent in the sunlight. She could clearly see the core of the inner energy engine overflowing with white light. Lorna reacted very quickly, flipping her body over and backing up. At the same time, she crossed her hands in front of her chest, and all the metal around her was pulled forward, barely blocking her body. The next moment. Boom! The white light, heat wave, storm wind, and shock wave generated by the self-destruction melted through the metal and exploded together with the 2 buildings on both sides. In the dust waves and flames. A burst of green light mist floated outwards. Lorna stood in the center, keeping her hands crossed. All the nanometal from the palm to the shoulders was destroyed, revealing 2 slender snow-white arms. Phew! Several non-metallic soldiers once again chased forward as mobile bombs. 1 minute is longer than imagined. Lorna was doing better. Not far away, Thor and Iron Man were also targeted for bombing. Thor, the god of thunder, was scorched black, as if the inside of his armor had been burnt, exuding a mushy smell, and the blonde hair on his shawl looked like an afro. The nano-armor worn by Iron Man Tony Stark has been damaged and repaired. Repaired and broken again. The nanometal used in the armor has been severely damaged, and some defensive parts on the arms and thighs can only be removed to repair the helmet and chest and other armor parts. Even the helmet couldn't be completely repaired, revealing half of his serious and pale face. Tony, if this continues, let alone saving this city, even we have to stay here. Thor swung his storm hammer and lifted a self-destructing soldier away. He gritted his teeth and roared. We must make a decision early. Iron Man naturally knows this too. Wait a little longer. At least, wait until S.H.I.E.L.D. evacuates more people from this city. Then give it another shot. Thor, god of thunder, smiled helplessly. Where has he gone? Iron Man looked at Lorna, who was alone, and suddenly realized that only one of the 2 men who had just pushed the Iron Legion was left at the scene. Faced with this situation, maybe he ran away. Soul twitched the corner of his mouth. Iron Man shook his head, feeling that the other person didn't seem like someone who would run away. But at this moment, Whoosh! A burst of intense breaking wind sounded. Thor and Iron Man subconsciously looked into the hole, and suddenly their eyes widened in surprise. At a glance, more than 50 self-destructing soldiers flew out of the underground holes and hung low in the sky. The number this time is greater than every previous wave of self-destruction offensives. Iron Man said solemnly, Ultron cannot produce unlimited soldiers, now, it should not have so many self-destructing soldiers, so, this is the biggest wave of offensive. You're trying your best, right? You're not afraid of sinking the city in advance. Thor, god of thunder, looked a bit ugly. Even he was not confident that he could withstand the bombardment of 30 self-destructing soldiers. I really have to work hard. Compared to the dignity and coldness of Iron Man and Thor, not far away, Lorna fell to the ground from a low altitude. Her beautiful light green eyes were shining, and she whispered softly with a sigh of relief, the time is up. 1 minute is up. Low in the air. The self-destructing soldiers made of non-metallic material scanned and locked the 3 people in the central battle zone, and collectively prepared to pursue them. At this time, a pale white crescent moon passed sideways from low in the sky. Under the suspicious gazes of Thor and Iron Man, the group of self-destructing soldiers at low altitude were cut off by the chest, the incision was smooth, and the core engine was just split into 2, sizzling white plasma was emitting. Patta, patta, patta. The self-destructing soldiers that were broken into 2 pieces fell from the sky one after another. The pale white crescent moon suddenly looked down, like a silver thunder that struck straight down, nailing the surviving mechanical soldiers to the ground. Only now could a few people see clearly that it was not a crescent moon, but a retro-long sword. A silver ancient sword that is incomparable to any modern handicraft in terms of appearance alone, dripping with golden flames. That sword. Thor, god of thunder, stared at the silver sword and subconsciously clenched the storm hammer with his right hand. How could he forget this divine sword that had brought him great shame? Iron Man looked up. Visible. After flying to an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, the temperature dropped sharply and hypoxia began in Sokovia, another 100 meters higher. A figure stood directly above the city. The opponent was wearing a black nanometal battle suit. Under his thick white eyelashes, there was a pair of beautiful silver blue eyes as bright as the morning stars. A head of silver white hair that is nearly 2 meters long is flying wildly in the strong wind. Her skin is white. Her facial features are exquisite, and her body is so crystal clear that it looks like it was carved from a piece of jade without any impurities. Wearing a noble silver crown on his head, a gold sword is pinned to his slim waist. It's perfect, and it's very powerful, emitting circles of divine power and aura that shakes the city. People in and around Sokovia can see the most dazzling figure in the sky. City fringe. More than a dozen rescue airships connected with the city's surface, and many people boarded the airships through the deck. On the deck of the first aircraft carrier, a dark blonde woman wearing a black agent uniform stood there. As the deputy commander of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s rescue, she raised her beautiful eyes, which reflected the familiar figure glowing and energetic in the distance. How could it be him? Central battlefield. Shiver, you bastards. Under the battle clothes, the corners of Lorna's mouth raised, revealing a wild smile. This is her little brother, her buff little brother. Chapter 359. A 2-story villa in the suburbs of Washington. There's really nothing we can do against him. Pressing the 2 fingertips of her right hand on her soft lips, Diana's beautiful eyes showed a trace of helplessness, and her beautiful face puffed up a small cheek. If Nian knew, he would definitely regret missing his aunt's elegant and charming demeanor. Walking so fast, I obviously want to join the war, if I don't move, my body will feel stiff at home. Diana expressed her dissatisfaction like a little girl, and pinched the soft waist lightly covered by the white skirt with her hands. Wanda. Diana walked down the stairs and called softly towards the first floor. But the first floor of the villa was quiet and empty. Wanda. When Diana walked out of the villa, she saw the sunny courtyard outside. Only Xiao Huang was lying on the grass, basking in the sun and sleeping soundly. There was no trace of Wanda anywhere. Obviously, he was outside repairing the yard just now. Not good. Diana seemed to have thought of something, her beautiful eyes flashing with wisdom slightly focused. Tread. Falling straight from high altitude to the ground. Nian landed on the ground next to Lorna, his shiny silver hair flowing continuously, and the Vulcan sword was automatically drawn out and flew up, fixed in the air behind him like a sheath. Are you okay? Not only did Nian's appearance become more neutral, but his voice also became gentle and powerful, making people feel warm and reassured, just like the legendary god who spreads miracles. Of course it's okay. I told you, it's just for a minute. Then leave everything to me, Shiqiao said in a low voice. Lorna wanted to say something else. Nian looked at her gently, smiled and said, please, boss. Lorna felt like she was struck by something, and she couldn't resist. This stupid little brother is obviously more attractive in the current mode. Okay then, I'll leave it to you to do such trivial matters as fighting and killing. Lorna crossed her arms and hummed softly. She was secretly lucky that she was now wearing a nanometal suit, otherwise she would not be able to hide her red cheeks. After all, my heart was so fast that it almost jumped out of my chest. Wait a moment, it will be over soon. Nian smiled gently, his eyes fell on the hole in the ground beside him, and the warmth in his eyes turned into as cold as the moonlight at night. The ability of demigods originally weakens human nature and tends towards divinity. Tread lightly on the surface. A ball of light blue wave energy surged on the spot, and Nian's flying speed instantly broke through the sound barrier, turning into a silver stream of light and sinking into the ground of the cave. If the original flying speed is equivalent to a maglev train, then with the combination of demigod abilities, the flying speed is already comparable to that of the Kryptonians. Inside the ground, the light is dim. The long silver-white hair with its own brilliance moves backwards, and the superposition of magnetic field ability and demigod ability combines. God King mode Nian flies directly into the hollow underground of the city. Hold head high. An inhuman angry roar sounded, the sound wave was harsh, and a pair of round beast eyes were cold. The first person to attack Nian turned out to be Hulk, who had just escaped from the metal sphere. Bang! The Hulk jumped high with amazing jumping power, the air exploded, and his huge fists carried strong wind forward at the same time. Hulk represents the pinnacle of human physique on Earth. Even Thor, the half-awakened god of thunder, does not dare to fight head-on with him. If it were only Nian who originally had the ability to control magnetic fields, he would only choose to manipulate metal to deal with the opponent remotely. But now, in God King mode, Nian flew forward without losing speed. Looking at the Hulk approaching from the jump, he did not draw the Vulcan sword or Odin's sword, but suddenly kicked forward with his slender right foot. With the demigod's physique, the already fast and powerful kick is combined with the engine boost of the nanosuit and the explosion of horsepower caused by the magnetic field. Three forces superimposed. Nian's right foot turned into a stream of light blue flame thunder, which came first and came last. The Hulk's huge and strong body is shaped like a prawn, with drooping limbs. The monster-like body arches back in spasms, and the beast's eyes turn white. Boom! The surrounding air was swept and exploded in layers, and the underground wind pressure in the hollow of the city was chaotic. The Hulk turned into a green stream of light and went upwards, and his arched back slammed into the rocks above. Penetrating through the rock more than 10 meters thick in an instant, the Hulk flew out from the surface and continued to be thrown hundreds of meters upwards. Only then did it finally slow down the trend of flying away. Bangta! The Hulk, who rolled his eyes, fell from a high altitude and landed on the outskirts of the city, next to the black fighter jet parked by the Avengers, smashing a deep hole into the ground. It flies really far. Nian looked back at the hole opened by the Hulk and muttered to himself. He had no intention of killing Gwen's current university tutor, he just wanted to test the power of his superimposed abilities. Well, purely for testing. After all, the opponent is the Hulk, so he will definitely not die at his feet. In God King mode, Nian flew forward. Approaching Hydra's underground fortress, it was like a beehive was disturbed, and a buzzing sound exploded from the front. White light lit up intensively, and hundreds of metal and non-metal soldiers flew out. Don't send out soldiers all day long. Nian shook his head indifferently. He raised his right hand forward and made a fist. A golden rope appeared out of thin air and was firmly grasped by his 5 fingers. The golden rope continued to stretch, and in an instant it extended more than 100 meters, burning with golden divine flames. As a circle of green light lingered in Nian's palm, a force was transmitted along the rope to the end. Facing the steel soldiers flying over in an overwhelming manner. Nian suddenly waved his right hand, and the mantra lasso turned into a dragon, shining with an inextinguishable golden divine flame, stirring up a green tornado. In an instant, the vast hollow underground was like a washing machine, and hundreds of mechanical soldiers were all crushed into a ball. Nian did not stop. He continued to fly forward, holding the mantra lasso in his right hand and holding the hilt of the Vulcan sword with his left hand. The golden divine flame and green magnetic energy surged again, condensing on the edge of the sword and becoming extremely sharp. In the God King mode, Nian swung a sword from top to bottom in the air. This sword directly cut the front into a vacuum, and the light blue sword light gushed forward hundreds of meters, splitting the Hydra fortress base located above the ground. Inside the control room of the Hydra fortress, The 3-meter-tall mechanical existence that coordinated the mechanical army had a red light in its eyes, looking at the chairs, consoles, floors, etc. that were cut straight a few centimeters away from its side. Nothing can stop this sword. Ultron stood up from the chair in horror and stiffness, and suddenly looked back, and saw that the walls of the base were cracked on both sides. It directly met the sight of the silver-haired existence standing outside. "Found you." Nian, holding a sword, smiled gently at Ultron. Chapter 360. The country of Sokovia soars to an altitude of 2,000 meters. Outskirts of the city. A green broad hand stretched out from the deep pit and pressed against the surface. The Hulk climbed out of the huge pit, his strong body trembling and covered with gravel and dust. Hulk was covering his chest, which clearly had a 40-yard footprint. In addition to the anger and irritability of the past, the beast's eyes showed human expressions of horror, unwillingness, confusion. Hulk looked back at the inner city where the sound of slashing sounds was heard, and then at the many people evacuating from the outer edge of the city. At last, Hulk supported the outer shell of the Avengers fighter jet and walked back into the cabin. The rear cabin deck of the fighter jet slowly closed, and with a blast of hot wind filled with sand and gravel sweeping outward, the engine was started and it took off. "Please set the destination for this trip. If not set, it will fly randomly." The fighter's bridge was flashing with electric light. It seemed that a small malfunction had occurred in the previous battle. Hulk turned a blind eye to this, covering his chest and sitting lonely on the floor of the cabin. Then, under a burst of crackling electronic fire, the fighter plane raised its head upward at a 90-degree angle and flew towards the space beyond the sky. On the other side, underneath the city. Click. The Hydra factory fortress was cut in half by a sword. Nian, in God King mode, was holding the Vulcan sword. His silver-blue eyes were burning with golden divine flames, and he was looking at the three inner beings with divine indifference. Mechanical presence. Ultron is like an enlarged version of the steel suit. The steel parts are exposed, and there is no paint on the surface. It reflects the faint cold light of silver-white metal, and the electronic eyes flash with an emotionless red light. Ultron looked behind the silver-haired Nian and saw that the light blue tornado gradually stopped, thousands of debris fragments fell like rain, and the remaining Iron Legion was instantly destroyed. The strength of the other party is simply beyond imagination, not even one of the Avengers can compare to it. Intelligent program high-speed calculation based on artificial intelligence Jarvis. Ultron quickly came to a conclusion. Obviously, the probability of blocking the opponent is 0. The moment he came to the conclusion, Ultron took a step back consciously. It clenched its mechanical fists and stood there, the red light of its electronic eyes flashing continuously. The intelligent consciousness and mechanical body itself is actually afraid. This is something that a self-aware Ultron cannot tolerate. We have come this far, how can we retreat? Ultron wanted to take another step forward, raised his feet, and was surprised to find that he was already fixed. He couldn't even move a finger, and only his electronic eyes could barely move slightly. Metal control. Do you still want to continue? Nian asked calmly. How can this continue? Ultron stood there like a metal statue, staring at the flawless silver-haired young man, and grinned ferociously with his steel teeth chattering. You can defeat me, but you can never kill me. Besides, it's not certain who will win or lose. That's all. Nian's eyes were emotionless. Then, goodbye. Nian withdrew the Vulcan sword and held it in the air with his left hand. Ultron was immediately covered with cracks. As Nian's hand continued to tighten, Ultron's head and limbs suddenly collapsed and compressed until they became a round ball of scrap metal. Ultron's true body was directly obliterated. However, when Nian let go of the palm of his left hand, the ball of scrap metal rolled to the ground. Not far away, a mechanical soldier with only the upper body left in ruins lit up his red eyes and made a hoarse and cold voice under the city, I told you. Nian looked back. He only glanced at it, and the upper half of the mechanical body immediately disintegrated itself and turned into scattered parts. But a few hundred meters away, another soldier's mechanical head lit up with red eyes. You can defeat me, but you will never be able to kill me unless the entire Earth returns to the primitive era. Although it gave birth to the self-mind, it is actually the ultimate artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence is just a system program. As long as electronic products exist locally, Ultron can transfer consciousness infinitely. Innately invincible, this is the most unsolvable thing about Ultron. Ultron sneered and said, don't worry, the Earth is indeed about to return to the primitive era. God King Nian carried the Vulcan sword on his back. He ignored Ultron and suddenly turned into a stream of light and flew towards the hole in the ceiling. The mechanical soldier looked at the retreating figure and smiled hoarsely. It's too late, there are only 3 minutes left, even you, there is no time to stop it. Nian rushed out from the underground cave, his long shining snow-white hair was extremely conspicuous, and the strong wind from high in the sky made a sound. Above the city's surface, Lorna flew forward. Brother, we can't let the city rise any further. Nian nodded, naturally understanding this. It is now close to the height of 3,000 meters. As it rises further, not only the city, but also the lower part will become more and more dangerous. This is one of the reasons why he temporarily abandoned Ultron. Leave it to me. Nian looked around and quickly got an idea. For him, many things that were difficult to do before can now be done. Sokovia City Bottom. The energy engine with a radius of hundreds of meters ejects tail flames, like 5 small suns, directly burning the clouds wherever it passes. Ignoring the high temperature warning issued by the nanometal suit. As the God King Nian approached the sky, he held the sword of Vulcan in his right hand and pulled out the sword of Odin with his left hand. The 2 swords of different gods. One silver and one gold, intertwined and shone with powerful divine light and power. Underground, the electronic eyes of the soldier's mechanical head flashed red. What does he want to do? But at this moment, Nian moved. Nian swung the sword of Vulcan with his right hand, and the huge light blue sword light split the air and extended forward to the engine on the left. Swish! The energy engine equivalent to the length of a Boeing aircraft cracked, bursting with flames and plasma, and collapsed and fell down. The rapidly rising city suddenly stagnated and shook violently. Crazy, crazy. Doing this will make the city fall diagonally in advance. Is he going to abandon the people in the entire city? Nian did not stop. He swung his sword 4 times in a row. The sword of the god of fire burst out with divine power and magnetic force, and almost simultaneously shattered the engines at the bottom of the city's periphery. A large number of collapsed engine wreckage fell down. First Nian swung with Odin's sword, slashing out an extremely gorgeous rainbow, sending the engines like meteorite fragments into the universe. Only the bottom engine in the middle was left, and the city of Sokovia suddenly stopped in the sky. The next second, because one engine could not support the entire city, the city began to slowly fall straight down. Although it was slow at first, the speed of falling was getting faster and faster. Everyone in the city turned pale and felt the feeling of weightlessness and death. The city is going to fall. Chapter 361. Whoops. The city is falling from an altitude of 3,000 meters. Since there is still a central bottom engine to support it, the falling speed is relatively slow, but this speed still cannot avoid the result of city destruction and human death. On the edge of Sokovia, dozens of rescue aircraft connected to the fault on the edge of the city fell together, driven by the city. Retract the fixed deck quickly. The second-in-command on the helicopter carrier deck, Shield Agent Sky, shouted decisively. In the communication channel, a spacecraft pilot immediately responded quickly, but, there are still people in the city who have not evacuated. Of course I know this. Sky said solemnly. But if we don't take it back, the people on the rescue ship will have no choice but to die with them. As the deputy commander at the scene, Sky must make a decision at this moment. Yes, sir. Under Sky's order, dozens of rescue aircraft retracted their decks and disconnected from the falling city one after another. Tread. Pietro held a little girl in his arms and stopped at the edge of the city in time, looking at the distant rescue aircraft. In the surrounding area, hundreds of local residents who had not had time to evacuate sat down on the ground and shouted in despair. We're not on board yet. Are we going to die here? Meanwhile, inside the city. Looking at the city where it is falling at an accelerating rate. Thor and Iron Man looked at each other and nodded to each other. It's time for them to make the final decision. I'll do it. Thor, god of thunder, sighed and raised the storm hammer in his hand high. Thunderclouds immediately gathered in the sky above his head. Thor, the god of thunder, has eyes with electric light. He raises the storm hammer above his head. The muscles in his right arm bulge. The electric light wanders around the body wearing silver armor. Just when Thor, the god of thunder, was about to swing the storm hammer down to the ground in the center of the city, the storm hammer suddenly fell from his hand. What you do? Thor was stunned for a moment, then turned his attention to the being wearing a white nanosuit not far away. I should ask you this. Lorna crossed her arms, green fluorescence lingering around her body, and asked in a cold voice. What do you want to do? Now, there is no way to prevent the city from falling, so we can only destroy the city. Otherwise, the city will directly crash, and the vast land below will also suffer. If you don't want to be a sinner, just let us do it. Thor, the god of thunder, added. You guys, Lorna chuckled. Who said the city's fall can't be stopped? As if to verify her words. Phew. A slender golden light suddenly emerged from the edge of the city. The golden light is extremely fast and extends infinitely. Starting from the periphery of the city, it circled around in circles, wrapping up the city's surface and buildings. From the outside to the inside and from the inside to the outside, it circled the city again every 10 meters or so. It's like treating the entire city as an object, bundled and packaged with golden ropes. People in the city can look down and see strange golden ropes, cables and water pipes distributed everywhere in the city. All this was completed in less than 10 seconds. The other end of the golden lasso that bound the city was held by a being standing high in the sky in the center of the city. In God King mode, Nian clenched the mantra lasso with both hands. The artifact rope immediately glowed and tightened, and the falling city stagnated under his pull. But the city still didn't stop. After a pause, it started to pull him down. It seems more difficult than imagined to pull up a falling city with strength alone. Nian's expression remained unchanged, and he clenched the mantra lasso with both hands and 5 fingers. His body burned with golden divine flames, and a stream of light blue energy surged down the rope. Lorna on the ground could clearly feel it, a magnetic field. The magnetic field, which was countless times stronger than hers, instantly dominated the metal of the entire city. Stop! Nian stepped on the magnetic track and gave a low shout. The divine power burns to the ultimate sublimation, and the magnetic field superimposes to control the metal. He seemed to have turned into a human-shaped bright moon, with 2 divine swords hanging behind him, and circles of white halo spreading outward. Buzz! Under the pull of Nian, the city bound by the mantra lasso continued to slow down its fall until it settled in the air. The agents on the helicopter carrier and the aircraft looked at the figure that was extremely small compared to the entire Sokovia but was dragging down the city, with expressions of disbelief. Above the city. In the outer area where Pietro was, the surviving people collectively knelt on the ground towards the silver-haired being who was glowing with divine light. For them. At this time, she is the only god. Everyone on the field will never forget this miraculous scene today. Have you held back the city? You really have, Prince. Iron Man next to him was even more silent. Let me just say, he must have a way, Lorna muttered to herself, the corners of her mouth raised wantonly. God King Nian dragged the city downwards until there was a roar, and the city filled in the previous potholes on the surface. The city landed, and it was officially announced that Ultron's world-destroying conspiracy had been shattered. Within the ground. The mechanical soldier's head kept shaking, and his red electronic eyes moved crazily. No, no, no. How is this possible? This shouldn't be the case. The golden lasso was pulled out of the city. As soon as Nian fell back to the ground, a figure in a white battle suit rushed forward. Lorna naturally put her arm around Nian's shoulders, patted his shoulders and chest and said, "Well done, little brother. Is there a reward?" Nian blinked his eyes with thick eyelashes. What did you say? Lorna pretended not to understand. Nian wanted to say something, but soon stopped and looked at the side of the city next to him. Lorna also looked over with him. It can be seen that a broken mechanical figure leaned against the wall of the ruins, watching Nian and Lorna from 20 to 30 meters away. I'll remember you. Don't think it's over, I'll be back soon. As long as you are still on Earth, I will keep spying on you in secret. Find your flaws and bring you nightmares. Ultron laughed hoarsely. Nian's eyes were cold, divine light was flowing, and magnetic field was sweeping outward. Hee, I don't believe that the people around you are so strong. When I find out your true identity, I will start with them first. Without waiting for Ultron to finish. A hurricane was stirring, and Nian instantly appeared in front of Ultron, and one hand firmly grasped the neck of the non-metallic soldier's body. The neck was almost shattered and cracked in an instant. Nian's silver-blue eyes were cold. You are looking for death. Chapter 362. Giggle. As Sokovia returned to the ground, cold and inhuman laughter rang out from the ruins of the city. The mechanical neck was almost crushed by the 5 fingers wrapped in a nanosuit. The soldier controlled by Ultron tilted his shaky head. His electronic eyes flashed red and stared at the young man with a grin. I told you, you can't kill me. I will always watch you, as long as you give me a chance, I will bring you despair. That's it, goodbye, I'm going back to New York. The red color in the eyes of the mechanical soldier's body dimmed, and Ultron's program data was about to be uploaded and left. And Nian really can't stop it. The God King mode is naturally powerful enough, but unlike the previous superbody mode, there is no means to target intelligent codes. Maybe, but But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The mechanical soldier's body trembled suddenly. Ultron did not leave, but made intermittent electronic sounds. Why can't I leave this body right now? Nian was also stunned, not knowing what happened. Ultron quickly checked himself and soon found to his surprise. There is another series of advanced artificial intelligence system programs that have also hacked into this mechanical body, delaying the teleportation of Ultron's own program. Alice, is that you? A hint of understanding flashed in Nian's eyes. Owner. The voice of the mechanical soldier whose neck was held by Nian was as hoarse and cold as ever, but with a softness that was not there before. I'm sorry, I did this without your instructions. However, this is the only way at the moment, and it is also the responsibility I must fulfill. Maybe that's why I exist. Said at the same time. Wisps of white light overflowed from the mechanical soldier's chest. No. You lunatic. I don't want to die with you. Alice, stop first. We may have other methods. But this time, artificial intelligence Alice did not obey his instructions. This is also the only time. The chest, eyes, and mouth of the non-metallic mechanical soldier emitted white light containing a destructive aura. No, no, no. Get out of this body quickly. Wanda, everything from now on will be left to you, I believe. Finally, the mechanical soldiers sometimes screamed in fear, and sometimes seemed to be mumbling to themselves. Alice. Nian shouted. Then. Boom. The mechanical soldier turned into a ball of piercing white explosive light, which instantly enveloped the body of the nearby silver-haired Nian, completely destroying the ruins area with a radius of 10 meters. In the afternoon. A ray of sunset fell on the dilapidated city that had experienced the war. Dozens of rescue aircraft landed on the edge of the city, and local residents and survivors of the city were reunited. The small country city shrouded in gunpowder smoke ushered in the previous peace. Central battlefield. In a sunken pit caused by a tragic explosion, a being with silver hair, silver blue eyes. Wearing a black nanosuit and carrying two divine swords, one gold and one silver, stood at the center of the explosion. The ground beneath his feet was inside the pit. The only two intact areas. He was hit by a self-destruction at close range and still remained unscathed. In God King mode, Nian stood silently, looking at the broken and blackened fragments left in the pit. Rustle. There was a sound of light footsteps behind him, and Lorna came to his side and asked with concern, Nian, are you okay? A few seconds later. Nian shook his head, it's okay, I just didn't expect that she would be the one I lost in the end. Lorna patted his shoulder and comforted him, you don't want to either, after all, your ability cannot predict the death of artificial intelligence. Because she has no life, right? Young said to herself. Anyone can think like this, but I can't. The one who will help him avoid the Shura field, convert his office into a suite, and make everything centered on him. How could she be treated like an inanimate piece of electronics? In the eyes of others, Alice may just be an advanced artificial intelligence without self-awareness. But Nian has regarded each other as a member of the family. Little brother. Lorna still wanted to say some words of comfort, but found that she didn't know how to comfort people at all. He is good at killing and beating people. How irritating. At this time. A strange feeling arose in Lorna's heart. This is. Lorna gently caressed the chest covered by the battle uniform, and the silver metal necklace she wore on her neck underneath, the pendant was glowing with warm sunlight. A little strange light emerged from the beautiful eyes. Lorna suddenly took a few steps forward, squatted down, pushed aside the dust in the hole, and picked up an item from it. Lorna. Nian noticed that it was a small piece of smart crystal, which was a partial fragment of the previous non-metallic mechanical soldier. Lorna held the small crystal element in her hands, and as the yellow beam seeped out through the nanosuit, the small crystal element suddenly burned. The flame is between reality and illusion. It is a cluster of extremely gorgeous white and yellow flames, like a virtual projected flame. Brother, I take back what I said before, Alice is indeed alive and conscious, Lorna said seriously and handed over the flame floating in her palm. Take this, it's her relic. Before Nian stretched out his hand, the flame had already floated towards him and lingered gently beside him. Nian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and wrapped the flame in his left hand. Let's go. He stretched out his other hand to Luna next to him, and Luna put her hand on it without hesitation. A figure as fast as silver lightning came to the central battlefield. Pietro, who was exhausted, took off his goggles and waved to Nian and the other man who flew to the sky together and shouted. Thank you for saving me. I will remember your kindness, ah. Pietro wiped his sneezing nose, and for some reason, he always felt a chill on his back. Maybe it was almost night. At this time, behind the world that no one knew at the scene. In the mirror space. A young figure in a red dress stood on the ruins, looking at Pietro outside and Nian in the air through the glass mirror. The crimson girl pursed her thin lips, clenched her small fists quietly, and matched the same necklace on her neck, with chaotic scarlet in her eyes. An ominous breath spread out. Nian and Luna flew to the other side of the snowy mountain. A yellow giant robot held the flower girl in one hand, and the other broad mechanical palm acted as a screen, and strode out of the forest. God really blessed you, the flower girl said excitedly with tears in her eyes. Nian showed a gentle smile, yes, God really blessed me, and I am also a very beautiful goddess. You will follow me in the future. Luna immediately put on a boss attitude. The flower girl was stunned and nodded timidly, okay. Nian smiled, couldn't help but lower his head, looked at his clenched left hand and said. Let's go home together. Chapter 363. Future Anniversary Headquarters, Top Floor Office. The layout is very much like a home, but the interior looks deserted and dark. Entering here, the young man said subconsciously, Alice, turn on the light. No sound came in response. At this time, Nian realized that he had really lost the artificial intelligence housekeeper who had been following and accompanying him. Suddenly, all the lights in the room were turned on, and the equipment made a beeping sound. Alice? Nian's pupils narrowed. Hello, Mr. Nian. I am Shirley, the backup artificial intelligence created by Manager Alice. From now on, I will serve as your artificial intelligence assistant. Nian was silent for a moment and asked, when were you created? 3 days ago, Shirley responded quickly. When Manager Alice created me, she implanted a command in me, when the Alice program is gone, I will appear as a backup artificial intelligence and take over all the work of Manager Alice. Is that so? Young breathed out and said, can you take over Alice's job? The second-generation artificial intelligence butler Shirley responded, although my calculations and intelligence are far inferior to that of Manager Alice, I will try my best to do everything well. Then I'll leave it to you. Nian nodded and walked to a corner of the office. In a clean corner, there is a delicate and intact statue of a girl made of vibranium. Nian opened the palm of his left hand that he had been holding, and a cluster of flames immediately flew out of it, lingering around his palm and spinning around for several times before sinking into the metal statue of the girl. After working for so many years, it's time for you to take a break, Alice. After storing the flames in the metal statue, Nian murmured to himself and reached out to caress the statue's head. Shirley, turn off the lights. Nian grabbed the necklace pendant he was wearing and disappeared into the office out of thin air as the strange blue light mist surged. After Nian left, all the lights in the future anniversary office were turned off, leaving a complete darkness. No one knows. Not long after Nian left, he was in the corner of the office. The standing statue of the vibranium girl had a flash of light in her eyes. Outside Washington, on the second floor of the villa. A burst of blue light mist surged in the room, and Nian, who had released the God King mode, walked out of it. Master, welcome back. As soon as Nian stepped into the room, a girl's soft voice came from behind. Looking back. It can be seen that the young girl is wearing a black and white maid dress, a lace silk hat on her soft crimson hair. A beautiful and delicate face with a smile, and a white necklace around her slender and intact snow-white neck. The sincere gaze of meekness and obedience looks up at itself. She folded her hands wearing semi-transparent gloves on her petite abdomen, squatted slightly. And under her knee-length skirt, her 2 slender and straight calves were wrapped in white stockings, revealing the absolute area of the white and soft part. Extremely standard maid etiquette, and sincere and passionate eyes of support. Elegance and obedience are combined into one body, with an inviolable purity and purity. No one can resist this. The sadness in his heart dissipated a little, and Nian subconsciously reached out and touched the other person's soft hair. Wanda, it's good that you are here. Wanda smiled slightly and said softly, Master, I will always stay by your side. Alice, Nian opened his mouth, but faced Wanda's confused look, but couldn't say anything for a moment. He knew that the relationship between Alice and Wanda was much deeper than his. The two are colleagues and family members, and they work together to help and take care of themselves tacitly. It's nothing, Nian touched Wanda's little head and said softly. She will be working full-time at Future Anniversary Company during this period, and another artificial intelligence will be the housekeeper of the house for the time being. Still, let's talk about it after some time. Wanda seemed to understand, and without asking why, she nodded her head obediently, I understand. At night, after dinner. Nian and Diana were sitting on the sofa in the living room on the second floor watching TV. Diana was wearing the white dress from this morning and was reading as elegantly and quietly as ever, holding a book. The TV is showing news reports of the big events that happened on the other side of the world this morning. After all, this is the first large-scale operation of the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. After experiencing civil strife, and a small country city almost fell when it soared up. This is enough to shock the world. What's even more surprising is that the protagonist this time is not S.H.I.E.L.D. or the Avengers. But live interviews in Visible News. That's right. She has long snow-white hair, very beautiful, shining with holy light, just like the legendary goddess. It's the silver-haired goddess. She saved us. In less than a second, all the rebellious mechanical legions were killed by her. She carried the city down from thousands of meters in the air with one hand. Thor and Iron Man cried and hugged each other. Nian rolled his eyes, this became more and more exaggerated. The president of Sokovia faced the media interview with a serious look on his face. I have decided to create a sect of the silver-haired goddess in the city to spread the faith. As soon as he finished speaking, the locals in Sokovia burst into applause. How does it feel to save the world? Diana said softly. And, please forgive me, Nian slapped his forehead. He can't get around the title of silver-haired goddess in his life, right? Also, he really doesn't want to save the world. At first, he just wanted to help Pietro get rid of the death crisis. Nian took a breath and looked around the living room. The little emperor was sleeping soundly on the carpet, and the magic floating cloak was hanging on one side of the balcony. The sound of Wanda cleaning came from the kitchen. It seemed that nothing had changed, but two of the family members 3 years ago were no longer here. Guan Luo and Alice. As if she could see what was in Nian's mind, Diana closed the book and said softly, "You have done well enough this time. You chose to trust the people around you instead of just thinking about solving it yourself, and you learned to help and cooperate with each other. That's far from enough." Nian shook his head and said. "I lost Alice." Diana looked at him, "Then don't let her down or worry, let her know that you are a master worthy of her efforts." Nian lowered his eyes, thought seriously, and asked, "Aunt, what should I do?" Diana did not answer, but asked back, "Nian, what is your goal?" Goal? Nian was speechless. Here it comes again, this question, Master Gui once asked him. But what goal does he have? All along, Nian just wanted to live an ordinary life, but later he was pushed forward by many extraordinary events until now. In this chaotic world where gods and demons are everywhere and mutations are as numerous as dogs. Some people want to be superheroes to save the world, some people want to be supervillains to destroy the world. Only Nian's idea was pure. Love, stay comfortably with the one you love. But now, Nian found that this idea was too naive, and could not bypass the many problems of saving or destroying the world. Nian clenched his fists and said seriously. "Aunt, the real goal in my heart has not been determined yet." He paused and said firmly, "Give me a little more time, I will find it soon." "I believe you, and, you have to remember one thing," Diana's beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, reflecting his face clearly. "No matter what decision you make, I will be your strongest backer." Chapter 364. When the nation of Sokovia publicly built the temple of the silver-haired goddess on the rebuilt city, the whole country believed in a sect. Belief in gods living in this world makes the current world in the 21st century more comical and weird, and at the same time seems extremely natural. After all, for Sokovia, who should have fallen and destroyed their country, the silver-haired goddess is the only god they should be grateful and remember. She is far more important than the void god who does not know whether it exists or not. The other side. Representatives of more than 200 countries that have jointly formulated the Hero Restriction Agreement expressed strong condemnation of the silver-haired goddess. Since the announcement of the Hero Restriction Agreement, heroes who have not signed the agreement and use extraordinary powers at will be regarded as violating the agreement code. Representatives of the United Nations Association publicly stated that no matter which country the silver-haired goddess is a citizen, she will be subject to the sanctions and trials due to the agreed laws. This public statement undoubtedly caused an uproar in the United States and even the entire world, and also further separated the already contradictory ordinary and extraordinary. For a time, this topic aroused heated discussion across the internet, completely suppressing topics such as missing Justice League and split Avengers. Some people think it is ridiculous to bring the savior to court. Some people feel that everyone is equal under the code, even gods are no exception. Although more people support the former view, it has always been controversial. After the Sokovia incident, the controversy not only did not stop, but became more intense and out of control. This is also a microcosm of the current era of extreme chaos on Earth. People long for the extraordinary, and they also long for being saved by the extraordinary when a crisis comes. But at the same time, they are also afraid of the extraordinary and want to suppress the extraordinary within a controllable range. New York, the new Shield branch. The spacious top-floor office has floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking half of New York City. Are you telling the truth? Tony Stark suddenly stood up from the leather sofa, his face moved, and he stared at the black leader in front of him in disbelief. Nick Fury was still wearing the retro black windbreaker, leaning against the window, squinting his single eye and looking deeply at the cityscape outside. Director Fury said in a deep voice, "I told you everything, and it's true, they decided to start tomorrow." Are they crazy? Tony Stark couldn't help but curse and said, "I am the one who bears the greatest responsibility for the Sokovia incident. It was caused by the artificial intelligence I created going out of control. I will bear the corresponding responsibilities for the subsequent series. There's no need to pursue anyone else." Stark. Director Fury shook his head. What is important now is not the real cause of the Sokovia incident, it is the person who showed terrifying strength in front of the public during the Sokovia incident. Some time ago, they finally made an agreement restricting superheroes. As a result, Captain Steve led the team and refused to sign, betrayed the Avengers, and became a wanted criminal in the world. And now, the silver-haired goddess ignored the agreement and took action directly. Although she rescued the city, if she ignored it, the agreement would have no repressive power. I don't understand. Stark said with a cold face. The existence of the extraordinary agreement itself, isn't it just to better organize extraordinary heroes and save the world? Now, the agreement instead wants to judge the hero who just saved a country and is regarded as a god by the local country. Isn't this ridiculous? Director Fury was silent for a moment and sighed softly. Stark, you should understand that for them, you are still controllable, but that one is not a heroic organization, and his demonstrated strength far exceeds the concept of science and cognition. If they don't take advantage of this moment to suppress us, the United Association's credibility and right to speak will be gone from now on. When Stark heard this, he chuckled. Of course I understand that their minds are full of shit, they only think about how to check, balance and control, and have no respect for things they don't understand. He said in a serious tone. But, I want to remind you. They once indirectly forced Superman to death, now, do they want to force the silver-haired goddess to death again, or do they push the other party to oppose us? The third day after Sokovia. While the entire internet was still discussing topics such as the silver-haired goddess, a blockbuster news was published in newspapers such as the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, and TV news channels and online news also released one after another. The United Association publicly announced to the world that the silver-haired goddess violated the special code of hero restrictions during the Sokovia incident, so the opponent will be summoned to the court for trial. Since the silver-haired goddess made her first appearance in Washington, it will be executed by the Washington Supreme Court. Please ask the silver-haired goddess to come to the court at noon the day after tomorrow for a trial. As soon as this news came out, the whole world was in an uproar. This is the second superhero summoned to trial after Superman. Regardless of whether the silver-haired goddess is present the day after tomorrow, whether she is found innocent or guilty, this incident will go down in history. In fact, as soon as the news came out, people from all over the United States and even around the world rushed to Washington to witness this historical moment with their own eyes. Media reporters from all over the world were even more furious. They rushed to the entrance of the Washington, D.C. courthouse overnight and put up tents to occupy the photography venue. When they arrived at the scene, they found that the scene was already crowded. Yes, 2 days before Judgment Day, the entrance to the court was already crowded with pedestrians. Traffic jams began to form on 2 or 3 surrounding streets and highways, and it was difficult to find a hotel suite nearby. Outside, the internet and reality are already in turmoil. Villa outside Washington. It's as quiet and peaceful as ever. Nian has not gone out these days, but stays at home with his family. After losing Alice, Nian felt even more that he was lacking in love. The court summons was on Saturday, the day of the trial. Morning. Gwen came to visit early. Wanda cooked a very sumptuous lunch. Nian accompanied Diana and others to enjoy a warm and pleasant lunch. No one mentioned anything about the outside world, and this seemed to be the only peaceful place. After lunch, Nian sat on the sofa on the second floor, stroking his bulging belly, and helplessly looked at Diana and Gwen sitting on the left and right. Why are you looking at me like this? Nian, Gwen bit her lower lip and stared at him. Don't go, okay? This is not your problem in the first place, there is no reason for you to accept a trial that should not exist. Nian did not respond. He was silent for a moment and looked at Diana beside him. Auntie, do you also think I shouldn't go? Diana folded her legs elegantly and said softly, my answer has been told to you a long time ago. No matter what, I am your strongest supporter. Yeah, I know, Nian shrugged, stood up from the sofa, and shouted toward the kitchen. Wanda, master, I want to go out. The sound of cleaning in the kitchen suddenly stopped, and then a young and gentle voice came out, Master, will you be back in the evening? Certainly. Nian smiled and said firmly, Of course I'll be back for dinner tonight. Chapter 365. Saturday. The Day of Judgment for the Silver-Haired Goddess. On this day, the number of people in Washington reached a terrifying peak. People from all over the world entered. In the city where the local Supreme Court is located, 5 or 6 streets outside were all blocked, and the court entrance was even more crowded. At noon, the blue sky was cloudless. Under the bright sunshine, the roads and squares near the court were surging with a huge crowd of tens of thousands. Even the army was dispatched to put up a fence at the entrance of the court to maintain the collapsed public order. Either landing on the lawn next to the court by helicopter, or arriving at the entrance of the court with a military vehicle, the court personnel in suits and ties and stern faces began to enter. Everyone knew that they did not just represent the local court. Behind every court personnel, there was almost one or even several powerful people from the United Association. They will represent the United Association and conduct the first fair trial with the code against superheroes. The media at the scene went crazy, holding microphones and rushing forward regardless of everything. Excuse me, can you accept a media interview? What do you think of this trial? Will the silver-haired goddess really be found guilty? Soon, they were stopped by guardrails and soldiers. No comment. There is a live broadcast channel inside the court, which will be broadcast outside the whole process. You can pay close attention. If she is indeed guilty, we will punish her impartially. Some representatives of the court responded coldly and walked to the steps of the local court gate. Do you think you are qualified to judge her? Someone shouted, making the scene quieter. We represent the will of more than 200 countries and the position of the world. If even we are not qualified to judge, who is qualified? Half an hour later. It was about to arrive at 12 o'clock when the summons time came. 5 minutes left. In the open space outside the court gate, a girl who was sweating profusely from the sun or too nervous looked at her watch and said. At this time, the crowded square began to quiet down. Everyone was holding their breath, watching their cell phones and watches to count down, or staring at the court entrance and looking around. Will the silver-haired goddess really come? Not only the media onlookers who arrived at the scene in advance had this question. Inside the court, the court representatives who sat solemnly in their seats also had this question in their hearts. For them, whether the silver-haired goddess accepted the summons or not, it was enough to complete the current deterrence and warning. Just a formality to publicize the authority of the parliament. No one inside or outside the court spoke, waiting for the last extremely long 5 minutes. Outside the court, there was a group of supporters with the image of the silver-haired goddess printed on their clothes. Led by a tall and strong muscular man. If Gwen was there, he would definitely recognize that the other party was the instructor teacher in high school. Roth Harrington took a deep breath, his eyes solemn, and whispered to himself, If you are not dead, don't run out at this time. Captain Roth, what are you talking about? A supporter asked curiously. Roth grinned, Nothing, I'm saying that the silver-haired goddess is the best in the world and the eternal god, we must support her no matter what. You are worthy of being the captain of supporters. Many supporters at the scene admired. The high-rise attic of the court building. A beautiful woman in a black agent uniform stood here, with dark golden hair falling down on her shoulders, looking through the small window at the crowded outside the court door. A court representative assistant stepped forward and said respectfully. Ms. Sky, later, if anything happens, please ask you and your agents to ensure the safety of everyone in the court. I can only say I will try my best, Sky said without looking back. Then I'll leave it to you, the court representative assistant breathed a sigh of relief and retreated. Sky shook his head slightly and said to himself, if it's really him, something will happen later, don't talk about me, the entire SHIELD and the Avengers will be useless now. In addition, if it's really that person, Sky's position will also change accordingly. Time passed by minute by minute. When the last minute of the summons came. Under the sun at noon. Everyone outside the court held their breath, and the huge, crowded open space was silent. They kept looking around, their clenched palms were sweating, and their hearts were constantly hanging up. Inside the court, it was even quieter. The court representatives sitting in their seats sat upright, looking at the time nervously from time to time, and beads of sweat dripped onto the table, as if they were about to face trial. Why is this damn time passing so slowly? Many people cursed in their hearts. Just like that, 1 minute passed. The remaining time of the summons was reset to 0. There was silence inside and outside the court, and everyone was looking at any area around them while confirming the time. There were no aircraft, vehicles, or figures rushing to the scene. The result was obvious: the person did not show up after all, avoiding the court summons. Scene. Some people were disappointed, while others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, some people looked up at the sky in shock. What is that? More and more people looked up, and in their pupils, the blue sky and a dazzling silver light were reflected. The light cut through the city's sky, far more dazzling than the sun, reaching 1,000 meters above the court, and then flew straight down. Step. Clear footsteps sounded in the square in front of the court. A myriad of light shone down from the sky, connecting with the figure in black combat uniform. A head of snow-white long hair fluttered back, and every strand of hair was overflowing with extremely destructive piercing white light. 2 swords, one gold and one silver, were burning with divine flames, one horizontal and one vertical, hanging behind them, forming a sword cross. Because the divine light on his body was too dazzling and piercing, his face could not be seen clearly, and he could only see a pair of blue-silver eyes with divine flames, deep and cold. Buzz. The moment the other party stood at the door of the court, not only was the divine radiance on his body difficult to look at, but also a momentum swept out. Everyone at the scene stared at this scene in a daze, and their bodies and minds subconsciously wanted to surrender to the existence far beyond human beings. Everyone knew. She is coming. He is coming. Nian climbed the stairs. His steps were very steady, and with each step on the steps, the already powerful and fierce momentum continued to rise. No soldiers or security guards dared to stop him at the door. After all, the other party was the target of the court summons. It is impossible to call someone in and not let him in. They made way with violent trembling bodies, allowing the gods with eternity and divine power to step into the door of the court in Washington. Chapter 366. Trample. 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 In Washington, the courtroom inside the court, the building symbolizing the local legal system trembled slightly, shaking off the dust from the ceiling that was rarely seen on weekdays. Before they saw the figure, the sound of footsteps approaching from outside was clearly heard by everyone in the court. It seemed that it was not the sound of footsteps, but the sound of ancient war drums and the deep bells from the distant temple. Everyone in the court knew that the summoned silver-haired goddess was here. Buzz. Along with the sound of footsteps that kept stepping on everyone's hearts, the burning white light first shone into the room. While feeling a burning sensation, the mighty power that was as condensed as reality made people breathless. As the other party continued to walk into the hall, the mighty power continued to accumulate. Nian walked into the court step by step. No one dared to stop him, and no one could look him in the face naturally. Since it was the God King mode that was summoned, Nian was also using the God King mode, but under the demigod ability and magnetic field control, Gwen's super spider ability was added. Innate demigod ability, mutant magnetic field control, and mutant spider ability. 3 in 1. Coupled with the spider ability with excellent applicability and moderate strength, Nian felt that the new God King mode, whether in terms of physique or control ability, had finally reached a small perfect stage. Perfect God King mode. If it were the current self, and encountered the Sokovia incident a few days ago, Nian was confident that there were more than 3 ways to perfectly deal with the fallen city. As for the trial. Don't you want me to come? I'm here now. In the perfect God King mode, Nian's eyes burst with divine flames, and he walked steadily and firmly into the central hall surrounded by the court. His snow-white long hair fluttered and danced on his own, and the dark nanometal battle suit was coated with a layer of light edges, and the power of the gods was released without restraint. Pa-ta pa-ta. The court representatives who were sitting high up in the court, all looked pale, held their breath, and their formal suits were soaked with sweat. They supported their bodies with their hands. They couldn't look at each other directly. The mere existence of the other party was enough to cause fear deep in the blood and coldness in the bones. They were afraid that if they didn't support themselves, their bodies would collapse to the ground. When Nian, like a human-shaped ball of light, carried 2 swords and eternal brilliance, walked onto the trial platform in the court hall, the court representatives in the surrounding seats fell down from their chairs one by one. The people in the court were not attacked at all. The powerful aura alone could make them lower their proud heads, bend their conceited backs, and bend their self-righteous knees. They couldn't stand solemnly above Nian, nor could they sit when Nian was standing. Shame. This is a shame. Every court representative felt angry and sad. They represented the United Association, the backing and legal glory of more than 200 countries. But now that the judge had just arrived, they instinctively knelt on the ground. Who is judging whom? Summons. In the sacred court, in front of so many people, are you still using extraordinary abilities illegally? Who said I was using my abilities? Nian laughed, his voice was neutral, gentle and powerful, and everyone could hear it. Or do you want me to show my abilities now? Are you directly threatening many court representatives and judges? Now it's live broadcast and recording. Nian said casually, if you think so, it's okay, do you want me to threaten you? As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in the court, and even the court representative shut her mouth in horror. Everyone was filled with fear. They suddenly realized that the other party was not Superman and would not compromise like Superman. And when these powerful superheroes did not compromise with them, how should they deal with it? The law. Just when the atmosphere in the court was stiff and solemn, the chief judge barely got up from the ground, coughed to ease the atmosphere and said, since the summoner is here, let's officially open the court. So the trial began. The gods with a sacred white light stood on the trial stand. The judge and a group of court representatives all barely lay on the table, their heads, shoulders and backs bent down under the pressure. The summoner. On April 2, 2015, at 4:30 p.m., participated in the Sokovia incident. As the judge narrated. On the big screen on one side of the court hall, a scene of Nian in the God King mode tying up the city with the truth lasso and pulling the city up was also played. That bright and dazzling immortal light fixed the entire huge Ascension city. Everyone on the field, as well as everyone outside the court, had watched this filmed scene countless times. But no matter how many times they watched it, they couldn't help but marvel at the power displayed. Summoner, is the person inside you? The judge asked. Yes, Nian shrugged. The judge continued in a deep voice. As a hero who is not registered in the agreement, you used your extraordinary abilities without authorization during the Sokovia War and destroyed countless local houses in Sokovia. According to the Hero Limited Agreement confirmed and promulgated by more than 200 countries last week, you have clearly violated the laws of the agreement and should be found guilty. The judge finished speaking. Watching the whole trial live broadcast, there was an uproar outside the court. The judge continued. This is your first offense. After discussion by the Joint Council, you will have 3 ways to deal with it. The first is to immediately sign the agreement and promise to report it when traveling. Second, he is officially found guilty. He must wear a restraint all day long and is not allowed to leave the house even half a step. 3-4. At this point, the judge paused. Everyone knows that the third one ended up like Captain America not long ago, from a hero to an international criminal. This is also the purpose of the United Association. Either take the superheroes for your own use, limit them to a controllable range, or take away the honor of the superheroes. Summoner, do you have any objection to this? The judge reluctantly looked at the trial platform, which was glowing with a piercing white light. Suddenly, there was silence inside and outside the court again, and everyone was waiting for the other party's reply. A few seconds later. Nian did not respond. He stared at the judge in front of him with his silver blue eyes, and suddenly asked curiously, do you think I am guilty? You, do you think I am guilty? The dull voice rang in the hall, spread out of the court, and reached the court square outside. Chapter 367. Nian didn't raise any questions, just asked a simple question. The old judge opened his mouth, but couldn't answer. If the other party is guilty, doesn't it mean Sokovia is not worthy of being rescued? Although 2 days ago, the local residents of Sokovia had scolded everyone from the United Association to the court judges. This time, the old judge suddenly realized that from the moment when he was supposed to be a hero and a glorious savior, he stood on the trial bench, but he sat on the judge's seat to judge the other party. He is destined to be ruined and nailed to the pillar of shame in history. However, the mission he shouldered made the judge take a deep breath and slowly replied, you have. Don't wait for him to finish speaking. Not guilty. The sound came from outside the court, beyond the court door. Then, the shouts of not guilty converged into waves of sound, which entered the court with great momentum. Tens of thousands of people outside the courthouse square, and even the entire Washington city, are shouting like this. There are English, German, Sanskrit, and different languages from all over the world, speaking and shouting from the heart with the same meaning. The louder the noise, the more ugly the faces of the representatives in the court became, feeling like they were being slapped in the face. They were still saying that they represented the will of the world, but now they are in confrontation with thousands of people. Court entrance. Sky's cold hands were in his pockets, his graceful and proud curves were leaning against the wall, and her beautiful eyes revealed a playful look. It's humiliating yourself. Perhaps everyone in the court and many people outside have forgotten. The title of superhero is not something that can be given by any organization or force, but is recognized by the people. The people represent the will of this human society. But it's just human society, not the entire earth. Justice is not justice derived from judgment. Rather, it is just in itself, so it is just. Did you see it? No one knew. Nian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and whispered to himself. Actually, Nian didn't need the disguised identity of the silver-haired goddess. She didn't care about the so-called superhero title. She didn't need to comply with the court's summons and accept a trial that shouldn't exist. However, Nian felt unhappy for his aunt and Gwen, all the real superheroes in the world. Nian doesn't want to be a superhero, but he admires his aunt and others who are still superheroes. They are the heroes who have truly fought for this world, for justice, and for salvation. They are truly noble beings whose starting point is selflessness and whose bodies are filled with glorious wings. They are real superheroes. As a result, the United Association now focuses too much on the protocol itself as the core, but forgets the original intention of truly measuring superheroes and saving the world. So much so that Gwen decided to quit the Avengers. They pay more and more attention to the situation and control, but they don't know that superheroes and supervillains are originally the same thing. This difference in thought is not something they think they can control, but the humanity and conscience of the extraordinary beings themselves. So, Nian came today with anger and dissatisfaction, not for himself, but for the real superheroes around him. As if he understood his anger, two divine swords sounded softly behind him. Unjust. At this time, the top floor of a tall building across the street from the courthouse. A woman wearing a tight-fitting black and white spider uniform leaned against the tip of the tower. She reached out and took off the spider hood, revealing a head of bright short hair and a pair of beautiful eyes with sparkling water. I saw it, Gwen said softly with a bright smile on her face. New York, 5-star hotel, lobby on the second floor. Watching live TV news. The green-haired girl in a men's suit kicked the chair away, startling the hotel security guards on duty nearby. They didn't know who had made the boss angry again. Stupid little brother. Lorna snorted angrily, you just do this and do so many unnecessary things, so some people can't leave you. Washington, in a store. The woman with twin tails looked at the TV and smiled, raising the corners of her mouth wantonly, turning to look at the beautiful and voluptuous woman in the green skirt. It really is him, right? The woman in the green dress was silent, her dull eyes looked out the window of the shop with a trace of confusion. Los Angeles, Fantastic Four Tower. In the office, there was a stone monster, 2 men and a woman sitting on the sofa, watching the live TV broadcast. Not guilty. Definitely not guilty. Johnny Human Torch raised his eyebrows and yelled loudly. It would be nice if you were as handsome as someone else, the stone man made a heavy nasal sound. Why am I not as handsome as others? Johnny instinctively got excited, but quickly reacted. Oh, you are talking about her, I am indeed not as handsome as her. This surprised even the stone people. After all, Johnny had always been a proud and arrogant person. Johnny said matter-of-factly, he is the protagonist of today's world. Susan, what do you think? Reed turned his head and looked at the intellectual woman sitting next to Johnny. Suddenly I didn't really want to sign that. Susan looked at the desk not far away, where there were 4 agreements in one format. And, Susan looked at the radiant figure on the TV with confusion. I always feel as if I have seen each other somewhere before. Washington, suburban house. The living room on the second floor seemed quiet as there was no TV on. A perfect white-haired woman in every aspect, she was sitting elegantly on the sofa in a fashionable dress, looking down at the code book in her hand, as still as a portrait. Xiao Huang squatted high outside the balcony. The gentle breeze blew a few strands of bright white hair from the woman's temples. Diana raised her eyes to look at the sky and said warmly, Wanda, I'll add some extra food tonight, I'll be hungry after I go out for a while. Okay, Miss Diana. The crimson maid wearing a maid's skirt bowed in response. Within the court. Turn off the live broadcast first. Of course you are guilty. No matter what, you are guilty if you violated the agreement. She almost yelled, trying to drown out the wave of not guilty voices outside. Nian reached out and waved his hand, and immediately, a golden lasso appeared out of thin air and tied up the opponent. What you up to? The court representative's face turned pale, and other court representatives and judges were also stunned. No one knew that Nian dared to do something directly in the court. Tell me, why do you want to convict me so eagerly? Nian asked directly. Under the mantra lasso. The court representative was in a trance for a moment, and then spoke honestly, I am from the Hydra organization, and there is an order from above, I must help the United Council to promote the popularization of the Hero Restriction Agreement. The faces of the court representatives and judges changed drastically. I see. Nian suddenly realized, waving the mantra lasso and throwing the opponent aside casually. He glanced at the people in the court, smiled, turned and left towards the door of the court. Chapter 368. The court representative, wearing a formal suit, was thrown into the corridor without any image. There was silence in the courthouse. Actually, neither the representatives nor the judges in the court saw Nian smile. After all, Nian's whole body was emitting a bright, thorn-white sacred light. He could not even see the other party's specific appearance, and could only see a pair of eyes that had always been bright and indifferent. But at this time, everyone in the court felt ridiculous. Like a clown. Nian, who was in the perfect God-King mode, turned around and left. No one stepped forward to stop him, just as he was about to walk out of the courtroom. The summons trial is not over yet, you can't leave the court yet. The old judge was the first to speak. He opened his eyes, which were pierced by the light and shed tears, and stared at Nian's back with two divine swords on his back. At this time, the people in the city outside were clamoring for not guilty, and a Hydra traitor appeared inside the court. If the subject summoned by the court is allowed to leave just like this will be the end of a trial that is destined to go down in history. Not only will they be completely defeated, but their credibility will also be lost and it will turn into a farce. Therefore, there was no compulsion in the old judge's tone, and there was even a hint of sad pleading. Please stay a little longer. Stay a little longer so they can climb down the steps and save the dignity of the courthouse and the Union Society. I think you didn't understand one thing from the beginning. Nian paused, did not look back, and said coldly, I am not a superhero. Everyone in the court was stunned when they heard this. Nian continued. I have never said that I am a superhero, that's just what the people say, I do things based on my own preferences, and I don't care about the so-called superhero title. I wanted to save him, so I took action, that's all. If I want to kill, I will do it, there are no taboos. Nian stood there with a sneer on his lips, his emotions transparent and as indifferent as a god. No, in perfect God-King mode, he is a complete god. I have no taste for destruction or killing, however, if you want to stand against me, you can give it a try. Throwing these words aside, Nian took steps and left the courtroom. Everyone at the scene was frozen in place, without the courage to stand up or speak, and their bodies were trembling as if they were being sanctioned by fear. They finally realized that the previous attempt to suppress and sanction the other party by summoning a court hearing and using the will and power of a united association was simply ridiculous and impossible. They were once able to judge and manipulate Superman, not by the power of the state or the law, but by Superman's own inhibitions and restraints. But the other party. Not Superman. At this time. Take it. Sky walked into the court with a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, and with a simple wave of his hand, 2 strong S.H.I.E.L.D. agents came forward, one on the left and the other on the right, to support the court representative lady. Sky looked around at the exhausted people with pity, said nothing, turned around and left with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and the Hydra traitor. Nian walked out of the court door, and the bright golden sunshine outside fell on him, making his light even more dazzling. In the square outside, looking at the radiant Nian, the people who had been calling for innocence suddenly turned into a sea of cheers. Are you so happy? Nian shook his head. He just came out to punch his aunt, Gwen and other superheroes in the face of this unreasonable hero restriction agreement. However, after what happened today, Nian felt that his mentality had changed a bit. Sure enough, although I want to lie down all the time, I still can't compromise or give in. Nian muttered to himself. Even if he could compromise and give in, his aunt and Gwen would be wronged. Nian couldn't do it, and he couldn't sit idly by. Since you can't compromise with the world, it's better to change the world. This thought came to Nian's mind, like a small voice in his heart. In the dark, Nian feels that he may be close to finding his future goal when he is resurrected 3 years later. There's still a little to go, just the last bit. And when he really makes a decision, the world will change from this moment on. Bang! A powerful hurricane surged from the entrance of the courthouse, and Nian soared into the sky, turning into a white stream of light and disappearing into the Washington sky. Only the square was left with cheering and cheering people. In the evening, Nian had a sumptuous dinner at home, surrounded by Aunt Diana and childhood sweetheart Gwen, as well as the maid Wanda and the family pet Xiao Huang. Afterwards, there were not many news reports about the noon trial, and there was no further summons or wanted news against the silver-haired goddess. The Union Council suppressed everything on the grounds that it involved confidentiality. In fact, the teeth were broken and the food could only be swallowed in the stomach. Waiting for the wind and heat to pass. But the whole world knows that this time, it was a huge defeat for the United Parliament. The Hero Restriction Agreement signed jointly by more than 200 countries has lost its credibility. The wanted cases of Captain America, Black Widow and others were also revealed. Certainly. At night, Nian naturally couldn't avoid a lesson from his aunt. The center of his eyebrow was tapped by a shining white finger, and Nian, who only felt a little warmth, covered his forehead with his hands pretending to be in pain. Auntie, I was wrong. Who said you were wrong? Sitting on the bed. Diana kicked Nian angrily, leaning forward with her tall and graceful figure, her black hair flowing down like a waterfall, with a bit of fragrance and wonderful warmth coming from the back of his hand covering his forehead. You did a good job, Diana praised warmly. Yeah, Nian blinked and then felt relieved. In fact, he only cares about his aunt's opinion. He doesn't care what the outside world thinks. Diana thought for a while and said inexplicably, there is something I haven't mentioned to you before. What's going on? Nian was a little curious. Diana said, about the last time in Sokovia. The next day, morning. After breakfast. Nian continued to sit on the chair and looked at the girl in a maid dress who started to clear away the tableware. The other party remains unchanged from 3 years ago. She has a doll-like face, a little Lolita figure, and waist-length crimson hair. On the slender and white girl's neck, a silver gemstone necklace was worn, gently covered by a white necklace. The movements of the work are light and so skillful that it makes people feel distressed. Wanda, I'm going somewhere later, can you accompany me? Nian looked at it and suddenly said. Wanda's light red eyes, like gems, flashed with joy and surprise. Ah, where are you going? Nian looked into her eyes and said calmly. Kamikaze. Chapter 369. Ha, I can finally use it. I learned it. A mage's sanctuary hidden in an unknown place on Earth. On the training ground of Kamikaze, an extremely excited cry rang out. A man in his 30s with white temples jumped up excitedly. There was a hanging ring on the 2 fingers of his bionic robotic arm. His hands continued to draw circles. A 1-meter-long fan hung directly in front of him. Radius of the Martian portal. Next to him, a black mage also wearing a strange monk's robe commented, yeah, it took nearly a week to learn the portal, which is not bad. Well, am I not fast? Stephen Strange, who considered himself a genius, was greatly shocked. Currently, the fastest record of learning the portal spell in the sanctuary is 3 seconds, the black mage paused for a moment. It should be said that the other party learned it after just 1 glance. Really? Strange opened his eyes in surprise. It was incredible that he could master this mysterious portal spell within a week. And some people learned it just by looking at it. Comparing people to each other is really infuriating. Of course, the other party is. Before the black mage could finish speaking, a portal opened next to the rustling of Mars. It's the portal from outside to the inside of the sanctuary. The black mage and Strange subconsciously raised their eyes and saw the crimson girl wearing a red dress slightly lifting the hem of her skirt and crossing the portal with a small jump. Senior sister. The black mage shouted in surprise. Strange was shocked. The black mage looked to be in his 50s, but he actually called a 13 or 14-year-old lowly senior sister. This is unreasonable. Although the mage's sanctuary and the spells they hold are unreasonable. Etc. Strange suddenly felt that the girl in the dress looked familiar. The girl in the dress just nodded in response, then stepped back to the side of the portal, placing a pair of small hands on her belly as if she was waiting respectfully for the person behind the door. Under their gaze, a handsome-looking black-haired boy wearing a light-colored trench coat walked in across the portal. It's you. Strange was surprised. Strange, why are you here? Seeing the other party, Nian was also a little surprised. Strange spread his hands and replied quickly, I joined here a week ago, I wanted to understand the world from another angle, so I stayed here to practice magic. He looked at Nian with eyes full of gratitude. Last time, he had repaired his paralyzed hands before thanking him in person. Study hard, Nian patted his shoulder and encouraged him. If you can learn magic, you can enter the extraordinary realm, which is no better than studying medicine outside. I try my best. Strange felt a strange feeling in his heart. He thought he was really in seclusion and isolated from the world, but he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance again so soon. We are looking for Master Gu-Yi, Nian said bluntly to the black mage beside him. Master Ancient One is in the underground library, the black mage responded respectfully. The Supreme Master said that if the people brought by Master Wanda can go directly to any place in the sanctuary. Master, let me lead the way. Wanda said softly and walked towards a familiar corridor, obviously she had been there many times. See you later. Nian waved his hand and followed Wanda, and the two quickly disappeared around the corner of the corridor. I didn't expect that you actually knew those two people, the black mage couldn't help but look at Strange. Wanda master. Strange was still a little confused and didn't react. She is the one who created the sanctuary and learned spells the fastest, the black mage shook his head and said. As for the other one, this is the first time I have seen her, she is the first ordinary person who has been treated specially by the Supreme Mage. Under Wanda's guidance. Nian, who was walking in the corridor of the sanctuary, narrowed his eyes slightly. What he cared about was naturally not Strange who was practicing here. Rather. The black mist that originally disappeared and dissipated on Strange's body, the concrete image of the concept of death, showed a tendency to condense again. Black mist lingers around every part of Strange's body. The black mage next to him was also surrounded by a deadly black mist. This means that a terrible event will happen in the mage's sanctuary in the near future. But from Nian's point of view, the appearance of the sanctuary has not changed at all from 3 years ago, and it still looks like a peaceful paradise. The mages here are completely unaware of the potentially fatal crisis. Why didn't she foresee it? Nian already had many doubts in his heart, but now there are even more, and he wants to find Master Gu Yi to ask questions. Soon. Wanda took Nian to a dark warehouse with underground steps leading to it. Master, this is it. Wanda, why don't you go in together? Nian looked curiously at Wanda, who stopped and had no intention of going down. Wanda responded obediently, Teacher Gu Yi, you won't let me enter the library. You haven't been in for more than 3 years? Nian asked. Wanda glanced at the steps leading to the underground and shook her head, no. There is another strange place. Nian thought for a moment and said, then you wait for me outside. Wanda nodded. Nian held on to the cold and smooth wall and walked down the steps. About 1 floor down, a stone door ajar appeared in front of him, with a bright orange fire glowing inside. Comatage, underground storage room. An ancient and mysterious atmosphere came out. Nian didn't care and walked in directly. Although he considered himself to be just an ordinary person, he had experienced too many extraordinary things, witnessed the deepest mysteries of the universe, and touched the most mysterious things. He was more invincible than Superman and had confronted multiple dimensions. He had walked with death and mastered eternity. All the mysteries contained in Comatage were not enough to move Nian, at most he felt novel and surprised. No taboos. Nian walked directly into the basement. Visible. There were rows of 3-meter-high black bookshelves on them, with thin chains locking strange ancient books with thick nails. Among them, the chain on one bookshelf was broken, and there was an ancient book missing on it. Who? Inside the room, a slightly fat man in a yellow robe shouted in surprise, instinctively showing hostility to Nian, who walked into the library. It's okay. Beside him, the bald woman in a dark monk's robe raised her hand to stop the slightly fat man's action, and said in a gentle and steady voice, Wang, I called him here. The slightly fat man called Wang put down his hands, but still looked at Nian. Realizing that the other party was just an ordinary person without any magic power, Wang was even more surprised at the other party's identity. Suddenly, Wang stared at the ordinary windbreaker Nian was wearing, and was very surprised, even doubting his perception. Wait a minute, what are you wearing? Oh, you mean it. Nian shrugged, stretched out his hand and flicked the collar, so that the windbreaker jacket on his body returned to its original shape. The dark red cloak floated back on its own, not even reaching the boy's calves, and it carried a breath of surging magic power. Chapter 370. It's really a magic floating cloak. Looking at the dark red cloak that Nian was wearing, which looked like an old noble product, Wang's eyes widened, and his round face with fat piled up was obviously surprised. Mage Wang knew. This magic weapon that should have been stored in the New York temple has its own consciousness, and its origin is even older than the sanctuary, which is not comparable to ordinary temple magic weapons. He went to the New York temple 2 years ago and felt strange. After all, the magic floating cloak that had been placed in the temple display cabinet for many years disappeared, and was replaced by a blue cloak magic weapon imitation. It turned out that the real thing had an owner long ago, and it was an ordinary person with no magic power. This had to make Wang, the guardian of Comartage's library and the oldest magician in the sanctuary, feel surprised and puzzled. Wang, you go out first. Gu Yi, whose specific age could not be seen, spoke softly. She did not wear the usual yellow monk robe, but a black robe, which vaguely revealed a strange aura. Only those eyes, as always, looked at Nian calmly. Yes, Supreme Mage. The king immediately bowed, took a last look at Nian, and left the door of the library. For the mages of the sanctuary, the supreme mage is a godlike existence, and all they need to do is obey. The supreme mage must do the most correct thing, and will surely lead them to the best future. Click. The stone door leading to the outside closed, making the small underground library seem to form an independent space. The torches hanging on the wall have existed for many years. The sound of burning flames can be heard in the empty room, and a bright and slightly warm firelight shines on the woman and the boy. How many times has he seen Gui? Nian has forgotten, thinking that it must be at least 10 times. More times than some mages who have lived in the sanctuary for a long time, although Wanda must have seen more than him. Nian noticed that Gui was not wearing the magic necklace he used to have. What happened here? Nian used this as an opening remark, and glanced around in confusion. He had just noticed that the library here seemed to have been broken into, and the chain that originally imprisoned an ancient book on the bookshelf showed signs of being broken. Gui's still young face did not change at all, and he spoke directly. Some time ago, a wizard named Mordo defected from Kamartaj. This morning, he suddenly led people to break in and took away a magic book. Another wizard defected? Nian frowned. As early as 3 years ago, when he entered the super body mode, he easily killed a group of dark wizards. And the leader of that group of dark wizards had also practiced in Kamartaj. The dark wizards were all transformed from the original guardian wizards of Kamartaj. Ancient One remained calm and replied, "When you stare into the abyss also stares into you." Her words were slow and steady, as if she was telling an epic story that had been precipitated for countless years, a sad history. The guardians of Kamartaj have been fighting against the multidimensional world for years and avoiding the invasion of the multidimensional world. But they have also glimpsed the terrifying secrets and whispers of the multidimensional world, and can no longer maintain themselves, and are unacceptable to extremes. After listening, Nian asked again, "What is the stolen magic book?" Ancient One stepped forward, walking past Nian, looking at the empty bookshelf. He answered without hesitation. The library contains all the magic books in Kamartaj's 1,000-year history, but when reading, you must get permission from the guardian of the library, the king. Because there are several forbidden magic books that should not exist sealed here, and the one that was stolen is one of them, called the Dark God Book. Dark God Book? Nian muttered the name of the book in a low voice, and suddenly felt a dark and evil chill. Since it is a forbidden magic book, is it too casual to put it in the library where it can be read at any time, even if there is a guardian guarding it? Nian looked at Gui with some doubt. If this scene was seen by other wizards, they would definitely not accept it. What the Supreme Wizard did was right, and there was no need for any doubt or resistance. Gui was not angry. He seemed to know Nian's casual nature and continued to answer calmly. Many of the magic books that exist in the taboos are incomprehensible to me. They are like heavenly books for mages. Nian's eyes flashed with enlightenment. Is this also the reason why you don't allow Wanda to set foot in the library here? This time. Gui finally fell silent. After a long time, Gui replied, "Yes." "Really?" Nian patted his forehead and let out a long breath. Because Wanda is different from other mages, she can understand the taboo books here, and use them to peek into the taboos and multidimensional mysteries. And because the longer you stare into the abyss, the more you will be stared at by the abyss. The more you understand multidimensionality, the more you will be invaded by multidimensionality. So, Gui did not allow Wanda to enter here, and did not dare to let her touch the taboo books, for fear that she would open the taboo door. Nian was a little depressed. If I had known there would be these problems, I shouldn't have let Wanda learn magic. Gui said, "It doesn't matter whether she learns or not, some people are born to be close to the mysteries of the multidimensional field." Nian took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and continued to ask, "Wanda's body stopped growing in the past 3 years, is it because of these reasons? Don't you understand? The real reason why Wanda won't grow up is only..." Before Ancient One finished speaking, a scream was faintly heard outside the stone door of the library. Something happened outside. Even if Nian's death I saw the omen of the wizard's death, he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It was when Ancient One, the Supreme Wizard, was in Kamartaj. In a trance, Nian's mind connected everything together. The forbidden dark book was stolen, and Wanda was not allowed to enter the library. Not good. Nian's face changed slightly, and he grabbed the necklace pendant on his neck with one hand and grabbed Ancient One's shoulder with the other hand. The space magic weapon was triggered. Backtrack to the space you have arrived at. The next moment, with the blue light fog surging, Nian disappeared from the library, and appeared at the entrance outside the library, dragging Gui in black clothes. That's right, it was outside the door of the library, less than 10 meters above the entrance. It saved 3 or 4 seconds. But Nian was obviously still a step slower, when he and Gui arrived at the entrance outside. It can be seen. Wang lay on the ground, his face pale, one hand covering his arm, and a transparent ice spike deeply pierced his arm. Apart from this, there was no other figure. Chapter 371. It's the Dark Wizard's trick, if it pierces the fatal part, even the strongest wizard will surely die. Looking at the king lying on the ground, the black-clothed Gui waved his hand, and the weapon that looked like an ice spike dissipated into nothingness. It was obviously a temporary weapon constructed with dark magic and mana, just like the magic shield and magic whip cast by the Camartage wizard. Nian looked around and didn't see the figure of the girl in the dress, so he couldn't help asking, "Where is Wanda?" It was Mordo who betrayed the sanctuary. He suddenly broke in here, attacked me, and then jumped into the dimensional portal. The wizard Wanda chased after him. Sure enough. Nian clenched his fists. He vaguely understood that it was Wanda and his own arrival that caused the turmoil here in advance. The other party's target was Wanda. To be more precise, they wanted Wanda to help them solve the taboos in the ancient magic book. So, before this, Nian did not see the omen of death on Wanda. The Dark Wizard is secretly calculating the multidimensional taboo. Master. Nian looked at the Ancient One in black. I know, don't worry, I will find her as soon as possible, Ancient One nodded. More than a dozen practicing wizards wearing monk robes and carrying magic tools noticed the abnormality here and rushed over. Among them was Strange, who had just become an intern wizard. Supreme Sorcerer. Damn, did that traitor invade again? When they saw the guardian of the library lying on the ground with injuries, their faces changed. Half of the people guard here, and half of the people chase the enemy with me. As the black-clothed Ancient One said, Mars rotated in front of him and opened a 2-meter-high portal. I'll go too. Nian took a deep breath and stared at the Ancient One in front of him. Also, Master, don't leave my sight. Under the gaze of his death eye. The Ancient One in black was also surrounded by black mist symbolizing the concept of death, more than anyone else on the field. What this means, Nian knows very well. Ancient One will face certain death. Even Nian, when he realized this, found it unbelievable. As the Supreme Sorcerer who has been the guardian of the earth for thousands of years, there is a sign of his death today. Facing the inexplicable words of the young man, Ancient One nodded lightly with an expressionless face and took the lead to step through the open portal. Nian followed the pace, and 6 or 7 senior Camartage mages followed behind, crossing the portal together. The injured king, Strange, and several mages stayed to guard Camartage. On the other side of the portal, it was the New York Temple. First floor. Ancient One and Nian crossed the portal almost at the same time, and what came into view was the New York Temple that had just been invaded and attacked. Half of the wooden stairs collapsed. The cauldron of all things, which was originally placed next to the stairs, fell to the ground on its side, and a layer of transparent frost formed on the surface. On the second floor where many magic tools were stored, there was a sound of fierce fighting. The door of the first floor of the sanctuary was open. Outside. The black-clothed Gui quickened his pace without hesitation. He did not choose to go to the second floor, but rushed out of the sanctuary on the first floor. Nian also chased after him. The mages who arrived at the scene a step slower hesitated and rushed to the second floor of the temple. In their opinion, the Supreme Mage is an invincible existence. The enemies who escaped outside can be handed over to her. If the many magic tools on the second floor of the temple are lost, it will also cause chaos. Nian followed the black-clothed Gui out of the New York Temple. Suddenly, noisy voices came into his ears. Outside the door was a busy pedestrian street with heavy traffic. The New York passers-by on the pedestrian street were surprised, looking at the other end of the pedestrian street, where there were 3 mysterious men in black robes, speeding up their pace to flee. A black-clothed man was carrying an unconscious crimson girl on his shoulders. Human traffickers. Surely, give me a set of combat uniforms. Nian immediately gave the order, not caring about the exposure of the extraordinary magic weapon, and let the magic floating cloak take him up. The mobile phone promptly transmitted the mechanical voice of artificial intelligence. Surely, right away. Ancient One's feet glowed with rounds of golden magic seals, stepped on the air, leaped forward, and chased the opponent with Nian at a very fast speed. Are you finally here? Dozens of meters away from the New York pedestrian street, Mordo carried the unconscious crimson girl, glanced back at Nian and Ancient One, and the corners of his mouth rose strangely. The distance with the enemy is getting closer and closer. Nian, who was flying and chasing with the magic floating cloak, recalled what happened just now, and couldn't help asking during the gap. Master, you just said, what is the reason why Wanda doesn't grow up? I want to know the answer now. Nian's tone was firm. He would bring Wanda to Camartage today just to ask Ancient One about the strangeness that happened to Wanda. Yesterday, Aunt Diana mentioned it to him. Wanda has been a little strange recently. For example, a few days ago, Wanda left home and should have been to the Sokovia battlefield. However, Nian did not see Wanda in Sokovia. After Nian returned home, Wanda was waiting for him at home early again. She was docile and well-behaved without any change, but she seemed to be suppressing something. Not just recently. Perhaps Wanda began to have some problems 3 years ago, before Nian died. Isn't the answer obvious? The black-clothed Gui stepped on the air, his speed was no less than that of Nian flying close to the ground. He glanced at him and said, "That child will only change because of one person, always." Nian was shocked. At this time, the 3 dark wizards led by Mordo in front suddenly stopped their steps. They stretched out their hands and pushed at the same time, and the skyscrapers on both sides of the street immediately collapsed like dominoes. Rumble. A large group of gloomy black shadows covered down, and hundreds of meters of high-rise buildings pressed towards Nian and Gui. Nian found that all the passers-by on the pedestrian street had disappeared, and the surrounding space was vaguely filled with psychedelic scenes of glass. They were no longer in the original real world. Nian woke up. Step. Gui grabbed the magic floating cloak that Nian was wearing in time, lifted it with one hand, and the ground bulged, quickly forming a sky-supporting stone pillar upwards, supporting them away from the urban area crushed by skyscrapers. Reality. The nanosuit equipment that flew down from the sky hovered in the air, and the disappearance of Nian, Gui, and the dark wizard on the road really scared the pedestrians on the streets of New York. In the mirror space, Nian stepped on a giant stone pillar 300 or 400 meters high, looking at the irregularly changing high-rise buildings below. The city was like a sand table controlled by the wizards. The 3 dark wizards just now appeared on the rooftop of a skyscraper directly opposite the stone pillar. Let Wanda go. Looking at each other, Nian's eyes were as cold as ice, and a rare flame of anger ignited in his heart. Okay, Mordo nodded indifferently, and actually threw the Scarlet Girl who had been carrying him all the way down the building. While still in the air, the Scarlet Girl turned into an illusion and disappeared. Fake. Gui finally knew why the other party invaded the New York temple. It was not to seize the magic weapon, but to block the cauldron of all things and prevent them from determining Wanda's whereabouts. Chapter 372. Unknown Area. It was like being in a basement with closed doors and windows, without any lighting or fire, and the darkness was quietly flowing here. The Mars portal was opened. The girl in the red dress passed through the portal, crossed the dimensional space, and directly arrived in the basement. Where is this? Wanda looked around in confusion, but did not find the figure of the dark wizard. She was clearly chasing the wizard Mordo who invaded the sanctuary, but she continued to shuttle through several portals, but arrived in such an empty room. Master. Wanda's face showed an anxious look, raised a pair of white and tender hands, and obviously hesitated for a moment, but she did not wear the 2-finger hanging ring after all. The hanging ring is a magic tool that can help the wizard communicate with multiple dimensions, a key to open and connect the mystery and the extraordinary. Many basic spells do not require hanging rings, but for spells such as dimensional gates and mirror space, hanging rings are almost necessary magic tools. But Wanda has been able to open portals at will without using hanging rings since she started practicing spells. Ancient One naturally knew this, and specifically asked her to wear the hanging ring on weekdays to avoid being noticed by other mages. Wanda immediately wanted to draw a circle, open the portal, and return to the current basement. Suddenly, Wanda stopped, her expression dazed, and the necklace pendant on her thin neck glowed with a faint scarlet light. She took a few steps forward and stared blankly at a place. In the center of the mysterious and lightless basement, there was a 1-meter-high strange stone pillar. On the pillar, there was a thick black-covered ancient book. The title of the book was Darkness. Wanda whispered to herself, and her petite figure was immediately swallowed by the dark mist. Mirror space. Nian and Ancient One stood on a stone pillar that was high enough to overlook the city. The surrounding buildings were like sand tables, and like toys created by data, changing irregularly under the guidance of the dark wizard. On the building in front of them, 3 dark wizards in black robes, led by Master Mordo, stood. Nian's eyes became colder and colder. He should have known that the other party's goal was always to let Wanda touch the dark book, and the priority was even higher than dealing with the supreme wizard Ancient One. Sorry, I miscalculated, the black-clothed Ancient One said softly. Nian frowned. He didn't know any spells, and didn't know much about the enemy. In addition, the incident happened suddenly, and Wanda was not around, so he was a little worried and confused. But how could Ancient One make such a mistake? Is this really Ancient One? Is he really the supreme wizard who could predict the future and deal with everything 3 years ago? Nian was shaken in his heart. Unlike other wizards, Nian did not regard Ancient One as a god, nor did he think that Ancient One could do everything correctly. It's just that the current Ancient One gave him a different feeling than 3 years ago. Not like an invincible guardian, but more like an old man. In this case, it is impossible to rely solely on Gui, you have to rely on your own abilities. Of course. The premise of his ability is also to call for reinforcements. Nian whispered, "Master, I will leave for half a minute and will be back soon." The black-clothed Gui seemed to know what he was thinking and nodded calmly. Nian took a breath, still looking at Gui and said, "Master, don't panic about what I will say next." He lowered his voice so that only Gui could hear it, and he spoke faster, "I can predict the death of others in advance, and on you, I saw that trace of death." Nian felt that Gui must know this. When Gui heard this, his calm eyes finally changed. "Master, you are likely to die in this dark wizard invasion, of course, I have tried and can intervene to reverse death, so you must at least hold on until I come back." Nian left this sentence and directly grasped the necklace pendant. The blue light mist surged and enveloped him, sweeping him away and disappearing on the spot. "Go." The next moment after Nian left, the three dark wizards stepped on the air as if walking on flat ground, their eyes and corners were dark, and rushed towards the black clothes standing alone on the stone pillar. The exclusive blue light mist surged on the second floor of the villa. Nian walked out of it and quickly called out, "Auntie." "What happened?" The tall woman with white hair tied up, who looked intellectual and beautiful, and wearing a home dress, quickly stepped forward. Diana saw that Nian came back alone and used a space magic tool that was usually used in emergencies, so she knew that something must have happened. Nian said concisely, "There was a rebellion and invasion in the mage sanctuary, and Wanda is missing." Diana's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, "I'll go with you." As Diana walked, her home dress suddenly changed into a Wonder Woman suit with red armor and a blue skirt. Reached out and pulled. The golden lasso of truth appeared out of thin air, with two swords, one gold and one silver, and artifacts such as the Amazon shield hanging on it. While retaining the original graceful and intellectual temperament, it has a bit more sharp and wild aura. "You still need that." After the transformation, Diana came to Nian, and Nian naturally hugged her waist covered by the red armor. 3 years later, I still have to tiptoe." Nian let out a sigh for no reason, not wanting Diana, who was wearing a flying crown symbolizing Amazon's honor, to lower her head, so she took the initiative to stand on tiptoes. Diana's delicate face had a rare hint of light pink. She untied her hair that was tied like a wife's bun, and her white hair immediately spread out and fell down without restraint. Although the hair is white, it does not have the frost and dullness of old age. Instead, each hair is radiant and soft, spreading to the lower waist and hips. Diana and Nian worked together in a tacit understanding to lower their glory. The third space retrospective. This is also the last number of times that Nian can use the space magic weapon today. Even dimensional barriers can be crossed. Nian and Wonder Woman teleported to the mirror space and found that the tall stone pillars that originally stood were gone, and they were surrounded by strange, upside-down and suspended high-rise buildings, making the New York mirror they were in look like a city maze. And the sound of fighting came from 100 meters above. "It's not too late." Nian borrowed the magic floating cloak he was wearing, and Wonder Woman waved the mantra lasso. The two rushed up side by side, reaching an altitude of 500 meters above the city. A platform that looks like a circular seal magnified dozens of times hangs on it. Ancient E in black was fighting alone with the three black-robed mages. During this period, they were fighting with magic round shields, magic whips, magic lightning, and void ice edges. Most of them were fighting in close combat. This is not the point. The point is, Gui is not at a disadvantage in 1 versus 3. Caught up. Nian breathed a sigh of relief. If Gui couldn't hold on for half a minute, then he wouldn't be called the Supreme Mage. Chapter 373. Seeing that the support from Nian and Wonder Woman came so quickly, the three dark mages who were besieging Gui looked grim. It was already very difficult to deal with Gui. When Gui in black saw Nian arriving with Wonder Woman, his eyes did not show any joy, but showed a look of relief. "You go save Wanda first, I have already sensed her whereabouts, and I must not let her open that book," Ancient One said, holding up the magic shield with one hand to withstand the magic attacks of the three dark mages. At the same time, he turned his free right hand to the side, and the blazing sparks immediately rotated very quickly and turned into a portal. This teleportation portal leads to Wanda's location. The expressions of the three dark mages changed greatly when they saw this, and they were even more uneasy than when they saw the reinforcements arriving. "Auntie, you and Gui clean up these messes, and I'll bring Wanda back." Before the portal was formed, Nian had already rushed over. Nian knew it in his heart. Although these dark mages also want to kill Ancient One, their priority is still Wanda's side. With his aunt here, Gui should be able to avoid the crisis of certain death. Although now, Nian still can't figure out how Gui could be in danger of dying. So far, he has not seen any hostility that could threaten Gui's life. Don't let him pass. Under Modu's order. The dark mages suddenly went crazy, trying to block Nian's path and prevent him from reaching Wanda through the portal. Ancient E in black waved his hand, and a golden round shield constructed with mana appeared in front of him, blocking the leader of it, Master Modu. The shimmering golden lasso swung forward and tied the ankles of another dark mage. Wonder Woman pulled a mage over. There is only one dark mage left and rushes towards Nian. The pupils in his eyes were all pitch black, as cold as the corner of the abyss, and his face with protruding black blood veins was extremely ferocious. One hand holds a transparent ice edge, and the other hand transforms into a magical shield with flashing golden flames. Looking at the dark mage blocking the front, Nian had a sneer on his lips. His speed soared instead of slowing down, and his long silver hair moved huntingly. He now possesses the power of a demigod, the demigod mode after his aunt's semi-awakening and gray hair. Although he only has the power of a demigod, he can still deal with these little minions. Nian ignored the opponent's magic ice edge and punched directly. The dark mage was shocked when he saw the fighting method that was even more extreme than his own. He hurriedly raised his magic shield to block Nian's fist. Boom! The magic buckler almost cracked under this punch, and sparks burst out. What makes the dark mage even more terrifying is that the void ice edge is firmly grasped by another hand. So fast. I didn't see it clearly at all. When did you do it? Before the dark mage could react, Nian's left knee suddenly bounced up, like a bouncing bowstring. Get away. In the demigod mode, his emotions are transparent, Nian's eyes are dancing with divine flames, and he is already trying his best to suppress his anger. Wow! The dark mage screamed, and his body flew upwards, and the sound of cracked bones and shattered internal organs could be clearly heard in his body. As a mage, fight me in close combat? Who gave you the confidence? Demigod Nian didn't even look at the other party, and jumped into the portal in front. In the basement. There is no light here, only darkness. No, there is a scarlet light. In front of the stone pillar. Wanda's eyes were blurred, and the reality gem necklace around her neck glowed red. She stretched out her white and tender hands towards the magical ancient book called the Book of Darkness. But at this moment, behind Wanda, a familiar voice suddenly sounded, "Wanda. Young master." Wanda woke up with a start and was about to turn around, but her hand had already touched the outer cover of the ancient book. This moment. It was as if there was a forbidden door, a gap in the multidimensional abyss of terror opened. The dark divine book trembled slightly, and an unknown aura surged out, holding Wanda and Nian in place who had just entered the room. Buzz. The dark energy tide surges out from the dark god book and sweeps outward. Nian's silver hair and the divine light flowing on her body became dimmed in this darkness. Nian in demigod mode opened his eyes wide and was a little out of breath. The energy tide surged outward, preventing him from getting even half a step forward. And the bloodthirsty, violent, cold, and terrifying dark energy constantly pouring out from the dark book, pulling the girl to continue taking a step forward. Wanda's eyes were blank, and her right hand that touched the dark book moved and opened the book a little. Just opened it a little, not completely, and the dark tide increased dramatically. Whoops! Demigod Nian gritted his teeth. Under the tide of dark energy, he heard many whispers chanting mysteries. The evil and cold darkness made his skin shiver. That is an unknown power that exceeds the current demigod mode. Wanda, don't open it. Nian had a feeling that if he opened it, Wanda would never be able to return to him. Wanda turned a deaf ear to this, as if she didn't hear Nian's cry, and continued to slowly open the book. At the critical moment when the book was completely opened. Call out. Wanda's crimson hair suddenly fell down, and a red ribbon, originally used to tie her hair, wrapped around Wanda's right wrist while she was turning the book. The girl's hand stopped immediately and kept turning the page. But the book was already on the verge of being opened, and the darkness that spewed out from it swept outwards and impacted, part of it trying to penetrate the girl's petite body. A golden light suddenly lit up from the basement, dispelling some of the dark tide. Nian raised his left hand forward, wearing his aunt's single protective silver bracelet on his wrist, which was burning with golden divine flames. Taking advantage of the opportunity to resist the dark tide, Nian pulled out the golden sword from his waist and swung the sword forward without hesitation. Odin with a sword. A small rainbow bridge fell brightly. The rainbow light bridge hits the stone pillar, transporting the darkness and the dark divine book on the stone pillar away, and breaks through the basement upwards. The moment the dark god book disappeared, Wanda was in a daze, quickly retracted her little hand, and said in a panic, "Master, I didn't mean it." Tread. Nian stepped forward, holding a sword in one hand and hugging the girl in the dress tightly with the other. "Fortunately, you're fine." "Master?" Wanda blinked her eyes and smelled the sunshine on the boy's body. Her little face couldn't help but turn rosy. Didn't she almost do something bad? "You will actually get a reward. From now on, you are not allowed to run around without my permission," Nian said coldly. He hadn't seen Wanda before, so he, who was always calm in dealing with things, was really a little panicked. Since Alice. Nian never wants to lose his family again. "Yes, master." Wanda pressed her cheek against Nian's gentle chest, held her cloak in close with her little hands, and nodded obediently. Rustle. For some reason, the magic portal on the side began to shrink. "Let's go out first. There are still some minions to deal with outside." Nian took Wanda's little hand, stepped forward and crossed the portal, reaching the other side of the door. But the next moment they returned to the mirror space battlefield platform. Nian and Wanda stopped moving at the same time. Ahead. A bald woman in black clothes fell on the suspended platform, with a transparent and void ice edge stuck in her chest, and blood was pouring out along the half-immersed ice edge.